Zhong Qing traversed into the world as the master of a minor peak, one of the 7 peaks under the auspices of the Pingjiang sect. Initially, he intended to lead a life of leisure, but fate intervened, activating the most formidable bond system. He took on 2 seemingly inept disciples. Upon activating their bond, the once ineffectual pupils transformed into prodigies, returning his cultivation 1,000-fold. He also accepted a cat girl and a fox girl as disciples, activating the enchantment bond, which amplified his charisma to such an extent that even the most distinguished of saints would succumb to his allure. Furthermore, by taking in a little koi fish, he activated the luck bond, bestowing upon him an extraordinary fortune. Turning a corner could lead him to discover 10 rings from an elderly gentleman, and a mere journey could result in acquiring a heavenly Tao. Chapter 1. This stack of sacred-level techniques is barely sufficient to keep me warm throughout the winter. In the eastern region, at the Xianxiang sect, on Mufu Peak, the chill of winter blanketed the land in a pristine layer of snow. Sighing deeply, Zhong Qing, clad in cotton garb, sat by the stove. He had spent 5 years in this world, residing on Mufu Peak. Despite being the peak master of one of the 7 peaks, his title bore little significance. His ascension to this role was merely a result of his master, Dao Run, being a solitary figure who, out of necessity, took him on as a disciple. While other peaks flourished with numerous disciples, Dao Run remained alone, eventually taking Zhong Qing as a pupil to fulfill a task rather than out of any genuine admiration for his talents. Initially, this sparked a wave of excitement within Zhong Qing, leading him to believe he possessed extraordinary gifts that would elevate him to great heights. Alas, he soon realized he was nothing more than a complete failure. When Dao Run met his untimely demise during a journey, the peak was not disbanded due to his considerable contributions, leaving Zhong Qing as the sole inheritor of the master's title. Yet, with the loss of his mentor, Zhong Qing found his situation increasingly dire. As a traveler, Zhong Qing was not devoid of potential benefits. Less than a month after Dao Ren's passing, he awakened a system that allowed him to sign in daily. Just as he believed he was on the cusp of greatness, he discovered the system to be utterly disappointing, providing rewards that bore no relation to cultivation. The sacred level technique he possessed was acquired through this daily sign-in. Yet for someone like him, without cultivation, it was of little use. He tossed the technique into the stove, where the flames blazed brightly, casting a warm glow upon his face. He wondered if burning a sacred-level technique would be regrettable. Certainly, the thought of wasting such a precious item in the cold was disheartening. He stood up and brought over a sack filled with techniques, periodically tossing a few into the fire to maintain its vigor. A kettle of water boiled rapidly, its bubbling sound resonating in the stillness of winter. Zhong Qing poured himself a cup of tea, finding solace in the warmth that in truth, he had grown accustomed to this existence. The techniques acquired from a year of sign-ins were just enough to sustain him through the winter. With a few more golden sign-ins, it was possible he could even have half a warehouse left by the end of the season. Of course, the sign-ins did not solely yield techniques, they also provided various treasures. From the axe used for chopping wood to the kitchen knife, everything came from a system. The orchard and pond at the back of the mountain, the vegetable garden at the front, and even the 2 eggs he held were rewards from sign-ins. In summary, an array of peculiar items filled his life. Yet, despite these treasures, Zhong Qing remained disheartened. No matter how formidable the techniques and weapons, without cultivation, they were akin to gilded trinkets useless in practice. He was a quintessential example of guarding a mountain of gold without the means to utilize it, and he understood the wisdom of discretion in revealing his possessions. Just then, a streak of light appeared on the horizon. Looking up, he spotted a white crane soaring towards him, upon which stood a young boy of noble stature. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the biannual Disciple Recruitment Conference. The sect leader has dispatched me to inform you to proceed to the main peak of Xinjiang for the event, the boy said, casting a condescending glance at Zhong Qing, whose expression remained unfazed. Uninterested in the recruitment conference, Zhong Qing was reluctant to endure the scorn of others. Just as he was about to decline, the system's voice resonated within his mind. New task issued by the system. Please proceed to Xinjiang Peak for disciple recruitment. Successfully recruit designated disciples to activate the failure bond. The details of the bond intrigue him, promising 100-fold increase in the cultivation speed of all disciples and 1,000-fold return to him. The prospect of activating the dual failure bond was even more enticing. "Very well, I shall arrive by tomorrow," Zhong Qing declared, rising to his feet. "You should set off immediately, as the journey to Xianxiang Peak is lengthy." "I wouldn't want you to arrive after the conference has concluded," the boy taunted, suggesting he could use the crane for transport, but warned that the creature had a peculiar temperament and might discard anyone it deemed unworthy. With that, the boy departed, leaving Zhong Qing unfazed. Once he activated the bond, he would no longer fear the boy's derision, nor that of the entire Xianxiang sect. After a brief preparation, he set forth towards the main peak. Chapter 2: The Disciple Chosen by the System. The following day, at the peak of Xianxiang. At this moment, the area was teeming with people. For Xianxiang sect is one of the grand sects within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, regarded as a sacred place for cultivation by countless individuals. Silence enveloped the crowd. Suddenly, a resounding voice imbued with a mysterious aura echoed, and the once boisterous throng fell silent. An elder, exuding an air of ethereal grace, approached the podium, accompanied by several formidable figures seated behind him. At the helm was Xianyuan Hong, the sect leader of Xianxiang, flanked by the leaders of various peaks. The attendees began to line up in an orderly manner to undergo talent assessments. The elder's voice resonated once more. Before them lay 10 talent assessment stones, shimmering with light, each divided into 10 channels designated for the new disciples' evaluations. Before long, the disciples commenced their assessments in turn, their youthful faces etched with tension. For the strength of their talents would determine the breadth of their future paths. The process was straightforward. By channeling their inner energy into the assessment stones, the disciples would receive feedback in the form of light to gauge the strength of their talents. The stones would reveal 6 colors: white, green, blue, red, purple, and gold, with white indicating ordinary talent and the progression upward signifying greater potential. As the assessments unfolded, joy and sorrow mingled within the crowd. The majority of the disciples possessed white talents, a smaller fraction exhibited green talents, while only a few boasted blue talents. The Xianxiang sect had also proactively organized the disciples into sections based on their abilities, awaiting the emergence of any surprises this year. Up on the platform, Xianyuan Hong engaged in conversation with several peak leaders. "Indeed, it would be splendid if a purple talent were to emerge," remarked one peak leader. "If a purple talent truly manifests, it would be a divine blessing for our Xianxiang sect," Xianyuan Hong replied with a hearty laugh, not daring to even contemplate the prospect of a golden talent. Soon, a red talent was unveiled amidst the crowd, eliciting a wave of gasps. Xianyuan Hong and the others were particularly elated, for red talents are the backbone of the sect's future. All present at the table were individuals of red talent. These red talents would become the focal point of competition among the peaks. As time passed, the talent assessments neared their conclusion. In addition to the white, green, and blue talents, 6 red talents had emerged, a commendable outcome. Just as it seemed this was all there was to it. A burst of purple light erupted in the arena. The sudden appearance of the purple light astonished everyone, and Xianyuan Hong and his companions stood in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that a purple talent has truly appeared? Xianyuan Hong murmured incredulously. The one revealed to possess purple talent was a young man clad in splendid attire, basking in the envious gazes of the crowd, a hint of arrogance gracing his features. He possessed the confidence to be so bold, as the higher-ups' attention was now fixated upon him, each contemplating how to recruit this individual with purple talent. Following the emergence of this purple talent, the subsequent disciples did not elicit any further excitement. Ultimately, the talent assessments drew to a close, and it was time for the peak leaders to select their disciples. According to tradition, each peak leader had the opportunity to choose a personal disciple during the recruitment ceremony. "Let us commence, sect leader," urged Duan Feng, the leader of the Sword Peak, eager to make his selection. Among all the peaks in the Xianxiang sect, apart from the main peak, his Sword Peak was the strongest, and by convention, he was the first to choose a disciple. Therefore, his chances of securing the purple talent were the highest. Observing this, the other peak leaders held their breath, fully aware that it would be challenging for them to claim the purple talent. "Not so fast. Mufu Peak has yet to take its turn," Xianyuan Hong remarked, shaking his head as he glanced towards an empty seat. Mufu Peak. Upon hearing Xianyuan Hong's words, Duan Feng could not contain his laughter. "Leader, Mufu Peak has but one insignificant waste of a disciple. What significance does his presence hold?" He continued, perplexed. "Why summon that insignificant waste? Are we to let him recruit a disciple and lead them astray?" Just as his words fell, a voice emerged from behind. "Whether I lead them astray or not is not for you to concern yourself with. It was Zhong Qing, dressed in white, approaching Xianyuan Hong with a respectful bow. Greetings. Sect leader. Yes, you have worked hard, Xianyuan Hong replied. As Zhong Qing took the stage, every eye in the room gravitated towards him. Clearly, this young master of Mufu Peak was well known. Handsome he was, yet undeniably regarded as a waste, for no signs of cultivation could be perceived from him. How dare you show your face? Duan Feng sneered derisively at Zhong Qing. With your Mufu Peak's undeserved reputation, you ought to be disqualified. If I am deemed unworthy, how is it that you have the courage to stand before me? Zhong Qing replied with a smile. My master once saved your life. Yet you have harbored resentment ever since, seeking petty quarrels. By comparison, am I not the more honorable one? You insignificant waste, seeking your own demise. Duan Feng's face flushed with anger. I never sought his help. He chose to save me. And now, only you remain a waste. Shouldn't Mufu Peak be disqualified? Enough of this nonsense. Xianyuan Hong interjected sternly. Let us begin the selection. Indeed. Zhong Qing smiled faintly, unhurried, surveying the crowd, pondering who the designated individual mentioned by the system might be. Meanwhile, Duan Feng, reminded of the purple talent, scoffed and dismissed Zhong Qing from his thoughts. Just as Duan Feng prepared to make his selection, Xianyuan Hong's voice resounded once more. In light of Dao Ren's outstanding contributions to our sect, and considering the current circumstances of Mufu Peak, I have decided to grant the first selection opportunity to Mufu Peak. Xianyuan Hong's authoritative voice echoed throughout the venue, provoking a wave of disbelief among the attendees. The other peak leaders were wide-eyed, particularly Duan Feng, whose eyes burned with indignation. The first selection opportunity has been given to Mufu Peak. What right do they have? Sect leader, this is unacceptable. Indeed, what merit does Mufu Peak possess? There is but one disciple, Zhong Qing, who is widely recognized as a waste. Is this not leading disciples astray? How can a forsaken peak's waste recruit disciples? This will only invite ridicule. Voices of dissent erupted, with Duan Feng nearly shouting in frustration. Silence. Xianyuan Hong's expression darkened, and he unleashed a powerful aura, silencing the dissenters instantly. We will proceed as I have decreed. Xianyuan Hong's tone brooked no argument. He then turned to Zhong Qing with a smile, saying, Child, you may choose. Whoever you select will be yours. Since its establishment, Xianxiang's sect has consisted of 7 peaks. Xianyuan Hong's decision was also aimed at elevating Mufu Peak, assisting in its resurgence. Moreover, his private rapport with Dao Ren could not be overlooked. The two had been brothers since childhood, and it was Dao Ren who had introduced him to the world of music and art, thereby bestowing the name Dao Ren upon him. Although Zhong Qing lacked cultivation, rendering him unable to instruct disciples, this was not a hindrance. He could simply visit Mufu Peak more frequently to provide guidance in secret. Yet the disciples would still belong to Mufu Peak. Zhong Qing was taken aback by Xianyuan Hong's gesture of granting him the first selection opportunity, moved by the unexpected honor. Thank you, sect leader. After expressing his gratitude, Zhong Qing wasted no time in scanning the crowd. Chapter 3: The System's Magnificent Reward. However, as soon as Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze fell upon them, the crowd instinctively recoiled. Who among them was unaware of this seemingly ineffectual master of MF Peak? It could be said that if one were truly chosen by him, their life would be irrevocably altered for the worse. The other peak masters felt their hearts bleed. There were only a handful of exceptionally gifted disciples, and if Xianxiaaudiobooks were to select even one, it would diminish their own prospects. When Xianxiaaudiobooks' attention turned towards a disciple with a purple affinity, their frustration intensified, and Duan Feng's eyes nearly bulged with rage. Fearful that Xianxiaaudiobooks might claim this prized pupil. A purple affinity. Such a coveted talent indeed. Although Xianxiaaudiobooks lacked the ability to cultivate, he possessed considerable knowledge regarding the ways of cultivation and could not deny the exceptional nature of a purple affinity. However, he refrained from making an immediate decision and instead communicated with the system. System, who is the designated individual you spoke of? Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Report, host. The sole condition for activating the waste material bond is that the disciple you recruit must be a true waste, the system replied. A true waste? Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback. It was inconceivable that anyone in this square could be a genuine waste. Even those with the most basic white affinity could at the very least cultivate. There is no need for concern, host. I have identified a suitable target, the white affinity disciple Lin Feng. As the system's voice faded, it directed Xianxiaaudiobooks' attention to a young man clad in black among the white affinity crowd. The young man stood tall, exuding righteousness. Are you certain he is a true waste? Xianxiaaudiobooks queried, intrigued. The system does not err. Rest assured and accept him as a disciple. Upon successful recruitment, an unknown reward will be bestowed upon you, came the reply. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, with his head bowed, fidgeted with the storage ring on his left hand. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Kid, forming a contract with you feels like a stroke of misfortune. With your incredibly wasteful constitution, I had to exhaust considerable effort to ensure you appeared as a white affinity during the assessment to avoid detection. I apologize, GNLO, Lin F-ing muttered, his head still lowered. Enough with the apologies. Now that we are bound, we either rise or fall together. If you heed my guidance. Achieving greatness is not merely a dream. All right, GNLO, I will follow your instructions. Lin F-ing responded with enthusiasm. Find a way to join MF Peak, instructed GNLO. Join MF Peak? Lin F-ing exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't the master of MF Peak a waste like me? A waste is just a waste. It does not mean you should rely on him to transform you. According to my divination, there lies a rare fire beneath MF Peak that you require. Once you obtain this fire and learn to use it to forge elixirs, you will embark on your cultivation journey and surpass ordinary talents. Moreover, having a waste as the Peak Master will facilitate your endeavors. If you successfully join MF Peak, I am confident you will begin your cultivation path within 6 months and reach the xianxiaaudiobooks realm within 3 years. After 3 years, you shall defeat your fiancé, with whom you have a 3-year pact, thus solidifying your invincible spirit. Understood, GNLO. I will make it happen. Lin F-ing declared excitedly, instinctively casting a glance at Xianxiaaudiobooks, who happened to be looking back at him. Their gazes locked. It is he. The disciple among the white affinity, Xianxiaaudiobooks announced decisively, pointing at Lin F-ing. At Xianxiaaudiobooks' words, the crowd fell silent in disbelief. What is this? You had a prime opportunity to choose, and you selected a white affinity? They voiced their incredulity. Du and F-ing could not contain his laughter, staring intently at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Little waste, who would have thought you possessed such self-awareness? You recognize you would hinder others, hence you deliberately chose a white affinity. This maneuver has unexpectedly elevated my opinion of you. Beside him, Su Nyu and H-eng's expression darkened. He too was astonished by Xianxiaaudiobooks' choice. However, he refrained from reproaching Xianxiaaudiobooks for squandering his efforts. Rather, he felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed, as Du F-ing suggested, that Xianxiaaudiobooks feared hindering others. Child, are you certain of your choice? I can grant you another opportunity to select, Su Nyu and H-ing queried. Fixing his gaze on Xianxiaaudiobooks. I am certain, it is he, Xianxiaaudiobooks affirmed solemnly. Very well. Su Nyu and H-ing acknowledged Xianxiaaudiobooks' decision, refraining from further comment, and resolved to find other means to support MF Peak. With the selection finalized, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Disciples were relieved they were not chosen, while the Peak Masters were grateful that Xianxiaaudiobooks did not walk away with their talented pupils. Are you willing to accept me as your master? Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired, raising his head to meet Lin F-eng's gaze. Upon hearing Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice, Lin F-ing finally comprehended the situation. He was undeniably taken aback by Xianxiaaudiobooks' selection. He had never anticipated that as GNLO urged him to join MF Peak, Xianxiaaudiobooks would choose him. Child, this is fortuitous. With my guidance and this extraordinary luck, you possess the potential to become a great emperor. GNLO's voice echoed in Lin F-eng's mind. Lin F-ing, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement. What are you waiting for? Quickly agree. Just put on a show. A mere waste cannot truly be your master. GNLO urged. Yes, Lin F-ing nodded, though he felt immense gratitude towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. I am willing, he proclaimed, smiling as he clasped his hands in respect. Excellent, come to my side. Xianxiaaudiobooks beckoned with a smile. Yes, Lin F-ing replied, joyfully approaching Xianxiaaudiobooks and standing behind him. The onlookers regarded Lin F-ing with incredulity, as if he were a fool, including those with white affinities. To be under the tutelage of such a waste seemed a fate worse than serving as a mere errand boy in another peak. Subsequently, it was finally time for Du and F-ing and the others to make their selections. As expected, Du and F-ing immediately extended an olive branch to the disciple with the purple affinity, promising various benefits to secure their allegiance. The remaining Peak Masters, though reluctant, each chose a disciple with a red affinity. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression radiated joy, for the system's rewards had arrived. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited Lin F-ing, activating the Waste Material Bond 12. The effect of the Waste Material Bond 12, the disciple receives a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed, while the disciple's cultivation is returned to the host at a 1,000-fold rate. The host may freely activate or deactivate the disciple's cultivation enhancement. Congratulations, host. You have activated the bond function for the first time, rewarding you with cultivation reaching the Xianxiaaudiobooks realm. Congratulations, host. You have activated the waste material bond function for the first time, rewarding you with the old 6 aura. The effect of the old 6 aura. No one can discern the fluctuations of your cultivation. Congratulations, host. You now possess cultivation for the first time, rewarding you with the heavenly eye. The effect of the heavenly eye. You can see through anyone's secrets at a glance. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Zhong Qing was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The cultivation he had longed for had finally materialized. In his excitement, he felt a surge of potent energy from the cosmos flowing into his being, unnoticed by all. Was this the power of the xianxiaaudiobooks realm? As he savored the formidable strength coursing through him, a smile crept onto his lips. He had never anticipated such a generous reward, elevating him directly to the xianxiaaudiobooks realm. In this world, the classification of cultivation encompassed several stages: body refinement, acquired, innate, and su-in realm. Xianxiaaudiobooks realm, Yu-su-in realm, Ar-su-in realm, Di-su-in realm, and Tien-su-in realm. In general, those born with innate talent are regarded by ordinary people as celestial beings, capable of soaring through the skies. Conversely, a practitioner at the Chunxian realm can ascend to the status of an elder within a sect, akin to the peak masters of Xianjiang's several summits, who merely attain the same realm. Yet here I stand, having leaped to a higher realm entirely. The system does not deceive me. Furthermore, the aura of the 6th elder and the heavenly eye are indeed remarkable, the former being an exceptional skill for acquiring silver coins, while the latter grants the ability to perceive the true nature of anyone. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Qing glanced once more at the system panel. Host, Zhong Qing. Cultivation level, Xingxian realm. Disciple, Lin Feng. Cultivation level none. Can activate a 100-fold enhancement. Activated bonds. Waste material bond 12. Acquired physique, none. Acquired special skills, 6th elder aura, heavenly eye. Truly splendid. Zhong Qing marveled. At this moment, the selection of disciples was drawing to a close. Aside from a few chosen by the peak masters to become their direct disciples, others were free to join any peak as ordinary disciples. In an instant, the crowd surged with excitement. Soon, each peak welcomed a plethora of fresh blood, bustling with activity. However, the Mufu peak remained desolate, perpetually devoid of new recruits. Did so many truly wish to join my Xinjiang peak? On the high platform, Duan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Qing, and remarked meaningfully, "Our Xinjiang peak is already overwhelmed with disciples. Perhaps you should send some to Mufu peak?" Upon hearing this, the applicants expressed their reluctance. Duan Peak Master, please allow us to join Xinjiang Peak. Do not send us to Mufu Peak, or we shall be ruined. Indeed, Mufu Peak is so lacking in cultivation that even the Peak Master does not practice. What good could come from our joining? Not even a dog would enter Mufu Peak. As long as we are spared from that fate, we would gladly serve as menial disciples in any other peak. Voices of anxiety echoed throughout the assembly. Such is the cruel reality of the cultivation world. Without strength, one bears the original sin, and no one shall respect you. Since you are all unwilling to join Mufu Peak, then Xinjiang Peak shall make an exception and approve your applications. Duan Feng laughed heartily, directing a frosty gaze at Zhong Qing. A mere waste dares to challenge me publicly. This peak master possesses countless methods to humble you, to ensure your humiliation. Zhong Qing was well aware that Duan Feng was attempting to provoke him. In times past, he would have had to endure. But now, with the cultivation of the Xingxian realm, why should he continue to tolerate it? Barking like a dog all day long. As Zhong Qing's words fell, Duan Feng's expression visibly darkened. You seek death. He spat coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. In the next moment, he unleashed the peak power of his Chunxian realm, charging directly at Zhong Qing, raising his hand to strike. The crowd erupted with agitation. They were astonished that a waste like Zhong Qing would dare speak so boldly to Duan Feng, and equally surprised that Duan Feng would take action against Zhong Qing, given the latter's somewhat unique status. Just as the thought crossed their minds, Duan Feng's palm descended upon Zhong Qing's head in a heartbeat. At that moment, the sect leader, Xianyuan Hong, attempted to intervene, shouting for Duan Feng to halt, hoping to thwart the impending attack. Yet Duan Feng disregarded Xianyuan Hong's plea, a cold smile on his face as he continued his assault on Zhong Qing. The 7 peaks of Xinjiang did not come about without reason. Each peak has its unique significance and is equipped with profound formations that, if one were to establish a cave dwelling at the formation's core, could yield extraordinary results in cultivation. However, there are only so many formation cores on a mountain peak, which is why Duan Feng had long harbored the intention of absorbing Mufu Peak into Xinjiang Peak, providing his disciples with a venue for cultivation. In doing so, the overall strength of Xinjiang Peak would dramatically increase, possibly surpassing even the main peak. Zhong Qing's presence had thwarted his ambitions, leading him to contemplate eliminating Zhong Qing. Yet, given Zhong Qing's status, he required a justification for his actions. Now, that justification had presented itself. A waste dares to speak so arrogantly to the master of Shunjian Peak. That is reason enough. Even should the sect leader inquire later, he would have no fear. Coupled with the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Dao Rin in the past, Zhong Qing must perish today, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. Duanfeng's palm finally approached Zhong Qing. Some lamented, while others expressed regret. Yet, the majority felt Zhong Qing deserved his fate. However, in the blink of an eye, an astonishing turn of events unfolded, shocking the spectators. In a moment of dire urgency, Zhong Qing raised his own hand, delivering a punch toward Duanfeng. In an instant, fist met palm, producing a tremendous explosion accompanied by a melodious sonic boom, the powerful residual energy radiating outward in all directions. In the wake of the collision, Duanfeng, who had initiated the attack, was sent flying, his legs carving a long trench in the ground before he regained his footing. Conversely, Zhong Qing stood poised, his robe billowing lightly, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility. This scene rendered the entire arena silent. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. From disciples to stewards, up to the peak masters and sect leader, all eyes widened in disbelief at this incredible spectacle. Was he not a waste? How could he? Chapter 5. With you bunch of wastes, you think you can join my Mufu peak? You are not worthy. At the forefront, a peak master stammered, voicing the collective confusion that permeated the atmosphere. The others exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts filled with doubt, instinctively turning their gazes towards sect leader Xianyuan Hong. Xianyuan Hong wore a similarly perplexed expression, as if to say, "You ask me. Who should I ask?" Of course, the most incredulous of all was Duanfeng himself. As the party directly involved, he was acutely aware of the power behind Zhong Qing's punch. Such strength was beyond the realm of his cultivation. What on earth was happening? How could this insignificant being possess strength surpassing his own? At that moment, Zhong Qing's gaze locked onto him. "Do you wish to kill me?" Duanfeng's expression darkened as he glared at Zhong Qing, rendered speechless. In the next instant, Zhong Qing moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Duanfeng, delivering a punch without hesitation. Faced with Zhong Qing's assault, Duanfeng felt his scalp tingle, instinctively activating all defenses. Yet this punch effortlessly shattered his defenses, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into the structures behind him, leveling them to the ground. But Zhong Qing was not finished. He approached Duanfeng with a mocking expression. Help me, sect leader, save me." In the ruins, Duanfeng's body twisted, his voice weak and pleading. At that moment, he was genuinely frightened. He never imagined that this waste would harbor such depth. Had he known of Zhong Qing's capabilities, he would never have dared to provoke him so. His cries for help snapped the onlookers from their stupor, drawing sharp intakes of breath. No one had anticipated such a reversal today. The once incompetent peak master of Mufu Peak was now begging for mercy from the master of the first Xinjian Peak. At that moment, the peak masters and elders also regained their composure. After all, Duanfeng was the master of Xinjian Peak. Should he truly be killed, it would not be a trivial matter. As several rushed forward to assist, they suddenly found Zhong Qing, turning his icy gaze upon them. "I dare anyone to move." This chilling declaration halted the would-be rescuers in their tracks, rendering them hesitant to advance. Meanwhile, sect leader Xianyuan Hong squinted at Zhong Qing, for at this moment, he too could not fathom the depths of this former waste. For Zhong Qing, although he embodies a tranquil disposition and had never practiced cultivation in the past, it does not imply that he is a pushover. When others seek his life, there is no reason for him to show mercy. He gazed down upon Duanfeng, warning him that in the next life, he should not oppose him again. Duanfeng's face was marked with unwillingness, pain, hatred, and a plea for mercy, but most of all regret. However, all these emotions dissipated into nothingness under the force of Zhong Qing's fist. As Duanfeng perished, a profound silence enveloped the scene, sending chills down the spine. No one anticipated that the so-called waste, the leader of Mufu Feng, would unleash such formidable power. Even more surprising was the hasty demise of the once arrogant leader of Shunjian Feng, Duanfeng. Observant individuals could discern that Zhong Qing, if he wished, could have ended Duanfeng's life with a single blow. The fact that it took 3 strikes was perhaps an experiment to gauge the extent of Duanfeng's endurance against his might. Or maybe it was a mockery of the latter. This suggested that Zhong Qing's true prowess might far exceed what was superficially apparent. Unexpectedly, the so-called waste master was not as lacking as he seemed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, Zhong Qing's disciple, engaged in conversation with the sword elder within the ring. "So, my master is quite formidable?" Lin Feng couldn't help but inquire. "Formidable might be an exaggeration. It simply caught me off guard," the sword elder replied nonchalantly. Judging by his cultivation, He is likely merely at the Xianxian realm. In the past, I could have easily dispatched a multitude with a single strike. Thus, for you, he may not offer significant assistance. In the aftermath of Zhong Qing's shocking defeat of Duan Feng, the disciples who had joined Xinjian Feng suddenly surged towards him, pleading, "Leader Zhong, I wish to join Mu Fu Feng. Please allow me." "Yes, let me join Mu Fu Feng." As the voices of the initial few echoed, more and more individuals joined the chorus, recognizing the benefits therein. The prowess demonstrated by Zhong Qing was one factor, but crucially, Mu Fu Feng had no one. To join Mu Fu Feng first would mean access to all its resources. Everyone desired to be the first to seize such an opportunity. I too wish to join Mu Fu Feng. It is the #1 peak of Xinjiang sect. I am eager to join. Step aside. I was the first to express my desire to join Mu Fu Feng. In an instant, a throng of eager individuals surrounded Zhong Qing, their excitement palpable as they awaited his response. Zhong Qing regarded this fervent assembly of disciples, recalling their earlier dismissive remarks about Mu Fu Feng. He could not help but sneer. With your level of incompetence, you are not qualified to join Mu Fu Feng. Upon hearing these words, the agitated crowd flushed with embarrassment. Without a second glance, Zhong Qing walked directly to Xianyuan Hong's side. "Sect Master, I have gathered the disciples. I shall return to Mu Fu Feng now," Zhong Qing said. Cupping his hands in respect, Xianyuan Hong looked at Zhong Qing, filled with myriad questions and doubts he wished to voice, but ultimately refrained, responding instead with a gentle smile. "Very well." Zhong Qing nodded, taking Lin Feng with him as they made their way to Mu Fu Feng. Observing Lin Feng depart with Zhong Qing, the multitude of disciples felt regret for their earlier choices, envious of him. A disciple with a white talent could have such a powerful master as Zhong Qing. Moreover, with Mu Fu Feng lacking disciples, it equated to Lin Feng having access to the peak's finest resources. Had they chosen to join Mu Fu Feng from the outset, they too might have enjoyed such benefits. However, in this world, there is no remedy for regret. Shortly thereafter, Zhong Qing returned to Mu Fu Feng with Lin Feng. Unlike the bustling main peak, Mu Fu Feng appeared desolate, seemingly devoid of any merit apart from its scenic views. Upon returning, Zhong Qing immediately employed the heavenly eye on Lin Feng. The system had indicated that to activate the waste binding, a disciple must be an absolute waste. However, Lin Feng's assessment revealed a white talent, which did not strictly classify him as a waste. Hence, Zhong Qing sought to clarify this perplexity. Lin Feng, age, 16. Cultivation, none. Talent, none. Fortuity, wearing a ring that conceals the remnant soul of a Tianxian realm power. Note, the reason for the white talent assessment is due to interference from the remnant soul within the ring. In an instant, all of Lin Feng's information flooded Zhong Qing's mind, igniting his curiosity. So, there is a grandfather spirit in the ring. How intriguing. Chapter 6, Imperial Level Techniques, a sack full? Possessing a grandfather spirit in the ring, it seems my disciple has the potential to be a prodigy. Find a place to settle down. Once you are settled, return to me, Zhong Qing instructed Lin Feng casually. "Yes, master," Lin Feng replied respectfully, bowing slightly before departing. After Lin Feng left, Zhong Qing procured a sack and entered the storeroom. Not long after, Lin Feng, following the Sword Elder's guidance, found an excellent cave dwelling situated at a pivotal point, making cultivation there exceptionally efficient. Overall, Mu Fu Feng was quite favorable. It offered privacy and convenience, and while the formations were rudimentary, they were better than none. Once you acquire thee and cultivate under my guidance, you will undoubtedly surpass everyone, including those with the so-called purple talent. In the room, the Sword Elder materialized as a phantom, his white hair flowing, exuding an ethereal presence as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Thank you, Sword Elder," Lin Feng expressed with delight. "Now, go meet your benefactor," the Sword Elder added. "Although he may not provide substantial help, he did facilitate your entry into Mu Fu Feng. And since you will be here for an extended period, it is prudent to cultivate a good relationship." "Understood, Sword Elder." After making simple arrangements, Lin Feng hurried to the courtyard where Zhong Qing resided. In the courtyard, thick snow lay piled high. Inside, Zhong Qing reclined in a chair, warming himself by the fire. After advancing to the Xianxian realm, the elements no longer posed any challenge to him. Yet, in such frigid conditions, he felt a certain void without the warmth of the fire. "Master," Lin Feng addressed as he stood before Zhong Qing with utmost reverence. Zhong Qing lazily opened his eyes and sat up, stating, "Now that you have become my disciple, I must extend a token of my regard. I have a collection of techniques. Choose a few that appeal to you for your cultivation." Lin Feng displayed a hesitant expression, secretly consulting the Sword Elder. After all, the Sword Elder had previously mentioned that he would personally provide Lin Feng with a set of techniques once he consumed them. Thus, Zhong Qing's offering seemed somewhat unnecessary. What is there to hesitate about? Though it may not be of great use, It is the thought that counts. At worst, you simply won't cultivate them. One must maintain appearances, the sword elder admonished. Yes, Lin Feng nodded internally, then turned to Zhong Qing, expressing, "Thank you, master. Select from the sack over there." Zhong Qing gestured toward the sack and spoke softly. A sack? Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Although Zhong Qing's bestowed techniques might not be essential for him. Considering Zhong Qing's cultivation at the Xianxian realm, the techniques should not be subpar. Thus, Lin Feng harbored certain expectations. However, the notion of them being contained within a sack left him speechless. After all, what valuable techniques could be found in a sack? Even the sword elder within could not help but roll his eyes. Enough, it matters not, for you have no need of it. Any technique will suffice. Merely holding it is sufficient, the voice of Jian Lao echoed. Lin Feng nodded, crouched down, and opened a nearby burlap sack. However, upon his action, an array of ancient, profound, and terrifying auras surged forth towards him. Simultaneously, a kaleidoscope of golden, crimson, and rosy lights dazzled his eyes. Instantly, Lin Feng was taken aback in shock. Jian Lao, who had been preparing to rest momentarily, was suddenly jolted awake and exclaimed, "What in the world? Supreme-level techniques?" Jian Lao stuttered in disbelief, his eyes wide with terror. As his voice trailed off, a sharp scream escaped his throat. "Saint level, and by the heavens, there's even saint level. No, it's emperor level." He gasped, "Oh dear mother, surely I am not dreaming." Upon hearing Jian Lao's various exclamations in his mind, Lin Feng belatedly grasped the situation. Although he was not yet able to cultivate, Jian Lao had already enlightened him on these cultivation concepts. Therefore, he understood full well what these techniques represented. It must be noted that the techniques Jian Lao previously mentioned to him were merely king level. A king level technique, when revealed, could incite a storm of bloodshed. And even the entire Xianxiang sect could not exchange for a single step of king level technique. Yet, king level techniques were mere trifles in the face of the supreme level, let alone the higher tiers of saint level and emperor level. In an instant, Lin Feng's hands trembled, his muscles tensed. He slapped his face as if to assure himself that this was not a dream. The pain on his face confirmed the reality unfolding before him. Techniques of such grandeur as supreme, saint, and emperor levels lay before him, contained within a single burlap sack. Quick, choose one, choose one. Jian Lao was utterly beside himself, wishing he could leap out and select one himself. That one, the emperor level Da Huang Wu Jing, or no. Pick another emperor level Hua Huang Jing. And that one, the Dai Ti Tiandi Jing, is also quite fitting for you. Wait, that De Zhou Huang Gu Ju is not bad either. At that moment, Jian Lao's excitement surged, following Lin Feng's gaze, his mind racing with options. Meanwhile, Lin Feng picked up one book, then set it down, only to pick up another, then another, and yet another. On the side, Zhong Qing seemed to understand Lin Feng's dilemma and could not help but smile. "Since you like them all, why not take them all?" Zhong Qing gently advised. "Really? Is that possible?" Lin Feng looked at Zhong Qing with excitement. Zhong Qing nodded. Seeing this, Lin Feng, with Jian Lao's assistance, took no offense and directly selected 5 emperor-level techniques that were most suited to his path. Overwhelmed with excitement, he exclaimed, "Aw, these are 5 emperor-level techniques." In the burlap sack, Jian Lao leaped for joy, as if these techniques were gifts bestowed upon him. Simultaneously, he could not help but solemnly remind Lin Feng, "Kid, remember, the fact that you possess 5 emperor-level techniques must remain a secret between you and your master. If word gets out, the ensuing chaos could obliterate the space you inhabit." Lin Feng nodded earnestly. Though young and inexperienced, he was not foolish. Zhong Qing, adhering to his routine, retrieved a copper kettle filled with cold water and placed it on the stove, turning to ask, "Have you chosen everything?" "Yes, master," Lin Feng respectfully replied. "Good." Zhong Qing nodded and reached into the burlap bag, grabbing a stack of techniques and tossing them into the stove. Instantly, the flames blazed vigorously. Before long, the copper kettle began to emit steam. Oh, what a waste, what a waste. Upon witnessing this scene, Jian Lao and the burlap sack nearly went mad, roaring loudly within. Chapter 7. Previously, we were too disrespectful. Quickly kneel down. Although these techniques were what Lin Feng had left behind, it did not imply they were worthless or inferior. On the contrary, each one was of seismic significance. However, to burn them so carelessly, was this not a grievous waste? Lin Feng, equally distressed, questioned, "Master, why would you burn such excellent techniques?" "I have plenty of these. Keeping them would take up too much space," Zhong Qing replied nonchalantly. Lin Feng, Jian Lao, "Listen, is this truly something a person would say?" Jian Lao thought incredulously. Yet Zhong Qing remained unfazed, continuing to add techniques into the stove. Even though he recognized the power of these techniques, when there were too many, they seemed less precious in his eyes. He could not possibly hand them out indiscriminately. as that would only invite trouble before he had fully established his own strength. Not long after, the copper kettle emitted a buzzing sound. Zhong Qing lifted the kettle and brewed himself a pot of tea. Holding the kettle, he slowly rose and walked to the side, instructing Lin Feng to follow him. Yes, Lin Feng responded respectfully, trailing Zhong Qing to another side room. Inside, an array of weapons was displayed. Choose one that feels right for you, Zhong Qing said casually. Lin Feng and Jian Lao gazed upon the assortment of weapons. At first glance, they appeared unremarkable, but as they drew closer, they discerned their true nature. Each weapon possessed a spirit and contained an energy that was both terrifying and exhilarating, making one feel a chill at merely looking at them. Jian Lao's previously steady breath quickened once more. Clearly, the weapons before them were as high level as the techniques they had just encountered. Among them were not a few supreme, saint, and emperor-level divine weapons. Quick, choose. Jian Lao urged anxiously. Today, he was like a country bumpkin venturing into the city. Every technique and every divine weapon igniting his nerves. Lin Feng, equally unable to contain his excitement, after much deliberation, finally settled on a pitch-black blade known as the Mo Dao. He cherished the Mo Dao in his hands, his heart racing with exhilaration. The gains of today were monumental. So great that even if he had traversed his original path unimpeded to the pinnacle, he would not have acquired all that he now possessed. Kid, we were too hasty before. We thought your master was a waste, only to discover he possesses extraordinary abilities. We believed he was merely average, yet now we see he is far beyond that. In my prime, I would have been but a speck of dust before him. We were too disrespectful. Kneel down and properly address him as master. Within the burlap sack, Jian Lao reminded Lin Feng with utmost seriousness. By this point, he was fully aware that he had misjudged the situation. This individual was certainly not of ordinary caliber. How could one possess such a grand influence? Casually using supreme and emperor-level techniques to brew tea? Upon hearing the command, Lin Feng knelt down without hesitation. Given that Zhong Qing had allowed him entry to Mu Fu Feng, he felt immense gratitude. Although he initially doubted Zhong Qing's ability to impart wisdom, he had always regarded Zhong Qing as his master deep down. At this moment, Lin Feng was wholly convinced of Zhong Qing's greatness. Disciple, I thank you for your generous gifts, master. Lin Feng knelt respectfully on the ground, his face a portrait of sincerity as he expressed his gratitude. Please rise. Zhong Qing waved his hand, a gentle force lifting Lin Feng to his feet. He then quietly advised Lin Feng, from now on, there is no need for you to overthink. Simply remain in Mu Fu Feng and diligently cultivate, and I assure you, you shall become a figure of prominence. Zhong Qing's words were not empty boasts. Once he unlocked the constraints of the so-called waste material, Lin Feng's cultivation would amplify 100-fold. Coupled with divine techniques and other enhancements, such velocity would be unparalleled, even for those with the most exceptional talents. Thank you, Master, Lin Feng said, his expression filled with gratitude. However, at that moment, Zhong Qing's tone shifted, his gaze falling upon Lin Feng's storage ring. And what of that ring? With those words, Lin Feng's face instantly displayed a hint of panic. In the mind of Jian Lao, it was as if a thunderclap had resounded, causing cold sweat to pour down his brow. He is pointing at me. It dawned on him that Lin Feng's master had long since discovered his existence. His little concealment techniques were utterly ineffective before Zhong Qing. At that moment, Jian Lao felt as though he might faint from fear. Recalling the dismissive words he had previously uttered about Zhong Qing, he suddenly felt his legs weaken. Senior, I was wrong. I am guilty. I spoke too rashly and should not have offended you with my words. Within the space of the storage ring, Jian Lao's spirit bowed deeply, humbly confessing to Zhong Qing. In truth, Zhong Qing was unaware of Jian Lao's theatrics. His mention of the ring was motivated by a different intention. If he were correct, this ring's spirit and his disciple were likely intertwined, sharing their fortunes and misfortunes. Thus, he contemplated taking a hands-off approach to teaching. Although he possessed numerous valuable resources and would soon enhance his own strength, he realized that he might not be able to compare with the ring's spirit in terms of guidance. The faster Lin Feng cultivated, the quicker he would reap rewards. Hence, this ring's spirit could indeed become his most formidable aid. Such a powerful aid was not something he would let slip away. This is a spirit restoration elixir. Take it. Zhong Qing retrieved a medicinal herb from his storage ring and handed it to Lin Feng, an item he had previously acquired. My heavens! Upon seeing the elixir, Jian Lao's eyes widened in astonishment, followed by tears of gratitude. He never imagined that Zhong Qing would not only overlook past grievances, but would also gift him such a precious spirit restoration elixir. Given his dire circumstances, even if Lin Feng followed the plan flawlessly, he would only have a 1 in 10 chance of revival, let alone the uncertainties of cultivation. Thus, Jian Lao believed he would likely never see the light of day again. However, with this elixir, while he could not immediately be reborn, he was infinitely closer to that possibility. His chances of revival would become absolute, merely a matter of time. What did this equate to? It was akin to Zhong Qing granting him a new life. Such a life-restoring grace compelled Jian Lao to kneel and bow deeply within the confines of the storage ring. Lin Feng, trembling, accepted the spirit restoration elixir and also knelt. For Jian Lao, he understood the profound significance of this elixir. Lin Feng had endured a tumultuous life. Born into a minor family without any cultivation talent, rejected in engagement, and subjected to humiliation. He had contemplated ending his life by jumping off a cliff. But it was Jian Lao's appearance that restored his will to live. Jian Lao was, to him, as important as a father. Master, I humbly bow to you once more. I vow to cultivate diligently and not disappoint you. Should you require anything, I am willing to risk everything, even if it means descending into hell for eternity. As Lin Feng knelt, he raised his hand and earnestly made his pledge. He understood that it was the present Zhong Qing who had bestowed upon him and Jian Lao a new existence. Chapter 8. Focused only on cultivation, all right, rise. Zhong Qing smiled gently and helped Lin Feng to his feet. Now, let us begin your cultivation. But master, Lin Feng's voice trailed off as he lowered his head. I truly possess no cultivation talent. I am not even of white talent. I apologize, master, for deceiving you. His face was filled with remorse. Zhong Qing smiled lightly. I have long known about your talents. Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Indeed, in the presence of his mysterious master, his lack of talent had been laid bare. Then why did you still accept me as your disciple? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Perhaps it was simply a matter of being pleasing to the eye, Zhong Qing chuckled, naturally refraining from divulging the true reason. He continued, as for your talent, while it may seem insurmountable to others, it is not an issue for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes brightened and his breathing quickened. You only need to do as I instruct, Zhong Qing said softly, his mind already formulating a plan. He had refrained from unleashing his disciple's hundredfold amplification from the start to find an appropriate opportunity. If there were no such opportunity, activating it immediately would diminish Lin Feng's trust in him as a master, and should Lin Feng inquire, it would be difficult to explain. Under Lin Feng's eager gaze, Zhong Qing smiled lightly and said, select a technique from the one I just gifted you to focus on, and I will teach you a powerful mantra. You need only recite the mantra while you cultivate. As he spoke, Zhong Qing leaned closer to Lin Feng, imparting the mantra in a mysterious whisper. Lin Feng listened intently. But after he finished, he found himself questioning his very existence. Master, is it really that simple? Indeed, you simply need to follow my instructions, Zhong Qing affirmed earnestly. Remember, the mantra I teach you must remain a secret. If spoken aloud, it will lose its efficacy. Now, go to the adjacent room and give it a try. Zhong Qing smiled leisurely, reclining once more in his chair. Lin Feng scratched his head. So I just recite this mantra, and I can truly cultivate? With lingering doubts, Lin Feng settled into a nearby room. Kid, I just thought about it. The Great Earth technique is most suited for you. Once mastered, you will be able to harness both earth and wood. So you should cultivate the Great Earth technique, Jian Lao suggested from within the ring. He was also eager to test whether Zhong Qing's mantra could indeed enable a first-tier waste to successfully cultivate. Of course, regarding the content of the mantra, he wisely chose not to inquire further. All right, Lin Feng replied earnestly, opening the Great Earth technique and beginning his cultivation as described within. Simultaneously, he silently recited the mantra imparted by Zhong Qing. Forget all distractions. Just open the technique and cultivate. In the courtyard, Zhong Qing opened his senses and observed Lin Feng with satisfaction. He then silently communicated with the system, activating the hundredfold amplification of the waste material constraints. As for the mantra, it was not Zhong Qing's intention to be so hasty. He had hoped to craft something more elegant, powerful, or even transcendent. At the very least, he thought it should rhyme or resemble the verses of Tang poetry. Heaven knows that after traversing through the years, I have almost forgotten the knowledge I acquired in my previous life. There is no choice but to string together a few words to cope with the situation. Fortunately, this incantation merely serves as a catalyst and does not detract from the actual effect. As Zhong Qing activated the hundredfold amplification, Lin Feng, seated on the ground in meditation, quickly began to experience results. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him, enveloping his entire being. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng, who had never before been graced by this energy, felt it fill his limbs and bones. It was akin to a parched riverbed suddenly receiving a torrent of pure spring water. Indeed, with the hundredfold amplification combined with the supreme technique, Lin Feng's cultivation speed was incomparable to what so-called geniuses could achieve. In the next moment, Lin Feng commenced his breakthrough. Body refinement stage 1, body refinement stage 2, body refinement stage 3. Before long, he effortlessly ascended to the postnatal realm. Master, I have succeeded. I truly have. Feeling the power coursing through his body, Lin Feng joyfully rushed to Zhong Qing, unable to contain his excitement, tears streaming down his face. He had long awaited this day, though he had lost count of how long it had been. The old sword spirit within the wasteland ring was equally exhilarated. Lin Feng regarded him as a father, and in turn, he viewed Lin Feng as his own child. Although he had paved a path for Lin Feng to cultivate using the Waihu, allowing him to disregard his inferior physique, the dangers of seeking were perilous, and the unconventional path he walked was fraught with life-threatening challenges. It was nothing like the ease with which he now began his cultivation, achieving breakthroughs to the postnatal realm in mere moments. One could only wonder at the incredible incantation that not only allowed him to disregard his inferior body, but also bestowed such terrifying cultivation speed. It was simply astonishing. The sword spirit could not help but marvel at the limits of his understanding being continuously refreshed by Zhong Qing. Such prowess and technique had been unheard of even at the peak of his previous life. Did I not tell you I was not deceiving you? Zhong Qing said, observing Lin Feng's joyous tears, gently ruffling his hair with a soft laugh. You must work even harder from now on. Do not let me down. Yes, master. I shall not disappoint you. Lin Feng replied with unwavering resolve. With that, he excitedly departed towards his cave dwelling. For the cave was fortified with formations that would expedite his cultivation pace. Watching Lin Feng's exuberance, Zhong Qing felt a surge of joy as well. For as Lin Feng's cultivation ascended, he could distinctly sense his own power rising at an alarming rate. The thousand-fold cultivation feedback was indeed terrifying. Time passed slowly. With Lin Feng's diligent training, Zhong Qing felt his own cultivation improving with each passing moment, and within just a few days, he had broken through a minor realm within the Xianxian realm. It would not be long before he could surpass the coveted Yuxian realm that countless individuals yearned for. On this day, Lin Feng, following the sword spirit's instructions, ventured to the mountains 100 miles beyond the Mufu Peak. With a single punch, a demon beast measuring 2 zhang fell at his feet. Phew! Lin Feng gazed at his spoils, filled with satisfaction. Just a few days prior, he had been an incapable waste, and now he could slay such a beast with a single blow. If I were to use the Mo Dao, I could easily dispatch a beast 2 levels higher. Lin Feng could not help but boast. Remember, young one, when your master is present, you may act with impunity. However, in your master's absence, it is best not to resort to the Mo Dao until your strength has grown, except in critical moments. The voice of the sword spirit echoed from within the wasteland ring. Understood, Sword Elder, Lin Feng replied humbly. Well then, having stabilized your foundation after a fierce battle, continue to circulate your technique and meditate on the incantation your master has taught you. After breaking through a few realms, seek out another demon beast for combat. The sword spirit instructed. Yes, Lin Feng acknowledged, and promptly seated himself in meditation. As he began to channel the Tu Mu Jing, he silently recited the incantation and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Moments after settling down, Lin Feng experienced another breakthrough. Postnatal stage 7. 2 hours later. Postnatal stage 8. Half a day later. Postnatal stage 9. Then, a day later, Lin Feng stepped directly into the innate realm. Observing Lin Feng's breakthroughs, the sword spirit within the wasteland ring had long become numb to the astonishing speed. Were it not for the fear of transgressing, he would genuinely wish to know the nature of that cultivation incantation that produced such terrifying effects. For relying solely on the supreme technique could never yield such a rapid cultivation speed. This undoubtedly indicated that the true reason behind Lin Feng's remarkable speed lay in that incantation. At the same time, beneath a picturesque waterfall in the mountains where Lin Feng was situated, a woman clad in white opened her eyes. Such a prodigious youth, whose cultivation progressed with such swiftness, must be brought under her wing. Chapter 9. A mere 8th grade broken weapon dares to provoke? The woman was also cultivating in these mountains. With her prowess, she could sense everything occurring within a radius of several dozen li. She had noticed Lin Feng when he dispatched the demon beast, but it was merely a fleeting glance. A boy at the postnatal realm was not worthy of significant concern. However, upon witnessing Lin Feng's rapid ascent from stage 7 to the innate realm within a day or two, she could no longer maintain her composure. What did this signify? It was a path that the white gifted could never complete in a lifetime. Even the core disciples of major sects, blessed with blue gifts, required a decade to reach such heights. And even she, a celestial prodigy endowed with purple gifts and rapid cultivation, could not achieve the innate realm in less than a year or two. Yet this youth broke through as if it were the most natural thing in the world. How could she remain calm? Having never entertained the thought of taking on a disciple, she was now entirely captivated. Without hesitation, she stepped into the void, covering 10 zhang in an instant, and soon found herself beside Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng, who had just broken through to the innate realm, Prepared to follow the sword spirit's command to find an innate level demon beast to stabilize his cultivation, he was taken aback to see a woman standing before him. The woman, clad in snow-white attire, was exceedingly beautiful. Yet Lin Feng's gaze was filled with caution, for the woman regarded him with an almost fervent intensity. "May I inquire who you are?" Lin Feng asked warily. "Little one, allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Wenjiu from Xiaoxia Valley, a sacred place in the Eastern Domain. I have come to ask you a question. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" The woman in white stood gracefully, looking down at Lin Feng. "Become a disciple?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding with a refusal. "I apologize, senior, but I already have a master." "You already have a master?" Su Wenjiu's brow furrowed involuntarily. Such a prodigious talent had a master? "May I ask from whom you have received your teachings?" Su Wenjiu persisted. "My master and I reside at the Xianxiang sect 100 miles away," Lin Feng replied directly. "Xianxiang sect?" Su Wenjiu was somewhat surprised. She had assumed Lin Feng's master would be a remarkable figure, but it was merely the Xianxiang sect? To her knowledge, this sect could only be considered a second-rate power in the Eastern Domain. A mere second-rate sect could hardly capture her attention, let alone possess such an extraordinary disciple. A disciple of this caliber should only be worthy of her from a sacred place. "Little one, the Xianxiang sect is merely a second-rate sect in the Eastern Domain. With your talent, you should seek greater opportunities rather than confine yourself to such a modest establishment." Su Wenji cast forth an olive branch, proclaiming, "Our Xiaoxia Valley is one of the sacred lands of the Eastern Domain. Should you consent, I can escort you away at this very moment." "I'm afraid I have no interest," Lin Feng bluntly replied once more, turning down her offer. Noticing the youth's unwavering demeanor, Su Wenji felt a twinge of frustration. "Are you not aware of the power that sacred lands possess?" "I am aware," Lin Feng responded, recalling the knowledge imparted to him long ago by Jian Lao. "Then why do you still refuse?" Su Wenji furrowed her brow, gazing intently at Lin Feng. Unwilling to concede, she continued, "If you agree to become my disciple, you may select from an abundance of cultivation resources, advanced techniques, and weapons of great merit." However, mere words seemed insufficient to sway Lin Feng. At that moment, she drew forth a fiery red longsword from her sleeve. With a flourish of her hand, the sword radiated a fierce energy, flames dancing in the air, and dazzling sword blossoms captivating the eye. With a single stroke, she cleaved a nearby cliff face in half. Such formidable power. She sheathed the sword, gently caressing its blade, and spoke with a soft yet confident tone. "This is Huowu, an 8th-grade divine weapon. One of the most prized creations of our esteemed master craftsman in Xiaoxia Valley. Should you agree, I can present this Huowu to you immediately." As she looked back at Lin Feng, she anticipated that he would be mesmerized by the sword's capabilities. Although an 8th-grade weapon was indeed a rare treasure, given Lin Feng's unparalleled talent, his youth and current strength limited his perspective. Yet, Lin Feng remained expressionless, not even glancing at the Huowu in her hand. "Esteemed senior, I have already stated that I possess a master. Therefore, I ask that you cease your entreaties. I cannot acquiesce to your request." Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he firmly declined her proposition. What could a mere sacred land in the Eastern Domain offer him that could rival what Zhong Qing had provided? Indeed, even if someone could present him with something more valuable than what Zhong Qing had bestowed, Lin Feng would remain resolute. His allegiance lay solely with his master, Zhong Qing. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Huangjia, Jian Lao could scarcely contain his mirth. Since when did an 8th-grade broken sword dare to engage in such frivolity? In the eyes of that individual atop Mufu Peak, an 8th-grade broken sword would scarcely qualify even as a firewood stick. To speak plainly, even a mere fragment from beneath Zhong Qing's fingernail would far surpass what this so-called sacred land could offer. As Lin Feng departed, Su Wenji, still clutching the Huowu, found herself momentarily stunned. A surge of indignation welled up within her. She had been disregarded by this young man. However, considering Lin Feng's extraordinary talent, she calmed her tumultuous heart, suppressing her anger. It seemed this little fellow had not witnessed much of the world and did not comprehend the stark contrast between a sacred land and a second-rate sect. Moreover, his words suggested a commendable respect for his master. This was indeed a positive trait. If she could not persuade him, she would seek out his master directly. To Su Wenji, a mere second-rate sect was of little concern. Even if Lin Feng was the sect leader's prized disciple, it mattered not. She would approach with reason and emotion, offering what they deemed significant benefits, believing it would not be difficult to secure this disciple. As long as Lin Feng's master was genuinely concerned for his well-being, they would understand that being her disciple would ultimately be advantageous for him. With this in mind, she momentarily set aside her anger and followed at a respectful distance behind Lin Feng. After Lin Feng's departure, he engaged in combat against several innate beasts within the forest. Following a series of battles, his recently attained cultivation became remarkably solid, and he absorbed a wealth of practical experience. Satisfied with his accomplishments, Lin Feng chose not to linger and made his way back to Mufu Peak. A distance of 100 li posed little challenge for Lin Feng at this stage. Soon enough, he returned to the realm of Mufu Peak. Meanwhile, in the sky above Mufu Peak, Su Wenji stood suspended, surveying the entire expanse of the peak. So this is the place where that little fellow's master resides? She mused. With that, she took a step into the air and found herself atop Mufu Peak. Chapter 10. A pond from which one cannot escape. Why is this mountain so devoid of life, so eerily silent? She pondered. The scenery, however, was indeed splendid. Upon landing, Su Wenji scanned her surroundings, feeling no urgency in her quest to recruit a disciple. After all, now that she had arrived, there was little chance of escape. She took a moment to observe her surroundings, hoping to glean insights about Lin Feng's master from the subtle clues in the environment. For instance, the layout and style could reveal something about the owner's character, while certain formations might indicate their level of power. This preparatory observation would facilitate smoother negotiations later. Her regard for Lin Feng was so high that she felt compelled to conduct this reconnaissance. Typically, she would not extend such courtesy to others. However, aside from the picturesque scenery, it appeared there was little of substance. After her casual inspection, Su Wenji murmured to herself, "It is highly likely that the master is merely an ordinary practitioner, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Very well, then. I shall approach him directly and be forthright. Should the encounter prove challenging, I may have to resort to more forceful methods, given the brilliance of his disciple." With this determination, she was about to extend her consciousness to locate Zhong Qing when something peculiar captured her attention. It was a small pond, measuring merely 2 zhang in both length and width. Thick snow lay piled at the pond's edge, and the water within appeared murky, an opaque black that obscured its depths. Yet, at the very center of this dark water floated a snow-white lotus flower, its 9 petals contrasting sharply against the inky backdrop, reminiscent of the moonlight on the 15th night of the lunar cycle. Su Wenji found herself irresistibly drawn to the enchanting sight of this lotus flower. In the depths of winter, the presence of a white lotus blooming at the center of the pond was a curious marvel. The lotus emitted no unusual aura, appearing to be an ordinary plant. Nevertheless, it captivated Su Wenji, compelling her to approach and pluck it. She unconsciously moved toward the pond's edge, her delicate feet enveloped in a thick layer of mysterious energy, stepping lightly upon the water's surface. As her toes grazed the water, ripples spread outward. Yet as she continued to advance towards the lotus, she sensed something amiss. The entire pond, measuring merely 2 zhang, had a distance of only 1 zhang from the shore to the center. Even a child could traverse that distance in 10 steps. Yet, after several steps, she had not approached the lotus at all. Rather, the visual distance appeared unchanged from when she had observed it from the shore. Su Wenji furrowed her brow slightly. Resolutely, she leaped into the air, aiming to glide towards the lotus. However, upon landing, she discovered that she remained as far from the lotus as before. Before she could register her astonishment, she suddenly realized she could no longer see the opposite shore of the pond. Glancing around, she found not only the far bank, but also the shore from which she had come, and the banks on either side were now obscured. Beyond the distant white lotus, there was nothing but an expanse of dark water, stretching endlessly, as if she were adrift upon a vast sea. An illusion? How intriguing. Observing this scene, a playful smile graced Su Wenji's lips. Let us see how I shall unravel this illusion. Su Wenji sat cross-legged on the surface of the water, entering a state of tranquility and calmness. When confronted with ordinary illusions, one needs only to maintain a serene mind, undisturbed and as placid as still water, to dispel them effortlessly. After a brief moment of transcending her ego, Su Wenji reopened her enchanting eyes. She had anticipated that the illusion would dissipate upon her awakening. Yet she found herself still enveloped by the vast expanse of black water, with only the resplendent white lotus flower as a point of reference, the surroundings stretching endlessly. Something was amiss. Su Wenji's expression grew more serious. Since her previous attempts had failed, she resolved to employ sheer force. Confident in her own abilities, she was the foremost of her generation in Xiaoxiao Valley's history, having already attained the realm of Yuxian a year prior. With a soft exclamation of drink, abundant vital energy swirled in her jade-like palm. She then unleashed a thunderous palm strike upon the water's surface. Boom! In an instant, the water erupted in colossal waves, rippling across dozens of miles. With the full might of her Yuxian cultivation, she could evaporate the water in even a small pond of 2 zhang in length and width, let alone 110 or 100 times larger. No illusion, no matter how formidable, could sustain itself if its foundational medium was disrupted. However, as she awaited the shattering of the illusion with unwavering confidence. She was dismayed to find that considerable time had elapsed. The tumult caused by her attack had subsided, yet the illusion remained intact, with darkness enveloping her on all sides. What? Could it truly not be broken? Su Wenjio's brows furrowed, the playful glimmer in her eyes replaced by a deepening seriousness. She directed her gaze towards the only reference point ahead, the white lotus flower. I refuse to believe this. She propelled herself into the air, unleashing the full speed of her Yuxian cultivation as she soared towards the white lotus. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Wenjio, her slender frame standing atop the water's surface, still bore a strikingly beautiful face, yet it could not conceal the fatigue and weariness etched upon her features. The calm demeanor of the past 2 days had vanished, replaced by flickers of anxiety in her eyes. Despite exerting her utmost speed towards the white lotus for 2 full days, she remained trapped within this minuscule pond, never once able to touch the elusive flower, which remained a full zhong away. What kind of illusion is this? Su Wenjio bit her lip, a sense of helplessness washing over her as she realized all her efforts had been in vain, igniting a growing sense of anxiety. She had even attempted to call for help using her communication jade slip, but it had fallen into silence, as if cast into the depths of the sea. Just then, she sensed a disturbance beneath the water's surface. Instinctively, she shot upward. Upon ascending 1,000 zhong and glancing down at the water's surface, her eyes widened in astonishment. A colossal creature, at least 10,000 zhong long, was gliding beneath the surface. Its entire form was a deep crimson, indistinct yet reminiscent of a dragon or a serpentine creature, moving languidly through the depths. As it swam, the water parted to reveal its arched back, which appeared from above like a mountain range stretching for miles. Yet, it was not the creature's immense size that instilled terror in Su Wenjio. Rather, it was the aura radiating from this behemoth. This aura was not directed at her, merely a faint and inadvertent release, yet it sent shivers down her spine. She had no doubt that a single breath from it would send her soul fleeing. Simultaneously, a chilling realization dawned upon her. This black sea in which she found herself was not merely an illusion. It was a real space. For everyone knows that illusions possess limitations. Although the stronger the illusionist, the less pronounced these limitations may be, an illusion cannot compare to the reality of the world. What she encountered and witnessed was far beyond the capabilities of mere illusion. Her breath quickened, despair creeping across her features. If this were indeed the case, her chances of escape were slim. Yet, she could not fathom how such a being could exist within this small mountain range. Looking up, she noticed snow beginning to fall from the sky, chilling her heart further. No, I cannot perish here. I must find a way out. Gritting her teeth, she flew towards the only reference point, the white lotus. In such an environment, without a point of reference, even the most skilled cultivator would lose their sense of direction. More snow began to fall. In the courtyard, Zhong Qing, reclining in a chair with a book, lowered the volume and gazed outside at the swirling snowflakes. He had always cherished snowy days, for there is an ancient adage that speaks of snow heralding a bountiful year. Once, he had dreams of being a chivalrous hero in the snow. He recalled those days at his grandmother's countryside home, during the season when pear trees bloomed with blossoms. As a child, he had taken the white plastic layer from a bag of urea fertilizer, cutting it into a rectangle to drape over his back, and tied a bamboo strip from the back mountain with red string around his waist. Through the relentless snow, the chivalrous hero set forth, leaving no trace upon the ground. Even after crossing over, he had indulged in dreams of immortals for quite some time. However, the passion had been dulled by the lack of cultivation bestowed by the dog system. Now, even with the activation of this useless bond system, it remained difficult for him to rekindle the fervor of his youth. After all, why strive when one could gain cultivation while lying down? Therefore, taking things slowly was of little consequence. Although he was not yet invincible, with the enhancement from the useless bond, it was only a matter of time before he became unmatched. Of course, he still needed to find a second useless disciple. After all, having a second disciple would amplify the cultivation feedback 1,000-fold, with the cumulative power of 2 disciples. However, the dog system had yet to provide any hints, so Zhong Qing could only go with the flow for now. Yet, with idle time on his hands, he found himself rather bored. He rose, retrieving a self-made bamboo fishing rod from the corner, donned a white robe and hat, and stepped outside towards the small pond in the back mountain. This pond was also a reward from his quest. Zhong Qing knew that the items gifted by the system for signing in were not ordinary. Although he still had not discerned the pond's specific effects, he was aware that the system had dubbed it Ku Hai, but this did not hinder his fishing endeavors. During his solitary years on the mountain, when he lacked cultivation and could not fast, this pond had been one of his sources of sustenance. However, as he approached the pond's edge, he froze in disbelief. For within the pond, a breathtakingly beautiful woman was thrashing about, alternating between expressions of despair, pain, and moments of self-encouragement, only to resume her frantic movements. This scene struck Zhong Qing as utterly absurd. Yet, he had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. The Kuhai had been his acquisition from 4 years prior, and he had left it undisturbed since. Over those years, numerous beings had inadvertently wandered into the Kuhai, ranging from ordinary birds and beasts to those with considerable cultivation. After their accidental entry, aside from a few that had drowned, all had frantically flailed within the confines of the Kuhai, unable to escape. When he first discovered this peculiar phenomenon, Zhong Qing had been puzzled for quite some time. Driven by insatiable curiosity, he had ventured in multiple times, yet he had never experienced the same phenomenon himself. The waters of the bitter sea scarcely reached the chest, and with a swift dive and a vigorous kick, one could easily swim from one end to the other. Naturally, Zhong Qing pondered that as the sovereign of this bitter sea, it was understandable that such peculiar phenomena would not affect him. However, encountering a person, especially a woman, was indeed a first for him. Yet, he was no novice. He had long prepared a net at the shore. The purpose of this net was to promptly retrieve the carcasses of deceased creatures, thus minimizing pollution, and to catch any spirit beasts or extraordinary birds that appeared appetizing, which would enhance his meals. Those that were neither dead nor hungry would be released, as watching them thrash about while fishing could be quite bothersome. Therefore, when faced with this woman, he made no exception, aiming the net directly at her. At that moment, Su Wenjiu was genuinely on the verge of collapse. Her once proud cultivation rendered her utterly powerless within the bitter sea. Whether she frantically flew or unleashed chaos, it was all in vain. Just as she teetered on the brink of despair, she suddenly noticed a colossal net appearing in the sky above her. A tumultuous wave surged within her heart. In this boundless expanse of black sea, a net had materialized in the sky. Instinctively, she attempted to evade the net, only to realize that it enveloped the entirety of her visible world, leaving her with no chance to resist. She was ensnared. In the next instant, she felt an immense force pulling her in a singular direction. This tugging sensation made her feel as though she traversed through the void, spanning galaxies, rendering her dizzy and her mind a blank slate. Yet, amidst this mental fog, a gentle voice reached her ears. "Young lady." Su Wenjiu jolted awake, opening her eyes to find a young man in white, adorned with a straw hat, beside her. His youthful visage exuded an air of gentle elegance, and he held a bamboo fishing rod, with snow scattered upon his shoulders, gazing at her. In such circumstances, the moment Su Wenjiu laid eyes on this youth, she instinctively recoiled in fear. After retreating a couple of steps, she found herself back at the edge of the bitter sea. Turning to glance back at the vast black pond, she realized she had indeed escaped the boundless black sea. I actually made it out. Su Wenjiu was overwhelmed with a mixture of shock and joy, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. In her excitement, she redirected her gaze to the young man before her. Chapter 12. The Master of the Bitter Sea. Could it be him? At first glance, aside from his extraordinary demeanor, the youth appeared unremarkable. There was no discernible fluctuation of cultivation emanating from him. However, she was not foolish enough to regard him as an ordinary individual. The ease with which he rescued her from the dark waters was testament to his exceptional nature. The absence of any cultivation aura could only imply that his power was so profound that he could control it at will. "May I inquire if you are the one who saved me, esteemed senior?" Su Wenjiu asked cautiously, her tone respectful. Zhong Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Had he not intervened, it was likely that she would have remained trapped within the confines of that pond. "I, Su Wenjiu, am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, senior," she said, bowing in gratitude. After expressing her heartfelt thanks, she could not suppress her curiosity. "May I ask, esteemed senior, what is this pond?" she inquired anxiously, glancing at the small pond behind her. "The bitter sea," Zhong Qing replied nonchalantly. "The bitter sea?" At his words, a thunderous realization struck Su Wenjiu. She recalled hearing from the elders of her sect about an ancient treasure within the Buddhist sect known as the Bitter Sea. It was said that those trapped within its waters would never escape. "Esteemed senior, is this Bitter Sea the one from the ancient Buddhist sect?" Su Wenjiu gasped, her breath quickening. Zhong Qing, seated on a small stool, cast his bait into the pond while listening to Su Wenjiu's inquiry, suppressing an eye roll. "You ask me. Who should I ask?" However, given that the Bitter Sea was a product of the system, it was indeed possible that it was the same Bitter Sea she referred to. "If you say so, it might very well be," he replied calmly. Hearing this, Su Wenjiu gasped in disbelief. The cold sweat trickled down her back as she realized she had indeed traversed the Bitter Sea. "Ah, fish is biting." At that moment, the float in the pond began to stir, and Zhong Qing's eyes gleamed with excitement. Su Wenjiu turned to inquire, utterly astonished. This person was actually fishing in the Bitter Sea? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, She watched as Zhong Qing reeled in a 2-inch-long fish. Its body of vivid crimson, the species unknown to her. Upon seeing the fish, Su Wenjiu staggered back several steps, her face turning ashen. The instant she laid eyes on this fish, a memory flashed before her. The enormous creature she had encountered within the bitter sea. Gazing down, it resembled a dragon or a flood dragon, its entire form ablaze in red. Especially its arched back, the varying sizes and the shape of its scales were indelibly etched in her mind. In her shock, the fish's gaze met hers. Moments later, a voice echoed within her mind. "Little one, what a coincidence. I did not expect you to escape the bitter sea as well." This voice resonated in her mind like a thunderclap. The fish that had been caught truly was the colossal being she had encountered in the bitter sea. Her expression shifted to one of panic. As she glanced at Zhong Qing, her gaze became imbued with an unfathomable depth. To catch a being comparable to a divine beast with merely a bamboo rod, what extraordinary skill was this? "Little one, there is no need for surprise. He is the master of the bitter sea, aiding my escape. We are both saved by him, and he has bestowed upon us a second chance at life. You are of the human race, and perhaps you may have the opportunity to serve your benefactor well. As for me, my role is merely to add a dish of steamed or fried delicacy to his table. Cherish this opportunity. I shall soon enter the cycle of reincarnation." As the transmission concluded, the fish was placed into Zhong Qing's fishing net. Yet, Su Wenjiu's heart remained tumultuous. The master of the bitter sea, what a concept. She could hardly fathom it. Looking at Zhong Qing, her feelings shifted from reverence and gratitude to fear and submission. It was akin to an ant, aware of its insignificance, gazing up at a fully grown elephant. "By the way, I have not yet asked you, how did you end up at my Mufu Peak?" At this moment, Zhong Qing, having prepared the bait once more, turned his head to inquire of Su Wenjiu. This question left Su Wenjiu utterly bewildered. If her assumptions were correct, the Zhong Qing before her was likely the master of Lin Feng. Her intent had been to negotiate with Lin Feng's master to take him as her disciple. She had even considered that if Lin Feng's master refused, she might resort to force. But now, how could she dare to voice such thoughts? What audacity would she have to utter those words? Thus, upon reflection, falling into the bitter sea did not seem such a misfortune after all. Had she not encountered this unforeseen event, she might have rushed headlong to demand a disciple from Zhong Qing. Who could have guessed what fate awaited her then? Although she had suffered greatly in the bitter sea, at least it had ultimately preserved her life. Zhong Qing, noticing Su Wenjiu's prolonged silence, could not help but turn to look at her. Faced with the penetrating gaze of Zhong Qing, Su Wenjiu felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. She had yet to formulate a suitable response and could only muster the courage to awkwardly declare, "Senior, if I say I was merely passing by, would you believe me?" Zhong Qing tilted her head, observing her intently. "Ha, I do not believe it either." Su Wenjiu wished she could vanish into the ground, her heart racing as she faced Zhong Qing's inquisitive eyes, nearly on the verge of tears. Just then, amidst the icy expanse, a youthful figure soared towards them, landing gracefully beside them. "Disciple greets master," the newcomer, Lin Feng, announced. "Disciple, what brings you here so suddenly? Do you have something to discuss?" Zhong Qing inquired with a smile. "Master, in a month or so, I may reach the Xianxian realm," Lin Feng replied respectfully. "After attaining that level, I have certain personal matters to attend to, so I wish to request your permission to descend the mountain. If there are matters that require you to leave, then that is perfectly acceptable," Zhong Qing said gently, affectionately ruffling Lin Feng's hair. However, upon seeing Lin Feng, Su Wenjiu felt a chill run down her spine. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. She desperately tried to hide, terrified of being spotted by Lin Feng. Yet, how could such a tall figure possibly overlook her? In an instant, he recognized her. "It's you?" Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. Su Wenjiu's heart sank to the depths of despair. "Oh, you know her?" Zhong Qing asked Lin Feng, intrigued. "Reporting to master, I sought to solidify my cultivation and gain practical experience, so I ventured into the mountains 100 miles away. Where I encountered her," Lin Feng explained respectfully. "She remarked on my rapid progress and suggested I leave master to become her disciple." Chapter 13, Divine Phoenix Bloodline? "I'm afraid that still does not meet my criteria for disciples." "Nonsense." Before Lin Feng could finish, Su Wenjiu interjected loudly, forcefully interrupting him. "I clearly said that your progress is remarkable and inquired about your master, wishing to learn from him, rather than becoming your disciple." In her moment of urgency, Su Wenjiu's face flushed with embarrassment. Her words left Lin Feng utterly bewildered. The young boy scratched the back of his head, blinking in confusion. "Did you truly say that? But I remember you said otherwise," Lin Feng remarked, his expression one of disbelief. "You even claimed to hail from the Eastern Domain's sacred ground, suggesting that joining the sacred ground would be better for me than staying at Mufu Peak." "You misheard," Su Wenjiu quickly clarified. While I did mention my origins from the sacred ground, I only meant to express that I had never seen a disciple like you, who progresses so swiftly. Hence my desire to join Mufu Peak. Then what about the 8-rank sword you promised me? Lin Feng pressed further. That was a request for your assistance in making an introduction. The 8-rank sword was merely a token of gratitude. In her desperation not to offend Zhong Qing, Su Wenjiu was weaving an elaborate web of lies, her instincts for survival kicking into overdrive. Fearing Zhong Qing might not believe her, she immediately bowed respectfully. Addressing Zhong Qing with sincerity, "Senior, it is indeed as I said. Upon witnessing this young brother's extraordinary progress, I realized he must have an exceptional master. Thus, in a moment of impulsiveness, I followed him to Mufu Peak, hoping to seek your guidance. Alas, I did not anticipate stumbling into such a predicament before even meeting you." She then knelt earnestly, pleading for forgiveness. "Bah, I have never encountered such shamelessness." Hearing her words, the sword elder in the void could not help but scoff. "Humph, I said she wasn't speaking the truth. Elder Sword, you heard her too. How can she be so brazen?" Lin Feng's face displayed anger. Just as he was about to expose this shameless woman, Zhong Qing raised her hand to interrupt him. He was not foolish. He could see through the truth of the matter without further elaboration. However, he was not particularly upset. Since the 100-fold amplification had activated, Lin Feng's astonishing speed of cultivation would naturally incite envy in anyone who witnessed it, and it was only natural for them to desire discipleship. Moreover, this woman must have faced considerable hardships upon arriving at Mufu Peak, thus eliciting some sympathy from him. Despite her blatant dishonesty, her demeanor was still somewhat sincere. "Young lady, you may leave now. Do not return to Mufu Peak." Zhong Qing waved her hand dismissively. Su Wenjiu felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks. She could tell from Zhong Qing's demeanor that the elder was aware of her deceit. With a reddened face, she promptly offered her apologies. "I apologize, Senior. I was indeed lying just now. It was wrong of me to act so presumptuously and offend you. Given the extraordinary talent of your disciple, I certainly have no right to take him as my own. Yet, Senior, what I expressed afterwards truly came from the heart. I sincerely wish to learn from you, and I hope you will consider it." Su Wenjiu spoke with utmost reverence. Now that she stood before Zhong Qing, she genuinely felt the desire to become a disciple. Zhong Qing was the first person she had ever encountered who seemed unfathomable, especially after witnessing the depths of hardship and the formidable techniques employed to rise from it. Therefore, becoming a disciple of Zhong Qing would undoubtedly be a wise choice. Su Wenjiu's words left Zhong Qing somewhat taken aback. While she did not harbor any particular fondness for this woman, at least she no longer felt aversion towards her. However, regarding the matter of accepting her as a disciple, Zhong Qing could not help but scrutinize Su Wenjiu more closely before finally shaking her head. "Young lady, you do not meet my criteria for discipleship. It is best that you leave." Just moments ago, Zhong Qing had used her celestial sight to examine Su Wenjiu, and while her talent was undeniably remarkable, it could not be activated. For him, it would be of no use. Moreover, he was not inclined to teach, making the prospect of taking her as a disciple entirely unnecessary. Not meeting the criteria? Su Wenjiu felt crushed by these words. It was well known that her innate talent had set records in the history of Xiaoxiao Valley. In the past, numerous esteemed elders from various sects had fought fiercely to take her as a disciple, unveiling their most treasured possessions, yet none emerged victorious. As they could not agree on a single candidate, ultimately, they decided to jointly mentor her to quell the disputes. Thus, as the saintess of Xiaoxiao Valley, she had yet to have a true master. She had not disappointed them, having reached the Yuxian realm at merely 20-something years of age. It was no exaggeration to say she embodied the future of Xiaoxiao Valley. Yet today, in Zhong Qing's presence, she found herself unworthy even to be considered as a disciple. The more she faced this reality, the more unwilling she was to give up. She understood that this encounter with Zhong Qing at Mufu Peak could either spell disaster or present an opportunity. She resolved to reveal her greatest secret. This secret was known only to a select few within Xiaoxiao Valley. If disclosed before her strength had been sufficiently developed, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for both Xiaoxiao Valley and herself. She believed that once she revealed this secret, Zhong Qing would reconsider and accept her as a disciple. "Senior, there is actually a hidden secret within me, beyond my innate talent." Su Wenjiu took a deep breath, preparing to muster the courage to unveil this secret. However, before she could utter a word, Zhong Qing stepped in first. "I know, you possess a trace of the ancient divine phoenix bloodline within you," Zhong Qing stated calmly. When she had examined Su Wenjiu with her celestial sight, she had discerned it. Under the gaze of that celestial sight, one's strength, talent, and any hidden attributes were laid bare, with no secrets remaining. Su Wenjiu stared wide-eyed. Her crimson lips parted in astonishment as she gazed at Zhong Qing before her. The proud lineage of the divine phoenix, which she believed she had concealed so well that no one could discern it, had surprisingly been known to him all along. How could he speak of it so casually? My apologies, but even with the divine phoenix bloodline, you still do not meet the conditions to become my disciple. Please take your leave. As Zhong Qing tucked away the fish he had just caught, he recalled the purpose of satisfying his hunger had been achieved, and he began to gather his belongings, preparing to return. Disciple, see our guest out. Yes. Watching Zhong Qing depart, Su Wenjio's expression darkened. The words echoed in her mind. Even with the divine phoenix bloodline, you still do not meet the conditions to become my disciple. This statement had utterly crushed the last remnants of her pride. Chapter 14, The Second Disciple. Su Wenjio left Mofu Peak and hurried back to Chao Valley. Soaring through the skies, she beheld the ever-shrinking figure of Xianxia's sect, her heart turbulent with emotions. Who would have imagined that such a formidable power lay hidden within this seemingly insignificant sect? Having grown up under various accolades, she had harbored a sense of superiority. Yet, this experience had unveiled to her the reality that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Her modest glories paled in comparison to the true might of the strong. Setting aside Zhong Qing for a moment, even Zhong Qing's disciple Lin Feng exhibited a cultivation speed she could never hope to match. Upon returning, she resolved to inform the sect that the people of Xianxia's sect must not be offended. As the sun rose and set, the land began to awaken from its slumber in less than half a month, the temperature becoming more agreeable. Sunlight bathed the earth, and soon flowers and grasses began to break through the soil, heralding the season of renewal. Clad in a white robe, Zhong Qing reclined in a chair, attuning himself to his cultivation. Host, Zhong Qing. Cultivation, Moon Xian Realm. Disciple, Lin Feng. Innate peak cultivation, 100-fold amplification activated. Activated bond, waste material bond 12. Acquired physique, none. Acquired special skills, aura of the 6th, celestial eye. Since accepting Lin Feng and activating the 100-fold amplification, Zhong Qing had swiftly ascended from the previous Star Xian realm to the current Moon Xian realm within a mere month, thanks to Lin Feng's cultivation feedback. Such speed, if revealed, would undoubtedly incite envy among countless individuals. Take Su Wenjio for instance. Although she too had reached the Moon Xian realm, it was through a painstaking foundation laid from her unsteady steps and the vigorous nurturing of Chao Valley. In contrast, Zhong Qing's ascent had been remarkably effortless. Lin Feng's cultivation had now reached the innate peak, only a step away from entering the Chun Xian realm, where he would join the ranks of true masters. Despite the rapid advancement, Zhong Qing felt an urgency to find a second wasteful disciple. He murmured to himself, knowing that the feedback from waste material bond 12 and 22 represented a disparity of 1,000-fold and 10,000-fold for him as a master. However, he had recently studied the system's criteria for this wasteful disciple, which were exceedingly stringent. It required someone incapable of even absorbing spiritual energy into their body. In a world devoted to cultivation, finding such an individual was, in some respects, more challenging than discovering someone with purple talent. Even ordinary mortals, when pretending to sit cross-legged and draw in the world's spiritual energy, would invariably absorb some, enhancing their physical well-being. Otherwise, Zhong Qing would have long since sought out a random individual on the streets of the secular world to fill the role. Perhaps the system had heard his yearning, for a long-awaited voice finally emerged. Ding, potential disciple identified. Please proceed to recruit. Oh, Zhong Qing's eyes brightened as he sat upright. Please proceed immediately to Tianyue City, where the suitable candidate awaits. With that, Zhong Qing hastily gathered his belongings and set forth for Tianyue City, eager for the prospect of a 10,000-fold amplification from his disciple. With his Moon Xian realm cultivation, he could traverse thousands of miles in a day. Tianyue City was a mere 800 miles from Xianxia's sect, and soon enough, he arrived at the bustling city, alive with activity. Despite being a mortal city, it served as a hub for several nearby sects to procure essentials, including Xianxia's sect, thus teeming with cultivators. Following the system's guidance, Zhong Qing made his way to Tianyue Square at the heart of the city. Upon arrival, he discovered it already crowded, filled to the brim. At the center sat several elders, flanked by a throng of disciples clad in uniform attire. Before them lay several talent assessment stones, with many queuing to ascertain their talents. The scene resembled Zhong Qing's previous experience when recruiting disciples at Xianxia's sect. Through the murmurs of the crowd, he grasped the situation. The Feidao sect was seeking to replenish its outer disciples, holding an open recruitment at Tianyue Square. As a first-rate sect in the eastern region, even Xianxia's sect could not compare. Such an opportunity was rare for many ordinary individuals. However, the event was nearing its conclusion. Congratulations to those who have tested above the white talent level. You may board our Feidao sect vessel and officially become outer disciples. A booming voice resonated from an elder of the Feidao sect. Upon hearing this, those who had tested above the white talent level displayed expressions of delight, while the majority wore despondent faces. Zhong Qing, uninterested in the proceedings, searched the throng for his precious disciple. Just then, amidst the dejected crowd, a dirty little boy approached the stage, bowing to the elder of Feidao sect. What does a rejected candidate want here? A disciple of Feidao sect moved to shoo him away. Noticing this, the boy hastily produced a token from his ragged pocket. Elder, I possess a Feidao token. May I join the Feidao sect? The mention of the Feidao token caught the elder's attention. Indeed, the Feidao sect recognized such tokens, which allowed the bearer to become a disciple unconditionally. After the boy presented the token, the elder examined its authenticity and, upon confirming its validity, looked down at the boy and inquired, "Where did you acquire this Feidao token?" Reporting to the elder, 5 years ago, an elder of the Feidao sect was pursued and gravely injured. He presented this token to my parents, pleading for their help to save his life, promising that as long as one held this token, they could join the sect without conditions. However, to protect his whereabouts, my parents were ultimately killed by his enemies. And before dying, my father entrusted this token to me. The boy spoke earnestly, tears welling in his eyes as he recounted the loss of his parents. Upon hearing the boy's words, the elder quickly discerned the truth. Indeed, 5 years prior, such an incident had occurred involving their grand elder, who had been pursued, grievously injured, and subsequently rescued by a mortal family. Still, the elder's expression remained impassive, and he regarded the filthy boy with a hint of disdain. After a long pause, he crushed the Feidao token into powder and waved his hand dismissively. Consider yourself a servant disciple. Upon entering the sect, you shall mine for the sect. A servant disciple? That is acceptable. At least I shall have enough to eat. The boy's face lit up with satisfaction as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, elder. Zhong Qing had finally found his candidate for a disciple, and it was none other than this little boy. However, he had not anticipated that before he could take action, the boy had already joined the Feidao sect. Simultaneously, he could not have anticipated the tragic background of his disciple. He felt a sense of shame regarding the actions of Feidao men. Although the young boy lacked talent, the protector was undeniably a vital force within the sect. The boy's parents sacrificed their lives to save that protector. After joining Feidao men, it would not have been too much to expect that he would receive some measure of decent treatment, if not a mining position, then at least a menial role allowing him to live without worry, placing little burden on the sect. However, the fortunate aspect is that he is about to become my disciple. Chapter 15, Dominance Among Peers. Just as Zhong Qing pondered on how to approach Feidao men and take this disciple under his wing, a man descended from the sky. This man, with flowing red hair and blood-red eyes, emanated a faint black mist. Who could this be? Upon witnessing the man's arrival, the elder of Feidao men furrowed his brow. Rising from his seat with a grim look directed at the newcomer. Calm yourself, I am Shui Kuang, the man stated, his enigmatic eyes shimmering as he bowed slightly to the elder of Feidao men. Shui Kuang, disciple of the red-haired old ghost? The elder of Feidao men exclaimed in surprise. The elder, not one to be easily fooled, recognized my identity at a glance. Indeed, Shui Kuang replied with a leisurely smile. Upon confirming his identity, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of politeness. This was not without reason. The red-haired old ghost was a well-known rogue cultivator within 1,000 miles. Although his cultivation methods leaned towards the demonic path, none could deny his formidable prowess at the Yuxian realm. Even the ancestors of Feidao men might find it challenging to contend with him. I had not anticipated your sudden visit. What is your request? The elder inquired with a smile. Just a modest request, Shui Kuang replied with a chilling smile, directing his gaze towards the young boy. This child has been afflicted with a certain poison since childhood. While this poison is not fatal, its prolonged presence has intertwined with his vital energy. I am currently cultivating the techniques passed down by my master, and I require the blood and heart of someone possessing this poison as a catalyst. Although such a constitution can be cultivated over time, it would take considerable effort. Hence, I have come to request this from you, esteemed elder. The elder of Feidao men showed signs of hesitation. Elder, this boy is merely a waste. The addition or subtraction of him will have no impact on your sect. If you grant me this favor, it will be a favor that lasts, Shui Kuang implored, appealing to both emotion and reason. Yet, the elder remained indecisive. His concern was not for the boy's life, but for the reputation of Feidao men. Although Shui Kuang was a rogue cultivator, his public declaration of this request could imply collusion with demonic practitioners. However, upon further reflection, Shui Kuang's reasoning held merit. After all, the boy was merely a waste. His presence was inconsequential. More importantly, granting a favor would solidify a relationship with the red-haired old ghost, who had only this one disciple. Thus, the elder made his decision. Smiling faintly, since you, Shui Kuang, have spoken, I see no reason to refuse. No, please. The young boy, overwhelmed, cried out, trembling with anger. He could not have imagined that the turning point in his life would be so cruel. Elder, I beg you please. I am now a disciple of Fei Dao Men. My parents saved your life. The boy nearly pleaded. Hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment. After all, the boy's parents had indeed saved the elder's life. Should the elder pursue this matter, it could lead to complications. With this thought, he took out a jade tablet to connect with the grand elder of the sect. Humph. Merely a mortal, and you seek my counsel on this? The Fei Dao Ling was given to his parents, not to him. Once his parents perished, the Fei Dao Ling naturally became void. The grand elder's cold, impatient voice emanated from the jade tablet. Upon hearing this, the boy sank to the ground in despair. His parents had risked their lives hoping to pass down the Fei Dao Ling to him, to help him escape the hardships of ordinary life and rise above. Little did he know that the price of their lives would lead him to such a fate. If he had known, he would never have come today. At this moment, upon learning of the grand elder's stance, Fei Dao Men issued a resolute command, stating with a somber tone, regardless of the validity of the Fei Dao Ling. You have already become a disciple of Fei Dao Men. A disciple must heed the sect's commands, and when the sect's interests are at stake, one must willingly offer oneself for the sect. Although those present felt shame at Fei Dao Men's actions, none spoke up for the young boy. In the cultivation world, the law of the jungle prevailed. The cold and callous demeanor of Fei Dao Men shattered the boy's spirit. With red eyes, he etched the sect's actions and his resentment deeply in his heart, turning to flee the crowd. Observing the boy's attempt to escape, Xuequang smirked coldly, unperturbed. Once the boy was a distance away, Xuequang leisurely raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy toward him. As the energy approached, despair washed over the boy, his heart filled with profound unwillingness. However, at the critical moment, a figure clad in white appeared before him, shielding him from harm. With a casual wave of the hand, the incoming energy dissipated. The sudden turn of events drew every gaze to the white-clad figure. Who are you? Xuequang demanded, his expression darkening as he glared at the unexpected arrival. Yet, Zhong Qing paid him no heed. Instead, he knelt down to wipe the tears from the boy's face, softly asking, "What is your name?" The boy gazed at Zhong Qing, his heart swelling with gratitude. No one had spoken for him. Yet Zhong Qing had appeared to protect him. "My name is Su Yi. Thank you for saving my life." In his overwhelming gratitude, he knelt before Zhong Qing. "Su Yi. A lovely name," Zhong Qing remarked with a gentle smile. "Su Yi, do you wish to become my disciple?" Upon hearing Zhong Qing's offer, Su Yi's youthful face lit up with disbelief. For him, even being an errand disciple of Fei Dao Men was a dream come true. He never dared to hope that someone like Zhong Qing would take him as a disciple, especially one capable of effortlessly countering Xuequang's attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he bowed deeply, declaring, "Su Yi is willing to become your disciple, master." "Ha ha ha, splendid." Zhong Qing smiled broadly, helping Su Yi to his feet. Simultaneously, he heard the system's voice resound in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully accepted a disciple. Successfully activated Waste Material Bond 22. Waste Material Bond 22. The disciple's cultivation speed can be amplified by 100-fold, and the host will receive a 10,000-fold return on their cultivation level." As the system's voice faded, Zhong Qing distinctly felt his cultivation level skyrocketing, enhanced tenfold on the foundation he already possessed, akin to riding a rocket. However, the system's voice did not cease. "Congratulations, host, for activating Waste Material Bond 22 for the first time. You have been rewarded with the ability to dominate peers. Dominance among peers. The host can obliterate any cultivator of equal or lesser cultivation with any attack." Host, Zhong Qing. Cultivation level, Yuxian realm. Disciple, Lin Feng, innate cultivation. 100-fold amplification in progress. Disciple, Su Yi, no cultivation, 100-fold amplification pending. Activated bonds. Waste Material Bond 22, more bonds awaiting development. Acquired physique, none. Acquired special skills, sixth sense aura, heavenly eye, dominance among peers. Dominance among peers, indeed. It is rather fortunate to say that it simplifies matters considerably. Zhong Qing slowly curled his lips into a faint smile. "Have you gone deaf while I am addressing you?" At that moment, Xuequang, witnessing Zhong Qing's prolonged disregard for him, was already on the brink of madness. His own cultivation of demonic arts had propelled him to the realm of Chunxian, allowing him to overshadow the younger generation, comparable to elders of second-rate sections. Simply the title of his master enabled him to tread confidently across this vast territory. Not only did Zhong Qing obstruct his endeavors, but he also dared to ignore him in such a manner. At that moment, Xuequang had already condemned Zhong Qing to death in his mind. Chapter 16. Spare no one who has wronged you. After conversing with Su Yi, Zhong Qing finally rose and directed his gaze toward Xuequang. "Xianjiang Zong, Mofu Peak Master, Zhong Qing," he stated, holding Su Ye's hand, his expression devoid of emotion. Mufu Peak, Zhong Qing? Upon hearing Zhong Qing's words, Shui Kuang's face shifted with recognition, as did the elders of the Fei Dao sect and the onlookers. Clearly, everyone was intrigued by Zhong Qing's identity. Moments later, someone recalled who Zhong Qing was. He is the so-called useless peak master of Xianxiaozong, the one that Dao Ren picked up from outside. A voice pointed at Zhong Qing. With this reminder, many began to recollect. After all, within this eastern territory, there was some degree of mutual understanding among the various sections. Ah, so it's you, the useless one. Shui Kuang's face twisted into a cold sneer. Yet you do not appear to be the waste that the outside world claims, managing to withstand 1/10 of my strength. However, even the sect master of Xianxiaozong must treat me with respect. You, a mere peak master, who gave you the audacity to meddle? Shui Kuang bellowed, questioning him. Initially, Zhong Qing was perceived as a formidable character, and yet this was the outcome? The elders of Fei Dao sect looked on with mockery. Out of respect for the red-haired old ghost, they were inclined to offer Shui Kuang a favor, let alone Xianxiaozong. Zhong Qing squinted and calmly remarked, I suggest you return from whence you came before I change my mind. You have quite the audacity, Shui Kuang said, practically laughing in fury. Many in the crowd joined in laughter, especially the elder of Fei Dao sect, who found the audacity of the small peak master ludicrous. Does he truly believe that withstanding 1/10 of Shui Kuang's attack signifies an equal footing? In a real battle, even I might not hold my ground. Everyone present watched Zhong Qing with derision. Listen well, I offer you a chance. First, deliver my medicinal catalyst to me. Then crawl beneath my legs and sever your own arm, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, do you believe I will allow your corpse to lie here? The Xianxiaozong behind you will not dare utter a word and will come bearing gifts to apologize. Zhong Qing, however, appeared utterly unimpressed, regarding Shui Kuang as one would a mere jester. Seeing Zhong Qing's continued indifference ignited Shui Kuang's fury to its zenith. Very well, you choose to ignore my courtesy. As he spoke, Shui Kuang flipped his palm, enveloped in a thick black mist, advancing towards Zhong Qing with alarming speed. This boy is doomed. He brought this upon himself by provoking Shui Kuang. The crowd unanimously believed Zhong Qing's demise was imminent. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Zhong Qing remained unperturbed, his clothing rustling as he slowly raised a solitary finger, as if to crush an ant. The moment his finger extended, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. Shui Kuang's attack crumbled effortlessly, instantly bearing down upon his head. What? No. The sheer force of this strike shattered Shui Kuang's mental defenses, his expression shifting drastically as he began to scream, Stop! My master is the red-haired old ghost. If you kill me, he will not let you go. He will ensure that your entire lineage, including Xianxiaozong, pays the price. However, Zhong Qing remained unmoved, his finger descending upon Shui Kuang with unyielding resolve. In an instant, Shui Kuang was reduced to nothingness, leaving behind no trace, save for the echo of his final scream resonating throughout the square. In that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixated upon Zhong Qing, their hearts stirred by a tempest of shock. Is this truly the wasteful peak master of the outside world? Shui Kuang was nearly at the pinnacle of the Chun-Xian realm, nearly invincible within it, and even capable of escaping from those of the Xing-Xian realm. Yet, this very power was extinguished by Zhong Qing's single, effortless gesture, akin to crushing an ant. At that moment, those who had previously mocked and derided him fell silent, retreating in fear, unable to meet Zhong Qing's gaze. Yet, Zhong Qing had no intention of sparing them. Most were merely of the innate or acquired realm. He lacked even the interest to raise a hand. A mere glance was sufficient, and they collectively erupted into blood mist. This was the potency of overwhelming superiority. Dispatching those of the same level or below required neither time nor effort, merely a singular action, even a mere glance. The scene instilled terror among the onlookers, who hastily retreated. Who could have imagined that the derided peak master of Mufu was, in fact, such a formidable entity? Simultaneously, relief washed over them for having refrained from further insults. Disciple, today marks your first lesson, Zhong Qing said, turning to Su Yi. We do not initiate unjust actions, but we must not spare anyone who has wronged us. Su Yi, thoroughly astonished by Zhong Qing's display of power, felt an inexplicable sense of release. Tears streamed down his face as he experienced, for the first time, the sensation of having someone to rely upon. At this moment, Zhong Qing's words resonated as the ultimate truth of the world for him. Yes, master, I understand, Su Yi replied, clenching his teeth and nodding earnestly. Zhong Qing affectionately patted Su Ye's head before directing his gaze towards the elder of Fei Dao sect. Sensing Zhong Qing's scrutiny, the elder instinctively took 2 steps back. As a low-ranking elder of Fei Dao sect, his cultivation merely grazed the pinnacle of Chun-Xian, evenly matched with Xue Kuang. Zhong Qing's ability to annihilate Xue Kuang with a mere finger left no doubt in his mind that he could do the same to him. As Zhong Qing approached, the elder could not help but retreat further, his eyes wide with fear, trembling as he stammered, "I did not interfere in your matter with Xue Kuang. Though I may have spoken a few words, I am still an elder of Fei Dao sect. If you choose to act against me, it would be tantamount to declaring war on my sect. What do you intend to do? Stop right there." As he spoke, the elder, overtaken by terror, lost control of himself, collapsing to his knees before Zhong Qing. The once haughty elder's sudden display of cowardice sent shockwaves through the crowd. Zhong Qing, taken aback by such timidity, regarded him with disdain. This was a quintessential example of someone who feared the strong while bullying the weak. It was no wonder he was gripped by such fear. Zhong Qing's methods were simply too terrifying. Xue Kuang had been obliterated with a single finger, and not a single one of the others who had spoken out had been spared. If Zhong Qing truly wished to eliminate him, the elder did not believe his status would afford him any protection, especially since Xue Kuang had been slain without hesitation. Why would Zhong Qing hesitate to do the same to him, a mere elder of Fei Dao sect? Chapter 17. The Body of Heavenly Misfortune. As the elder knelt down, the other disciples of Fei Dao men became flustered, unsure of how to react, and a few of them followed suit. "Disciple, look at this. This is the Fei Dao men you wish to join." Zhong Qing couldn't help but mock. Su Yi gritted his teeth, watching this scene unfold. He could not forget how Fei Dao men disregarded the gratitude owed to his parents, who had once saved the Grand Elder, and sought to deliver him forcibly to Xue Kuang. The contrast to their current groveling before Zhong Qing was nothing short of ironic. I withdraw my intention to join Fei Dao men." A youth who had originally been accepted into the sect suddenly spoke up. "I also withdraw. I will not join such a sect." As the first voice rang out, a herd mentality quickly took hold, and those who had eagerly sought to join Fei Dao men began to retract their decisions. In truth, after learning the backstory involving Su Yi, many felt a chill when they realized the elder intended to hand him over to Xue Kuang. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to voice their concerns. "Get lost." Zhong Qing had no interest in the Fei Dao men elder and kicked him aside. The elder, as if granted a reprieve, left with his group of disciples in shame. "Disciple, I shall take you back to the peak," Zhong Qing said, holding Su Ye's hand as they soared into the sky, disappearing like a streak of light in the blink of an eye. As they watched Zhong Qing depart, the crowd took a long time to recover. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. The sect they had revered in the realm of cultivation displayed such a disgraceful demeanor. However, Zhong Qing's fame spread throughout Tianyue City, becoming a topic of discussion over tea and meals. "Master, can you train me to become a powerful expert?" Su Yi suddenly inquired midair. "Of course," Zhong Qing replied with a smile. "Then I wish to kill." "Who do you wish to kill?" "I want to kill the Grand Elder of Fei Dao men," Su Yi declared resolutely. "His life was bought at the cost of my parents' lives. He owes them a debt of life, and now I wish to reclaim it." Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Zhong Qing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, praising, "Excellent, excellent. As expected of my disciple, I assure you, it won't be long before you reclaim that life." He affectionately ruffled Su Ye's hair, his face filled with pride. After witnessing today's events, it was clear that his disciple had undergone a transformation. In the world of cultivation, one must be prepared for such realities. Soon, the two returned to Mufu Peak. Upon arrival, Zhong Qing immediately sent a message to Lin Feng, who flew in from afar and landed to see Su Yi beside Zhong Qing. "Master, is this your newly acquired junior disciple?" Lin Feng asked excitedly. "Indeed. From now on, you are responsible for him," Zhong Qing replied with a gentle smile, also introducing Lin Feng's identity to Su Yi. "Greetings, senior brother," Su Yi respectfully bowed. "Oh, junior brother. You are too polite. You can stay right next to me. My place is a treasure trove of good fortune." Lin Feng warmly welcomed his junior disciple, personally helping him settle in and familiarizing him with everything about Mufa Peak. The Tian Nan Et. Zhong Qing reclined in a chair in the courtyard, personally guiding Su Yi in his cultivation methods. Through his celestial vision, Zhong Qing discerned that Su Yi was not afflicted by the poison Xue Kuang had claimed, but rather possessed an innate constitution known as Tian Nan Et. Once activated, even a single cell in his body would exude a potent toxin. Even in its dormant state, it was beyond the capacity of a mere Xue Kuang to endure. Thus, had Xue Kuang truly attempted to use Su Yi as a medicinal catalyst, he would not only fail to break through, but would also meet his demise. Activating the Tian Nan Et required specific cultivation methods. Ultimately, Zhong Qing selected an imperial-level technique named Yuan, which not only harmonized perfectly with Su Yi's constitution, but also suppressed the manifestation of his Tian Nan Et. He then chose an imperial-level weapon, the Dark Claw, and had Lin Feng deliver it. Simultaneously, He instructed Lin Feng to impart the so-called incantation to Su Yi. Once Su Yi officially commenced his cultivation, Zhong Qing quietly activated a 100-fold amplification. With the amplification in effect, coupled with the imperial-level technique, it took mere moments before the sounds of Su Ye's breakthroughs echoed from Mufu Peak. Refining body first level, refining body second level, refining body third level. Zhong Qing also received a 10,000-fold return. However, the disparity in realms between Zhong Qing and Su Yi was vast, even though Su Yi advanced multiple levels in one breath. Zhong Qing could not break through even a single level. Nevertheless, Zhong Qing remained unperturbed. With both disciples under a 100-fold amplification and his own 10,000-fold return, elevating their realms was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, within the Huangjia, observing Su Ye's rapid ascent, Jian Lao couldn't help but reflect. Alas, it won't be long before you two surpass my peak self. By then, even if I were to revive, I would merely be trailing behind you. Such a sentiment was not simple to bear, when he recalled how challenging it had been to reach his prime. Only to find that others could easily achieve similar heights with mere meditation and mantras, it was impossible to avoid feelings of inadequacy. He couldn't help but once again marvel at the terrifying nature of Zhong Qing's mysterious incantation. What could this incantation be that was so formidable? If only he could one day become Zhong Qing's disciple and learn that incantation. At the same time, news of Zhong Qing's act of effortlessly dispatching Shui Kuang reached Xianxiaozong. When these tidings reached the ears of the elders and peak masters, they all hurried to the main peak of Xianxiang. Master, is this true? An elder could not restrain his curiosity. It seems you are all aware, Xianyuan Hong sighed. I just received confirmed news that it is indeed true. With Xianyuan Hong's affirmation, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. Initially, they had thought Zhong Qing to be a mere idler at Mufa Peak, only to discover that he had slain the seemingly invincible Duan Feng at the last meeting in Xianjiang's main peak. That alone had left them astounded. They had never anticipated that he would also crush Shui Kuang with a mere finger. It seems our junior disciple is quite remarkable. We all underestimated him, Xianyuan Hong mused. Such a prodigious talent has been overlooked by us all this time. Chapter 18. Our Mufu Peak's self-defense counterattack is entirely justifiable. Indeed. The other elders and peak masters echoed, equally astonished. Zhong Qing was still so young. His actual age could only be around 18 or 19. When Zhong Qing killed Duan Feng, they had surmised him to be at the pinnacle of the Chunxian realm. Given that Duan Feng was at the late stage of that realm, they had stretched their guesses to the limit. After all, achieving the Xingxian realm at such a young age was beyond their wildest imaginings. Such cultivation would place one among the elite. Even in the sacred grounds of the eastern region, unless the ancestors of Xianxiaozong were to rise from their graves. However, the news of him dispatching Shui Kuang, who was at the peak of the Chunxian realm, indicated that Zhong Qing had undoubtedly reached the Xingxian realm, and not just any ordinary level of it. This was far more significant than mere ancestral graves stirring up smoke. It must be noted that even Xianyuan Hong, as the sect master, was only at the mid-stage of the Xingxian realm. As for the elders and peak masters of Xianxiaozong, apart from the Grand Elder, who was also at the Xingxian realm, most were merely at the Chunxian realm. How embarrassing. Everyone present could not help but feel a sense of shame. They had always believed Zhong Qing incapable of cultivation, only to find that he surpassed them all, matching even Xianyuan Hong, the sect master. However, Zhong Qing had indeed slain Shui Kuang. Behind Shui Kuang was a formidable figure known as the Hong Mao Lao Gui, and trouble could very well ensue. At that moment, one elder spoke with a grave demeanor. In the realm of mortals, coincidences often lead to remarkable tales. Just as the elder's words fell, a wave of battle energy surged from the mountain gate. A red-haired man, wielding a long blade, ruthlessly dispatched numerous disciples guarding the entrance and advanced towards the peak of Xianjiang with an unstoppable force. Xianxiaozong, come out! With a thunderous roar, he swung his long knife, cleaving half of the mountain peak in two. Rocks tumbled down, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing countless disciples to suffer grievous injuries and fatalities. At this juncture, Xianyuan Hong and others, alerted by the commotion, rushed out. Xianyuan Hong gazed solemnly at the red-haired man, never expecting that before they could devise a strategy, the Hong Mao Lao Gui would already be upon them. Indeed, the man before them was the Hong Mao Lao Gui. Beneath his disheveled red hair lay a grotesquely decayed face, one eye rotting away while the other oozed a repugnant fluid. Hong Mao Lao Gui, what brings you to intrude upon my Xianxiaozong? Xianyuan Hong demanded, his tone dark and forbidding. Stop feigning ignorance and hand over Zhong Qing. The Hong Mao Lao Gui's murderous intent surged, his already terrifying visage now twisted with fury. What has happened between you and my Mufu Peak Master? Xianyuan Hong's pupils flickered as he sought to buy time. Secretly, he transmitted a message to the elder behind him, urgently instructing, quickly informed Zhong Qing to temporarily leave Xianjiang and evade this threat. The Hong Mao Lao Gui in the Yuxian realm is not to be trifled with. The elder nodded in silence, discreetly sending the message. Enough of your pretense. The Hong Mao Lao Gui roared in rage. That little wretch knew full well that Shui Kuang was my disciple, yet he dared to strike him down. Today, I shall turn that little wretch into a mere human stick. Oh, so that's what you're referring to. Xian Yuanhong's gaze sharpened as he retorted. As far as I know, it was Shui Kuang who attacked first, was it not? So, your disciple may act, but we of Xianjiang are not permitted to retaliate? Humph, my disciple had his reasons for striking. You, a mere peak master of Xianjiang, should either wait passively for death or kneel and beg for mercy. Who gives you the audacity to retaliate against my disciple? The Hong Mao Lao Gui radiated a tempestuous fury. My disciple, inheriting my teachings, has reached the pinnacle of the Chun Xian realm at merely 20 years of age. Given time, those so-called paragons of the sacred grounds will be beneath his feet. How can the worthless life of a peak master from Xianjiang compare? It was infuriating that such a gifted disciple of his had been slain by a mere peak master of Xianjiang. I am filled with hatred. I am filled with it. As he spoke, a dense black mist enveloped the Hong Mao Lao Gui, and in his rage, the area around him transformed into a vacuum, causing the ground beneath him to erupt with a series of sonic booms. Bah! I shall not tolerate your nonsense. Lei Ning, the bald master of the Shunhu Peak, a man known for his forthrightness, shouted back, if your disciple is truly that formidable, how could he be defeated by a mere finger of my Mu Fu Peak master? What superiority are you trying to showcase? Indeed, your disciple's life is precious, but what of the lives of us from Xianjiang? Another peak master retorted, equally unyielding. Moreover, both of you are mere demon cultivators, responsible for countless deaths. My Mu Fu Peak master's actions are merely to rid the world of a menace. Ha ha. The third elder speaks wisely. Shui Kuang deserved to die, and many would applaud his demise. I have yet to see him, but if I did, I would surely slap him dead. In an instant, the various peak masters and elders of Xianjiang voiced their opinions. While they might engage in internal rivalries over resources or disciples, when faced with an external threat, they united as one. You are courting death. The Hong Mao Lao Gui's voice emerged from beneath his red hair. Have you sent word to Zhong Qing? Xian Yuanhong transmitted to the elder behind him. Yes. The message has been sent, the elder affirmed with a nod. Excellent. Xian Yuanhong nodded and then lifted his gaze to meet the imposing figure of the Hong Mao Lao Gui. Today, I, Xian Yuanhong, proclaim that your disciple Shui Kuang struck first and was slain due to his lack of skill at the hands of my Mu Fu Peak master. My Mu Fu Peak master acted in self-defense, and thus, it is impossible for you to take anyone from my Xianjiang today. With a surge of momentum, Xian Yuanhong's voice boomed. If you wish to lay a finger on Zhong Qing, feel free to come and face us. Let us see who fears whom. As Xian Yuanhong's declaration echoed, the elders and peak masters behind him simultaneously released their auras, stepping forward in unison to consolidate their strength. Very well. If you seek death, I shall grant it. The infuriated Hong Mao Lao Gui emanated a dense black mist, unleashing his formidable energy in a fit of rage. As a powerful strike descended from the heavens. Everyone, they have come to our doorstep. Let us confront them together. Facing this strike, Xian Yuanhong, undaunted, declared, our esteemed Xianjiang will not be diminished. Even if we fall today, Zhong Qing shall surely avenge us in the future. Chapter 19. Merely Yuxian Realm? As they faced the Hong Mao Lao Gui's strike, Xian Yuanhong and the others employed their various techniques to meet the challenge. However, they were unprepared for the reality that they had overestimated their collective strength and underestimated the prowess of the Yuxian realm. As their attacks converged with the Hong Mao Lao Gui's strike, they realized the insurmountable gap in power. Although it appeared that Xian Yuanhong and the Hong Mao Lao Gui were only one realm apart, such a disparity could not be bridged by mere numbers. The strike shattered their coordinated efforts with ease. Fortunately, it had been somewhat weakened, yet even so, Xian Yuanhong and the others were still sent flying by the residual force, spitting blood as they crashed against the mountain wall, creating numerous deep craters before collapsing to the ground. Humph, a grain of rice dares to compete with the moonlight. The Hong Mao Lao Gui looked down upon them with disdain. You worthless lot from Xianjiang dare to obstruct me? You are utterly deluded. I shall give you one last opportunity. Hand over Zhong Qing. Hong Mao Lao Gui, do not harbor such delusions. Xian Yuanhong and the others struggled to their feet, coughing blood as they responded, one fights for dignity, and we will not surrender Zhong Qing. You will not find him. Very well, since you are so obstinate. I shall first eliminate you, then annihilate Xianjiang, and finally seek out Zhong Qing at my leisure. The Hong Mao Lao Gui's eyes blazed with fury. His long knife, cloaked in profound energy, was enveloped in an even thicker black mist. Everyone, let us face his strike together. Xian Yuanhong's gaze remained fixed upon the airborne Hong Mao Lao Gui as he called out. Yes. The peak masters and elders advanced, their faces etched with utmost seriousness. They could discern that the upcoming strike from the Hong Mao Lao Gui would be even more formidable than the last. Just as they prepared to unleash their spells, a figure suddenly appeared beside Xian Yuanhong. Everyone, I shall take this strike. With that proclamation, Xian Yuanhong turned his head in haste, only to find Zhong Qing, clad in white, standing beside him. You, Zhong Qing, when did you arrive? Xian Yuanhong asked in astonishment. Upon receiving the third elder's message, I rushed here immediately. Zhong Qing replied softly. You, Xian Yuanhong, filled with frustration, exclaimed, did I not instruct you to leave? This predicament is entirely of my own making. How could I possibly trouble you to clean up after me? Zhong Qing chuckled softly. This sentiment encapsulates the reason why he has not departed from Xinjiang Zone even after the activation of his innate potential. Previously, aside from Duanfeng's bullying, the other elders and peak masters had not treated him excessively harshly, particularly peak master Xian Yuanhong, who often extended his warm regards when they crossed paths. This sect, though not grand in scale and merely a second-rate force in the eastern region, still holds a special place in his heart. Today's events have profoundly resonated with Zhong Qing, solidifying his sense of belonging. But he is at the Yuxian realm, with so many of us. We may not be able to withstand him, Xian Yuanhong asked, somewhat dazed. How can you face him alone? Merely a Yuxian realm, Zhong Qing replied nonchalantly. Merely a Yuxian realm? Xian Yuanhong and the others stared at Zhong Qing in disbelief. With a faint smile, Zhong Qing stepped forward, raising his gaze to confront the formidable red-haired old ghost in the sky. I am Zhong Qing. It was I who killed your disciple, Shui Kuang. If you wish to take my life, feel free to unleash your methods. Gazing at the red-haired old ghost, Zhong Qing calmly declared, You are Zhong Qing? The old ghost's eyes fixated on him, twisted with rage upon recognizing the slayer of his disciple. His crimson eyes glared with fury, his breath heavy and labored. Well, I never expected such a little beast to dare show up. You will accompany my disciple to the grave. A tempest arose in the sky, centered around the red-haired old ghost, conjuring a colossal storm. The vortex of wind and the black mist enveloped everything, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event, reducing structures and boulders to dust. Amidst the tempest, grotesque faces and monstrous figures intermittently emerged, unleashing chilling wails that sent shivers down one's spine. How terrifying! Xian Yuanhong and the others felt their legs weaken in fear. This was the true power of the Yuxian realm. Even Xian Yuanhong himself would not survive being swept away by such a storm. They turned their gazes towards Zhong Qing, wondering how he would counter this onslaught. Suddenly, the red-haired old ghost made his move. Brandishing his long blade amidst the swirling tempest, it was enshrouded by vengeful spirits and monsters as he swung it towards Zhong Qing. As the blade descended, the storm followed suit, a deluge of chaos, flying sand and rolling stones. This strike bore the weight of the old ghost's fury. Yet, in the face of this assault, Zhong Qing merely raised his hand, extending a single finger towards the chaos infused with the old ghost's essence. In an instant, the storm dissipated, and the phantoms vanished into nothingness. What? The red-haired old ghost's eyes widened, filled with terror. The force contained within that single finger made him feel as if he were confronting the very heavens, rendering him powerless. Even his long blade began to disintegrate. No, please. As that finger pressed down completely, accompanied by the old ghost's final, disbelieving cries, he and his weapon were vaporized into oblivion. After what felt like an eternity, the tumultuous energy in the sky gradually subsided. However, Xian Yuanhong and the other elders remained in stunned silence, their mouths agape, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. What had they just witnessed? The Yuxian realm's red-haired old ghost had been obliterated by a mere finger from Zhong Qing? Not even a trace remained. In that moment, the way they looked at Zhong Qing resembled that of encountering a ghost. Why you? Xian Yuanhong stammered, pointing at Zhong Qing, utterly speechless. The other elders shared his astonishment. They had thought they had adequately underestimated Zhong Qing, given his youth, yet he had repeatedly shattered their expectations. Seeing their expressions, Zhong Qing couldn't help but touch his nose and smile sheepishly. You, young man, are you human or a monster? Xian Yuanhong finally regained some composure, his eyes wide with astonishment. You've hidden yourself quite well. To possess such strength, yet fame being a waste, you truly. This is unavoidable, sect master. Zhong Qing chuckled, unable to divulge the truth about his capabilities. In this world of cultivation, where deceit is rampant, maintaining a low profile and concealing one's true strength is rather necessary. Chapter 20. Are you certain you're hiding just a little and not a billion? Zhong Qing could only deflect the question. Yet, Xianyuan Hong, upon hearing this, turned a shade of green, elbowing Zhong Qing with annoyance. Is this what you call hiding a little? Are you sure it's just a little and not an astronomical amount? Zhong Qing once again touched his nose, unable to admit that he had only recently ascended to such heights. He quickly shifted the topic, saying, "All right, sect master, the red-haired old ghost is dead. You should promptly clean up this mess." Indeed, in the wake of the old ghost strike and Zhong Qing's intervention, the main peak of Xianxiang had suffered extensive damage. There was much debris to clear. Thus, Xianyuan Hong led the others to begin the cleanup and tend to the wounded disciples. After assisting with the injured, Zhong Qing returned to Mufu Peak. Half a day later, after the cleanup was complete, Xianyuan Hong sat in the place of honor, his spirit rejuvenated. All the elders and peak masters were present, their faces still reflecting the excitement of the recent events. The unparalleled power of the red-haired old ghost at the Yuxian realm had been vanquished by Zhong Qing's single finger. Recalling it still felt surreal. Suddenly, Xianyuan Hong couldn't contain his laughter. The others joined in, unable to suppress their joy. Why was Xianxiaaudiobooks merely a second-rate force in the eastern region? Was it not because they lacked a Yuxian realm expert? Now that they had Zhong Qing, could Xianxiaaudiobooks not ascend to first-rate status in no time? Everyone, I wish to discuss another matter, Xianyuan Hong continued. As you all know, the previous sect master obtained a one-time talisman in the secret realm. This talisman contains a royal-level cultivation technique. However, since it is a one-time use, it will self-destruct upon activation. Thus, the sect had unanimously decided that it would be bestowed upon a truly talented disciple when one arose. Now that such a genius has emerged, I have decided to grant this royal-level technique to Zhong Qing. Do any of you have objections? I support the sect master's decision. Indeed, I concur. Given that Zhong Qing could effortlessly defeat the red-haired old ghost at such a young age, bestowing the royal-level technique upon him would undoubtedly be akin to adding wings to a tiger. None could be more deserving. In an instant, everyone present expressed their agreement. There was not a single dissenting voice. Very well, Xianyuan Hong nodded with satisfaction. I shall make my way to Mufu Peak shortly to present this royal-level technique to Zhong Qing. Meanwhile, at Mufu Peak, joy permeated the atmosphere. Master, I have broken through to the Chunxian realm, Lin Feng exclaimed, his face alight with elation as he shared the good news with Zhong Qing. Despite already knowing the outcome, Zhong Qing beamed with pride for Lin Feng's achievement. For during Lin Feng's breakthrough to the Chunxian realm, Zhong Qing himself had advanced to the mid-stage of the Yuxian realm. Disciple, very well done. Continue to strive forward, Zhong Qing encouraged, affectionately ruffling Lin Feng's hair. Yes, master. Disciple expresses profound gratitude to master for the gift of rebirth. Lin Feng, overwhelmed with joy, kneels reverently upon the ground. In just over a month, he has transcended from nothingness to the realm of Chunxian, and upon reflection, it still feels like a dream. In the past, he would not have dared to even dream such a dream. Meanwhile, the sword elder within the nearly shed tears, genuinely feeling happiness for Lin Feng. Had it not been for taking Zhong Qing as his master, no one could predict what Lin Feng's fate would have been. On another front, Su Yi also brought forth good news, having directly broken through to the innate realm. Just as the master and disciples basked in the joy of their breakthroughs, a streak of light appeared from the distant horizon. Zhong Qing looked up to see Xianyuan Hong arriving after concluding the sect meeting. I pay my respects to the sect master, Zhong Qing said, rising and bowing from afar. Lin Feng, who followed closely behind, also bowed in greeting. It has been a long time since I visited Mufu Peak. Xianyuan Hong exclaimed in astonishment as he surveyed his surroundings, unable to restrain his surprise. Why is the spiritual energy of Mufu Peak so abundant? It surpasses even that of my own Xianxiang main peak. Perhaps it is due to the limited number of disciples, leading to a gradual accumulation over time. Zhong Qing chuckled. Is that so? Xianyuan Hong blinked his eyes, sensing that the spiritual energy surrounding him was indeed quite abundant. However, recalling that he had more pressing matters to attend to on this visit, he decided not to dwell on it and followed Zhong Qing into the courtyard. With the arrival of spring, the once-used stove had been returned to the storeroom, replaced by a bamboo table and chairs. Please, have a seat, Zhong Qing said with a smile. Very well, Xianyuan Hong replied, not one to be courteous, as he plopped down beside him and mysteriously began to rotate his storage ring. Clearing his throat with a cheerful demeanor, he said, Zhong Qing, I have come bearing monumental news for you. Oh, Zhong Qing was steeping tea, momentarily pausing in his actions. Clearly, he too was intrigued by Xianyuan Hong. He chuckled. Hee, can you guess what benefits await? Xianyuan Hong could not resist teasing Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing shook his head. It is as follows. Xianyuan Hong leaned closer to Zhong Qing and lowered his voice, saying, a century ago, the previous sect master, accompanied by several elders, ventured into a hidden realm. paying a steep price to retrieve an extraordinary item. This item was deemed one-time use, and thus the sect unanimously resolved to bestow this immense benefit upon a future prodigious disciple. However, finding such a genius is no simple task, and this wait extended for over 100 years. Now, our Xianxiang sect has produced you, and you are the unequivocal candidate to receive this fortuitous opportunity. Xianyuan Hong spoke with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Xianyuan Hong's words, Zhong Qing's curiosity was instantly piqued. Sect Master, may I inquire what this benefit entails? Zhong Qing inquired with curiosity. Xianyuan Hong responded with a mysterious smile, rotating the storage ring in his hand to produce a talisman exuding an ancient aura. It is this very talisman that contains the record of a royal-level cultivation technique. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating, isn't it? A royal-level cultivation technique. Such a level of cultivation technique is rarely found in the sacred grounds of our eastern region. Although your talent is indeed extraordinary, you undoubtedly still lack a corresponding transcendent technique. Now, with the acquisition of this royal-level cultivation method, it truly acts as a tremendous boon for you. How do you find this technique I bestowed upon you today? Is it not a timely aid in your moment of need? Chapter 21. This is a pair of formidable rulers. However, just as Xianyuan Hong excitedly finished his speech, he discovered that Zhong Qing was not as exhilarated as he had imagined. On the contrary, there was a hint of furrowed brows. This left Xianyuan Hong utterly bewildered. What is the matter? Are you not thrilled by this gift? Xianyuan Hong could not help but inquire. Zhong Qing instinctively touched his nose, momentarily at a loss for words. This old man had kept them in suspense for quite some time, weaving an elaborate narrative, leading them to believe it was something extraordinary. And they were filled with anticipation. Yet, it turned out to be merely a royal-level cultivation technique, leaving them feeling rather disappointed. Nevertheless, when one reflects upon it, a royal-level cultivation technique is indeed a valuable asset. However, given that they were signing in for 8 volumes today, the excitement was somewhat diminished. What on earth is going on with you, young man? Xianyuan Hong, observing Zhong Qing's lackluster enthusiasm, could not help but admonish him with a hint of irritation. This is a royal-level cultivation technique. Could it be that you do not hold it in high regard? Impudent youth. Do not let your burgeoning strength elevate your arrogance to the heavens. Indeed, your prowess is undeniable. Yet it is the combination with superior techniques that yields the most fruitful results. Very well, very well. Zhong Qing, with no alternative, accepted the talisman. However, since you insist on gifting me this set of techniques, allow me to bestow upon you a few sets in return. With that, Zhong Qing began to rotate his storage ring. You wish to gift me several sets of techniques as well? Xianyuan Hong wore an expression of utter bewilderment. He waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "There is no need for that. We are not engaged in any personal dealings. Besides, our sect's Cangjing is replete with resources." However, before he could finish his sentence, a sound reminiscent of a dry duck escaped his lips as he fixated intently on the figure of Zhong Qing. The latter had revealed 8 royal-level martial arts manuals from his storage ring, which were the very manuals Zhong Qing had obtained through his sign-in rewards, yet had not yet had the opportunity to store away in the repository. Why you? Xianyuan Hong stammered, rendered speechless at the sight of the 8 royal-level manuals. Don't you want them? Zhong Qing inquired. I do. In an almost instantaneous manner, he snatched the 8 volumes of royal-level martial arts from Zhong Qing's hands and began to verify them one by one. As he discovered that all 8 volumes were indeed authentic, his breath quickened significantly. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended why Zhong Qing displayed such a lack of enthusiasm towards the royal-level martial arts. After all, if one could effortlessly present 8 volumes, it was understandable that one would be rather indifferent. Reflecting on his earlier enigmatic demeanor, he felt utterly foolish, thinking he was offering timely assistance. 8 volumes. These are indeed 8 royal-level martial arts manuals. How on earth did you manage to acquire them, my lad? Xianyuan Hong, unable to quell the tumult of emotions within, could not help but inquire. Is it truly as simple as that? Zhong Qing replied with a calm demeanor, shrugging his shoulders. Is this even a sensible statement? Is it the language of man? Xianyuan Hong wore a perplexed expression. All right, sect master. Do not concern yourself with the origins of these 8 tomes of cultivation methods. Simply accept them. Zhong Qing hastily reassured Xianyuan Hong and urged him to take a seat once more. As for this talisman, I deeply appreciate the goodwill of the sect, but I truly have no need for it. You may take it back as well. At that moment, Xianyuan Hong found himself at a loss for words. The fact that others could present 8 tomes rendered his own royal-level technique seemingly insignificant. Noticing Xianyuan Hong's silence, Zhong Qing finally exhaled in relief and resumed brewing tea. In truth, considering their relationship, presenting a few imperial-level texts to Xianyuan Hong would not be an egregious act. However, upon further reflection, Zhong Qing deemed it wiser to refrain. After all, a person is innocent, yet possessing a gem may invite calamity. Should this information come to light, Xianxiang sect would face catastrophic consequences. Thus, offering a few royal-level techniques to the sect seemed more appropriate. Now, tell me the truth. Is your own cultivation not limited to royal-level techniques? Upon taking a seat, Xianxiaaudiobooks tucked away the 8 volumes of royal-level martial arts and could not help but inquire of Zhong Qing. While pouring tea, Zhong Qing nodded in affirmation and replied, "Indeed, my personal cultivation surpasses that of royal-level martial arts by a slight margin." A slight margin? Is it at the venerable level? DG. And Ima. Just as Xianxiaaudiobooks took a sip of tea, he abruptly spewed the liquid from his mouth, exclaiming a curse in surprise. He sprang to his feet, furiously declaring, "Is this truly just a mere high school level?" Zhong Qing, wiping the tea from his face with irritation, could not help but voice his grievances, saying, "Zhongzhu, as the leader of a sect, could you not handle matters with a bit more composure?" "I remain calm, not at all." "Can you tell me how I can remain composed?" "How can I do so?" Zhong Qing could only continue to comfort him in a gentle voice. After a considerable time, Xianxiaaudiobooks finally managed to settle down and take his seat again. "Here, drink some tea, and do not overthink." Zhong Qing chuckled softly, shaking the copper kettle. Upon discovering that there was insufficient water within, he instructed Lin Feng, who had been standing by, "Disciple, please fetch another kettle of spring water from the opposite mountain. And do remember to be swift." "Yes, master." Lin Feng respectfully accepted the copper kettle and took to the air. In just a few breaths, he had returned from the cloud-covered peak, carrying the filled kettle. "Master, here is the water you requested," Lin Feng said with reverence. Place it aside to heat," Zhong Qing softly instructed. "Yes, master," Lin Feng replied. The spring water from that mountain was rich in spiritual energy, refreshing to the throat, and when savored, it bore a sweet flavor, ideal for brewing tea. "The sect master has a busy schedule. It is rare for you to visit my humble abode. Enjoy a couple more cups of tea and take the time to relax. From a certain perspective, it is beneficial for your cultivation." Why has the sect master fallen silent? Zhong Qing chattered away, only to realize that Xianxiaaudiobooks was staring wide-eyed at Lin Feng, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Xianxiaaudiobooks pointed at Lin Feng and inquired, "Do not tell me that this disciple is the one you accepted from the Xianjiang main peak last time, the one of white quality? Indeed, is there a problem?" Zhong Qing blinked and asked, "Is there a problem, you ask?" Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed loudly. Over a month ago, he could not even cultivate his body. Yet now he can soar through the air and return from the opposite mountain peak in such a short span? Quickly tell me, what is his current cultivation level? Hearing this, Lin Feng hastily clasped his hands together and stepped forward, stating, "Reporting to the sect master, I have just broken through to the Chunxian realm." Damn it! Another curse escaped Xianxiaaudiobooks' lips. He almost could not suppress the urge to spit blood. "Not talented, you say? In just over a month. From 0 to the Chunxian realm, and you still call that not talented? You must know, among the peak masters and elders of the Xianxiang sect, after dedicating their lives to cultivation, they have barely reached the Chunxian realm. This master-disciple duo must be a pair of prodigies." Chapter 22. Heaven, bless our Xianxiang sect. How on earth did you accomplish this? After a long pause, Xianxiaaudiobooks took a deep breath and asked Zhong Qing. "Primarily, my disciple possesses exceptional talent and a diligent work ethic," Zhong Qing replied with a smile. "Diligent work ethic, my foot." Xianxiaaudiobooks nearly erupted again. What kind of diligent work ethic allows one to progress from 0 to the Chunxian realm in merely a month? As for exceptional talent, that is utter nonsense. Have they not seen the results of the talent assessment? However, Zhong Qing was clearly unwilling to elaborate further, and he did not press the matter. Nevertheless, this visit to the Mufu peak left Xianxiaaudiobooks profoundly unsettled and once again reshaped his assessment of Zhong Qing, adding an air of mystery to his character. "Sect master, why not stay for a meal?" Zhong Qing urged. No, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, rising to leave, his tone firm and resolute. "Staying here for another minute only amplifies the feeling that I have lived my life as a dog." In a flash, Xianxiaaudiobooks departed from Mufu Peak. Upon returning to the Xianjiang main peak, he once again summoned the peak masters and elders of the sect. As everyone took their seats, the Grand Elder was the first to speak. "Sect master, did you not bestow the king-level techniques upon Zhong Qing?" Following this inquiry, all eyes turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks. "I did not," he stated. "Did not." The crowd exchanged glances, unable to restrain their curiosity. Could something have gone awry? The atmosphere grew tense as they pondered whether the talismans had malfunctioned, causing the king-level techniques to become ineffective. Just as anxiety permeated the room, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly smiled mysteriously and declared, "Everyone, you are overthinking. I announce that our Xianxiang sect shall rise and reach the Holy Land." Saying this, He produced 8 volumes of king-level techniques, exclaiming, "Not only did I fail to deliver the techniques, but that young man also gifted me these 8 volumes." What? 8 volumes of king-level techniques? The room erupted in an uproar. Each person stood with eyes ablaze, gazing at the 8 volumes on the table, eager to pounce. "Sectmaster, is this true? You cannot be deceiving us." The third elder stammered. "Indeed, Sectmaster, I am too old for such shocks," the grand elder incoherently questioned. "Do you think I would jest with you?" Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his hand, pushing the 8 volumes forward. "Examine them yourselves." At that moment, the peak masters and elders surged forward like ravenous wolves, flocking to the 8 volumes of king-level techniques. Let me see. Do not snatch. I am the grand elder. I shall look first." They scrambled to discern the authenticity. Once they confirmed that all 8 volumes were genuine, several elders were overcome with joy, raising their arms and howling to the heavens. "Heaven, bless our Xianxiang sect." Indeed, with these 8 volumes of king-level techniques, how can our Xianxiang sect not prosper? The elders were teary-eyed. They had been members of the Xianxiang sect for generations, born and raised within its walls. To witness the hope of their sect's resurgence was a source of immense joy. "All right, esteemed elders and peak masters, your unwavering loyalty to our Xianxiang sect is commendable. You may prioritize the cultivation of these king-level techniques," Xianxiaaudiobooks generously proclaimed. "Thank you, sect master." They all expressed their gratitude, their excitement akin to that of children. With these king-level techniques, their future potential could at least rise by a significant realm. "You need not thank me. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards Zhong Qing." Xianxiaaudiobooks laughed heartily. "Indeed, we must express our thanks to Zhong Qing." They all nodded in agreement, though questions lingered in their minds. "But Sectmaster, how did Zhong Qing acquire these 8 volumes of king-level techniques?" "Yes, these are 8 volumes of king-level techniques. Not mere cabbages. I am also unaware," Xianxiaaudiobooks lamented. In fact, due to his broader experiences compared to many elders, his curiosity only intensified. In terms of talent, at the age of 18 or 19, his strength could surpass the Yuxian realm. In terms of audacity, he had presented 8 volumes of king-level techniques. In terms of mentorship, he had cultivated Lin Feng from 0 to the Chunxian realm in a month. Regardless of the dimension, it seemed beyond logical explanation. Meanwhile, at Mufu Peak, Lin Feng had completed various daily tasks, even neatly folding Zhong Qing's bedding, before seeking out his master. "Master, I previously requested permission to descend the mountain upon reaching the Chunxian realm, so I humbly ask for your approval," Lin Feng said respectfully. "Of course," Zhong Qing replied with a smile. He had sensed that this child harbored concern since accepting him as a disciple. Now that Lin Feng had attained his strength, it was only natural for him to wish to descend the mountain to attend to his affairs. Thus, he had no reason to refuse. "Thank you, master." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude promptly. Just as he was about to leave, Zhong Qing called out to him again. "Is there something else you wish to convey, master?" Lin Feng inquired swiftly. "Since I have no pressing matters, I shall accompany you down the mountain," Zhong Qing contemplated and added. In truth, Zhong Qing was still uneasy about Lin Feng descending the mountain alone. Although he knew Lin Feng possessed a ring with an old man, Lin Feng's own cultivation at the Chunxian realm was still insufficient for complete safety. Upon hearing that Zhong Qing would accompany him down the mountain, Lin Feng's expression transformed into one of astonished delight. "Disciple, regardless of what you intend to do upon descending the mountain, do so with confidence and boldness. Your master will always support you from behind," Zhong Qing gently remarked while patting Lin Feng's head. "Thank you, master," Lin Feng replied respectfully. In the eastern region, beyond the prominent sects, several mighty nations stood tall, including Tianlongua and Feng Tiancheng, situated thousands of miles away from Xinjiang. With Zhong Qing leading the way, Lin Feng swiftly flew into Feng Tiancheng. Inside a quaint tavern on the 2nd floor, the master and disciple sat by the window, ordering 2 portions of beef, a plate of peanuts, and 2 jugs of strong liquor. "Look, isn't that Lin Feng from the Lin family?" a patron exclaimed. "Indeed. After being rejected by the Morong family, he left home, and we thought he perished out there. Yet he has returned," another added. "Alas, he is truly a child of misfortune. However, lacking strength is an original sin," someone lamented. "But who is that remarkable companion sitting with him? What does it matter if he possesses an extraordinary demeanor? If he were truly a significant figure, why would he sit alongside Lin Feng?" Chapter 23, Sign-In Reward. Moonxian Realm Puppet. In the tavern, the patrons were abuzz with speculation. Clearly, Lin Feng had garnered a modicum of fame in Feng Tiancheng. In the face of such chatter, the Lin Feng of your might have felt flustered and embarrassed, but after following Zhong Qing, his perspective and mindset had transformed significantly. He understood that as long as he unleashed formidable strength, the idle gossip would cease. However, upon hearing disparaging remarks about his master, he felt compelled to respond. He slammed his hand on the table, ready to reprimand the offender. Yet, Zhong Qing placed a hand on his shoulder, indicating that such individuals were not worth his time. Engaging with them would only tarnish his appetite. Remember, your future opponents are the stars and the sea, not the small fish and shrimp in a little pond. Zhong Qing advised with a gentle smile. Yes, master. Lin Feng obediently settled back into his seat. The master and disciple began to drink, and after a couple of cups, Zhong Qing could not resist glancing toward the horizon. In the distance, a figure was approaching. His system permitted daily sign-ins. And although many times it had dulled Zhong Qing's excitement, it had long since become routine. The item acquired through today's sign-in was none other than the incoming figure, a puppet of the Moon Xian realm, which he deemed quite satisfactory. With this puppet, dealing with characters like the red-haired old ghost would surely become much simpler. Moments later, the figure clad in black flew directly toward the tavern. The overwhelming aura it exuded rendered every patron breathless, causing them to bow their heads in silence. How could such a master appear in Feng Tiancheng? Someone whispered. Indeed. Who is this formidable figure, and what brings them to our town? Another cautioned, speak softly, do not offend him. Unexpectedly, the mysterious figure from the sky knelt before Zhong Qing. I, your humble servant, pay my respects to you, master. This proclamation sent shockwaves throughout the tavern. Heavens! What have we just heard? A being of such terrifying prowess kneeling and addressing another as master? They recalled the earlier discussion about Lin Feng and the young man sitting with him. What kind of formidable identity did that white-clad youth possess? How could Lin Feng be associated with such a person? The patrons who had previously been gossiping wished they could hide beneath their tables, fearing Zhong Qing might overhear their earlier remarks and seek retribution. Nevertheless, Zhong Qing displayed little interest in them. Suppress your cultivation and follow behind, he instructed, eyeing the puppet, which appeared indistinguishable from a living being, even emitting an aura and fully responsive to his commands. Zhong Qing could not help but feel satisfied with the puppet. Yes, master. The man in black replied respectfully, falling silent and standing behind Zhong Qing. Master, who is this? Lin Feng inquired, astonished by the appearance of the black-clad man. An underling I have acquired, Zhong Qing replied, opting for a convenient excuse rather than revealing that the man was a product of the system's sign-in. An underling? Master, you truly are remarkable. Lin Feng marveled, astonished that such a deep and inscrutable master would refer to Zhong Qing as master. Remain calm. The sword elder in the archaic ring interjected, maintaining composure. Given your master's formidable prowess, having a servant of the Moon Xian realm should not be surprising. Moon Xian realm? Lin Feng was further astounded, never having anticipated that the black-clad figure was of such a caliber. Even now, the realm of Moon Xian was unfathomably high in his eyes. Thus, after the trio of master, disciple, and servant had their fill, they exited the tavern. Master, I must return to the Lin family for a moment. My relatives have always treated me well, and I have saved some money. So I wish to visit Wan Bao Gu to purchase gifts for them, Lin Feng stated respectfully as they left the tavern. Very well, I shall accompany you. By whatever you wish, if you are short on funds. I have more, Zhong Qing replied with a smile. Thank you, master. The group made their way toward Wan Bao Gu. As they departed, a wave of excitement swept through the tavern. Did you hear that? Lin Feng referred to that white-clad man as master. One exclaimed. Indeed, how did Lin Feng stumble upon such good fortune, finding such a powerful master? Wasn't he considered useless? Another pondered. Regardless, with this formidable ally, the Lin family is bound to rise. As the patrons buzzed with chatter, the news swiftly spread. In an adjacent luxurious private room, a well-dressed young master who had witnessed the unfolding events swallowed hard, abandoning the few women he had managed to invite, and hurriedly rushed home with his subordinates. The other guests in the nearby rooms shared the same urgency. In the southern part of Feng Tiancheng, the Lin family, a second-tier clan among the myriad families, gathered in their main hall. The family head, elders, and numerous high-ranking members sat with expressions of grave concern. Head, the Feng family in the east is bullying us, having devoured a significant portion of our commercial ventures. If we do not devise a plan soon, our Lin family's assets will be entirely consumed. The eldest elder spoke solemnly. Indeed, head, it is not just the Feng family. The Gu family in the west is also eyeing us. The mines we have been exploring outside the city have now caught their attention, and they have threatened us to relinquish our claims. Or they will soon attack the Lin family, another elder added, filled with disdain. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy with sighs. The family head, Lin Hani, furrowed his brow deeply. Truly, misfortunes come in waves. Since the incident with the Morong family, every other clan in Feng Tiancheng has been targeting the Lin family. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, a family disciple rushed in with news. Head, the head of the Feng family seeks an audience. The disciple announced. The Feng family? What do they want? Lin Hani's expression darkened. Having consumed our commercial interests, do they now wish to create trouble? Not exactly, head. It seems the Fong family's head has come to offer an apology, the disciple quickly clarified. An apology? The members of the Lin family were momentarily taken aback. However, while the members of the Lin family were at a loss, another disciple rushed in to reporting to the family head. The Gu family has arrived at the west gate of the city with 10 carts filled with gold, silver, and jewels, claiming to resolve a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the members of the Lin family were even more bewildered. Yet, the reporting disciple did not stop there. Several more disciples came to announce. The Zhao family requests an audience, stating they come to present gifts. The Guo family has sent an invitation, requesting all members of the Lin family to dine at the first pavilion of Fengtian. The Feng family seeks an audience, saying they have come to propose marriage. In an instant, the grand hall of the Lin family was bustling with activity, with announcements coming in continuously. However, the upper echelons of the Lin family were utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 24. Utterly absurd declarations. What on earth? Has the world become abnormal? Or have they misheard? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, filled with disbelief. With heavy doubts, Lin Hani and others hurried to the reception room. Indeed, the reception room was filled with prominent family heads from Fengtian City. In addition to these individuals, outside the reception room, various bags and bundles of gold and jewels formed a small mountain. As soon as Lin Hani and the family members emerged, the waiting individuals rushed forward to greet them. Ah, Brother Lin, long time no see. The head of the Fong family was the first to step forward, as if he were an old friend of decades, tightly grasping Lin Hani's hands with a broad smile, saying, Brother Lin, do you remember the scene from 80 years ago outside Fengtian City when we caught loaches together? Reflecting on it now, it truly brings back fond memories. Of course, I came today not only to reminisce, but also because I recently heard that a reckless scion of the Fong family has been coveting your family's shops, causing a bit of unpleasantness between our two families. Alas, it is entirely my fault for being in closed-door training previously. I only learned of this matter upon my release today, which led to such a grave misunderstanding. However, rest assured, I have severely reprimanded that scion and completely dismissed him from his position. I have come bearing gifts to apologize to your family. Therefore, I hope Brother Lin will not hold our Fong family accountable. As he spoke, the Fong family presented several storage rings filled with invaluable treasures. However, the head of the Fong family wasn't finished yet. The head of the Gu family swiftly stepped forward. Brother Hani, I am deeply sorry, he lamented, shaking his head and sighing. My clan members informed me of an unexploited mine outside the city, which is why I led people there to mine it. Little did I know that it belonged to your family. Upon learning this, I was filled with guilt. It was clearly someone else's property. Yet I acted without verifying the situation, leading to this grave misunderstanding between our two families. I truly am not human. I have wronged the Lin family. As he spoke, the head of the Gu family slapped himself in regret, sighing, Brother Hani, I have come today primarily to resolve the misunderstanding between us. So please do not hold it against me. Additionally, to make amends for the errors of my Gu family, I intend to offer you the 2 finest mines located outside the city as compensation. My people have already vacated the area, and you may send someone to take over at your convenience. In an instant, the reception room of the Lin family erupted as various family heads began to display their theatrical skills, striving to curry favor with the Lin family by any means necessary. Some came to propose marriage, some sought to be sworn brothers with Lin Hani, and others invited the entire Lin family to dinner. One family head, unsure how to ingratiate himself, knelt before Lin Hani, requesting him to accept him as a godson, despite being older than Lin Hani by half a year. The entire scene was filled with absurdity, yet was strikingly realistic. Throughout history, in different eras and places, this has always been the case. Serving as a true reflection of human nature, Lin Hani and the others stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Just moments ago, these individuals had been clamoring to attack the Lin family, and now they were at the door apologizing, their demeanors so lowly it was astonishing. You all. Lin Hani gazed at the crowd in confusion. Just then, a servant rushed in to report, family head, young master has returned. What? Fenger is back. Upon hearing this, Lin Hani and the others disregarded the many family heads and hurried toward the entrance. Is it Lin Feng? Quickly, let's go. The family heads followed closely behind Lin Hani. At the entrance, Lin Feng appeared with a multitude of packages, accompanied by Zhong Qing and Zhong Qing's puppet. Fenger, it is truly wonderful that you have returned safely, Lin Hani exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he embraced Lin Feng. Since the last time Lin Feng had been rejected by the Morong family, he had left Fengtian City, becoming completely untraceable. Many rumors suggested that Lin Feng had perished outside. Now, seeing Lin Feng return unharmed, Lin Hani, as a father, could not contain his joy. It is good that you are back, It is good that you are back. The other elders of the Lin family also surrounded Lin Feng, expressing concern for his well-being and checking on him. Seeing Lin Feng safe and sound, they were equally exhilarated. Father, esteemed elders, this is the gift I have brought for you. Lin Feng distributed the packages to everyone. You silly boy, as long as you are safe. That is all that matters. You even thought of us. Lin Hani and the elders laughed heartily. Although the gifts were not particularly valuable, receiving them brought immense joy. By the way, who are these two? Lin Hani then noticed Zhong Qing and the figure in black behind Lin Feng. Ah, father, esteemed elders. Allow me to introduce my master, Zhong Qing. The other gentleman, I do not yet know his name. What? Fenger has actually taken a master? Upon hearing this, Lin Hani and the others were elated. Finally, someone had accepted Lin Feng as a disciple without regard for his talent. We pay our respects to Master Feng and the gentleman beside him. Lin Hani and the others bowed in unison. There is no need to be overly formal, Zhong Qing said with a gentle smile. The one behind me is my attendant. You may call him Heibai. As he spoke, Zhong Qing communicated with the black-clad puppet behind him, saying, from now on, you shall be known as Heibai. Understood, the puppet replied, bowing its head. Now that we know it is Mr. Heibai, everyone, let us not linger here. Please, come inside. At this moment, the family head stepped aside, gazing at Zhong Qing and Heibai with reverence, whispering amongst themselves. That black-clad person is the one who revealed his moon-profound realm aura at the tavern. Observing his demeanor and speech, he is indeed the attendant of the white-clad man, and that white-clad man is Lin Feng's master. Indeed, it seems the rumors are true. The Lin family has struck it rich. Thankfully, we acted wisely and showed our respect promptly. At this time, Lin Hani remembered the numerous family heads still waiting outside. Thus, he first invited Zhong Qing to the most honored seat before saying, Master Zhong, please take a moment to rest. There are some trivial matters I must attend to, and I will return shortly. Esteemed elders, please ensure Master Zhong is well attended. Afterward, Lin Hani turned back to the family heads. Upon hearing Lin Hani's words, the family heads quickly waved their hands, saying, Family head Lin, there's no need. Please attend to the esteemed guest. We can wait here. Yes, we can wait here. Chapter 25, The Pride of the Lin Family. At this moment, the family heads' postures were as lowly as could be, each wearing a congenial smile. Lin Hani gazed at the demeanor of the group before him, his expression one of disbelief. Their attitude was exceedingly humble. Father, you need not concern yourself with them. Lin Feng interjected. Sharply perceptive, Lin Hani seemed to sense an underlying current and whispered, Feng, their sudden visit to offer apologies and their excessive flattery. Do you know what has transpired? If my conjecture is correct, it is likely due to Uncle Heibai's earlier revelation. Lin Feng replied with a smile. He then recounted the events that had unfolded in the tavern. Upon hearing this, Lin Hani and the members of the Lin family were taken aback, rising from their seats in astonishment, their voices trembling. You Xianjing. This Mr. Heibai, is you Xianjing. In unison, they turned their gazes towards Heibai, having never imagined that this unassuming attendant, who trailed behind Zhong Qing in silence, was in fact of such esteemed status. If the attendant was of Yu Xianjing, what level of cultivation must Lin Feng's master possess? The Lin family struggled to fathom this revelation. Enveloped in a wave of overwhelming joy, their seemingly talentless youth had secured a master of such remarkable prowess. This was a dream they had not dared to entertain even in their wildest fantasies. Simultaneously, Lin Hani and the others finally understood why the Gu family and Feng family had abruptly undergone such a drastic change in demeanor. With Lin Feng's association with such a formidable mentor, the Lin family naturally hoped to bask in the reflected glory, and they dared not offend him further. Senior Zhong, please forgive our previous rudeness. Lin Hani hastily led the others in bowing to Zhong Qing, his face etched with anxiety. The arrival of such a high-ranking individual felt like a beacon of light for the Lin family, yet they were also fearful of being disrespectful. Father, you needn't feel so constrained by my master's strength. He is quite affable, Lin Feng quickly reassured. Indeed, you may all feel at ease, Zhong Qing said, savoring the tea brought to him with a gentle smile. It is truly a blessing for my son to be recognized by a senior such as yourself, Lin Hani said with palpable excitement, his eyes glistening with tears. His son had endured too many hardships in life, and now, it seemed, fortune had finally turned in their favor. Soon enough, the Lin family hosted a grand banquet in honor of Zhong Qing, summoning all who held any significance within their ranks. Naturally, Zhong Qing was seated at the head of the table, and all who were worthy paid their respects to him, raising their cups in reverence under Lin Hani's guidance. It had been decades since Lin Hani had felt such exhilaration. A short while later, having indulged in a few drinks, he could not help but lean closer to Lin Feng and quietly inquire, Son, since you became a disciple, has Senior Zhong resolved your issues with your talent? Of course. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this confirmation, Lin Hani's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in disbelief. Does this mean you can now cultivate? His exclamation drew the attention of the other members of the Lin family, who turned their hopeful gazes towards him. With my master's guidance, it is not merely that I can cultivate, Lin Feng said with a proud smile, and with a flicker of his mind, he revealed his cultivation level of Chunxianjing. What? Chunxianjing? This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the gathering, eyes widening in astonishment as they stared at Lin Feng. Heaven bless the Lin family. Soon, Lin Feng was surrounded by family members, all wearing delighted smiles, showering him with praise and pride. After all, he was merely 16 years old. A 16-year-old Chunxianjing was a prodigy anywhere. To hell with the Morong family. Just because they have a remarkable daughter doesn't mean my son is any less impressive. Lin Hani exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. It is all thanks to my master's teachings. Amidst the crowd, Lin Feng scratched his head, smiling bashfully. Yet he felt an immense thrill in being someone his family could take pride in. At the head of the table, Zhong Qing enjoyed his drink while observing Lin Feng, who was basking in the admiration of the Lin family, and a smile crept onto his face. At that moment, he too felt a sense of pride for Lin Feng. In the days that followed, Zhong Qing remained at the Lin residence, not in a hurry to depart, allowing Lin Feng to spend time with his family after his long absence. During this period, many sought to visit Zhong Qing in Fengtian City, but were all turned away by Lin Hani. One day, the city lord of Fengtian City also came to pay a visit. Greetings, city lord, Lin Hani greeted politely. It is good to see you, Lin family head. Your family is truly flourishing, the city lord, Bai Chun, remarked with a smile. Please, do not jest, city lord. Lin Hani replied. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? At this point, Bai Chen's expression turned serious. After a pause, he continued, Lin family head, I have indeed come today with a request. Please, speak, Lin Hani responded earnestly. Half a year ago, a ferocious beast appeared outside Fengtian City, claiming countless lives. Despite numerous attempts by the city lord's manor to subdue it, we have suffered heavy casualties. Just yesterday, another 100 lives were lost to this beast, which is why I am here today. With that, Bai Chun rose, clasped his fists, and bowed respectfully. I understand that the esteemed Zhong is quite busy, and I do not wish to impose, but I am at my wit's end. I hope you can persuade him to assist us in eliminating this beast. Upon hearing this, Lin Hani furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances, he would have outright declined. However, this matter was indeed different, and he was aware of the beast's menace. Having lost family members to its wrath, I cannot decide on behalf of Senior Zhong. I can only inquire if he would be willing to help. I cannot guarantee his agreement, Lin Hani said after careful consideration. Bai Chen's expression brightened at this response. Thank you, Lin family head. If that esteemed senior declines, I will not press further and will seek other solutions, Bai Chen assured. With that, Lin Hani proceeded to the rear courtyard where Zhong Qing resided. Greetings, Senior Zhong. Lin Hani bowed respectfully from outside the courtyard. There is no need for such formalities, Lin family head, Zhong Qing replied with a gentle smile while tending to his birds. Is there something you wish to discuss? Indeed, I have a matter I would like to request your assistance with, Lin Hani stated directly, explaining Bai Chen's request in detail. Oh, a beast, you say? Zhong Qing pondered whether to acquiesce. Just then, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Random task issued. Eliminate the beast outside Fengtian City for a mysterious reward. Chapter 26. Among the challenges of this world, none is more arduous than that faced by ordinary people. Oh, a mysterious reward, Zhong Qing mused, curiosity piqued. This enigmatic reward stirred his interest, especially as the system had proven increasingly reliable of late. Lin family head, given the peril this beast poses, it is only natural we must act for the sake of the people. I shall make the journey tomorrow morning, Zhong Qing declared with a smile. Thank you, Senior Zhong. Lin Hani exclaimed, overjoyed. After taking his leave from Zhong Qing, he hurried to convey this splendid news to Bai Chun. Senior Zhong is willing to take action. This is truly wonderful. Bai Chen's face lit up with excitement, a sigh of relief escaping him. I shall return to make preparations and will be here bright and early to welcome Senior Zhong. After Bai Chun bid farewell to Lin Hani, he returned to the city lord's mansion to make preparations. Early the next morning, under Bai Chen's leadership, a large contingent from the city lord's mansion arrived at the Lin family estate. Meanwhile, the news of Zhong Qing's quest to vanquish the demon spread like wildfire throughout the city of Fengtian. Thus, when Bai Chun reached the entrance of the Lin family, numerous individuals from all walks of life had gathered there. The heads of various families were no exception, having heard that a formidable figure from the Lin family was set to venture out and eliminate the demon. Indeed, while the aura emitted by his attendants had been sensed by servants in taverns before, none had ever witnessed the master in action. The anticipation was palpable. for it was uncertain whether he was truly a dragon or merely a worm. They would soon find out. As Zhong Qing arrived at the Lin family gate, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The street was overflowing with onlookers, a veritable sea of humanity. Among the crowd were many ordinary folk. At that moment, an elderly woman carrying a basket stepped forward and knelt before Zhong Qing. Immortal, immortal, I implore you to rid Feng Tian of this calamity and avenge my son. The old woman wept inconsolably. Yes, immortal, please help us rid ourselves of this scourge. My daughter was also brutally slain by that beast. Please, immortal, we beseech you. Following her, more ordinary people knelt in earnest supplication, offering their heartfelt pleas. As they knelt, they extended their hands, presenting various offerings. Some wrapped in coarse cloth were shards of silver and copper coins, while others bore baskets of eggs. And some even offered handmade embroidered insoles crafted by elderly hands. The assortment of humble items was a testament to their desperation. Observing these ordinary individuals and their simple offerings, Zhong Qing, who had long since integrated into this world of cultivation, found himself momentarily lost in thought. For him, this was merely an excursion to accompany his disciple down the mountain, aiming to earn system rewards while casually dispatching a demon. Yet for these common folk, it represented their hope for revenge or the restoration of peace in their lives. Indeed, the plight of ordinary people is often the most arduous. Rest assured, I shall not fail your expectations. With a gentle motion, Zhong Qing raised a hand, enveloping the kneeling individuals in a soft, reassuring energy that lifted them to their feet. Thank you, immortal. The crowd erupted in fervent excitement, eager to present their gifts. My friends, there is no need for such offerings. Please take them back. Zhong Qing kindly declined. No, please, you must accept. They implored. If you do not accept, we shall be troubled in our hearts. Faced with their unwavering enthusiasm, Zhong Qing sighed with a hint of resignation, plucking a cooked white bun from the basket of the elderly woman who had first approached him. This bun is sufficient. He took a delicate bite, smiled heartily, and bade farewell to the ordinary citizens before making his way towards Bai Chun. I am Bai Chun, the city lord of Fengtian. Honored to meet you, esteemed senior, Bai Chun said, stepping forward with a respectful bow. There is no need for such formality, Bai Changzhu. Zhong Qing replied with a gentle smile. It is only right that I assist Fengtian in ridding itself of this demon. Bai Chun bowed his head, urging Zhong Qing to board the carriage. Upon seeing the carriage prepared for him, Zhong Qing was slightly astonished. Bai Chun had arranged for 8 Qijiao, each possessing innate cultivation, lined up neatly to pull an exceedingly lavish palanquin. At the center of the palanquin lay a plush couch adorned with intricate embroidery, surrounded by an array of delicacies and fruits. Beautiful maidens played the qin and the xiao, adding to the opulence. Behind the palanquin stood a regiment of city guards in black armor, armed with long spears, forming a formidable display with their numbers exceeding 200. Zhong Qing had not intended to make such a grand entrance. He simply wished to eliminate the beast discreetly. However, upon observing Bai Chen's anxious demeanor, he chose to embrace the thoughtful gesture. With a subtle smile, he acquiesced, and the procession set forth towards the city outskirts. Soon, they arrived 50 miles outside the city. At this point, Bai Chun, still clad in armor, approached Zhong Qing respectfully, clasping his fists. Esteemed senior, the demon has been spotted in this vicinity. Zhong Qing nodded, lightly leaping down from the carriage. Upon entering the area, he sensed a marked change in the environment, twisted trees and oddly shaped stones, with the air thick with a violent aura. Do you know the precise realm of this demon? Zhong Qing inquired. Bai Chen appeared embarrassed. I regret to say that those who have seen the demon up close have perished. I have only caught a distant glimpse and cannot discern its aura. Very well. Zhong Qing acknowledged, recognizing that he must investigate personally, just as he was about to instruct the group to remain in place while he ventured forth alone. A thunderous roar erupted from the nearby forest, startling the crowd into looking up. A massive 3-headed demon wolf, spanning several dozen feet, soared into the sky, colliding with 2 brilliant beams of sword light. The resulting cacophony echoed through the mountains like an earthquake. What a terrifying sound. Has someone engaged the demon early? Bai Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Zhong Qing nodded, calmly observing the distant conflict. The booming continued, yet the 2 beams of light, seemingly radiant, appeared to have little effect on the 3-headed demon wolf, which relentlessly pressed forward, forcing the sword wielders to retreat. Ultimately, after a series of collisions, the wielders of the sword light were sent tumbling back, crashing into the forest like cannonballs. Have those individuals been defeated? Bai Chen asked, his countenance darkening with concern, realizing the demon's strength exceeded his expectations. However, the sword wielders did not succumb to defeat. They quickly transformed into streaks of light, rising once more. Upon rising, they seemed to employ some treasure, enveloping the area around the 3-headed demon wolf in thick smoke and mist, obscuring its vision and unique senses. In that moment, the demon was disoriented, allowing the sword wielders to make their escape, retreating towards Zhong Qing and the others. Zhong Qing finally caught sight of the two fleeing figures, two young women dressed in white and green long skirts. The woman in white bore an air of cold elegance, while the younger woman exuded a charming, youthful innocence. Though their appearance was somewhat disheveled from the recent battle, their beauty remained undeniable, the tattered garments enhancing their unique allure. Both were of exceptional caliber. "Ladies, please hold a moment," Zhong Qing called out telepathically. The two women, noticing Zhong Qing and his companions, halted. The woman in white frowned, asking, "What brings you here?" "To speak frankly, I have come to eradicate the demon. However, upon my arrival, I witnessed your battle with it," Zhong Qing replied candidly. Upon hearing Zhong Qing's words, the brows of the two women furrowed deeper. "Sister, where did this ostentatious person come from? Thinking they can annihilate the demon wolf with a motley crew?" The woman in green remarked with a frown. "Even if one wishes to put on a show, there are appropriate occasions for such theatrics. Who among the skilled would behave so frivolously? If one desires to show off, that is their affair. But dragging others into danger is another matter entirely." The woman in white cast a glance at Zhong Qing's entourage, which included a lavish sedan chair, musicians, and a collection of diverse clan heads. The city guards, who appeared somewhat competent, were merely fragile decorations, likely unable to withstand even a single swipe from the demon wolf. "You are no match for that demon wolf. While we have temporarily trapped it with the soul fog, you should leave quickly. Once the fog dissipates in a quarter of an hour, escaping will be impossible," the woman in white stated expressionlessly. "How can one know they are not a match for the demon wolf without engaging in battle?" Zhong Qing could not help but chuckle. "May I inquire, fair maiden, what realm of cultivation does that demon wolf possess? It is truly unwise to disregard good counsel, insisting on leading so many to their demise." The woman in white, seeing Zhong Qing ignore her warning, revealed an expression of anger on her delicate features and coldly replied, "That demon wolf is at the mid-stage of the Yuxian realm. This should extinguish any hopes you might have." "What? Mid-stage of the Yuxian realm? Run quickly." Upon hearing her words, the clan heads, who had initially come merely to spectate, suddenly panicked, trembling as they sought to flee. Such a level of cultivation was beyond their imagination. Even a mere fraction of its power could obliterate them. Bai Qin's expression also twisted with gravity. He glanced at Zhong Qing and solemnly said, "Zhong Senior, what should we do? Should we flee or fight? If we retreat now, we can escape, but if we fight, my city guards and I will do our utmost to assist you, drawing the demon wolf's attention and creating opportunities for you to attack." Clearly, Bai Qin, who had previously expressed unwavering confidence in Zhong Qing, was now filled with trepidation. Although the black and white had hinted at the strength of the Yuxian realm, the specifics of its various stages remained unknown, and Zhong Qing's own strength was equally enigmatic. Moreover, due to the inherent nature of demon beasts, in normal circumstances, humans of the same level were not a match for them. This meant that to reliably eliminate a mid-stage Yuxian demon wolf, only a late-stage human expert would suffice. Thus, Bai Qin was not underestimating Zhong Qing, but rather acknowledging the overwhelming strength of the demon wolf. As he anxiously awaited Zhong Qing's decision, he noticed Zhong Qing smiling and patting his shoulder, offering gentle reassurance. "City Lord Bai, relax, there is no need for such alarm." Due to the limitations of the Heavenly Eye's casting range, Zhong Qing was unable to accurately assess the demon wolf's exact cultivation level from its previous position. However, upon employing the Heavenly Eye on the two women, he discerned that they were both at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm. Therefore, he surmised that the demon wolf was indeed at the Yuxian level, and his inquiry had merely sought confirmation. The woman in white's response aligned perfectly with his expectations. This level of cultivation was easily manageable, likely achievable with a mere gesture. Of course, should the demon wolf exceed his estimations, he was not overly concerned. After all these years, he had retained a few hidden cards. "Thank you, ladies," Zhong Qing said, bowing slightly to the two women in midair before turning to Bai Qin. "City Lord Bai, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Zhong Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back and gradually ascended into the air, heading directly towards the location of the demon wolf. This fool, refusing to heed advice and recklessly seeking death. How utterly foolish, the woman in green remarked, frowning at Zhong Qing's obstinacy. "Even if the two of us combined are no match, how can he possibly challenge the demon wolf alone? Is he not merely a headstrong youth offering himself as prey?" The woman in white, however, remained silent, her pupils narrowing as she fixed her gaze on Zhong Qing as he approached the demon wolf. Zhong Qing soared to the sky above the valley, gazing down at the lingering mist. With a gentle wave of his hand, the fog dissipated, revealing the valley in clarity. The three-headed demon wolf, with its 6 crimson eyes, reappeared. The demon wolf immediately sensed Zhong Qing's presence. Haha, who would have thought that two human women just fled? And now we have a young human lad delivered to our door. Brothers, it seems we shall feast well today. One of the wolf's heads cackled ominously. Indeed, brothers. And this young human appears tender and succulent. He should be quite delectable, another head chimed in. Pray tell, how does a Yuxian realm demon beast end up in such a place? Zhong Qing retorted, ignoring their banter. This location, Fengtian City, is rather remote within the eastern region. Typically, creatures of this caliber do not appear here. Want to know? You will find out once you are in our bellies. One of the heads responded mockingly, opening its massive jaws to envelop Zhong Qing. If you choose not to speak, then let it be that you shall never speak again. In the face of the demon wolf's assault, Zhong Qing was unperturbed. He found the grotesque creature so repulsive that he had no desire to even touch it. Instead, he casually plucked a leaf and flicked it towards the beast. Chapter 28. The System's Reward, a Heartfelt Gift. The leaf floated forth, and the three-headed demon wolf, baring its teeth, was instantaneously sliced in half, crashing heavily into the forest below. This exemplified the terrifying effect of crushing the same level. Any being of equal or lesser cultivation could be obliterated with minimal effort. Zhong Qing observed the lifeless three-headed demon wolf with a calm demeanor, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of slaying the three-headed demon wolf. As a reward, the host receives a small world with a radius of 1 mile. This small world can contain any items, including living beings, and the host can enter and exit freely, functioning as a realm indistinguishable from reality. Oh, a small world? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhong Qing's expression brightened. This dog system was indeed becoming increasingly reliable. While this portable small world may not seem particularly useful, its practical applications were immense, especially as it could harbor living beings and allow for free entry and exit. Striking a chord deep within Zhong Qing's heart, was this not akin to having his own garden? Moreover, if he ever encountered any dangerous entities, he could simply retreat into the small world, regardless of the chaos reigning outside. What other defensive artifacts could rival the might of this small world? In that very moment, Zhong Qing envisioned numerous possibilities, setting aside other considerations. All his countless bags of techniques and the formidable weapons that could not fit within his warehouse could be stored within his small world. He could then construct a few small buildings within, transforming it into his personal sanctuary, a truly delightful prospect. Meanwhile, as Zhong Qing reveled in the rewards bestowed by the system, Bai Chun and the others in the distance gazed up at the unfolding battle. The two women in white and green also remained, unwilling to depart immediately. They observed as Zhong Qing waved his hand to clear the mist, locking eyes with the three-headed demon wolf. Just as they anticipated a fierce clash between Zhong Qing and the demon wolf, they were astonished to witness the next moment when the three-headed beast was effortlessly severed in two. All of this transpired in the span of mere breaths, rendering them speechless as the three-headed demon wolf vanished. It was a moment of sheer disbelief. The collective astonishment of everyone was palpable, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. It all transpired with astonishing swiftness. Even the formidable San Tiao Yaolang, a beast of mid-moon Xian realm, was instantaneously vanquished, marking an end before it had even begun. Is this the essence of having a companion of the moon Xian realm? The inhabitants of Feng Tiancheng gazed at the figure suspended in midair, their hearts swelling with reverence. Especially those clan heads who had previously clamored to flee, now drenched in cold sweat from the display of such might. The Lin family had truly stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Setting aside the question of luck, one could only ponder what expressions would grace the faces of the Mu Rong family upon discovering that Lin Feng had become a disciple of such an eminent figure. Fortunately, my son had been indulging at that tavern, allowing me to receive the news in time to visit the Lin family and offer my apologies. Otherwise, I fear the Feng family would have faced dire consequences today. The clan heads were rife with speculation. Lin Han Yi, accompanied by the senior members of the Lin family, was also present, as they could not miss the opportunity to accompany Zhong Qing in exterminating the beasts. Is this truly my son's master? The strength displayed was simply overwhelming. Lin Han Yi's pride was unabashed, particularly as he sensed the glances of the other clan heads, realizing that the Lin family was basking in reflected glory. However, the individuals most stirred by the swift demise of the three-headed wolf were not these clan heads, but rather the two women in white and green robes, suspended in the air. While Bai Chun and Lin Han Yi were only aware that Zhong Qing had effortlessly dispatched the wolf, they were oblivious to the method employed. The two women, possessing far greater power than Lin Han Yi and his peers, had witnessed the battle clearly, observing a leaf emanating from Zhong Qing's hand that cleaved the wolf in twain. Having recently engaged the wolf, They were acutely aware of its formidable defenses, rendering Zhong Qing's feat all the more astonishing. "Sister, it seems we have encountered a true master," the woman in green remarked. Her lips slightly parted and cheeks flushed with disbelief. The woman in white remained silent, yet her typically composed countenance was now filled with incredulity. At that moment, Zhong Qing returned to the ground. "Elder Zhong, your strength is truly remarkable." Bai Chun and the city guards bowed in unison, expressing gratitude on behalf of the million inhabitants of Feng Tiancheng for his extermination of the beast. Where there was once respect, now lay a mix of awe and submission. "There is no need for such formality. It was but a simple task," Zhong Qing replied with a gentle smile. "Ling Ning, Qing Miao, greetings to the elder." The two women in white and green hurriedly descended, respectfully bowing to Zhong Qing while nervously apologizing. "We had no knowledge of your strength earlier, and we spoke out of turn. We hope you can forgive our ignorance." Their sincere apologies were accompanied by a flush of embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground for their earlier slight. "There is no need for such formality. And I must thank you both for informing me of the wolf's capabilities," Zhong Qing said with a calm smile, harboring no anger towards their previous rudeness. Recognizing their intentions were good-hearted. "Thank you, Elder." The two women expressed their gratitude for his amiable nature. "Now that the wolf is dead, I shall take my leave. You may take care of the aftermath." With that, Zhong Qing instructed Bai Chun and the others. Despite the treasure the beast's body held, he felt no inclination to linger. "Yes, Elder," Bai Chun replied promptly, preparing to lead the city guards to handle the carcass of the three-headed wolf. Although he had been powerless against the beast while it lived, Bai Chun yearned to kick the corpse and exact revenge for the havoc it had wreaked upon Feng Tiancheng. Just as Zhong Qing prepared to depart with the Lin family, Ling Ning and Qing Miao hesitated, glancing at him as if about to speak. Sensing their hesitation, Zhong Qing turned and inquired, "Do you ladies have something to say?" "Elder, to speak candidly, we do have a request," Ling Ning said, clasping her hands in urgency. "We hail from Wandao Mountain in the eastern region, renowned for our expertise in formations. Our sect is currently researching a new array that requires the eyes of magical beasts to activate. We have been tasked with retrieving at least 5 eyes from beasts of no lesser strength than the Xianxian realm. We learned of this beast outside Feng Tiancheng and thought to eliminate it for the benefit of the people, only to find it was a mid-moon Xian realm creature. As you witnessed, our attempt to slay it nearly cost us our lives." "I see," Zhong Qing nodded, then turned to the two women and asked, "So you wish to acquire the three-headed wolf's eyes?" "We wouldn't dare ask outright. We propose an exchange," Ling Ning replied eagerly. "Please grant us this favor. An exchange is unnecessary. However, since you mentioned your origin from Wandao Mountain, I do have a favor to ask of you," Zhong Qing said, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "What request do you have?" "We shall assist in any way we can," Ling Ning responded earnestly. "I recall that Wandao Mountain derives its name from the fact that its disciples excel in various forms of practice beyond mere cultivation, mastering numerous paths. Is that correct?" Zhong Qing inquired with a smile. "You flatter us, but that is indeed the case," Ling Ning humbly acknowledged, pride evident in her eyes when speaking of her sect. "And your expertise lies chiefly in formations. Beyond that, do you also dabble in feng shui, layouts, and construction?" Zhong Qing continued. "Indeed," both women affirmed. "Then you may retrieve the 5 eyes now, with the condition that you remain to assist me in constructing a layout for a particular location," Zhong Qing proposed, recalling the small world recently bestowed upon him by the system. With adept hands at layout, the comfort of the space would be significantly enhanced. Upon hearing Zhong Qing's terms, the two women were instantly elated. "Very well, you may go now. I shall await your return here," Zhong Qing instructed. "Yes," the two women exclaimed, soaring towards the carcass of the three-headed wolf. Hovering above the split body, their astonishment remained undiminished. Who would have imagined that the owner of this carcass had once been an invincible mid-moon Xian realm beast? Swiftly, they employed a specific technique to extract the eyes, excitement lighting up their faces. The sect had instructed them to prioritize safety while seeking higher-tier magical beast eyes since the success rate for activating arrays increases with the creature's rank. The eyes of a mid-moon Xian realm beast were far beyond what they had initially dared to hope for. They could only wonder what expressions the elders of Wandao Mountain would wear upon their return. "Elder, we have retrieved 6 eyes. We only need 5. So we offer the extra 1 to you," Qing Miao said, holding a crystal vial containing the wolf's eyes. "You may keep the extra 1. Zhong Qing waved dismissively, showing no interest. "Thank you, Elder," the women beamed with joy. Although they only needed 5, the additional I would hold great value for their sect. Soon, Zhong Qing escorted Ling Ning and Qing Miao back to the Lin family. The moment they returned, news of the wolf's demise spread throughout the city, prompting celebrations across Feng Tiancheng. Since the malevolent wolf has taken residence for half a year, the harm inflicted upon the people of Fengtian City has been utterly devastating. In no time, countless grateful citizens flocked to the Lin family. Fortunately, Zhong Qing had anticipated this and had hidden away early, leaving Lin Hani to bear the brunt of the burden. A continuous stream of visitors arrived with gifts, making it nearly impossible for many to refuse, lest they find themselves on their knees in embarrassment. Consequently, within just a single day, the Lin family storeroom became overflowing with a plethora of offerings. Lin Hani was dismayed to see his bedroom filled with farm-fresh eggs and the courtyard bustling with a variety of hens. However, due to Zhong Qing's influence, the Lin family quickly emerged as the unassailable overlord of Fengtian City in a matter of days. The family's enterprises flourished remarkably, and other families dared not voice any grievances. After witnessing Zhong Qing's swift obliteration of the demon, those families regretted not having flattered the Lin family more fervently from the outset, leading several to eagerly offer their allegiance as vassals. Naturally, they aspired to curry favor with Zhong Qing directly, yet they were acutely aware of their own limitations and recognized they were unworthy of his attention. In summary, the Lin family's dominance over the city was merely a matter of time. In a secluded corner of the Lin estate, Zhong Qing sat leisurely at a tea table, savoring his brew. Opposite him sat the two young ladies, Lung Ning and Qing Miao, with utmost respect. The construction and layout may require considerable materials. Please present the list to the head of the Lin family. I have already spoken to him about this, Zhong Qing instructed the two. As for manpower, I shall send someone to assist you. The moment Zhong Qing's words fell, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared. It was He Bai. The two ladies were taken aback by his sudden emergence, having not perceived from whence he came. Although they could not discern the specifics of He Bai's cultivation level, they could unmistakably sense his profound depth. Clearly, he was another of the Yuxian realm. He Bai, from now on, you will unconditionally follow the directives of these two young ladies, Zhong Qing commanded. Yes, master, He Bai replied with utmost respect, causing both women to be astonished once more. A servant at the Yuxian realm? What a grand gesture. You two have heard, so feel free to assign him tasks as needed, Zhong Qing said to the ladies. We cannot presume to give orders. We may only require assistance from this esteemed senior, they replied hastily, rising to their feet. Despite He Bai being Zhong Qing's servant, his prowess in the Yuxian realm rendered them hesitant to direct someone of such caliber. There is no need for such formality. Proceed with confidence. Zhong Qing encouraged with a smile. Lung Ning respectfully nodded and then inquired, Esteemed senior, what specific location do you require us to construct and lay out? I shall take you there shortly, Zhong Qing replied with a gentle smile. As the two ladies pondered the location, Zhong Qing waved his hand, enveloping them in a mysterious force. Do not resist, he cautioned. In the next instant, the two women felt the scenery shift before their eyes, and they found themselves within Zhong Qing's small world. What is this? The ladies exclaimed in surprise as they surveyed their surroundings. This small world was barren, consisting solely of desolate land. This is my personal small world, and this is the place where I wish for you to perform the renovations, Zhong Qing softly explained, appearing beside them. What? Your personal small world? The two ladies stared wide-eyed at Zhong Qing, feeling as if a thunderclap had reverberated in their minds. Chapter 30. Layout of the small world. Despite the existence of many small worlds in the Grand Realm today, such as those belonging to reclusive families or ancient clans that exist within a small world, establishing a portal for entry and exit requires immense effort over generations. Those capable of creating a small world are individuals who have mastered certain spatial laws, and their mere presence could shake the continent. Yet here was Zhong Qing, who had singularly created a small world. What does this imply? In an instant, the two ladies gazed at Zhong Qing with eyes filled not only with disbelief, but also with a sense of mystery. They never anticipated that their mundane task would lead them to such a remarkable individual, and they felt incredibly fortunate to assist him. Is this the area you wish to renovate, esteemed elder? Lung Ning asked nervously. Indeed, this is the place. Do you believe you can transform it with your abilities? Zhong Qing inquired with a smile. We certainly can. The two women responded promptly. At this point, how could they possibly decline? Assisting such an individual, even if they could not manage it themselves, they would surely rally support from their sect. Excellent. Allow me to share my general requirements with you, Zhong Qing said, producing a rough draft of his plans and outlining his desires for the space. He envisioned a landscape with mountains, water, and verdant shade. The two ladies, being professionals, quickly provided a design drawing that combined Zhong Qing's needs with feng shui and the principles of construction. Wonderful. Upon reviewing the planning diagram, Zhong Qing felt immense satisfaction. From now on, this space will be entrusted to you. You may freely enter and exit this small world at your discretion. When you require labor, simply summon He Bai, Zhong Qing instructed. Understood, the two ladies affirmed, no longer feeling the need for excessive politeness as they began preparing for the task ahead. After finalizing their exchange, Zhong Qing exited the small world and reclined in a lounge chair in the courtyard, savoring his tea. The efficacy of this small world was remarkable. It could be carried with him wherever he went. Wherever Zhong Qing was, the small world would follow. He could also set it at a specific spatial point and establish a portal for easy access, much like entering a house. Of course, outsiders would still need his permission to enter. However, he wished the range were broader. If only he could completely master the laws governing this small world. Zhong Qing sighed softly. While he could control the entry and exit of the small world and its inhabitants, like the two ladies currently within, he found he could not manipulate the weather or terrain within. He pondered whether the system would eventually upgrade this functionality. Nonetheless, upon realizing he could govern the lives within the small world, Zhong Qing contemplated another application, using it as a weapon. He could ensnare enemies within the small space and utilize its dominion over life and death to eliminate them. However, when the two ladies entered the space, he sensed that accomplishing such a feat would not be simple. If they resisted and possessed comparable strength, it would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, it seemed this aspect was not feasible. For now, this small world would serve merely as a mobile garden and an absolute retreat. Days passed swiftly as the two ladies diligently worked on transforming Zhong Qing's small world. He would occasionally visit, witnessing their progress, and noted that they had already created a small lake at the center of the small world, with a small hill constructed on the opposite side. In the serene landscape, a waterfall cascades down from a small mountain, while the lake is not merely a stagnant pool, but is connected by flowing streams that encircle this miniature world. Within the meandering streams stands a colossal water wheel, which, propelled by the rushing waters, generates power that sends water back up the mountain to form the waterfall, thus creating a perpetual cycle. This phenomenon resembles a perpetual motion machine. The course of the stream is also unusual, resembling a spiritual gathering formation that possesses the ability to gather wind and chi. At the very center of this gathering of spirit is a small cluster of buildings, meticulously arranged to include storage areas, residential zones, and leisure spaces. It is evident that the two women possess something extraordinary. Zhong Qing is quite pleased. One day, Lin Feng respectfully approached Zhong Qing. "Master, I must make a journey to Tianyunzong," he declared, clenching his fists. "I intend to defeat Mu Rongshui in one fell swoop. Disciple, I have said before, during this descent from the mountain, you may pursue whatever you wish, and I will accompany you," Zhong Qing encouraged, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder with gravity. During his recent stay with the Lin family, Zhong Qing has come to understand the intricate history of enmity and friendship between the Lin and Mu Rong families. Once, the Lin family was among the foremost families in Fengtian City, while at that time, the Mu Rong family was merely a third-rate clan. However, neither family was indigenous to Fengtian City. Both had fled from other places and, through generations of effort, established their roots and gradually flourished. One day, Mu Rongshui's grandfather provoked a formidable entity, which sought to annihilate the Mu Rong clan. Given the historically amicable relationship between the Lin and Mu Rong families, especially their friendly ancestors who had fled together to this place, the Mu Rong family sought the Lin family's aid. Due to various relational obligations, the Lin family dispatched troops to assist. In that battle, the Mu Rong family was nearly obliterated, and the Lin family suffered significant losses of their top experts, ultimately managing to eradicate the enemy. Despite the Lin family's grievous injuries, they retained their status as a minor power in Fengtian City, and with the Lin family's support, the Mu Rong family gradually regained stability. It can be said that this was the zenith of the relationship between the two families. It was also then that they forged an agreement. Should the direct bloodline consist entirely of males, they would become brothers. If entirely females, they would become sisters. If there were both genders, a marital alliance would ensue, lasting through generations. In Lin Han Yi's generation, the direct line was entirely male, and thus from a young age, Lin Han Yi became sworn brothers with the head of the Mu Rong family, Mu Rong Hai, who is Mu Rongshui's father. As Lin Feng and Mu Rongshui were born, amidst the anticipation of both clans, a marriage pact was established when they were but a few years old. What was initially perceived as the beginning of a closer familial bond unexpectedly turned into the onset of a rift between the two families. 1 year ago, an elder from Tianyunzong passed through Fengtian City and immediately recognized Mu Rongshui's extraordinary talent, promptly taking her as a disciple. Upon hearing this news, the Lin family rejoiced, Lin Feng included. Having grown up alongside Mu Rongshui, their bond was akin to that of childhood sweethearts. Naturally, Lin Feng wished her well, especially since Tianyunzong was a premier power in the eastern region, rumored to become one of the sacred grounds in the east within a century. However, everything changed once Mu Rongshui ascended to Tianyunzong. She demonstrated her golden talent and was swiftly elevated to the status of a saintess. 6 months later, she descended the mountain and went directly to the Lin family. The Lin family received her warmly, believing she had come to share her good fortune of possessing golden talent. Little did they know, her words struck like a thunderbolt, reducing the Lin family to insignificance. The implication of her speech was clear: the Lin family was no longer worthy of her. That day, Lin Feng's grandfather passed away from fury, while Lin Han, in a fit of rage, sought an explanation from his sworn brother Mu Ronghai, only to find that Mu Ronghai refused to see him. From that moment on, Lin Feng and the Lin family became the laughingstock of Fengtian City, targeted by others, their familial strength diminished from a first-rate family to a second-rate one. Deeply wounded, Lin Feng vowed, "Give me 3 years. I will defeat you and wash away the humiliation of today, making you regret your decision." Thus was born the 3-year pact. Of course, this was met with Mu Rong Shui's mocking laughter. "What of 3 years? You dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon with but a grain of light," she retorted before striding away. Simultaneously, the entire Mu Rong clan relocated to Tianyunzong. Yet another melodramatic tale, Zhong Qing sighed. People are peculiar. If one is better off, they should simply move on. The notion of severing an engagement, as Lin Feng and his kin understood the disparity between themselves and Mu Rong Shui, was not unwelcome. Yet, to trample on those who once stood by one to satisfy one's vanity is beyond comprehension. Though unable to fully empathize with Lin Feng's plight, Zhong Qing, as his master, felt a profound indignation upon hearing this tale. What of golden talent? With his disciples' 100-fold enhancement coupled with divine techniques, who truly is unworthy of whom? So, when do you plan to head to Tianyunzong? Zhong Qing inquired. In a month, Lin Feng replied, tightening his fists. Although I yearn to ascend the mountain immediately and am confident in my ability to defeat her and reclaim my honor, it is not yet sufficient. I must strive for breakthroughs within this month, so that I may confront her before her proud sect and vanquish her in an instant. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. I wish to witness the expression of astonishment on her face as the one she once trampled becomes the one to trample her. I want her to repent, to regret having come to my Lin family and causing such harm to my kin. Excellent, my worthy disciple, Zhong Qing remarked with an approving expression. Either do not go, or achieve an instant, decisive result. Pursue your ambitions boldly. Remember, your master will always stand behind you. Thank you, master. This morning, I sent a letter informing them of my intent to arrive at Tianyunzong in a month, Lin Feng stated. Well then, you must devote yourself to your cultivation. Zhong Qing advised. Rest assured, master, I shall cultivate diligently and will not disappoint you, Lin Feng assured, bowing earnestly before taking his leave. After Lin Feng departed, Zhong Qing stood in place, hands clasped behind his back. A superlative sect, indeed, far stronger than Xianxiaaudiobooks. However, as his disciple seeks to vent his frustration, Zhong Qing is determined not to hinder his progress. It is foreseeable that if, on that day, Mu Rong Shui is publicly humiliated by his disciple, Tianyunzong will not stand idly by and allow such disgrace to befall her. It seems he must make some preparations of his own. Heibai, Zhong Qing called. At your service, Heibai appeared respectfully by Zhong Qing's side. How have you fared with the tasks entrusted to you by the 2 young ladies? Zhong Qing inquired. Reporting to you, master, I have completed the tasks assigned by the 2 young ladies, and there is nothing more at present, Heibai responded dutifully. Very well. Since there are no further matters, return to Mu Fu Peak and fetch me those over 10,000 wooden carvings from my warehouse. Oh, and bring over the scarecrow at the entrance as well, Zhong Qing instructed, frowning. Yes, master, I shall depart immediately, Heibai replied. Zhong Qing nodded, provided Heibai with the coordinates. And in an instant, Heibai transformed into a streak of light, heading towards Mu Fu Peak. With Heibai's cultivation at the Moon Profound Realm, he traveled at full speed. And within 2 days, he returned. A storage ring filled with over 10,000 wooden carvings accompanied him, along with a scarecrow slung over his shoulder. Zhong Qing meticulously inspected the goods, finally letting out a sigh of relief. These items were all rewards accumulated over the years through sign-ins. The wooden carvings were one-time use. Once activated, they could maintain their form for half a day. However, upon activation, they would anthropomorphize according to the wooden carving's shape. With cultivation levels ranging from Xing Xianjing to Ri Xianjing, he prepared to carry these with him, ensuring he was well prepared. Should the Tianyunzong show a lack of discernment, he intended to unleash the over 10,000 wooden carvings to deal with them. As for the scarecrow before him, it was his ultimate trump card. Regarding its actual effectiveness, Zhong Qing was uncertain, but he knew it was one of the few rewards he had received from his ultimate sign-ins. After making ample preparations, Zhong Qing reclined comfortably once more in his lounge chair. At Tianyunzong, within a lavish side hall, sat a middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache. elegantly adorned in a brocade robe, exuding an air of grace and vitality. He was Morong Hai, the head of the Morong family. Although his cultivation level was not particularly high within Tianyunzong, his status was remarkably elevated due to his daughter. Even the elders of Tianyunzong treated him with utmost courtesy, for his daughter was the sect's holy maiden, ostensibly a disciple of the Grand Elder. Yet several venerable elders could not resist offering her guidance, showering her with affection. At that moment, he was perusing a letter. Upon finishing, a look of disdain crossed his face. Just as he was about to burn it, footsteps echoed from outside. Soon, a woman clad in white appeared, her countenance serene, with a refined visage that radiated a noble aura. Upon seeing her, Morong Hai's expression brightened, and he approached her. "Daughter, why have you not been cultivating today? Have you come to visit me?" He greeted warmly. The visitor was none other than Morong Shui. "Today I had no particular business, so I thought I would check on you, father. Are you comfortable here?" Morong Shui inquired. "Comfortable, quite comfortable indeed," Morong Hai replied with a beaming smile. "Living here is incomparable to that dismal place in Fengtian City. After residing here for a while, I feel my stagnant cultivation has begun to loosen. That is splendid. I happen to have a few tong xing dan," Morong Shui said, raising her delicate hand to place a crystal-clear jade vial on the table. "These tong xing dan can enhance your chances of breaking into xianxianjing." Morong Hai's eyes sparkled as he opened the vial to reveal 7 tong xing dan, while a rich fragrance of elixir pervaded the room. "These tong xing dan are indeed rare treasures," he mused. "Previously, I could hardly procure even one in Fengtian City. Yet now I have 7. Just tong xing dan. Father, feel free to use them. I have plenty more," Morong Shui said with a hint of pride. "With my current status within Tianyunzong, acquiring such pills is but a matter of asking." "You are truly impressive, my daughter," Morong Hai expressed with warmth, then asked, "By the way, your cultivation seems inscrutable. What is your current level?" "Mid-stage Chunxianjing," Morong Shui replied with a slight smile. "Mid-stage Chunxianjing already?" Morong Hai gasped, excitement lighting up his face. "You are nearly catching up to me. I have cultivated for decades to reach late-stage Chunxianjing, and you are merely in your teens. Indeed, you are a prodigy." "To me, ascending in cultivation is merely a matter of time," Morong Shui replied, her lips curving into a smile. "As for why you cannot gauge my level, it is because my progress has been too rapid. In just a year, I have advanced from the innate realm to my current level. Should this news disseminate, it would surely incite envy. Hence the elders have imparted to me a technique to conceal my aura." "That is wise," Morong Hai agreed. "Every sect has its rivals and adversaries. If others were to learn of your speed, it could prove detrimental to you. Thus, the sect's decision is indeed for your benefit." Morong Shui nodded with a sense of pride. At that moment, Morong Hai recalled something and picked up the letter in his hand. "A message has arrived from the Lin family. Lin Feng has sent word that he intends to ascend the mountain a month from now to fulfill the challenge set 3 years ago." "Lin Feng? The one from the Lin family in Fengtian City?" Morong Shui asked, tilting her head. If Morong Hai had not mentioned him, she would have almost forgotten the existence of that individual. 6 months ago, he had boasted about a challenge 3 years hence. Now, with 2.5 years remaining, why did he suddenly wish to challenge her? "I am not certain. This is the challenge letter he sent. Would you care to take a look?" Morong Hai extended the letter towards her. However, Morong Shui did not accept it, nor did she even glance at it. "I fail to understand where he derives his confidence to challenge me," she scoffed. "I have heard some news from Fengtian City that Lin Feng has encountered fortuitous circumstances and taken a master whose strength seems quite formidable. It appears he has aided Fengtian City in eliminating a Yuxianjing beast, so perhaps his power has reached the late stage of Yuxianjing," Morong Hai remarked. "Thus, Lin Feng may have gained this individual's assistance to enhance his cultivation," he concluded. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui remained unperturbed. "A mere master of Yuxianjing is inconsequential. My Tianyunzong could easily present a dozen such individuals, and which of them did not begin at Yuxianjing? Indeed, a mere Yuxianjing holds little significance," Morong Hai agreed with a knowing nod, a hint of pride on his face. Once, such a level had been unattainable, but now, he regularly interacted with elders of that caliber. "I believe I understand why he has chosen this moment to challenge me," Morong Shui teased. "What do you mean?" Morong Hai inquired, perplexed. "You mentioned he has received assistance from a master of Yuxianjing to advance his cultivation," she dismissed. "Thus, he merely seeks to prove to me that he is not worthless. But even so, what does it matter? Post-heaven, innate? In my eyes, he remains worthless. Such proof seems childlike to me. Does he think that, by this, I would regard him with renewed interest?" As she spoke, Morong Shui's expression turned icy. "If he wishes to come, then let him come. But should he arrive, he need not leave." "You intend to kill him?" Morong Hai was taken aback. "Is it not the best outcome for him to perish on the arena during the challenge?" Morong Shui countered. "Daughter, perhaps you should spare his life? Murong Hai suggested. After all, the Lin family has once bestowed kindness upon our Murong family, and disregarding your engagement, you grew up together. He can be considered a childhood companion. Silence. Suddenly, Murong Shue's delicate features contorted with fury as she shouted, "What engagement? What childhood companion? Do you not understand my identity? I am the holy maiden of Tian Yunzong. This so-called engagement is merely a stain upon me. A stain. Do you understand what that means? If I do not eliminate this blemish, I feel the gaze of everyone upon me is different, each one laced with mockery, making me feel as if ants are crawling on my skin. Therefore he must die?" Murong Shue was enveloped in a chilling aura, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Very well, Murong Hai conceded, clearly startled by Murong Shue's sudden outburst. And he refrained from speaking further. "I shall return now. You need not say more. Let him come a month hence to meet his demise." Murong Shue stated coldly before turning to leave. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's challenge letter reached Tian Yunzong. As it was an official challenge, Tian Yunzong had to be informed. The sect made no overt declarations, tacitly acknowledging the challenge, yet it was evident they did not take it too seriously. After all, for a first-rate sect, the higher-ups must handle countless matters every day, and naturally, they would not be overly concerned about issues devoid of any suspense. Merely the antics of ants. Chapter 33, Heavenly Calamity. Several days have passed. Lin family. Zhong Qing leisurely reclined in the courtyard. Ding. Host disciple Lin Feng has broken through to the Mid-Qin Xian realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Sun Xian realm. Oh, has he reached the Sun Xian realm? Zhong Qing felt the surge of his own breakthrough and could not help but smile. The diligent efforts of his two disciples, coupled with a manifold return, have indeed yielded swift results. As one ascends in realm, the required cultivation increases, and he had anticipated that breaking through to the Sun Xian realm would take some time. Yet it had come so swiftly. Host, Zhong Qing. Cultivation, Sun Xian realm. Disciple, Lin Feng, Mid-Qin Xian realm, hundredfold amplification in progress. Disciple, Su Yi, innate realm. Hundredfold amplification in progress. Activated bonds. Waste material bond 22, more bonds awaiting development. Acquired physique, none. Acquired special skills. Old 6 halo, heavenly eye, same level crushing. Personal miniature world. Quite impressive. With a contented expression, Zhong Qing rose from the recliner and entered his personal miniature world. Over the past few days, the miniature world had undergone a remarkable transformation. To describe it as a paradise would not be an exaggeration. Merely being within it brought a sense of serenity. And since the miniature world mirrored the external world, it too was infused with spiritual energy. However, due to its careful arrangement, the spiritual energy within the miniature world was even more abundant than that of the outside world. Before long, Zhong Qing arrived at the waterborne pavilion crafted exclusively by the two women for him. Standing on the pavilion, he beheld the lake and distant waterfall before him, the gentle breeze from the lake caressing his face, providing immense comfort. In his past life, who among the billionaires could have resided in such conditions? Greetings, senior. At that moment, the two women, looking disheveled, flew over to greet Zhong Qing. You have truly worked hard during this time, and I am exceedingly pleased with your designs. Zhong Qing readily offered his praise, having observed their tireless efforts since the renovation commenced. It is our duty to serve you, senior. The two women wiped the sweat from their brows, smiling as they spoke. However, senior, the main construction is nearly complete, and the subsequent details will require your refinement. Thank you so much, Zhong Qing expressed his gratitude. After the two women conducted a final inspection within the miniature world and confirmed everything was in order, they followed Zhong Qing out of the miniature world. Senior, since there is nothing pressing, we shall take our leave, the two women remarked. Why not stay at the Lin family for a couple more days? Zhong Qing could not help but chuckle. There are many delightful delicacies in Fengtian City. Since we have no pressing matters, I can take you both to explore and savor the culinary delights. The two women were taken aback. The fact that such an esteemed being would take them shopping and indulge in gourmet food was an immense honor for them. The two women exchanged glances, torn with hesitation. Though they longed to join him, the directives from their sect weighed heavily on their minds, making them feel unworthy of such an opportunity. Senior, we would indeed like to accompany you to taste the delicacies, but we received news yesterday that a significant event has transpired within the sect. Regardless of our task's completion, we must return promptly. We cannot defy the sect's orders. In that case, I shall not keep you, Zhong Qing replied with a smile. However, in light of your hard work during this period, I would like to present you both with a small gift. As he spoke, Zhong Qing retrieved two small wooden carvings from his storage ring, bestowing one upon each of the women. His invitation to the two sisters had no ulterior motive. He simply wished to reward them for their dedicated efforts. Since the reward could not be realized, he decided to gift them these wooden carvings for protection. After all, he possessed an abundance of them, having received over 100 from his recent sign-ins. The wooden carvings came in two varieties. One could be anthropomorphized upon the owner's command, but only lasted half a day before losing its efficacy and shattering. This was akin to a one-time use item. The other type did not anthropomorphize. As long as it was carried, it provided automatic protection to the owner. This type was not one-time use. It would only shatter once all its energy was expended. The latter resembled a form of protective talisman. However, unlike typical protective talismans, which could only defend passively, his wooden carvings could also engage in proactive attacks. The two women received the wooden carvings, finding them charming, yet not discerning any deeper significance, merely regarding them as mementos gifted by Zhong Qing. They did not display any signs of disdain. Rather, they were filled with joy, as receiving a gift from such a being was fulfilling in and of itself. Remember to keep them on you. Do not lose them, Zhong Qing gently reminded. How could we dare? Since it is a gift from Senior, we will certainly keep it close at all times, the more lively Qing Miao replied, revealing her small tiger teeth. Having said that, the two women clasped their hands in farewell. Senior, we shall take our leave. With that, they soared into the sky and departed. For them, this journey had been immensely fruitful. Not only had they obtained 6 eyes of Moon Xin realm beasts, but they had also established a favorable relationship with someone like Zhong Qing. The two made their way back toward Wandao Mountain. In midair, Qing Miao could not help but inquire, Sister, what on earth has transpired within the sect that necessitates our hurried return? Upon hearing this, Lung Ning's expression darkened, and she gravely replied, Junior sister, have you heard the legend of Tian Nan? Tian Nan, are you referring to the prodigy from Wandao Mountain 300 years ago? Indeed, that is him. Lung Ning nodded. He was the most gifted disciple in the history of Wandao Mountain, possessing profound knowledge of formations, feng shui, and various esoteric arts. However, he ultimately veered off the righteous path, delving into the blood array sacrificial method, gradually succumbing to demonic ways. Despite the sect's attempts to stop him, he became increasingly unhinged. In the end, he even sacrificed the entire population of a village for his experiments. The sect had no choice but to dispatch powerful experts to eliminate him. That battle resulted in heavy losses for Wandao Mountain, and Tian Nan was cast into the abyss of corruption. You know well that the abyss of corruption is fraught with danger. Those who enter are doomed to perish. Yet, just when we believed Tian Nan was dead, he has re-emerged today, 300 years later. During our recent mission, over 100 disciple tokens from Wandao Mountain shattered. All casualties at the hands of Tian Nan. Thus, the sect has commanded us to return swiftly and not linger outside. Lung Ning explained gravely to Qing Miao. Upon hearing this, Qing Miao's face was one of disbelief. Tian Nan is alive. What shall we do if we encounter him? She glanced around, feeling an unsettling sense of unease. There is no need for excessive worry, Lung Ning reassured her. Our current location is quite remote. Tian Nan is unlikely to venture here. Furthermore, once we approach the sect, they will send someone to escort us. That is a relief, Qing Miao sighed, then continued, but sister, since that is the case, why don't we stay a few more days in Fengtian City? It's far safer in the presence of Senior, and I can tell you would like to linger here a bit longer as well. At this, Qing Miao leaned in to gauge Lung Ning's expression. Chapter 34, An Accidental Fatality. Upon observation, indeed, a faint blush crept across Lung Ning's face. Upon seeing Qing Miao approach, Lung Ning shot her a playful glare, exclaiming, How dare you tease my senior sister? I shall punish you, you mischievous girl. Alas, it is hardly teasing, Qing Miao retorted, slightly exasperated. Just now, your face turned crimson. If you like him, then simply admit it. Besides, Senior Zhong Qing is exceptionally admirable. Indeed, Senior Zhong Qing is remarkable, Lung Ning sighed. Yet, what does it matter if we harbor feelings? Although our status in Wandao Shan is commendable, even regarded as geniuses in the Eastern domain, in the eyes of seniors, Wandao Shan is of little significance. Ultimately, we are not from the same world. As she spoke, Lung Ning shook her head sadly. Qing Miao pouted, unusually refraining from retorting, clearly moved by Lung Ning's words. At that moment, Lung Ning glanced towards the distant mountains and suggested to Qing Miao, Junior sister, there may be many demonic beasts lurking in these mountains. To be safe, let us find a place to rest for a while and recuperate before setting out anew. All right, Qing Miao nodded. The two women then descended upon the peak of a mountain, sitting on the ground. The view of the vast mountains before them was breathtaking. After consuming a qi recovery pill and taking a brief moment to recuperate, Qing Miao could not resist taking out the wooden sculpture, examining it with fascination. Sister, you must admit, the craftsmanship of the wooden sculpture gifted by Senior Zhong is exquisite. It appears almost lifelike. Indeed, the facial features are distinct, and the proportions are perfect. Lung Ning also took out her own sculpture, scrutinizing it carefully. She even tied a red string around its leg for convenience and hanging it at her waist. However, as the two women were engrossed in admiring the sculptures during their brief respite, a pair of crimson eyes were mockingly fixed upon them from the half-air not far away. The attire of Wan Daoshan. I never expected to encounter members of Wan Daoshan in such a remote area. It seems fate is aiding me in my quest for vengeance against the despicable Wan Daoshan. I have painstakingly devised a blood sacrifice formation capable of dominating the world for you. Yet instead of gratitude, you dare to encircle me, leaving me to suffer in that wretched sea of despair. Originally, I planned to march directly to Wan Daoshan and cleanse it of its existence in 7 days. But since I have stumbled upon these two first, I shall take care of them promptly. Moreover, judging by their cultivation levels, they likely hold significant status, perhaps cherished by some elders, which would only add to the torment of those stubborn old fools. As he spoke, the pale, somewhat sinister face revealed a ghastly expression, licking his lips as he descended from the sky, reaching out towards the two women. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, the two women remained oblivious, still engrossed in their wooden sculptures. Suddenly, the sculpture in Qing Miao's hand erupted with dazzling light, shining like a radiant sun atop the mountain peak. What is happening? Qing Miao exclaimed, startled by the brilliance of the sculpture. Beside her, Lung Ning was equally incredulous, having noticed her own sculpture flicker for a moment just as she beheld Qing Miao's glowing piece, though it quickly dimmed thereafter. Could it be that this wooden sculpture is more than just an ordinary object? As the two women pondered this mystery, the resplendent sculpture in Qing Miao's grasp unleashed a brilliant wave of light, shooting towards the sky. In midair, the assailant, Tian Nan, noticed the radiant glow erupting beside the two women, blinding him momentarily. What treasure is this? Have I been discovered? Yet, it matters not, in the face of absolute power. All other methods are mere trifles, he scoffed. However, when the wave of light surged towards him, his expression shifted dramatically. The speed of the light wave was astonishing, leaving him no time to evade. Upon looking down, he discovered a gaping hole the size of a basin had pierced his chest. Intense pain radiated throughout his body, and he instinctively let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! The scream echoed through the forest, and Tian Nan, wide-eyed and unblinking, plummeted like a wounded bird into the thicket. The two women, still staring in disbelief at the transformed wooden sculptures in their hands, heard a scream resonating from the sky nearby. Oh no, did I accidentally kill someone? Qing Miao panicked, clutching the sculpture, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, the sculpture, having unleashed its shockwave, returned to its original state, though upon closer inspection, it seemed less refined than before. Let us go and see, Lung Ning urged, her brow furrowed as she led Qing Miao towards the site where the figure had fallen. Shortly, they found the victim, who lay lifeless, surrounded by a few low-level demonic wolves, sniffing the air as if anticipating a feast from the sky. Begone! Lung Ning shouted fiercely, driving the wolves away before kneeling beside the man to check his breath. He's gone, she said, frowning. What should we do now, sister? Qing Miao stood frozen, utterly at a loss, her face filled with remorse. Sister, I truly didn't mean it. I had no idea what triggered the light from the sculpture, nor that it would launch an attack. I know you didn't intend to, Lung Ning replied, taking a deep breath. She realized that the wooden sculptures gifted by Zhong Qing were not ordinary, but possessed extraordinary offensive capabilities. However, it seemed they were not yet adept at wielding them. And yet, we have inadvertently taken a life, she continued, her heart heavy. I am so sorry. Big brother, I truly didn't mean it. Please don't remain unseeing. Qing Miao pleaded, observing the corpse with wide eyes, her hands pressed together in desperation. What shall we do, sister? She asked, turning to Lung Ning with urgency. Lung Ning rubbed her forehead, feeling equally at a loss. It seemed to her that this man's misfortune was indeed extraordinary. Dying in such a manner was far more absurd than an ordinary person being struck by a meteorite while walking down the street. In truth, the two women could easily dispose of the body and leave without a trace, as no one in the forest had witnessed the incident. Yet, both were too innocent and troubled by their conscience. Moreover, according to their path of cultivation in Wan Daoshan, such occurrences entailed karmic repercussions. After a long moment of contemplation, Lung Ning finally spoke. The man is dead. He cannot be revived. However, perhaps we can ascertain his identity and find his family to apologize and offer compensation. But how do we determine his identity? Qing Miao inquired. His attire bears no insignia of any sect, offering no indication of his background. At this, Lung Ning hesitated slightly before replying. Then we shall take his body back to Wan Daoshan, and from there, use its resources to uncover his identity. Very well, it seems we have no other choice. Qing Miao agreed. The two women soon found a small mortal town 100 miles away, locating a coffin shop within it. After purchasing a fine coffin, they returned to the forest. They carefully placed Tian Nan's body inside the coffin and then stored it within their spatial ring. Having completed this task, the two women dared not linger, continuing their journey towards Wandaoshan. Upon reaching the borders of Wandaoshan, they were indeed met by an elder awaiting their arrival. However, the elder bore a grave expression, remaining silent as he hastened back to Wandaoshan without uttering a word. The two women sensed the somber atmosphere and refrained from speaking further, acutely aware of the tension surrounding them. At last, the narrative unfolds. The two women hastened back to Wandao Mountain, which is nestled amidst a range of towering mountains. These mountains encircle Wandao Mountain as if to protect it, with a grand river flowing 10 miles away, clearly a treasure trove of natural energy. The scenery of Wandao Mountain is exquisite, with its architectural ensembles and sculptures seemingly imbued with profound meaning. Upon entering its domain, one can sense the abundance of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of ordinary places, showcasing Wandao Mountain's exceptional mastery in this regard. However, the atmosphere at Wandao Mountain was currently somber. The mountain gates were tightly shut, and many formations appeared to be in a state of activation, causing the disciples passing by to wear expressions of deep concern. Upon their return, the two women first paid their respects to their master. "You two have finally returned. Thank goodness you are safe. Come quickly, the sect leader has summoned an emergency meeting." An elder, clad in Taoist robes and exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, sighed in relief at the sight of the two women's safe return. There was no time for pleasantries as he led them to the sect meeting. "Yes, master." The two women dared not delay and neglected their need for rest. They had initially wished to share their extraordinary accomplishment of completing a task by bringing back 6 eyeballs from mid-stage Yuxian realm demon beasts and encountering the mysterious high-ranking figure, Zhong Qing. Yet, in light of the pressing matters at hand, they set aside their revelations. Following their master, they entered the grand hall of the sect, where all the elders, protectors, and direct disciples of Wandao Mountain had gathered. The atmosphere was thick with gravity. At the head of the hall sat the imposing sect leader, Zhuge Qing, who surveyed the assembly before speaking slowly. "Everyone, since we are all present, I shall get straight to the point. Since the emergence of Tian Nan, over 100 of our disciples who ventured outside on tasks have been brutally slain by him. That, however, is not the gravest concern. Even if we were to temporarily prevent all our disciples from leaving and eliminate Tian Nan to regain our freedom, I did not expect that he would issue a threat yesterday, declaring his intent to attack Wandao Mountain in revenge for the encirclement 300 years ago. If anyone else had made such a statement, I would have dismissed it with a laugh, even if it were a sacred land planning to attack us. After all, Wandao Mountain excels in formations. In the face of the countless formations laid by Wandao Mountain, I would have been confident in making them suffer heavy losses. But you must not forget, Tian Nan hails from Wandao Mountain, and his understanding of formations is the highest in our history. This implies that his comprehension of formations may surpass all of us present. Consequently, the formations we pride ourselves on may be rendered ineffective in his eyes. As Zhuge Qing's words fell, a frown spread across the assembly, and a heavy silence enveloped them. The newly returned Qing Niao and her companion finally grasped the reason for the sect's grave demeanor. Zhuge Qing subsequently revealed another alarming piece of news. "Furthermore, I have received the latest intelligence that Tian Nan has reached the Yuxian realm. At his level of cultivation, with formations proving ineffective against him, his entry into Wandao Mountain would be unstoppable. Even if our ancestors were to come out of seclusion, they would only be able to achieve a stalemate at best. If he chooses to attack others instead of confronting our ancestors, no one will be able to withstand his assault. In other words, he could eliminate all those in the Yuxian realm and leave unscathed." Upon hearing this, the brows of those present knitted tightly. The gap between realms is akin to an insurmountable chasm. No amount of Yuxian realm practitioners could contend with a Yuxian realm opponent. Thus, even a few casual strikes from Tian Nan within Wandao Mountain would result in unbearable losses. While Wandao Mountain does possess Yuxian realm guardians, the disciples are typically not combat-oriented, making them unlikely to withstand the formidable Tian Nan, who has succumbed to demonic cultivation. "What shall we do? Let us gather our thoughts." Zhuge Qing spoke solemnly. "I believe we must rely on formations." One elder was the first to voice an opinion, stating, "After all, Tian Nan has not been within Wandao Mountain for 300 years. During this time, we have developed many new formations that he may not be able to dismantle completely." "Indeed, I concur," another elder added. "Our greatest strength lies in our formations. Surely our collective research cannot be outdone by Tian Nan alone. While utilizing formations, I propose we disperse some disciples to minimize risk," suggested yet another elder. "Agreed." Upon hearing the proposals, Zhuge Qing's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. "Send orders to discreetly disperse some disciples. They can return once the crisis passes. Secondly, We shall activate all formations at Wandao Mountain while utilizing the remaining days to establish new ones. Therefore, esteemed elders, do not hold back in the face of this crisis. Employ all your secret techniques. Elder E, is your newly devised Wu Sha formation ready for deployment? Zhuge Qing inquired, turning his gaze to an elder of ethereal demeanor, who happened to be the master of Qing Miao and Lung Ning. Elder E sighed and replied, the formation still requires some materials. Oh, what materials are needed? Zhuge Qing asked promptly. We still need demon beast eyeballs for activation, Elder E responded. Moreover, to affect a being of Tiannan's caliber, we require at least eyeballs from mid-stage Yuxian realm beasts. Eyeballs from mid-stage Yuxian realm beasts? Zhuge Qing frowned. While acquiring ordinary demon beast materials is feasible given Wandao Mountain-esque resources, obtaining those from mid-stage Yuxian realm beasts is indeed a challenge. After all, such beings are dominators within the demon beast hierarchy, and their eyeballs are not easily acquired. Although I recently sent my 2 disciples out to hunt demons to gain experience, they had been gone only a few days, and given their strength, they would not be capable of retrieving eyeballs from mid-stage Yuxian realm beasts. Thus, it seems unrealistic to prepare the Wu Sha formation before Tiannan arrives. Elder E sighed. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. Master. Chapter 36. Eyeballs from mid-stage Yuxian realm beasts. My sister and I have brought them back. Do you have something to say? Elder E turned to Qing Miao. The other attendees also focused their attention on her. In such a setting, despite Qing Miao's respectable standing among the younger generation, she felt a tinge of nervousness. Under the gazes of everyone present, she rummaged through her storage ring and produced 6 jade vials. Eyeballs from mid-stage Yuxian realm beasts. My sister and I have brought back 6. At her declaration, the hall erupted in astonishment. What? One elder, filled with excitement, rushed forward to examine one of the jade vials. Inside the translucent vial lay a perfectly preserved eyeball. What do you think, Elder E? Is it truly an eyeball from a mid-stage Yuxian realm beast? Zhuge Qing inquired urgently. With Elder Yi's experience, he quickly discerned the truth of Qing Miao's claim. Indeed, they were eyeballs from mid-stage Yuxian realm beasts. He solemnly nodded in affirmation to Zhuge Qing. As he did so, a wave of exhilaration spread among the crowd. Their gazes fixed on the 2 women. Ha ha, you 2 have rendered great service to Wandao Mountain. Zhuge Qing expressed his unreserved praise, and the other elders echoed his sentiments, showering the 2 women with accolades. The arrival of these eyeballs from mid-stage Yuxian realm beasts was a timely boon for them. After all, a certain elder held a prestigious position within Wandao Mountain, and his study of the Wu Sha formation was undoubtedly capable of greatly aiding in the battle against Tiannan. The accolades showered upon the 2 women left them somewhat bashful, yet the prospect of contributing significantly to their sect filled them with immense joy. However, how did you 2 manage to acquire such a treasure, and what are the 6 orbs? At that moment, Zhuge Qing voiced his curiosity, and others turned their inquisitive gazes upon them. After all, their confidence in obtaining a beast of such caliber was far from assured. Even a practitioner at the late stage of the Yuxian realm might sustain injuries when faced with a desperate counterattack from such a formidable creature. We humbly report to the sect master that it was a senior who gifted them to us, Lung Ning reverently stated. A senior bestowed these upon you? The crowd erupted in disbelief. What kind of senior would bestow such valuable items upon them? It was well known that the eyes of beasts at this level had numerous applications beyond their potential use in formations, and it would be no exaggeration to say they were worth their weight in gold. Lung Ning and her companion nodded seriously and recounted the entirety of the events to those present. Upon hearing their tale, everyone was left incredulous. A mere leaf could annihilate a beast at the mid-stage of the Yuxian realm, and there were even attendants of the Yuxian realm involved. This individual could only be of the Rixian realm. Without a doubt, Zhuge Qing concluded. Moreover, sect master, that elder Zhong Qing possesses a small world of his own. Qing Miao could not help but add. A small world? The crowd was once again taken aback by Qing Miao's revelation. Clearly, this individual either hailed from an extraordinary lineage or possessed an astonishing level of power. Zhuge Qing reiterated, regardless, your ability to forge a good rapport with such an entity is indeed your fortune. You have performed admirably, and once we have dealt with Tiannan, I shall commend you properly. Thank you, sect master. The 2 women expressed their gratitude hurriedly. Remembering something, Lung Ning added, by the way, sect master, esteemed elders, as we were departing, that senior gifted us 2 wooden carvings. Initially, we believed them to be mere tokens of remembrance, but upon our return, we inadvertently triggered something, and the carvings emitted a brilliant light, launching an attack into the sky, fortuitously striking down an unfortunate bystander. An unexpected attack that resulted in a fatality? This dramatic turn of events left everyone present astounded. Such luck was unparalleled, and they could not help but mourn the misfortune of that individual. Quickly, Show me those wooden carvings, Zhuge Qing urged. The two women, not daring to delay, promptly produced the carvings. In an instant, the senior members of Wandao Mountain began to scrutinize the two wooden pieces. However, despite Wandao Mountain's familiarity with these types of techniques, and the presence of many practitioners of puppet arts within their ranks, all their deliberations yielded no revelations. No matter how they examined them, the carvings appeared to be nothing more than ordinary wooden sculptures. Did you truly witness these carvings unleash an attack? Zhuge Qing asked incredulously. Sect Master, it is absolutely true. Qing Miao affirmed eagerly. We witnessed the attack with our own eyes. What was the level of the attack? Zhuge Qing pressed further. That. The two women exchanged glances, shaking their heads. We are unable to discern. After a wave of light, there was no discernible aura. It could have been at the Chunxian realm, the Xingxian realm, or possibly even the Yuxian realm. They continued. As for the individual who was struck down, we know not their cultivation level. It was only after the attack that we realized it had hit someone. Very well, perhaps these carvings employed some unknown technique. After all, the world is full of wonders. You should keep the carvings safe for now, Zhuge Qing instructed. Additionally, Sect Master, we have brought back the body of the deceased. As we feel remorse for the inadvertent loss of life, we intend to ascertain his identity and return his remains to his family, along with our apologies, Lung Ning added. Address this matter once the situation with Tian Nin has been resolved, Zhuge Qing replied, as he was not inclined to concern himself with such issues at this critical juncture. Understood, Sect Master, the two women acknowledged, recognizing the weight of the situation. After securing the wooden carvings, they resumed their seats. As the sect meeting concluded, Wandao Mountain mobilized entirely, dispatching many disciples discreetly. Once these individuals had departed, all formations of Wandao Mountain remained activated, with no one permitted to enter or exit. Furthermore, the elders unveiled their most potent techniques, preparing for the final confrontation. The elder overseeing the Wuxia formation worked tirelessly alongside others to expedite its arrangement. Finally, on the eve of Tian Nan's assault on Wandao Mountain, the Wuxia formation was complete. Another day passed. The moment when Tian Nan unleashed his threats against Wandao Mountain had finally arrived. The entire sect braced itself for battle. All capable fighters stood armed in the Grand Hall, while many others remained within the formations, ready to respond to any eventuality. Chapter 37. Yet why does this person seem so familiar? Despite their extensive preparations, a heavy pall hung over each face. Even the slightest noise set their nerves on edge. The threat posed by an individual of the Rishian realm was indeed immense, particularly as their proud formations might be ineffective against him. As Wandao Mountain awaited with bated breath, the sun rose high in the sky. Zhuge Qing scanned the surroundings vigilantly, ensuring no issues would arise. The other elders remained equally vigilant, wary of a sudden assault from Tian Nan. Soon, midday arrived. Although Tian Nan had yet to appear, it was plausible he was already lurking near Wandao Mountain. Everyone must remain alert, Zhuge Qing cautioned. However, the hours dragged on, and as the sun set, the evening glow bathed Wandao Mountain in a crimson hue. Was Tian Nan planning a night raid? It was quite possible, after a full day of waiting. He might hope they would lower their guard at night, allowing him to strike unexpectedly. They must not slacken their vigilance. Several elders whispered among themselves, weighing the potential danger. In this tense atmosphere, despite their formidable cultivation levels, the mental toll was immense. Each individual consumed a spirit-nourishing pill to maintain their alertness. As night enveloped the mountains, darkness deepened. Aside from Wandao Mountain, which was brightly illuminated, the surrounding areas were shrouded in pitch blackness, obscuring all visibility. None could anticipate what might be concealed in the shadows. Then, the sound of a cock crowing echoed from the forest beyond. The assembled elders looked up, realizing that they had unwittingly awaited an entire night. With the second dawn rising in the east, had Tian Nan truly failed to arrive? Had they miscalculated the date? Zhuge Qing convened with several elders. That cannot be. It was definitely yesterday. Could it be that Tian Nan deliberately spread false information to exhaust our spirits, only to appear once we have grown weary? Indeed, I concur with the elder's assessment. A person of his ilk would not adhere to principles of trust. Zhuge Qing nodded gravely and commanded, relay the order. All formations must remain activated, and no one shall relax their vigilance. Yes, came the unified response. With this command, Wandao Mountain remained in a state of high alert. Yet, as time slipped away, another 7 days passed. Do not speak of Tian Nan's impending assault on Wandao Mountain, for not even a hair of his presence has been detected. Moreover, the various spies dispatched by Wandao Mountain have gleaned no information regarding Tian Nan, as if he has completely vanished from the realm of mortals. Zhuge Qing and the assembly of elders sat in the great hall of the sect, utterly bewildered. This scenario does not align with Tian Nan's typical modus operandi. In light of this unforeseen situation, Wandao Mountain endeavored to restore some operational functions, and tranquility prevailed. On this day, beside a flowing waterfall, near the cave dwelling of Lung Ning and Qing Miao, two young women stood in a pavilion. Before them lay a coffin. Inside it, a peculiar young man lay in repose. The bodies of cultivators do not decay easily, so even after several days, there was little change from the moment of death. Sister, when do you think the threat of Tian Nan will be completely eradicated? Qing Miao mused, rubbing her temples as she gazed at the body. This gentleman in the coffin is like a thorn in my heart. I am restless until I can uncover his identity and ensure he finds peace. Yet, with Tian Nan's threat still looming, venturing out to investigate his identity is fraught with danger. Alas, we must wait a little longer. Lung Ning furrowed her brow in agreement, offering. The threat posed by Tian Nan is indeed formidable. As long as he remains alive, the risks of leaving the sect are simply too great. Reluctantly, Qing Miao nodded in acquiescence. At that moment, an elder, exuding an air of celestial grace, approached and inquired, "What are you two young ladies doing here?" The two women quickly bowed and replied, "Master, we are discussing what to do about this person." The elder, noticing the coffin, could not help but lean closer for a better look. Was this fine young man truly the one who perished? What a pity for such a promising life to be extinguished. Fate is indeed capricious, he lamented. Master, what brings you here? Qing Miao asked, unable to contain her curiosity. A few days ago, I expended considerable mental energy. After some recuperation, seeing that there was nothing pressing, I thought I would come and check on you two sisters. He explained. Just as he finished speaking, the Wandao bell suddenly tolled. The elder raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward the distance. The bell tolls again. The sect leader has convened a meeting of the elders. You two continue your discussion. I must attend, he said with a hint of resignation, before stepping into the void and making his way to the great hall. Upon the elders' arrival, the high-ranking members of the sect had largely gathered. I have summoned everyone here due to the matter of Tian Nan. His prolonged absence does not imply he will not show up. Furthermore, Tian Nan's methods are cunning and unpredictable. We cannot dismiss the possibility that he has already infiltrated Wandao Mountain, perhaps lurking in the shadows and observing us. He may even have disguised himself as one of our disciples, blending seamlessly among us. While such a possibility is slim, we must remain vigilant. Zhong Qing stated from the head of the assembly. The high-ranking members nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Zhong Qing's concerns. Given Tian Nan's bizarre and eccentric nature, it was clear that anything was within the realm of possibility. Recognizing that some elders had not been part of the sect 300 years prior, or had various reasons for not encountering Tian Nan, Zhong Qing produced a segment of footage recorded on Wandao Stone during Tian Nan's time at Wandao Mountain. Through this footage, you may gain insight into Tian Nan's presence, observing his aura and behavioral patterns. After familiarizing yourselves, I urge you to remain vigilant during your patrols in Wandao Mountain. Should you encounter anyone exhibiting similar behaviors, report it immediately. The assembly nodded in unison. Understanding Zhong Qing's anxiety, it was better to be prepared than caught off guard. As Zhong Qing's voice faded, he waved his hand, and the footage materialized above the assembly's heads. In the image, a young man clad in black sat cross-legged, forming seals with his hands. His facial features were strikingly distinct: slanted eyes, a hooked nose, gaunt cheekbones, and an unusually pale complexion that bordered on the unhealthy. One elder scrutinized the image above with great attention. Although he had been an elder of Wandao Mountain for 300 years, he had been in seclusion researching an advanced formation when Tian Nan entered the sect. By the time he emerged from his retreat, Wandao Mountain had expelled Tian Nan and launched a joint assault against him. Thus, he had never laid eyes on Tian Nan until this very moment, finally witnessing the appearance of the legendary figure. Yet, a peculiar feeling arose within him. This visage appeared oddly familiar. Chapter 38. Master, have you taken the coffin away? It felt as though he had encountered this individual before. An elder, deep in contemplation, suddenly recalled something, and as if propelled by springs, he sprang to his feet with alarming vigor. Gah! A sound akin to a startled duck escaped his lips, reverberating through the hall and causing the eardrums of those present to tremble. The elder's unexpected outburst captured the attention of all. What troubles you, elder? Zhong Qing inquired urgently. Indeed, elder, your sudden demeanor is quite alarming. What has transpired? The assembly echoed their concern, startled by the elder's unusual display of emotion, as they had never witnessed such a spectacle from him before. However, the elder paid them no mind, rushing out of the great hall and soaring into the air, leaving the assembly in a state of confusion. Upon exiting, he did not pause, but directed his course towards the location of Qing Miao and Lung Ning. The two women, still in the pavilion deliberating on how to handle the corpse, were taken aback by the elder's unprecedented speed as he approached. Master, weren't you attending the elders' meeting? Why have you returned? The two inquired, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Yet, the elder ignored their questions and shouted, "Where is the coffin? Where is it?" "It's right here, master." "What is the matter?" Qing Miao stammered, startled by the elder's frantic demeanor, and promptly retrieved the coffin from her storage ring. With a thud, the coffin landed, and the elder lifted the lid, locking his gaze onto the still figure of the young man inside. "Indeed, it is just as I thought," he murmured. Then, without further ado, hoisted the coffin and ascended into the air, heading back towards the great hall. As if fearing his speed was insufficient, he kicked his legs vigorously while airborne. The sight of the elder's peculiar actions left the two women dumbfounded. Their master was, astonishingly, absconding with the coffin. Something unusual must have occurred, Lung Ning observed, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Let us follow him and see." Meanwhile, Zhuge Qing and the other high-ranking members remained perplexed, unable to comprehend why the elder had reacted so dramatically. Suddenly, they witnessed the elder returning, this time carrying a coffin on his shoulder. The scene left the assembly in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. What had come over the elder? Had he lost his sanity under the pressure of Tian Nan's threat, running out in a frenzy only to return with a coffin? "Elder, could you enlighten us as to what transpired?" Zhuge Qing stepped forward, her expression laden with concern. An elder of the sect cast the coffin onto the ground with a resounding thud. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Zhuge Qing and solemnly stated, "Zhongzhu, you can easily discern who lies within this coffin." The mention of a person within the coffin left Zhuge Qing perplexed, though he understood that the elder would not speak without reason. He approached, forcefully lifting the coffin lid, and directed his gaze inside. When his eyes settled upon the lifeless body within, he let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" His outcry was even louder than that of the elder moments before. "What is it, Zhongzhu?" The other elders inquired, their curiosity piqued. They crowded around, eager to glimpse the contents of the coffin that had so profoundly unsettled their leader. "Ah! What the hell? No way." A chorus of exclamations filled the grand hall of Wandao Mountain. All present were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the still form of Tian Nen lying quietly within. "What is the meaning of this?" Zhuge Qing stammered, unable to grasp the reality before him. Tian Nen had met his demise, and now lay in this coffin, which had inexplicably appeared in his domain. The situation was surreal, almost dreamlike. The elder took a deep breath, striving to steady his racing heart, and recounted, "This coffin was brought back by my two disciples from outside." "What?" The elder's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Zhuge Qing, as the leader, quickly grasped the implication and exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the unfortunate soul they encountered was Tian Nan?" "Indeed," the elder confirmed, nodding gravely, though the revelation was hard to believe. The truth lay stark before them. They were astounded. The absurdity of it all was beyond comprehension. No wonder Tian Nan had threatened to attack Wandao Mountain. The time had passed, and they had seen nothing of him, for he had already perished. All their vigilance had been in vain. Merely a battle of wits against the wind. At that moment, Lung Ning and Qing Miao, who had been pursuing the elder, arrived at the entrance of the hall, just in time to overhear the conversation. They stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces. "Sister, am I dreaming?" Qing Miao trembled, looking at Lung Ning. That unfortunate fellow was actually Tian Nan? Lung Ning was equally astonished, unable to articulate her thoughts. Who could have imagined such an outrageous turn of events? Amidst the chaos, Zhuge Qing's laughter echoed through the hall. After thorough inspection, he confirmed that the body in the coffin was indeed Tian Nan. The seemingly insurmountable crisis facing Wandao Mountain had been miraculously resolved. "It seems the heavens have shown us mercy. Issued my decree, for the next 3 days, Wandao Mountain shall celebrate. All disciples may enter the library to select one profound technique." Zhuge Qing declared with exuberance, and the other elders shared in his delight. Their hearts finally at ease after days of tension. "Ah, Qing Miao, Lung Ning, you two great contributors, come forth." Zhuge Qing beckoned the two women at the entrance. "Yes, Zhongzhu," they responded, equally exhilarated. Not only had the sect's crisis been averted, but they also no longer had to worry about the identity of the deceased or the need to apologize. "May I see that wooden carving once more?" Zhuge Qing asked, a smile gracing his face. After all, it had inadvertently caused the death of Tian Nan, a formidable figure in the realm of Rixian. The two women exchanged glances, fully aware of the implications. Initially, they believed the man they had struck down to be of similar strength to themselves, if not weaker. However, upon discovering his true identity, they were left reeling from the weight of Zhuge Qing's gratitude. They cautiously retrieved the wooden carving, which was now handled with utmost reverence. The atmosphere was tense, as they feared the potential for unforeseen consequences. "Elders, do you perceive any anomalies upon closer inspection?" Zhuge Qing inquired. The elders shook their heads, the carving appearing as ordinary as before. Yet, they understood that it was not truly mundane. Its creation was so profound that they lacked the ability to unravel its mysteries. It seems this elder is even more powerful than we imagined, Zhuge Qing mused. Indeed, I find myself contemplating a rather disconcerting thought, one elder remarked gravely. What is this unsettling thought? Zhuge Qing and the others turned their attention to him. I wonder why the carving suddenly unleashed an attack. And why did it target Tiannan specifically? Does this not strike you as exceedingly coincidental? The elder's words struck Zhuge Qing like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, Are you suggesting? Precisely, the elder affirmed. I suspect that this elder foresaw the troubles facing Wandao Mountain. Because Qing Miao and Lung Ning endeared themselves to him, he intervened and eliminated Tiannan for us. The possibility seemed plausible. How else could such a remarkable coincidence occur? Zhuge Qing inhaled deeply, the weight of the realization settling upon him. Yet, Qing Miao interjected, but we did not mention Tiannan when we departed. Zhuge Qing chuckled, shaking his head. You two young ladies are still too naive. At a certain level of existence, words become irrelevant. The elder's insight transcends mere communication. Is there truly such a formidable being in this world? Lung Ning gasped. Isn't that precisely who you encountered? Zhuge Qing replied with a smile. You two have indeed encountered extraordinary fortune, bringing salvation to Wandao Mountain from an impending calamity. Thus, you are both our great benefactors, and that elder is our savior. The two women blushed at Zhuge Qing's praise, yet they could not shake the image of the figure in white from their minds. He was even more powerful than they had envisioned, leaving them both awestruck and humbled by the vast chasm that separated them from such strength. Gratitude welled up within them, mingling with their astonishment. They merely assisted Zhong Qing in arranging her small world. Not only did Zhong Qing bestow upon them 6 eyes of mid-level demon beasts from the Yuxian realm, but she also helped them resolve the crisis of Tiannan. Such immense kindness left them feeling indebted. Elder, prepare a grand gift at once. Let us pay a visit to this esteemed elder, Zhuge Qing stated. Yes, sect master. The elder promptly replied, but then recalled something and added, By the way, sect master, Tiannan sect has sent a letter requesting our assistance in repairing their formations. What do you think? Delaying the repair of Tiannan sect's formations by a few days would pose no significant issue. Visiting the elder is of utmost importance. Zhuge Qing asserted decisively. Understood. The elder quickly complied. After the elder had prepared the gifts, Zhuge Qing set off with him, heading towards Fengtian City based on the address provided by Qing Miao and her companion. The following day, they arrived at the entrance of the Lin family in Fengtian City. However, as soon as they reached the Lin family's gate, they were met with a closed door, having not seen Zhong Qing in person. It was not entirely the Lin family's fault. The sheer number of individuals seeking an audience with Zhong Qing had become overwhelming. Perhaps we should directly announce our identities, the elder suggested, somewhat irritated by the rejection. As their statuses were respected even throughout the Eastern Domain, it is no exaggeration to say that even at the gates of a sacred place, the opposing sect leader would greet them courteously. However, at this small Lin family in Fengtian City, they could not even enter the main gate. Elder, this is not appropriate, Zhuge Qing hastily interrupted. Our esteemed identities may not even be acknowledged in the eyes of this elder, since we cannot enter. It may be that the elder does not wish to meet us, so we must refrain from acting impulsively and offending him. Indeed, the elder quickly responded, feeling somewhat ashamed. Since we cannot meet, then so be it. There will be opportunities to repay her kindness in the future. It would be more convenient to head directly to Tiannan sect from here. Zhuge Qing instructed. I have also heard that Tiannan sect has recently produced a golden talent in the form of a saintess. That old man Wu Yun seems to want me to teach her some formation techniques for self-defense, while assisting them in repairing their formations. I might as well take a look at this saintess. If she proves to be a promising student, I would not mind teaching her a thing or two. Yes. Sect master, the elder nodded. Also, please notify others to investigate the relationship between the Lin family and that elder, as well as the elder's purpose for coming to Fengtian City. This will facilitate our next visit, Zhuge Qing added. I will make arrangements immediately, the elder replied. Then send a message through the air. Subsequently, they proceeded directly to Tiannan sect. Chapter 40. Flattening Tiannan sect is a piece of cake. A day later, they arrived at Tiannan sect. As one of the most prominent forces in the Eastern Domain in recent years, Tiannan sect was indeed impressive. Beyond the mountain gate lay a staggering 999 steps, reaching towards the sky and clouds. The name Tiannan was derived from its ability to reach the heavens and explore the clouds. Looking up, one could hardly discern the entirety of Tiannan sect, only catching glimpses of radiant light through the clouds, hinting at the ethereal beauty of its palatial structures. Naturally, upon their arrival, Zhuge Qing and the elder were received personally by Wu Yun, the sect leader of Tiannan sect, in the main hall. Our sect has several formations that have fallen into disrepair over the years. I hope that Brother Zhuge can lend a hand this time, Wu Yun said, stroking his beard with a leisurely smile. Of course, that is no problem, Zhuge Qing replied with a gentle smile. After all, such assistance would not come without value. Each act would be worth a considerable sum, akin to how an alchemist is respected wherever they go. By the way, there is another matter I wish to request of Brother Zhuge, Wu Yun continued, stroking his beard. As you know, our Tianyun sect has recently produced a saintess. I would like Brother Zhuge to offer her some guidance. In the world of cultivation, one may encounter formations in secret realms or during travels. Having a foundational knowledge of formations would greatly enhance safety. That may depend on her talent, Zhuge Qing candidly remarked. Very well, let us have Brother Zhuge assess my disciple. Wu Yun said before calling out, Shuer, come in and pay your respects to Zhuge, the sect master of Wandaoshan. As Wu Yun's voice echoed, a figure clad in white, Murong Shui, glided into the hall, trailing her long skirt. Murong Shui pays her respects to Elder Zhuge, she greeted with a slight bow. Indeed, she is a dragon among people, Zhuge Qing praised, recognizing her extraordinary potential with his discerning eye. He then stated directly, in that case, I shall put you to the test. I will set up a small gathering spirit formation before you, and if you can replicate it after I am done, I will agree to your master's request. Very well, Sect Master Zhuge, please proceed, Murong Shui replied confidently. Zhuge Qing nodded and retrieved 3 gold coins from his storage ring, arranging them into a triangular formation before swiftly executing a series of hand seals, successfully establishing a small gathering spirit formation. This assessment, though seemingly simple, served as a practical means to gauge one's proficiency in formations. So, young lady, can you accomplish this? Zhuge Qing inquired. This is no challenge at all. Murong Shui replied with a confident smile as she produced 3 gold coins and began to replicate the formation. Though her execution appeared somewhat clumsy and the result was not as effective as Zhuge Qing's, she indeed managed to set up a gathering spirit formation. Ha! Wu Yun laughed heartily from above. What do you think, Brother Zhuge? My disciple is quite impressive, isn't she? Her golden talent is truly deserving of its reputation. Zhuge Qing was genuinely astonished. Her talent rivaled that of Tian Nan from the past, with only a slight difference. He even felt a pang of envy, considering taking Murong Shui to Wandaoshan. Then, Brother Zhuge, why not take my disciple as a named disciple? Wu Yun suggested with a smile, while Murong Shui looked on with eager anticipation. With her talent, her achievements on the path of cultivation would undoubtedly be remarkable. If she were to gradually receive the true teachings of Wandaoshan, how could Murong Shui not become renowned throughout the Eastern Domain? No, she could even become the first of her kind in the Eastern Domain. With this thought, she could not help but lift her chin with pride. Zhuge Qing nearly agreed without hesitation, recognizing the benefits for Wandaoshan, given Murong Shui's golden talent, which promised limitless potential. Moreover, he was indeed quite envious of her abilities. He had even contemplated the possibility of passing on his true teachings to Murong Shui in the future. However, just as he was about to nod in agreement, the elder seated beside him caught a glimpse of the flickering jade slip, his brow furrowing suddenly. Ignoring Wu Yun's gaze, the elder leaned closer to Zhuge Qing and urgently transmitted a message. What? Such a matter? After receiving the elder's transmission, Zhuge Qing's brows knitted tightly. His gaze towards Murong Shui shifted dramatically, for the message conveyed by the elder contained the intricate history between the Murong and Lin families, as well as the impending marriage between Murong Shui and Lin Feng. Furthermore, it was revealed that Lin Feng was Zhong Qing's direct disciple and that he would soon arrive at Tianyun sect to challenge Murong Shui. Through this series of connections, it is easy to deduce that Zhong Qing's arrival in Fengtian City is likely related to the matters concerning his disciple and Murong Shui. He could hardly have anticipated that the very Murong Shui, who stands before him, would be linked to the very Zhong Qing who had just rescued him from Wandao Mountain. Brother Zhuge, has something occurred at Wandao Mountain? Wu Yun could not help but inquire upon noticing the sudden change in Zhuge Qing's demeanor. You worry too much, my Wandao Mountain isn't scathed. It is merely this disciple of mine that I fear I am unworthy to mentor, Zhuge Qing replied, casting a glance at Murong Shui. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing Zhuge Qing's words, Wu Yun's brow furrowed. Did you not just say that as long as Shui passes the assessment, you would be willing to teach her? Her talent is commendable, but as for her character, Zhuge Qing did not elaborate further and instead rose to leave. Let us discuss the matter of repairing the formation at a later time. With that, Zhuge Qing departed with the Grand Elder. Master, what does he mean by that? Murong Shui said, her expression filled with displeasure. A mere Wandao Mountain dares to act so arrogantly in front of our Tianyun sect. Is it not just a matter of some formations? I have no interest in learning from them. Alas, Shui, you should return for now. I have a feeling Zhuge Qing's words carry more weight than they seem. Wu Yun hesitated for a moment before deciding to pursue Zhuge Qing. Eventually, he caught up with them at the mountain gate. Brother Zhuge, could you enlighten me on what exactly has transpired? Wu Yun inquired, his countenance serious. I sense that your words are laden with meaning. Seeing Wu Yun pursue him, Zhuge Qing sighed. Brother Wu, our friendship may not be profound, but we have known each other for several hundred years. For the sake of our past camaraderie, allow me to offer you a warning. What warning? Regarding your disciple. It would be wise to distance yourself from her, or even expel her from Tianyun's sect to avoid drawing calamity upon yourself, Zhuge Qing said with utmost gravity. What did you just say? Upon hearing Zhuge Qing's words, Wu Yun exclaimed in disbelief. Zhuge Qing, are you out of your mind? You want me to expel Shui Air from the sect? Do you not realize she possesses golden talent? Are you unaware of the tremendous resources Tianyun's sect has invested in her development? You would have me cast her out? Wu Yun glared at Zhuge Qing, his anger palpable. Surely you jest. But Zhuge Qing's expression remained solemn. I am not jesting. I speak with sincerity. In Zhuge Qing's view, such a warning was far from excessive. What significance does golden talent hold? If her fortune is lacking, her utmost potential may only reach the realm of Rixian. And among the elite, there might be a slim chance of attaining Dixian. Yet, Zhong Qing, with a mere wooden sculpture, could vanquish a Rixian master. If such a formidable figure were to become enraged on behalf of his disciple, flattening your Tianyun sect would be a matter of mere moments. Chapter 41. Once on the arena, life and death are divided. Thus, while golden talent is indeed admirable, it greatly depends on the adversary one faces. In the presence of true unrivaled power, it counts for little. You would have me cast Shui Air from Tianyun's sect based on a single statement. Since you claim to be serious, I must ask you, what is the reasoning behind your warning? Should you fail to provide a coherent explanation, do not blame me for my rudeness, Wu Yun retorted, still seething with indignation. Mu Rongshui is his most cherished disciple in his lifetime. While others shower her with praise, Zhuge Qing dares to suggest severing ties with her. In his view, Zhuge Qing is merely envious of the exceptional disciple his sect possesses. To be frank, she has offended someone she should not have. The karma she has accumulated may endanger your entire Tianyun sect, Zhuge Qing stated with utmost seriousness. Ha! Upon hearing Zhuge Qing's words, Wu Yun burst into laughter. Offended someone she should not have? At her tender age, who could she possibly offend? Furthermore, with Tianyun's sect standing guard, who could dare to harm her? To put it plainly, even those from the sacred land would not be in a position to provoke Tianyun's sect. Very well, I hope you remember your words today. I have fulfilled my duty in warning you. Whether you choose to believe it is your prerogative. Whatever consequences arise, you shall bear them yourselves. Zhuge Qing's expression darkened. He had offered this warning out of respect for the long-standing relationship between Wan Dao Mountain and Tianyun sect. He felt he had done his utmost and saw no reason to elaborate further. Ultimately, this was not his affair. With that, Zhuge Qing and the Grand Elder prepared to leave. Wait, Wu Yun's voice called out from behind. Zhuge Qing turned to look at him. The foundation of Yun Tian sect's growth is beyond what a small Wan Dao mountain can fathom. Regardless of your intentions, the affairs of Tianyun's sect do not require your meddling. As for the matter of repairing the formation, you need not concern yourself with it any longer. With a cold snort, Wu Yun turned and departed. Very well, Zhuge Qing gritted his teeth in frustration. Wu Yun's words clearly indicated a complete severance of ties with Wan Dao Mountain. He had merely offered a kind warning, yet it had been met with resentment. I shall see if you remain so defiant when you truly offend that esteemed figure. With an angry huff, Zhuge Qing also stormed off with the Grand Elder. Alas, Sect Master, this situation. In midair, the Grand Elder shook his head with a sigh, clearly reluctant to see this outcome. He could not help but ask, why not clarify the matter regarding Senior Zhong Qing to Wu Tian? Prove that what you said is true? Zhuge Qing laughed at the Grand Elder's inquiry. Why should I explain myself to him? Why must I prove anything before him? This is not a matter concerning Wan Dao Mountain, and I stand to gain nothing. Besides, speaking further risks offending that esteemed figure, an endeavor fraught with peril and no reward. Moreover, the events in Fengtian City are not beyond our reach. It would not be difficult for Tianyun's sect to learn of them. They are merely too proud and indifferent to seek the truth. You think of everything, Sect Master. The Grand Elder nodded in admiration. Let us hope that when the time comes, Tianyun's sect will exhibit some sense. Zhuge Qing glanced back at the gradually fading Tianyun's sect, shook his head, and quickened his pace towards Wan Dao Mountain. In Fengtian City, at the Lin family residence, Zhong Qing reclined in a chair while Lin Feng diligently practiced his Xian technique. Xian technique, as its name implies, refers to the skills of a practitioner, which also vary in rank, akin to the levels of martial arts. In practical combat, possessing a higher level Xian technique often confers a distinct advantage. Of course, there are thresholds to practicing Xian techniques. The higher the level, the more demanding the requirements. Currently, Lin Feng's strength at the Chun Xian realm barely meets the threshold to practice the most basic Xian techniques in Zhong Qing's possession. Additionally, Zhong Qing had provided Lin Feng with numerous defensive items, such as wooden sculptures. Whether for automatic protection or combat activation, Zhong Qing had bestowed upon him a substantial collection. Setting aside their master-disciple bond, Lin Feng remains Zhong Qing's most cherished apprentice, and he could not permit any mistakes on his part. As time flowed by, the day of Lin Feng's challenge against Tian Yun's sect approached. Zhong Qing bid farewell to the Lin family and set off with Lin Feng toward Tian Yun's sect. On the day of the agreed-upon challenge, the two finally arrived at the foot of Tian Yun's sect's mountain. You are Lin Feng, here to challenge the saintess today? At the mountain gate, a Tian Yun sect steward awaited them, casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Qing before sneering. I never thought you would have the audacity to come and seek your demise. What did you say? Zhong Qing furrowed his brow, his icy gaze directed at the steward. The steward, upon receiving the piercing gaze of Zhong Qing, instinctively took 2 steps back in shock. Yet, he displayed no fear, instead sneering. What? Do you intend to strike me? If I am not mistaken, you must be the master of that boy who eradicated the mid-phased demon beast of the Yuxian realm. While I cannot deny your strength, do not forget that we are within the Tian Yun sect. Behave yourself, or you shall meet an untimely demise without even knowing how it came to pass. However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhong Qing, without uttering a word, delivered a resounding slap, turning him into a pulpy mass. The tremendous sound of the impact reverberated throughout the mountain gate. What? He actually killed Steward Fong at the entrance of my Tian Yun sect. This scene immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers, who gasped in astonishment. Never before had anyone dared to commit murder at the gates of the Tian Yun sect. Was there truly no one with authority to address this situation? Yet, undeterred by the hostile gazes surrounding him, Zhong Qing lifted his head and directed a thunderous voice towards the sect. Such audacity to cause a disturbance in my Tian Yun sect. Within moments, the sect leader, Wu Yun, emerged with several elders, encircling Zhong Qing and his companion. I demand an explanation, Wu Yun stated, his face dark as he glanced at the steward's remains, fixing his piercing gaze on Zhong Qing. You have treated guests poorly at the Tian Yun sect, even sending a mere Star Xian realm insect to prattle before me. Thus I took it upon myself to cleanse your sect's entrance. Zhong Qing replied coldly. Is there a problem with that? What a sharp tongue. You kill and still have the audacity to speak so eloquently. It seems you are courting death. Wu Yun's eyes shone with a flicker of menace as an elder beside him raised his hand to strike Zhong Qing. However, Wu Yun stopped him at the last moment. Why do you restrain me, sect leader? The elder questioned in confusion. Those who dare to cause chaos within my Tian Yun sect do not leave alive. Since he is doomed, what need is there to rush? Wu Yun narrowed his eyes. I am concerned for Xue Er, who harbors lingering feelings regarding her past engagement. If I cannot help her rid herself of this blemish, it may affect her future state of mind. Thus, let Xue Er confront this blemish herself, and we can deal with that boy later. Wise words, sect leader, the elder nodded in understanding. Morong Xue was indeed their precious gem. They would not allow any impediments on her path forward. Let us return to the matter at hand, Wu Yun said, narrowing his eyes. You have come for the engagement challenge against Xue Er, have you not? I intended to get straight to the point, yet your lackey wasted our time. Zhong Qing scoffed. Wu Yun's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent as he turned away. In that case, you two shall follow me. A moment later, Zhong Qing and Lin Feng entered the Tian Yun sect and arrived at a location known as the Life and Death Platform. From a high position, Wu Yun looked down upon Zhong Qing and his disciple. In my Tian Yun sect, there is no concept of sparring, since you seek a challenge. It shall be a matter of life and death, Wu Yun stated coldly. Once the battle commences, regardless of the circumstances, no one is permitted to intervene. Do you agree? Indeed, Zhong Qing replied without hesitation, nodding on behalf of Lin Feng. He then turned to Lin Feng and softly advised, Disciple, do you understand? If we are to challenge, it is a matter of life and death. They have clearly made it known that they do not intend for you to leave alive. Yes, master, I comprehend. Lin Feng replied. Despite having severed ties with the Morong family, he had not yet turned against them with hostility. He had been contemplating how to resolve matters with Morong Xue, but he had not anticipated that they had already set the stage for his demise. Thus, he resolved not to hold back. Chapter 42. Are your fists not powerful enough? Upon hearing Zhong Qing's agreement, Wu Yun's expression turned coldly triumphant. In his eyes, this master and disciple duo were already as good as dead. Yet, he feared that Zhong Qing might refuse. For his intent was for Lin Feng to perish at Morong Xue's hands, thereby resolving his inner turmoil. This way, Morong Xue's future path would be smooth and free of inner demons. Disciple, prepare for battle, Wu Yun called out. As his voice echoed, Morong Xue, clad in black, gracefully descended onto the life and death platform. She did not spare a glance at Lin Feng, her former childhood companion, her demeanor icy and resolute. "Look, senior sister Morong has arrived." Below the life and death platform, a throng of disciples gathered. Upon her appearance, they erupted in cheers. To them, Morong Shui was their unrivaled idol. "Senior sister Morong, slay him with a single sword strike." "Yes, senior sister Morong, kill him. Let him know he cannot covet you or seek to marry you. Indeed, he should take a good look at himself in the mirror." The chorus of rallying cries echoed around them. Yet, to Morong Shui's ears, they were nothing but jarring insults. Equating her with Lin Feng was a profound humiliation, a disgrace to her current status. She wished nothing more than to erase Lin Feng's name from the world, so that no one would ever know that Morong Shui had once been engaged to such a man. As the eyes of the crowd fixated upon them, Lin Feng, unarmed, slowly ascended the life and death platform. Remember, only one may survive. Regardless of what occurs, no one is permitted to intervene. Wu Yun warned as he cast a glance at Zhong Qing. "Understood," Zhong Qing affirmed with a nod. "Very well, I declare the battle to commence." With Wu Yun's booming voice, the duel officially began. Wu Yun, uninterested in the outcome of a battle devoid of suspense, settled into his seat, convinced that his disciple would eliminate this thorn in his side. However, just as he sat down, his eyes widened in disbelief as he sprang to his feet, fixated on the life and death platform. Immediately after the commencement was announced, Morong Shui launched her attack, eager to dispatch Lin Feng without delay. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng effortlessly countered her assault and retaliated with such swiftness that Morong Shui found herself in peril. "What? How is this possible?" Wu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Morong Shui was a prodigy they had meticulously nurtured, her talents beyond compare, capable of easily battling above her level. Yet, she was now being relentlessly pushed back by Lin Feng. Is this Lin Feng not the so-called waste who was unable to cultivate? Even if he had resolved his issues and could cultivate now, how could he have progressed so rapidly? The most incredulous of all, however, was Morong Shui herself. Faced with Lin Feng's tempestuous onslaught, her eyes widened in horror. "No, this cannot be. Why is this happening?" She regarded Lin Feng, her expression twisted with disbelief. In her mind, Lin Feng was supposed to be a worthless failure. He should not possess such strength. "Die!" she shouted, unleashing the Bai Luo sword technique. Lin Feng's sudden surge of power sent Morong Shui into a panic. She could not allow herself, the esteemed saintess, to be bested by a mere waste. With a desperate cry, she executed a recently learned royal-level sword technique, the treasured legacy of the Tianyun sect, a technique that only she among the younger generation was qualified to practice and had successfully mastered. As the sword technique was unleashed, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. Countless brilliant sword lights enveloped the air, advancing towards Lin Feng. Had he truly resorted to the Bai Luo sword technique? Above, Wu Yun, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh of relief. It was for the best to resolve the battle swiftly and avoid unforeseen complications. Under the Bai Luo sword technique, Lin Feng would have no chance of retaliation, for even against a practitioner of Xianxian realm, Morong Shui would possess the strength to contend, let alone Lin Feng. However, in the next moment, he realized his excitement was premature. A shiver ran through him. In the face of Morong Shui's Bai Luo sword technique, Lin Feng merely raised his fist nonchalantly. Tiangang fist. As the words fell, a colossal golden phantom materialized behind Lin Feng, taking the form of a fist that struck out, instantly shattering the myriad of sword lights. Morong Shui, under the impact of this fist, was sent flying like a kite with severed strings. What? He also possesses a royal-level martial art. Why does this boy have a royal-level martial art? Wu Yun and the others above were filled with disbelief. It is worth noting that their Tianyun sect had developed for many years to finally acquire a set of royal-level sword techniques. And it was Morong Shui's exceptional talent that allowed her to cultivate it successfully. Yet Lin Feng, a mere scion of a small family from Fengtian City, had no reason to wield a royal-level martial art. The countless onlookers were equally stunned by the turn of events, their expressions rife with incredulity. They could hardly believe that their admired senior sister, Morong, was being beaten. Among them, only Zhong Qing remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility. At that moment, Lin Feng, having struck Morong Shui away, showed no mercy. The humiliations he had suffered surged in his mind. His grandfather had died from rage. The Lin family had fallen into decline. All the grievances he had endured erupted at this moment, coalescing into one final punch aimed at Morong Shui. Gazing at this fist, Morong Shui's eyes glazed over. Panic coursed through her. Her expression transformed into one of madness. Why does this waste possess such strength? Why does he also wield a royal-level martial art? Yet, No matter how many questions swirled in her mind, she could think of nothing else but the approaching fist, the threat of death growing ever more palpable. She had to admit that she was being defeated by Lin Feng, this so-called waste. Moreover, she might die at his hands. In that instant, all the pride bestowed upon her as the holy maiden crumbled, and all she could think of was how to survive. In a fit of desperation, she cried out, "Master, save me." Wu Yun naturally witnessed this scene, his eyes ablaze with killing intent. "This little brat dares to kill my disciple in front of me? Brat, stop right now," he bellowed, leaping into the air, directly striking at Lin Feng with a palm. Below, Zhong Qing's expression darkened as he instantly teleported beside Lin Feng, blocking the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yun scooped up Mu Rongshui and returned to the high platform, examining her injuries. Upon confirming that she was not severely harmed, his fiery gaze cooled somewhat. "What a shameless sect, Tian Yun." Zhong Qing glared darkly at Wu Yun, stating ominously, before the battle began. "You yourself said that once on the stage, life and death would be determined, and no one else could intervene. As the sect master, do you speak nonsense?" "Humph. And what of it?" In response to Zhong Qing's inquiry, Wu Yun's expression remained unchanged, coldly retorting, "The rules have always been dictated by whoever's fist is strongest." "Ha! What a rule, dictated by the might of one's fist." Wu Yun's words incited Zhong Qing's laughter. "I would very much like to see how formidable your Tian Yun sect's fist truly is." "You speak with bravado." Wu Yun glared at Zhong Qing with murderous intent, coldly saying, "Do you think you can run rampant in my Tian Yun sect and kill my steward in public? Do you believe you can escape? Elders 3, 4, and 5, come forth. Kill those two." "Yes." With Wu Yun's command, 3 old men surged forth from behind him, closing in on Zhong Qing. Each emanated a powerful aura of cultivation. 3 practitioners of Rishian realm. "Brat, for causing trouble in my Tian Yun sect, prepare for your reckoning." Elder 3 bellowed coldly, unleashing a tremendous palm strike towards Zhong Qing. Elders 4 and 5, equally unwilling to back down, launched a torrent of attacks from 2 other directions, enveloping Zhong Qing. Their combined assault sealed off Zhong Qing's escape route. Yet, facing the onslaught of the 3 Rishian realm practitioners, Zhong Qing showed no fear, instead wearing a cold smile. He extended his right hand lightly into the void, effortlessly dismantling Elder 3's attack and directly grasping him in his hand. "Is this what you call strength? Merely an insect." Zhong Qing's face bore an icy smile as he tightened his grip, causing Elder 3 to explode in midair. "What?" Witnessing this, both Wu Yun and Elders 4 and 5 were left speechless in shock. The formidable Elder 3 of Rishian realm had been instantaneously obliterated by Zhong Qing. "Retreat. You are no match for him," Wu Yun shouted. Upon hearing this, Elders 4 and 5 disregarded the backlash from forcibly retracting their attacks and fled. "Isn't your strength supposed to be great? Why are you running?" Zhong Qing's hand moved, and the ethereal palm reached out towards Elder 4. Elder 4, seeing this, was filled with terror. "No, don't come any closer." Yet, having reached this point, Zhong Qing had no intention of showing mercy. The hand that pierced through the void quickly caught up to Elder 4, firmly grasping him. "You little beast, release him, or I will grind you to dust." Wu Yun shouted in threat as he saw his Elder 4 being captured once more. Still so defiant even when begging for mercy, Zhong Qing scoffed coldly, applying more pressure. Elder 4's body exploded in a shower of blood, leaving no trace behind. Another Elder of Rishian realm had fallen. "Run." Zhong Qing's ruthless methods terrified the onlookers, who scrambled to escape, knowing that even a mere ripple from Zhong Qing could spell their doom. "You seek death. I swear I will turn you into a human stick today." The death of 2 Rishian realm elders enraged Wu Yun, his eyes turning crimson. It was well known that Rishian realm practitioners were esteemed forces even in sacred grounds. Losing 2 in such a manner was a deep wound to him. "Why is sect master shouting so early? There is still one left," Zhong Qing taunted, fixing his gaze upon the last Elder 5. "Sect master, save me." The demise of Elders 3 and 4 had left Elder 5 terrified. In a desperate bid, he burned his essence to hasten his escape. But Zhong Qing would not let him go, merely pointing a finger. A blazing light, akin to the sun, shot forth from Zhong Qing's fingertip, piercing through Elder 5's body. Elder 5, still in the midst of fleeing, fell silent in an instant, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. You shall not have a good end." Seeing Elder 5 perish, Wu Yun's eyes blazed with fury. "Not have a good end?" Zhong Qing chuckled, coldly responding. "Did you not say that whoever's fist is strongest dictates the rules? I merely wish to compare whose fist is mightier. Why does sect master need to be so agitated?" "You." Wu Yun was infuriated by Zhong Qing's words. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Zhong Qing. "Do not regard me with such a hateful gaze," Zhong Qing said coolly. "I do not wish to escalate today's events, hence I offer you an opportunity. Come here and kneel before my disciple, apologizing in earnest. His domineering proclamation sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. How audacious! To stand alone against the Tianyun sect and demand the sect master kneel in apology was utterly preposterous. Only Lin Feng, standing behind Zhong Qing, felt a surge of emotion, as if the very presence of this figure meant no one could ever bully him. This was the absolute sense of security that his white-clad master provided him. Wu Yun's face twisted with rage, coldly fixing his stare on Zhong Qing. You little wretch, I cannot deny you possess some strength. But do you truly believe you can contend with the entirety of the Tianyun sect? Do you think our power, rivaling that of the sacred lands, is to be trifled with? To demand I kneel in apology is nothing short of arrogance. With Wu Yun's words, an air of lethal intent filled the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 27 black coffins burst forth from the back mountains of the Tianyun sect, transforming into streaks of light that hovered ominously above Zhong Qing. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, the coffins erupted, and 27 figures emerged from the shattered coffins. They stood with closed eyes, their bodies radiating an aura of death, as if they were not living beings at all, yet each exuded a palpable presence of the De Xian realm. 27 De Xian realm experts. How terrifying. However, this was not the entirety of Wu Yun's forces. From all directions, several elders of the Tianyun sect arrived, bringing the total to over 50 De Xian realm experts. Such a lineup could easily overpower nearly anyone except for the few sacred lands in the eastern region. Of course, this was not the full strength of the Tianyun sect. Countless Yuxian and Xingxian realm masters remained, but they were deemed unnecessary for dealing with someone like Zhong Qing. Was this truly the real strength of the Tianyun sect? Mu Rongshui had long since retreated to the sidelines. Upon witnessing Zhong Qing swiftly eliminate 3 prominent elders of the Tianyun sect, she felt a surge of panic. How could a seemingly worthless Lin Feng have such formidable backing? Yet, upon viewing the assembled forces of the Tianyun sect, her momentary panic transformed entirely into hatred. Master, kill them. You must kill them. They cannot be allowed to escape, she exclaimed with a murderous glint in her eyes. Rest assured, Shui'er, they will not leave today, Wu Yun replied icily, then turned to Mu Rongshui. You should withdraw. This level of combat is not one you should involve yourself in. Understood, master. I await your good news. With that, Mu Rongshui fled the scene, watching from a distance. In the arena, Wu Yun ascended into the air, aligning himself with the others from the Tianyun sect, their cold gazes fixed on Zhong Qing. Little wretch, what more do you have to say at this juncture? The assembly was indeed formidable. Zhong Qing slowly raised his head to survey the surroundings, unable to suppress his admiration. Yet if you ask me what I have to say, my answer remains unchanged. Come here, kneel, and apologize to my disciple, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Stubborn and foolish, Wu Yun roared coldly. No matter your strength. Do you truly believe you can outmatch over 50 De Xian realm experts from the Tianyun sect? Everyone, heed my command. Let us strike together and eliminate this scoundrel. At Wu Yun's command, over 50 De Xian realm experts moved simultaneously, their various hand seals transforming into an intricate tapestry of attacks. In an instant, the air was filled with their assaults, rendering the space into a void. At that moment, the world itself seemed to change color. Wu Yun led the charge, unleashing his mystical technique towards Zhong Qing. Little wretch, to have the Tianyun sect dispatch so many to eradicate you is an honor. Prepare to die. However, in the face of the collective assault from over 50 De Xian realm experts, Zhong Qing stood his ground, his expression devoid of fear. Instead, he shook his head with a sigh. I offered you an opportunity, yet you did not cherish it. You wish to compare numbers? Very well. Let us see who possesses more. As Zhong Qing's voice faded, the space before him rippled, and a portal materialized from thin air. This portal was the gateway to Zhong Qing's small world. At the moment the portal opened, the wooden carvings he had placed on a shelf within his small world began to stir. Chapter 44. Late Confessions, lighter than grass. Though they were mere inanimate objects, they suddenly opened their eyes and began to move, appearing exceedingly eerie. They then emanated radiant light, their forms swelling in size. Moments later, these wooden figures transformed into beings indistinguishable from real humans. As if summoned by some force, the moment they took human form, they surged forth as streaks of light towards the distant portal. Subsequently, the members of the Tianyun sect witnessed figures bursting forth from Zhong Qing's portal. 1, 2, 7, 8, 30, 40, 200, 300. The numbers continued to rise, a swarm reminiscent of locusts pouring from the portal, their sheer volume sending shivers down their spines. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. What truly instilled fear was that each of these mysterious figures emerging from the portal was, without exception, of the De Xian realm. How is this possible? Wu Yun stammered in disbelief. It was known that the Tianyun sect could muster over 50-day Xian realm experts only due to secret techniques that preserve the bodies of deceased elders, allowing them to manifest with 80% of their former strength at critical moments. Yet now, surrounding Zhong Qing were countless mysterious figures, all of whom were day Xian realm experts. A rough count suggested there were likely over 1,000. Over 1,000 day Xian realm experts. What a staggering concept. Wu Yun could hardly fathom it. The suddenly appeared figures each launched a punch towards the sky, instantly dispersing the lethal strikes conjured by Wu Yun and his comrades. Simultaneously, the residual force they carried surged back towards Wu Yun and the others. Thankfully, they reacted swiftly, retreating with all their might. Nevertheless, even so, over 50 of them were still sent flying by the residual power. Among them, more than 10 were instantly obliterated, while others suffered grievous injuries, losing 80% of their combat prowess. The remaining individuals fared slightly better, yet none appeared unscathed. Wu Yun, bearing the brunt of the assault, lost an arm in the fray, a fate which could have been fatal had he not possessed sufficient strength. Swiftly consuming a medicinal pill, he glanced at his companions. His eyes bloodshot. Gasping for breath, he looked at Zhong Qing, filled with both terror and hatred. Who are you? From what power do you hail? Zhong Qing regarded him with disdain, coldly retorting, Do you think it still matters to ask me these questions now? Very well, this time I, T. New York NZing, concede defeat. I acknowledge that your strength is formidable, Wu Yun stated, enduring the excruciating pain of his severed arm. Therefore, I kindly request that you depart from T. New York NZing immediately, and I assure you that today's events will be regarded as if they never occurred. From this moment forth, let us maintain a peaceful coexistence. Zhong Qing gazed at him with a perplexed expression, feeling somewhat bewildered, even amused. Are you offering me forgiveness? Do you remain oblivious to the situation? Are you still trapped in your delusions of grandeur? What do you intend to do? Wu Yun, his countenance darkening, finally realized that T. New York NZing had indeed stepped on a landmine. I had no ulterior motives. I merely wished to bring my disciple for a challenge. Yet, from the moment we set foot at your gates, your sect began to act with malice. However, I had no desire to escalate matters. Just moments ago, I even granted you 2 opportunities, but alas, you seem to have squandered them. You should be aware of the old adage, once you miss this village, the shop is gone. Furthermore, you know there is no such thing as a remedy for regret. Since the situation has escalated to this point, it has become one of life and death. Thus, I can only say I am sorry, for from now on, even if it is a mere cockroach from T. New York NZing, I shall eliminate it without hesitation. I do not wish for a day to come when someone appears, claiming vengeance for T. New York NZing. Although I fear not, I find it bothersome. Killing so many weighs heavily on my conscience. But they ought to direct their grievances at you, the ignorant sect leader who has led them to their demise. Zhong Qing's calm voice resonated, as he simultaneously set up a table and chair from his small world, taking a seat and beginning to brew tea. In just a few succinct phrases, he had effectively condemned T. New York NZing to death. Although he had only recently arrived in this world, he was remarkably familiar with the rules of this cultivation realm. Had he not been powerful enough and possessed numerous trump cards today, both he and his disciple would have perished without understanding how. No one in T. New York NZing would have spoken a word on their behalf. Instead, they would have applauded the spectacle, even if many innocents were among them. But what of it? Once you embark on the path of cultivation and join a sect, you must be prepared to face all consequences. Moreover, he dared not gamble. Who could say if a prodigy or a child of fortune might emerge to seek revenge in the future? He feared not, but he had a disciple and potentially family to consider. This tea is delightful, Zhong Qing remarked, shaking his head as he savored the brew. As the cup slipped from his grasp, over 1,000 masters of the sun profound realm moved in unison. Their motion heralded the end for T. New York NZing, akin to the arrival of a cataclysm. A resounding crash echoed as the structures, built with countless efforts, collapsed. The elders beside Wu Yun were instantly beset by a dozen masters of the sun profound realm. Those with some skill could barely hold their ground for a moment, while the weaker elders were reduced to a bloody mist in mere exchanges. Is it not possible for us to acknowledge our mistakes? Wu Yun's eyes reddened, trembling in fear. In that moment, he truly felt terror. His heart was gripped with dread. For if this continued, T. New York NZing would be utterly annihilated at his hands. He understood deeply that Zhong Qing was not someone he could contend with. Desperately, he shouted to Zhong Qing, Did you not ask me to kneel and apologize before your disciple? I am willing to do so. Yet Zhong Qing appeared deaf to his pleas, engrossed in his tea. The belated remorse was as trivial as grass. Why did you not act sooner? Seeing Zhong Qing unmoved, Wu Yun became frantic. Watching as one master after another fell and buildings were destroyed, he was at a loss, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, he spotted Morong Shui fleeing amidst the chaos. Hatred filled his heart, and in that moment, it felt as if he had found a lifeline. He dashed forward, striking Murong Shui to the ground. "You are the source of this trouble. Go quickly and tell him to stop." "Please, no," Murong Shui cried, already in a state of panic. As Wu Yun's words drove her to her knees in supplication, she could not comprehend how the situation had spiraled so drastically. Why was it that the so-called waste she had once scorned had such a powerful figure backing him? Why had Zhong Qing chosen Lin Feng over her, a golden talent? Wu Yun disregarded her pleas, seizing her and throwing her towards Zhong Qing and Lin Feng. "I leave her fate in your hands. Let this matter be resolved, shall we?" He called out anxiously to Zhong Qing. "You may do as you wish with her. I have no objections." Wu Yun's inquiring gaze fell upon Zhong Qing. At this juncture, he would gladly sacrifice Murong Shui's life to save T. New York and Ziying. His words plunged Murong Shui into despair. This was the sect she had once taken pride in. This was her esteemed identity. Yet, her overwhelming desire to survive compelled her to crawl towards Lin Feng, clutching at his pant leg and begging, Lin Feng, I was wrong. I have always loved you and believed you to be exceptional. My previous actions were not my true intentions. They were forced upon me by T. New York and Ziying." As she spoke, she pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Yun. "They pressured me, claiming I was a saintly figure. Please, consider our bond. We grew up together. I am your shuai. Spare me, and I shall serve you faithfully." However, Lin Feng's expression remained cold, devoid of sympathy. He had long seen through her true nature and would not be swayed by her fleeting words. As he continued to remain unmoved, Murong Shui suddenly erupted in rage. "Why do you ignore me? You waste. What gives you the right to defeat me? I have lowered myself to plead with you. What more do you want?" In a fit of fury, she produced a dagger and lunged at Lin Feng. "If you refuse to spare me, then you shall die." Lin Feng effortlessly evaded her attack and swiftly disarmed her, seizing the dagger from her hand. "You are indeed beyond redemption," he remarked coldly, before slicing her throat with a swift motion. Murong Shui collapsed, her fate sealed, a once revered saint now fallen. "How dare you kill my daughter, you vile creature? I will have your life." In the chaos, Murong Hai, upon witnessing his daughter's demise at Lin Feng's hands, charged toward him, intent on tearing him apart. Yet, before he could approach, he was struck down by a master who had transformed from wood into flesh. Zhong Qing paid no heed to the corpses of the Murong father and daughter. Instead, he leisurely lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, then turned to Lin Feng with an approving smile. Just then, the previously silent system chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for allowing disciple Lin Feng to attain growth. Reward for the host, the destined weapon, Lingfeng." Lingfeng description. Lingfeng has no fixed level, growing alongside the host's strength, and can transform at the host's will, producing effects as desired. Note: the power of the sealing effect remains unaffected by its attributes or form, solely dependent on the host's strength. Oh, there are unexpected rewards? Upon hearing the voice of the system, Zhong Qing's eyes brightened involuntarily. He had not anticipated that by helping his disciple resolve inner turmoil, he would gain such an unexpected harvest. With a mere shift of his thoughts, a long sword radiating a white glow materialized in Zhong Qing's hand. So this is the sealing? Recalling the system's description of the sealing, Zhong Qing couldn't help but ponder and delve into its intricacies. In the distance, the slaughter continued unabated. Wu Yun, with reddened eyes, darted about anxiously. He had exhausted every possible means, yet still could not persuade Zhong Qing to cease. Forced to watch helplessly as everything related to Tian Yun's zone crumbled to ruin. At that moment, he truly tasted the bitter fruit of his previous arrogance. This cannot continue. I must seek aid. I need to find a way to call for support. I cannot allow Tian Yun's zone to perish through my inaction. Wu Yun's voice trembled as he glanced around, finding a gap to ignite his essence blood and escape towards the periphery. Just as he managed to flee the battle's outskirts, a mysterious wave suddenly emanated from deep within Tian Yun's zone. This wave was terrifying, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Then, an enormous hand surged forth from the depths of Tian Yun's zone, sweeping across the battlefield with a cataclysmic force. With this single strike, several masterful figures, transformed from wooden carvings, fell to the ground. I have merely slumbered for a few centuries, and yet I am oppressed in my own Tian Yun zone. Do all presume I am dead? Accompanied by a voice as melodious as celestial tones, an elderly figure clad in simple robes emerged from the depths of Tian Yun's zone. Treading upon the air, his proud demeanor surveyed the surroundings, and the oppressive aura he emanated left many gasping for breath. Upon witnessing the arrival of this elder, the members of Tian Yun's zone felt as if they had encountered a savior. Ancestor. It is truly our ancestor. The ancestor has not perished. This is splendid news. Ancestor, please annihilate our foes. The people of Tian Yun's zone knelt in unison, paying homage to their ancestor. Meanwhile, Wu Yun, who was contemplating escape and seeking aid for Tian Yun's zone, was suddenly overwhelmed with joy at the appearance of the elder, tears welling in his eyes. Ancestor. It truly is our ancestor. He has not died, and judging by his aura, he seems to have reached the legendary Di Xian realm. Our Tian Yunzong is saved. Wu Yun trembled with excitement. No one had anticipated such a swift reversal of fortunes. The ancestor of Tian Yunzong was alive and had ascended to the Di Xian realm. It is no exaggeration to say that Tian Yunzong now possessed ample qualifications to become one of the sacred lands of the eastern region, as the most fundamental requirement was the presence of a Di Xian realm master to oversee it. In essence, his emergence was like a beacon of light for the people of Tian Yunzong, dispelling all shadows from their hearts and illuminating their future. In the face of the Di Xian realm, even the most formidable of Ri Xian realm masters paled in comparison. The sheer power demonstrated by the elder, even without direct confrontation, was evident from the ease with which he dispatched multiple Ri Xian realm experts with a single strike. Countless gazes fixated on the elder standing in the air, their eyes ablaze with fervor, as if he embodied the very essence of invincibility. Ultimately, victory would belong to Tian Yunzong. However, at that moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. A massive 400-meter-long blade materialized out of thin air, emanating a chilling aura. One side of the blade was adorned with dragons and phoenixes, while the other side bore ghastly imagery, heavily laden with deathly energy. This colossal blade thrust from the ground, resting ominously against the neck of the elder. The once invincible elder, who had exuded an air of dominance, suddenly faltered, collapsing to his knees midair. I beg your mercy, esteemed senior. Please spare me. The elder trembled, his voice quivering with desperation, almost teetering on the edge of tears. It was not that he was cowardly. Rather, the blade resting against his neck was utterly terrifying in his eyes. A staggering 400 meters, and it was corporeal. In his several millennia of existence, he had never encountered such a weapon. Yet, that was not what unsettled him the most. The most alarming aspect was that the 400-meter blade sealed within it countless entities that sent shivers down his very soul. To his left were deities and demons. To his right were specters. The sensation was akin to a helpless chick being pinned beneath the foot of a colossal elephant. How could one not be afraid? Especially at his age, the elder understood the fragility of existence all too well. After secluding himself for centuries in the back mountains of Tian Yunzong, even with others believing him dead, he had done so with the hope of breaking through to the Di Xian realm before his lifespan waned. Finally, in a desperate moment, he had managed to ascend to the Di Xian realm, gaining precious years of life, and he did not wish to emerge only to be crushed. Thus, with the blade poised at his throat, he made his decision on the spot, even lamenting that his speed was not swift enough and his posture not sufficiently humble. Seeing the suddenly kneeling elder, Zhong Qing was equally perplexed. He had been engrossed in studying the ceiling as per the system's introduction when the elder appeared unexpectedly. Following the system's guidance, he had transformed the ceiling into a 400-meter blade, incorporating mythological elements into its effects. Initially, he had anticipated a fierce battle, for Zhong Qing himself was merely at the Ri Xian realm and would have to employ all his cards to contend with the elder. But it certainly would not have been an easy task. To his astonishment, the elder was utterly intimidated. This revelation saved him considerable effort. Meanwhile, the morale of the Tian Yunzong members plummeted. They had anticipated their ancestor would showcase unparalleled might and effortlessly crush the enemy, yet before any confrontation could commence, he had knelt. The stark contrast between their expectations and reality was jarring. In that instant, the light in their eyes extinguished and hope vanished. Many sank to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. The emotional roller coaster was unbearably tormenting. Ancestor. In the distance, Wu Yun's composure similarly shattered, standing in stunned silence. He had been preparing to cheer for his ancestor, yet before he could utter a sound, his ancestor had surrendered. This only further underscored the terrifying nature of the foe he had provoked. Without such overwhelming power, how could a Di Xian realm elder simply kneel? At a loss for what to do, he contemplated fleeing to summon aid, but where could he go? To the sacred lands of the eastern region? Setting aside whether those sacred lands would even assist him, what would it matter? Given the current circumstances, with his ancestor kneeling, what could reinforcements possibly accomplish? In that moment, Wu Yun was filled with regret. Had he known Zhong Qing was so formidable, he would never have dared to provoke him or push him into opposition. Yet, as Zhong Qing had stated, there is no medicine for regret in this world. At that moment, he recalled the warning from Zhuge Qing of Wandao Mountain a few days prior, advising him to distance Tian Yunzong from Mu Rongshui, as she had entangled herself with forces beyond their reckoning, which could spell disaster for Tian Yunzong as well. At that time, he was still in disbelief, pondering how his Tian Yunzong could be comparable to sacred lands and who could possibly provoke them. In hindsight, The formidable person that Zhuge Qing had warned him about was none other than Zhong Qing. Remembering Zhuge Qing's admonition, Wu Yun's regret intensified. He realized that he had multiple opportunities to avert the disaster that befell Tianyunzong today, yet he failed to seize them. Yes, Wan Daoshan could be called upon for assistance. While he felt remorse, it was as if Wu Yun had grasped a lifeline. Zhuge Qing might have connections with that individual. Otherwise, how could he have anticipated such prowess? Seeking help from Wan Daoshan could perhaps persuade that person to spare Tianyunzong once. For Wu Yun, drowning in regret, any chance of redemption was worth pursuing. Casting a glance at the desolate Tianyunzong, he immediately set off towards Wan Daoshan without hesitation. The journey to Wan Daoshan was arduous, prompting Wu Yun to recklessly utilize the precious Wanli teleportation talismans. These talismans were exceedingly valuable, regarded as the ultimate life-saving treasures for cultivators, which Wu Yun typically refrained from using. Yet at this moment, he only sought to hasten his arrival at Wan Daoshan. Throughout the journey, he activated 2 Wanli teleportation talismans, which propelled him through spatial confines, and soon he arrived at the entrance of Wan Daoshan. Within the grand hall of Wan Daoshan, led by Zhuge Qing, numerous elders were engrossed in studying the intricacies of 2 wooden carvings when they suddenly heard Wu Yun's voice from outside the mountain gate. Wu Yun? What brings him here? Zhuge Qing pondered, perplexed. Hadn't they distanced themselves from Wan Daoshan? Nevertheless, with Wu Yun's arrival, he decided to meet him. After an anxious wait, Zhuge Qing and the elders swiftly flew out. Upon seeing Wu Yun's disheveled appearance, they were taken aback. His garments were tattered, his aura was feeble, and most alarmingly, he was missing an arm. Zhuge Qing and the others gasped in shock. What could have caused the leader of Tianyunzong to end up in such a state? Wu Yun, what has happened to you? Zhuge Qing could not help but inquire. I beseech you, brother Zhuge, save my Tianyunzong, Wu Yun implored, drawing closer and deeply bowing without hesitation. Save your Tianyunzong? Zhuge Qing was even more bewildered. What on earth is going on? Wu Yun sighed with a bitter smile, his face pallid as he recounted his impulsive actions and the dire consequences that ensued. Hearing this, Zhuge Qing's expression shifted in shock. Are you implying that it is Senior Zhong Qing who seeks to annihilate Tianyunzong? Indeed, Wu Yun replied, his countenance grim. But even if Senior Zhong is enraged over his disciple and Mu Rong Shui's matters, would he truly wish for the destruction of Tianyunzong? Zhuge Qing queried, perplexed. Although he had never encountered Zhong Qing, based on the descriptions from Qing Miao and Leng Ning, Zhong Qing did not seem to be a senseless killer. Zhuge Qing's questions made Wu Yun shake his head in despair. Alas, I acted in haste. Subsequently, Wu Yun detailed the events that transpired since Zhong Qing ascended the mountain. Upon finishing, Zhuge Qing was astounded, unable to contain his exasperation as he scolded. This predicament is of your own making. I had warned you. Yet you disregarded my counsel and offended him to the brink of destruction. Now, with him intent on annihilating your Tianyunzong, what use is it for you to come to Wan Daoshan? Chapter 47. The Unconventional Maneuver of Tianyunzong's Ancestor. Zhuge Qing and the others shook their heads and sighed. It was no exaggeration to say that this calamity stemmed from Wu Yun's arrogance, leading to Tianyunzong's current plight. Simultaneously, Zhuge Qing was further astonished by Zhong Qing's capabilities and influence. Hundreds of individuals at the Rishian realm, and a 400-meter-long sword that could compel even those at the Dixian realm to kneel. This level of power surpassed their previous expectations of Zhong Qing. Brother Zhuge, I implore you to rescue Tianyunzong from this peril, to plead with that senior on our behalf and persuade him to relent, Wu Yun said, his expression filled with hope. Having brought this upon yourself, how can I possibly assist? Zhuge Qing retorted with irritation. I won't indulge in further disparagement. But let me be clear. While I may know of this senior, I have never met him, so how could I possibly advocate for you? Even if I did know him, what influence could a mere sect leader like myself wield over such an entity? Therefore, relying on Wan Daoshan for your salvation is utterly unrealistic. In this predicament, no one can save you. Your only option is to rescue yourselves. Do take care. With that, Zhuge Qing waved his hand and departed with the others, leaving Wu Yun standing there, ashen and seemingly soulless. No words could encapsulate the regret that overwhelmed him. With death looming on all sides, he resolved to perish at Tianyunzong. He soared through the skies, returning to Tianyunzong, heavily burdened with the weight of despair, knowing that by the time he returned, it might have already perished. In his frantic journey, he utilized his last 2 Qianli teleportation talismans, finally arriving back at Tianyunzong. To his astonishment, not only did Tianyunzong still exist, but the fighting had also ceased. What on earth was happening? Wu Yun gazed in disbelief, fearing he was mistaken. Master, how is the power? At that moment, in the grand hall of Tianyunzong, Zhong Qing reclined in the main seat, while the sect's ancestor, Hua Shiji, stood behind him, eagerly massaging his shoulders. Zhong Qing felt utterly exasperated. His 400-meter-long sword was poised to sever Guo Shiji's head, but just as he drew his sword, Guo Shiji fell to his knees without a moment's hesitation. With no hint of reluctance, Guo Shiji immediately raised his hand to swear an oath to the heavens, pledging to become Zhong Qing's servant, declaring that henceforth, the entirety of Tianyunzong would serve him. Should there be any hint of disrespect or treachery towards Zhong Qing, he vowed that both body and soul would be obliterated. Fearing Zhong Qing might refuse, Guo Shiji swiftly executed several elders who had offended him, showcasing a ruthless commitment to righteousness. This seamless series of actions left Zhong Qing utterly bewildered. However, weighing the pros and cons, he realized that accepting this individual might not be such a poor choice. After all, annihilating Tianyunzong would yield him no benefits and might invite unforeseen complications. Now, by acquiring a servant of the Dixian realm and the entire Tianyunzong without concern for rebellion or treachery, it was a win-win situation. The oath to the heavens was no trivial matter, after all. Thus, Zhong Qing reclaimed all the wooden carvings, and the once life-and-death struggle had come to an unexpected halt. "Master, please enjoy another cup of tea," Guo Shiji said with utmost courtesy. Just then, his gaze flickered as if he had noticed something. He then swiftly reached out into the void, pulling back Wu Yun, who had just returned from Wandao Shan, and unceremoniously tossed him before Zhong Qing like a ragged dog. "Master, I have captured this rogue Wu Yun. How shall you deal with him?" Guo Shiji inquired eagerly of Zhong Qing. On the ground, Wu Yun, hearing Guo Shiji's words, looked at his ancestor in disbelief. No wonder Zhong Qing refrained from obliterating Tianyunzong. His ancestor had become his servant. Upon encountering Wu Yun still in a daze, Guo Shiji seemed to comprehend his thoughts and hurriedly transmitted, "What is wrong with you, servant? Being a servant is far better than being dead, or than the demise of Tianyunzong. Why do you remain in a stupor? Quickly confess and show some humility." Hearing this, Wu Yun bitterly acknowledged the truth. Indeed, in such circumstances, even becoming a servant was preferable to having nothing at all. Thus, he promptly bowed his head heavily to the ground. "Senior, it is I, Wu Yun, who is blind to your greatness. I beseech your forgiveness." Clearly, in the face of Zhong Qing's overwhelming display of power, coupled with the various experiences and regrets he had endured, Wu Yun had long since shed his pride. This outcome was not something he could not accept. At the very least, it ensured the survival of Tianyunzong. Observing Wu Yun's sincere attitude, Guo Shiji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Wu Yun would be obstinate and choose the path of defiance. It had taken considerable effort to persuade Zhong Qing to accept him as a servant, and if Wu Yun were to refuse, despair would have consumed him. Noticing Zhong Qing seemed to be contemplating how to handle Wu Yun, Guo Shiji quickly knelt and said, "Master, Wu Yun's transgression has truly earned him the death penalty. Even 100 deaths would not quell your wrath. However, I dare to request that he be made your servant, that he may toil for you and atone for his mistakes for a lifetime." Zhong Qing turned his gaze towards Guo Shiji. One must admit, this old man was indeed well-intentioned. He truly knew when to act and when to hold back. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Zhong Qing finally nodded in agreement. For him to slay Wu Yun would be a mere flick of the wrist. However, allowing him to serve as his dog seemed to be an intriguing prospect. Seeing Wu Yun still in shock, Guo Shiji bellowed, "What are you still doing? Quickly swear your oath to the heavens." Only then did Wu Yun regain his senses and hurriedly declare his oath. "I, Wu Yun, hereby pledge my allegiance to Senior Zhong Qing as my master. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens deny me refuge." Once this oath was sworn, Zhong Qing understood that Wu Yun would no longer harbor any rebellious thoughts. How unpredictable the world is. What began as a mere resolution regarding a disciple unexpectedly culminated in the entire Tianyunzong being brought under his control, with both the ancestor and the sect leader becoming his servants. "Rise," Zhong Qing said indifferently. "Since you are now my servants, there is no need to dwell on past matters." "Yes," Wu Yun dared to stand. "You two may handle the aftermath of Tianyunzong yourselves," Zhong Qing continued as he rose. "I have been away for some time and should return to rest for a few days." "Yes, master, you can be assured that we will manage the aftermath well." Guo Shiji and Wu Yun replied in unison. "Take this. I will inform you when needed," Zhong Qing said, producing a storage ring and tossing it to Guo Shiji before exiting the grand hall. "We bid you farewell, master." The two respectfully saw him off until Zhong Qing departed from Tianyunzong with Lin Feng, at which point they returned. "You nearly caused the downfall of the entire Tianyunzong." Guo Shiji could not help but glare at Wu Yun upon their return. Wu Yun bowed his head, too afraid to respond. However, it seemed that fortune might arise from disaster. Guo Shiji sighed. Fortune from disaster? Wu Yun's face was filled with confusion. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "Ancestor, Although Tianyunzong has ultimately escaped calamity, we have suffered significant losses, and we have become others' servants. How can this be considered fortunate? You do not comprehend, Guoshiji replied, his hands behind his back, his tone profound. He then looked at Wu Yun and added, "Open the storage ring left by our master and see what he has bestowed upon you." Yes, Wu Yun promptly opened the storage ring. When he beheld the contents within, he was utterly astonished. "Hey, ancestor," Wu Yun exclaimed, "what are you shouting about? You are still the master of a sect," Guoshiji admonished. "By the heavens!" Upon seeing the items within the storage ring, Guoshiji could not suppress his own exclamation. The contents were none other than the profound techniques and methods left by Zhong Qing. There were 2 volumes of each, and all were of the royal level. Their identities and statuses allowed them to instantly discern that these royal techniques and methods were not ordinary. They represented the pinnacle of royal-level techniques, comparable even to certain imperial-level methods. They could hardly believe that Zhong Qing had left behind such an immense treasure, casually gifting them several royal-level techniques and methods. It is worth noting that while their holy land possessed royal-level techniques, they were merely of the common tier, not at all comparable to those left by Zhong Qing, which were stored as treasured relics of the sect. Do you now understand my meaning? This is what it means to find fortune in misfortune. Guoshiji exclaimed excitedly. Did you think I would recognize someone as my master without reason? Do you know the terror of that 400-meter blade? Do you understand the dreadful existence sealed within that blade? At that time, I surmised that this person's strength had reached an unimaginable level. He could crush any holy land in the eastern region at will, including ours. Now, judging by the techniques and methods he left behind, my suspicions have proven correct. Guoshiji's excitement grew with each word. Although we have become his servants, it is precisely this identity that may allow us to reach heights we could never have attained otherwise. Listening to Guoshiji's analysis, Wu Yun too could not contain his excitement. It was at this moment that he realized how absurd it had been to offend Zhong Qing so gravely for Murong Shui. Had it not been for the timely intervention of ancestor Guoshiji, Tianyunzong would likely have already ceased to exist, and he, Wu Yun, would have perished countless times over. Ancestor, you truly are as astute as ever, Wu Yun could not help but praise. Humph. Do you think Tianyunzong has endured so many tribulations and remains safe today simply by chance? Guoshiji imparted wisdom gravely. The world of martial arts is not merely about violence. It is far more about human relationships and wisdom. Your journey is still long. Observe carefully, learn diligently, and ensure the aftermath of Tianyunzong is handled well, so that you may serve our master faithfully in the future. Yes, ancestor, Wu Yun nodded vigorously. He looked up at the ravaged Tianyunzong, his heart filled with emotion. Meanwhile, Zhong Qing and Lin Feng were on their way to Xianxiaaudiobooks. For Zhong Qing, leaving behind profound techniques and methods was merely a casual act. He possessed an abundance of such high-level techniques. Giving away a few was inconsequential. Moreover, since the 2 had become his servants, they were now part of his inner circle. Under the celestial oath, Zhong Qing had no fear of them harboring ulterior motives. It is no exaggeration to say that even if Zhong Qing commanded them to take their own lives, they would not dare to disobey. On the way back, Zhong Qing was not in haste. He took his time, strolling leisurely. Even though he possessed various hidden cards, he had rarely ventured out of Xianxiaaudiobooks due to the lack of foundational cultivation for self-defense. Now that he had stepped outside, he could not help but appreciate the beauty of this alternate world. Nature's artistry had crafted many sights unseen in his previous life. However, just as the master and disciple were enjoying the scenery while flying, a sudden ripple of battle emerged from a nearby valley. The disturbance was not significant. A Baihu of Chunxian realm was engaged in combat with a woman. The woman was outmatched and was sent flying by a swipe of the white tiger's paw. Zhong Qing observed this scene with indifference, having no intention of intervening. Perhaps in his previous life, he would have rushed in without hesitation. But in this treacherous world of cultivation, the act of heroically rescuing a damsel was undoubtedly foolish. In truth, no one knows the troubles one may encounter. Ultimately, one must adhere to the laws of the world they inhabit. However, just as Zhong Qing was preparing to depart, the system unexpectedly emitted a sound. It is advised that the host saves this young woman. She will acquire a certain physique in the future, and upon gaining it, the host may take her as a disciple. After accepting her as a disciple, it may activate a new bond for the host. Oh, she will obtain a certain physique in the future? Zhong Qing displayed a look of astonishment. This implies that she does not currently possess such a physique, but will acquire it in the future? This system possesses foresight. Involuntarily, Zhong Qing employed his celestial eye to observe her. The celestial eye could only discern the current information about the woman. It could not predict what physique she would obtain in the future. However, her origin was somewhat unexpected for Zhong Qing. The essence she bore was that of a remnant soul from a witch of the northern demon cave of the continent. Zhong Qing was unaware of what a witch was, but he knew that the northern demon cave was a domain of the demon clan, possessing a strength far surpassing that of the eastern region. What physique will she ultimately acquire? Zhong Qing could not help but inquire. The system can only roughly predict that this young woman will acquire a certain physique in the future. The specifics cannot be foreseen. It is advised that the host saves this young woman, and once she obtains her physique, he may then take her as a disciple, thereby activating a new bond. Zhong Qing nodded. It seems that taking her as a disciple now would be futile. He must wait until she acquires a certain physique for it to be beneficial. Rescuing her now would, at most, only serve to familiarize him with her and increase their rapport. For a moment, Zhong Qing hesitated over whether or not to rescue her. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to act. Having previously experienced the benefits of the bond with a waste, Zhong Qing understood the significant advantages such connections could provide. Yet, the prospect of a new bond remained uncertain. The only clue, it seems, was this young woman. At that moment, the woman had already been cornered by a white tiger from the Xianxian realm. A heavy expression enveloped her exquisite, yet somewhat alluring face. Unexpectedly, Bai Ling, as a formidable witch, had managed to evade a great calamity by using her remnant soul to parasitize, hoping to recover slowly in this eastern region, only to find herself preyed upon. Was her ultimate fate to perish at the hands of this insignificant beast from the Xianxian realm? Her expression flickered with deep-seated unwillingness. Just as the white tiger lunged at her, leaving her with no escape, Zhong Qing intervened. With a casual flick, he cleaved the white tiger in two, simultaneously descending beside Bai Ling, accompanied by Lin Feng. "Miss, are you unhurt?" Zhong Qing inquired gently. Bai Ling regarded Zhong Qing warily, and upon realizing his intentions, nodded. "Thank you for your rescue. If there is a chance, I shall repay you in the future." With that, she attempted to depart. "Wait, miss," Zhong Qing called out. Unable to restrain himself. "You appear gravely injured. It would be best for you to accompany me for now. At the very least, I can ensure your safety." "Thank you. But you cannot guarantee my safety," Bai Ling replied, shaking her head after glancing at Zhong Qing. Due to the previous attack from the white tiger, she had been compelled to utilize the power of her remnant soul. However, the leakage of this power could easily attract the attention of formidable enemies from the northern demon cave. From what she had observed, Zhong Qing's strength seemed adequate, yet it was insufficient against the powerful foes pursuing her. In the presence of her former adversaries, she had no opportunity to resist. Even against Zhong Qing, let alone the strongest in the eastern region, she felt utterly powerless. "How do you know that I cannot protect you?" Zhong Qing could not help but chuckle. Upon meeting Zhong Qing's pure gaze, Bai Ling momentarily froze. Were all humans from the eastern region so benevolent? A sense of gratitude welled within her. Yet, precisely because of this, she was more reluctant for Zhong Qing to involve himself in her plight, fearing that it would only lead to his entanglement in her troubles. "I appreciate your kindness, but my adversary is not this mere white tiger. There are others involved, beings of unimaginable power. If you assist me, it may inadvertently draw you into danger." "You should not have aided me just now," Bai Ling solemnly cautioned. She was not issuing idle threats. Those seeking her were relentless. And if they traced the power of her remnant soul, Zhong Qing, who had interacted with her, would also likely become a target. Sensing that Zhong Qing might not fully grasp her words, she added, "In summary, I am being hunted by formidable enemies. Enemies so powerful that you cannot fathom their strength. Whether you believe it or not, the truth remains." Bai Ling chose her words carefully, refraining from revealing her identity, but emphasizing the gravity of her situation. Little did she know, her origins had become crystal clear to Zhong Qing through his celestial eye. As for the enemies she spoke of, Zhong Qing had already deduced much from the information he had gathered. "Miss, I still strongly advise that you come with me," Zhong Qing stated calmly. "Given your current condition, irrespective of your other adversaries, encountering even a beast akin to the one from earlier could lead to your demise." His words elicited a bitter expression from Bai Ling. Indeed, her situation was far from optimistic, especially after having drawn upon the power of her remnant soul, which had exacerbated her injuries. Even an ordinary wild beast could claim her life now. If she accompanied Zhong Qing, it would at least ensure her survival for the time being. Thus, Bai Ling found herself wavering, unable to suppress her thoughts. "However, this may truly implicate you. Once the karmic ties are formed, there is no need to dwell on such matters," Zhong Qing replied with a gentle smile. Seeing Zhong Qing's insistence, Bai Ling weighed the pros and cons and ultimately agreed. At least for the sake of preserving her life for now. Zhong Qing smiled, instructing Lin Feng to assist Bai Ling as they departed together. With an additional companion, Zhong Qing did not linger on the road for long and proceeded directly to the Xianjiang sect. Before long, the trio arrived back at Mufu Peak. Disciple pays respects to master and senior brother, Su Yi, who had been guarding Mufu Peak, hurriedly came to greet them upon their return. Seeing his beloved disciple, Zhong Qing could not resist ruffling his hair. "Master, I have been diligently training of late," Su Yi reported, fearing Zhong Qing might think he was slacking off. I know, Zhong Qing chuckled. From the system's feedback, he was well aware of Su Ye's dedication to his cultivation. If all went as expected, he would soon break through to the Chunxian realm. "Lin Feng, please take this young lady by Ling and help her settle in," Zhong Qing instructed. "Yes, master." Lin Feng responded promptly. Remembering something, he leaned closer to Zhong Qing and discreetly transmitted, "By the way, master, this young lady by Ling. Could she possibly be my future junior sister?" "You're quite astute," Zhong Qing chuckled. Lin Feng grinned widely. With the knowledge that Bai Ling would be his future junior sister, Lin Feng became exceedingly enthusiastic, meticulously ensuring her comfort and care, providing her with ample food and drink. Days passed swiftly. Bai Ling stood at the entrance of her courtyard, gazing at the distant mountains, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Having fallen to such depths, she had indeed experienced the vicissitudes of life and various betrayals. After arriving in the eastern region, she had endured countless hardships and near-death encounters. Only by following Zhong Qing to Mufu Peak did she feel a long-lost warmth. Whether it was Zhong Qing, Lin Feng, or Su Yi, they all treated her with kindness. Yet, it was precisely because of this that she felt a pang of sorrow, regretting her decision to come to Mufu Peak. She could not ascertain whether the enemies from the northern demon cave would detect the slightest trace of the power of her leaked remnant soul. If they truly came, escape would be impossible for her. However, Mufu Peak would also suffer the consequences. Over the past few days, she had naturally come to understand Zhong Qing's identity. She is merely the peak master of Mufu Feng from Xinjiang Zone. This is not a matter of her looking down on Zhong Qing, but rather the disparity in their respective strengths corresponding to their identities. In the presence of her former enemies, she would likely have no chance to resist. Consequently, she has been living in torment these days, fearing that the enemies from Bei Mo Ku might suddenly appear. She truly should not have come here. The mere thought that Zhong Qing and the others might be implicated because of her fills her with sorrow. If she were to endanger Zhong Qing and Lin Feng, she would likely die with her eyes wide open. However, her injuries this time are more severe than anticipated. It is not merely a physical injury, but rather a wound to her lingering soul. Given her already precarious situation, she nearly shattered this time. All she can do is nurture herself back to health. In such circumstances, she cannot exert even a fraction of her physical strength, making her desire to leave seem futile. She likely cannot even descend the mountain. With this in mind, she resolves to seek out Zhong Qing once more. At that moment, Zhong Qing had just settled down after transferring the bitter sea, orchard, and vegetable garden from the back mountain, along with other items rewarded by the system, into his small world, when he was visited by Bai Ling. "Mr. Zhong." Bai Ling respectfully greeted him. Although Zhong Qing is merely a minor peak master of Xinjiang Zone, and his strength may even be inferior to that of one of her former subordinates, she remains eternally grateful for his life-saving intervention. "Miss Bai, why are you here instead of resting properly?" Zhong Qing inquired with a smile. "Mr. Zhong, I have come to ask for your assistance in escorting me down the mountain," Bai Ling stated directly. "Why? Isn't it quite nice to stay here?" Zhong Qing asked, puzzled. "Mr. Zhong, I truly have formidable enemies whose power is beyond your imagination. If they were to track me down here, it would spell disaster for Xinjiang Zone. I do not wish to implicate you," Bai Ling emphasized earnestly. "Haven't you already mentioned this to me before?" "All right, I understand. Focus on recuperating and do not dwell on these matters." Zhong Qing replied with a smile as he began boiling water to prepare tea. "I am not jesting." Seeing Zhong Qing remain unmoved, Bai Ling's face reflected her anxiety. A moment of hesitation passed before she added, "In truth, my real identity is that of a demoness from Bei Mo Ku." Yes, I understand," Zhong Qing replied. "By the way, where's the tea tongs? I distinctly remember placing them here. Where could they have gone?" He rummaged through the tea set and bent down to search, troubled as he recalled where he had last misplaced the tongs. Meanwhile, Bai Ling's exquisite face darkened, and she could not help but twitch slightly. Taking a deep breath, she was about to continue speaking when she noticed Zhong Qing looking at her. "Miss Bai, do you have something else to say?" At this moment, Bai Ling felt as though she might lose her mind. She was at a loss as to how to persuade Zhong Qing to believe her words or prove their truthfulness. "Miss Bai, since you are here, you might as well make yourself comfortable. Please return to rest. I have matters to attend to and must step out for a while." Zhong Qing comforted gently. "All right, fine." Realizing that Zhong Qing seemed not to believe her words and was unaware of the seriousness of the situation, Bai Ling recognized that further discussion would be futile, and she could only leave with a sorrowful expression. Observing Bai Ling depart, Zhong Qing shook his head with a smile. He was well aware of her concerns, but since they were already at Mufu Feng, overthinking was unnecessary. As for the great trouble that lurked behind her, they would address it when it arose. After savoring his tea for a while, he retreated into his small world. Although Qing Miao and Lung Ning had set up the major plans within the small world, many intricate details still required his attention. Particularly, he needed to organize the diverse items gifted by the system over the years, ensuring they were stored appropriately. These items would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. The rationale behind moving everything into the small world was twofold. Firstly, it allowed him to carry it with him for easy access. Secondly, for Zhong Qing, the small world represented the safest place in existence. Each item he possessed could potentially lead to significant trouble if leaked, so storing them in the small world was the optimal choice. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Xianjiang Zone, the sect leader, Xian Yuanhong, sat at the head of the table, surrounded by several elders and peak masters. Sect leader, we have just received the latest news that our Mu Fu Feng master has vanquished a mid-stage Yuxian realm beast in Dong Yu's Fengtian city. The ease with which he dispatched the beast seemed even simpler than dealing with the red-haired old ghost, one elder reported. Furthermore, it appears that he visited Tianyun Zone because of his disciple Lin Feng, another elder added. Subsequently, a cataclysmic battle erupted within Tianyun Zone, likely instigated by the Mu Fu Feng master. Although the final outcome remains unknown, the Mu Fu Feng master has returned safely to Mu Fu Feng a few days ago. As these two pieces of news spread, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. It is well known that Tianyun Zone is an absolute behemoth for Xinjiang Zone, akin to a holy land. If the conflict within Tianyun Zone is indeed related to Zhong Qing, does this not imply that Zhong Qing was able to engage in battle within Tianyun Zone and emerge unscathed? Such strength is indeed alarming. Xian Yuanhong could not help but exclaim, feeling both astonished and delighted. However, sect leader, let us not dwell on Zhong Qing's strength for now. If he truly has a conflict with Tianyun Zone, even if he is unscathed, our Xianjiang Zone must remain vigilant. At this moment, a somber elder spoke up. Hearing this, Xian Yuanhong's brow furrowed. The elder's concerns were indeed valid. If Zhong Qing has truly antagonized Tianyun Zone, it would no longer be a mere conflict between Zhong Qing and Tianyun Zone, but rather a matter involving Xianjiang Zone and Tianyun Zone. Should Tianyun Zone be unable to deal with Zhong Qing, they might very well take action against Xianjiang Zone. Send out a command to recall all scattered disciples of Xianjiang Zone immediately. Secondly, dispatch spies to closely monitor any movements from Tianyun Zone. In mere moments, Xian Yuanhong clapped his hands and made a decisive order. In this treacherous world, preparation is paramount. Otherwise, one might not even realize how they met their demise. After issuing his command, Xian Yuanhong continued, everyone, as you may have anticipated, the Mu Fu Feng master has gradually elevated us to heights that do not originally belong to us. Thus, the adversaries we face in the future may not be of the same caliber as before, but rather of a higher echelon. However, to grow and rise, we must undergo these experiences. Therefore, we cannot remain idle. We must enhance our strength. The elders and peak masters nodded in agreement, affirming Xian Yuanhong's words. By the way, sect leader, aside from enhancing various aspects, our sect's facilities also require significant improvements, the third elder remarked. For instance, our mountain protection formation is practically useless. It cannot even withstand a red-haired old ghost. Now that our opponents have escalated to the level of Tianyun Zone, our mountain protection formation should be reinforced accordingly. I concur with this point, Xian Yuanhong replied. However, we have no one skilled in this area within our sect. If we seek assistance, it seems we can only turn to Wandao Mountain. Yet, what kind of entity is Wandao Mountain? They are frequently sought for help by holy lands, and it is likely they would disregard us, a mere second-rate sect. Upon hearing this, the attendees furrowed their brows in concern. Xian Yuanhong's words held merit. Even if they wished to engage Wandao Mountain, it would undoubtedly require a considerable fee. The esteemed Shi Jing Ziying has undoubtedly captured the attention of WNDOSHN, primarily due to the royal-level martial arts techniques bestowed by Zhong. However, it is evident that such techniques will not be shared lightly. As the gathered members pondered their next course of action, a disciple arrived with urgent news, reporting to the sect master. The sect master of WNDOSHN seeks an audience. What? Upon hearing this announcement, Su Nyun Hing was momentarily taken aback, and the other elders exchanged bewildered glances. It was as if Cao Cao had arrived at their door just as they spoke of him. The sudden visit from WNDOSHN raised many questions. Quickly, follow me to greet them, Su Nyun Hing commanded. Leading the senior members to welcome the visitors, for WNDOSHN was regarded as a formidable force in their eyes. At that moment, Zhong was waiting at the entrance of Shi Jing with several elders. They had intended to express their gratitude to Zhong for saving WNDOSHN, initially planning to convey their thanks in person. However, upon learning of the affairs concerning T.N.Y.N.Z.ing, they reconsidered this approach. Given Zhong nonchalant ability to annihilate T.N.Y.N.Z.ing, it seemed to them that eliminating a mere threat would be trivial and perhaps unworthy of his attention. They feared that their uninvited approach would merely be an inconvenience to him. Additionally, following the rejection of the L and family's request for an audience in F.N.T.N.C.H.ing, Zhong became even more certain of this notion. Suddenly, recalling information from F.N.T.N.C.H.ing, Zhong remembered a crucial detail. Zhong was the peak master of MFF-ing at xianxiaaudiobooks. Despite not comprehending why such a prominent figure would deign to associate with a modest sect like xianxiaaudiobooks, he recognized the necessity of fostering a positive relationship with them. While he felt unworthy to approach Zhong directly, building rapport with xianxiaaudiobooks seemed entirely appropriate. By establishing a good relationship with xianxiaaudiobooks, he would indirectly strengthen his ties with Zhong. Thus, he resolved to visit xianxiaaudiobooks to solidify this connection. Soon, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the members of xianxiaaudiobooks rushed out to greet the visitors. Upon confirming the presence of WNDOSHN's sect master, they were taken aback in astonishment. A group of them approached respectfully, expressing their apologies for not having anticipated the arrival of their esteemed guests. "We are indeed remiss in our welcome," Xianxiaaudiobooks said hurriedly. However, to their surprise, the members of WNDOSHN displayed even greater courtesy. "Not at all," Zhong replied, bowing deeply. "It is we who have intruded without prior notice." The demeanor of Zhong left Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions utterly puzzled and astonished. Had he not encountered Zhong on previous occasions, he might have doubted the authenticity of the man before him. After all, why would a powerful sect like WNDOSHN show such deference to Xianxiaaudiobooks? Conversely, Zhong was equally astonished. He did not perceive Xianxiaaudiobooks as merely a second-rate sect. With a figure like Zhong at the helm, he regarded Xianxiaaudiobooks as even more significant than some of the sacred places in the eastern region. He was taken aback by the sect's humility and hospitality, especially towards the modest sect master of WNDOSHN. In this atmosphere of mutual astonishment, both parties became increasingly courteous, lowering their postures even further. "Sect Master Zhg is far too gracious," Xianxiaaudiobooks involuntarily bowed slightly. No, you are too kind," Zhong quickly gestured, instinctively lowering his stance further. The exchange continued until both nearly found themselves bowing to the ground. After the excessive niceties, both sects made their way to the peak of Xianxiaaudiobooks, where they sat down and engaged in warm conversation, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Both parties were taken aback by how smoothly their initial intention to establish a relationship unfolded. Zhong smiled at Xianxiaaudiobooks, reflecting on how he had anticipated difficulties in forming a connection with WNDOSHN. Yet here it was achieved with such ease. Xianxiaaudiobooks returned the smile, thinking similarly. At that moment, both spoke simultaneously. "Sect Master Zhg, I have a matter I wish to discuss." "Sect Master Xianxiaaudiobooks, I have a humble request." They exchanged smiles once more. "You go first." They urged one another. "Very well, I shall begin," Zhong said as he stroked his beard. Upon entering Xianxiaaudiobooks, "I noticed that your sect lacks a proper protective formation. Since we find ourselves unoccupied, might we assist in establishing a protective array for your sect?" Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others were taken aback. They had anticipated that WNDOSHN's visit might involve a request for assistance. Yet they did not foresee such a generous offer. Xianxiaaudiobooks scratched his head in disbelief. This shouldn't be. Is there truly such an opportunity? In truth, he had intended to request WNDOSHN's help in setting up a protective formation for Xianxiaaudiobooks, making Zhong's suggestion resonate deeply with him. Sect Master Zhg. I was just about to request assistance from WNDOSHN for the very same purpose, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied. Now realizing the serendipity of the moment, Zhong's eyes lit up at the response. He had been uncertain about how to further solidify relations with Xianxiaaudiobooks, and now, the acknowledgement of their need for a protective formation seemed to present a perfect opportunity. Initially apprehensive about whether his proposal might be overstepping, he was relieved and elated by Xianxiaaudiobooks' enthusiastic response. It appeared that Xianxiaaudiobooks was aware of Zhong's role in saving WNDOSHN and had anticipated their intentions. Perhaps they were also acting with Zhong's tacit approval, allowing them to repay the favor in this manner. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhong quickly settled on the arrangement for the protective formation. After further discussion, Zhong prepared to take his leave. Sect Master Su Yun, we must return to gather the necessary resources for the formation. We will prepare and return promptly. With that, Zhong and his group departed decisively, resolved to expedite the task at hand. Su Yun and his companions stood in disbelief as they watched Qing and his party leave so abruptly. He could not fathom that WNDOSHN would extend such courtesy to Xianxiang without ulterior motives. Nor would they offer to set up a formation without a significant reason behind it. At the final moment, he prepared himself to face the conditions that Wandao Mountain would subsequently propose. However, he simply departed, leaving them utterly perplexed. What could this possibly mean? In the Grand Xianxiang Great Hall, from the sect leader Xianyuan Hong to the various peak masters and elders, everyone collectively scratched their heads in bewilderment. Don't look at me. I cannot fathom it either. Xianyuan Hong was filled with a mixture of joy and astonishment. He was delighted that the mountain-protecting formation he had worried about had been resolved so effortlessly. Yet, he was astonished that even now, he could not comprehend what had prompted Wandao Mountain to act this way. Just as everyone was struggling to find a rationale, the third elder in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in surprise. What is it? The crowd turned their gaze towards him. It must be Zhong Qing. It can only be because of Zhong Qing, the third elder declared excitedly. Only his presence could possibly explain Wandao Mountain's behavior. Prompted by the third elder's insight, the others swiftly grasped the situation. Indeed, did they not know their own strength within Xianxiang sect? It was implausible for Wandao Mountain to be swayed by mere coincidences. It could only be Zhong Qing who had the capacity to influence Wandao Mountain in such a manner. Then, someone in the crowd suddenly recalled intelligence from Fengtian City, which indicated that when Zhong Qing annihilated the beast, members of Wandao Mountain were present at the scene. This connection seemed to bring the truth tantalizingly close, causing the crowd to collectively gasp in realization. Zhong Qing had become increasingly enigmatic in their eyes. It is worth noting that Wandao Mountain is unlike other factions. While their overall strength may not be formidable, their unique existence means they would not typically exhibit such behavior before the sacred grounds. However, Zhong Qing's ability to compel Wandao Mountain to act in such a manner indicated that he was far more complex than they had initially perceived. As the narrative unfolded, the third elder continued to reflect on recent events surrounding Zhong Qing, pondering deeply. Others may have been oblivious, but he was acutely aware that Zhong Qing was merely 18 years old. When he first ascended the mountain years ago, he was just a callow youth. Xianyuan Hong had witnessed Zhong Qing's growth. Each recent event attributed to Zhong Qing would not have astonished him had they occurred to an ancient powerhouse. Yet, occurring to someone with roots only in their late teens was indeed extraordinary. For even with exceptional talent, such feats were beyond the capacity of one so young. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before their eyes. Who is he? What undisclosed secrets does he harbor? This was not merely Xianyuan Hong's quandary, but the collective curiosity of all present. I just remembered. At that moment, the third elder exclaimed again, his eyes wide with realization, as if struck by an astonishing notion. His demeanor instantly heightened the tension among Xianyuan Hong and the others. Third elder, please, share your thoughts. The crowd urged. Have you all come across a certain possibility in ancient texts? The third elder began excitedly, recounting, 100,000 years ago, a prodigious figure emerged in the southern wasteland. It is said that he reached the realm of Chunxian in half a month, ascended to the realm of Yuxian in 3 months, and progressed to the realm of Tiandi within a year. By his teenage years, he had mastered various formations, alchemy, and numerous advanced techniques. Hearing this, Xianyuan Hong's eyes lit up as he recalled, exclaiming, are you referring to the one who later unified the southern wasteland and ascended to the realm of Xiandi, the one known as the Huangzhu? Indeed, that is precisely who I mean. The third elder nodded earnestly, before continuing. Do you know why he was so extraordinarily gifted? It is because this Huangzhu was not an ordinary cultivator. He was originally in Xiandi, merely reincarnated. Xianyuan Hong, drawing from his memories of ancient texts, responded in shock. But as soon as he finished speaking, a realization struck him, causing him to exclaim loudly. Are you suggesting that Zhong Qing is also in Xiandi reborn? Indeed, the third elder replied solemnly. As this revelation settled in, it sent shockwaves throughout the hearts of those present. And Xiandi, reborn? This was utterly explosive. Xianyuan Hong and the others felt a rush of excitement that rendered them breathless. Especially Xianyuan Hong, who suddenly recalled a crucial piece of information. Zhong Qing had mentioned to him that his cultivation technique was an imperial-level method. Who possesses an imperial-level technique, if not in Xiandi? With this realization, everything fell into place. Zhong Qing was indeed in Xiandi reborn. And since he was in Xiandi reborn, The astonishing feats he had displayed now seemed entirely rational. In that moment, Xianyuan Hong and the others were filled with an indescribable fervor. The modest Xianxiang sect had, astonishingly, given rise to an Xiandi reborn. Given time, he could reclaim his former glory. What would this mean for the Xianxiang sect, a sect that birthed in Xiandi? Would it evolve into a sacred ground in the eastern region? How trivial that would seem. The Xianxiang sect was destined to become the preeminent force across this continent. Ha! Old Nai, I wonder what expression you would wear if you knew your disciple was in Xiandi reborn. Unbeknownst to them, at the entrance of the hall, a close aide of Xianyuan Hong narrowed his eyes. In Xiandi reborn? My soul has wandered here, and in a moment of crisis, I was forced to take over a worthless vessel temporarily. However, this vessel cannot contain my soul, and without a body, I cannot survive long. Thus, I have been desperately seeking a new host. Yet, each attempt at possession drains my soul's power, so the final host must become my future body. Unfortunately, after 2 months of searching, I have found nothing but trash, failing to locate even a single body that meets my criteria. To think that this so-called Mu Fu Peak Master is actually in Xiandi reborn. This is truly a blessing from the heavens. The aide could not help but lick his lips. Given his status, even when Zhong Qing effortlessly dispatched the red-haired old ghost, he viewed it with disdain and did not consider taking over his body. After all, with the limitations of the soul, he could only remain in this body permanently. The innate talent and background of the body would significantly impact his future and recovery. Thus, Zhong Qing's ability to eliminate a Yu Xian realm opponent and produce a few imperial-level techniques in this wretched place was commendable, yet he deemed it inconsequential. However, now, upon hearing the new information about Zhong Qing and the deductions made by Xianyuan Hong and others regarding him being in Xiandi reborn, he was suddenly filled with immense excitement. He could not deny that their reasoning held substantial merit. While there is a considerable gap between the peak of his original self and in Xiandi, rebirth is still rebirth, no matter how powerful one may be. They are merely in a recovery phase now. Although I exist in a state of spirit, I am determined to confront you in this present era at any cost. If I could seize the body of a resurrected immortal emperor, acquiring his memories and various abilities, would it not allow my future self to ascend to the realm of the immortal emperor? The mere thought of it fills me with exhilaration. As this notion crossed his mind, the excitement within him surged even more intensely than that of Xianyuan Hong and others. This opportunity lay before him like a grand fortune, enough to drive him to madness. Chapter 53. No, it is you who do not understand. In the stillness of the night, distant roars of beasts echoed, infusing the vast sky with a hint of vitality. At Mufu Peak, a bonfire blazed brightly, and the aroma of sizzling meat wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Zhong Qing savored the meat and drank wine under the moonlight, reflecting on the past and envisioning the future. He felt that such days held a unique flavor. Cultivation is a pursuit of longevity, a quest for freedom and enjoyment. In this moment, he felt remarkably at ease, having grasped one of the 3 profound principles of cultivation. He declared, "Master, I have returned." At that moment, Lin Feng arrived, illuminated by the moonlight, carrying an assortment of fruits, vegetables, and meats, while leading a pig by its side. "You rascal, I merely asked you to procure some food. Why have you brought back a pig?" Zhong Qing jested. "Does master enjoy pork?" Lin Feng replied, placing the gathered food on the wooden rack beside the bonfire before turning to slaughter the pig. Zhong Qing called out, "This is already sufficient. Let the pig stay for now. We shall fatten it up before slaughtering. Come sit." By the small bonfire, Zhong Qing took his seat, with Lin Feng and Su Yi flanking him on either side. Bai Ling, as a guest, also joined them. Originally a transcendent sect for cultivating immortality, this moment bore a touch of human warmth. The group shared laughter and conversation, creating an exceptionally cozy and harmonious atmosphere. Yet, Bai Ling appeared troubled, feeling out of place amid the merriment. "Bai Ling, let us drink and sing, for life is fleeting. A day of joy is still a day, and a day of sorrow is equally so. It is better to seize the moment and revel in the beauty of youth," Zhong Qing encouraged, taking a sip of wine. Bai Ling forced a smile. How she longed to break free from her shackles, to soar freely and embrace life with laughter. Yet, the realities of existence were fraught with constraints. The looming threat of formidable enemies could strike at any moment, especially with the people of Mufu Peak being so kind. She felt an intense pang of guilt at the thought that they might suffer due to her presence. At that moment, Lin Feng, his mouth greasy from food, remarked, "Bai Ling, you need not worry about any so-called foes. With my Master S abilities, protecting you is more than sufficient." "Indeed, Sister Bai Ling," Su Yi chimed in. "Before I met Master, I too was persecuted by wicked individuals. That blood madman wanted to extract my heart and use my blood as a medicinal ingredient. But when faced with Master, he had no power to resist and was swiftly dispatched with a mere finger. Rest assured, Bai Ling had heard of the blood madman, a mere demon cultivator of the Chunxian realm. In the eyes of ordinary people, such a figure was indeed formidable, yet when compared to her enemies, he paled in insignificance. You do not understand. Bai Ling seemed to respond, her tone a mixture of defiance and resignation. My enemies are terrifying beyond your comprehension. Unfortunately, no matter how I explain, you will not believe me. Lin Feng and Su Yi fell silent, particularly the latter, who wanted to assert, no, it is you who do not understand. You cannot fathom Master's might. Yet in the end, he held back. The strength of their master required no elaboration. Once the opportunity arose for her to witness it firsthand, she would comprehend. The atmosphere grew slightly heavy. Bai Ling forced a smile and said, I apologize for disturbing your revelry due to my concerns. It is late. I must take my leave. As she spoke, she bid farewell to everyone and slowly departed with a solemn demeanor. The moonlight flowed like water, and stars adorned the sky. The three disciples continued to eat and drink, undeterred by her absence. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens. It was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his imposing presence radiating an otherworldly aura. His form was ethereal, clearly not of flesh and blood, but rather a spectral entity. Evidently, he had forsaken his previous body to acquire a new one. However, his aura was terrifying, disturbing the winds and shaking the void, enveloping a radius of 100 feet. Such commotion immediately alerted Zhong Qing and the others. Seeing the menacing demeanor of the newcomer, Lin Feng rose and shouted, Who dares intrude upon Mufa Peak? The figure in black cackled sinisterly, ignoring Lin Feng entirely, and fixed his piercing gaze upon Zhong Qing. This was none other than Song Yu, the mysterious figure who had infiltrated Xianxia's sect, disguised as Xianyuan Hong's trusted aide. A being surpassing the realm of Tianxian. It is widely known that the cultivation hierarchy in this world is divided into realms: body refinement, postnatal, innate, Chunxian, Xingxian, Yuxian, Rixian, Dixian, and Tianxian. However, many are unaware that beyond Tianxian lie the realms of San Yin and San Yang, each further divided into 3 levels. Though Song Yu's physical form was absent, leaving only a remnant soul, he had inevitably seized the body of a young disciple from Xianxia's sect. He was undeniably a genuine second-tier, San Yin realm powerhouse. Such a being, even in a holy land, would not be trifled with, and it can be said that no existence of this caliber graced the eastern region. Song Yu's arrival even roused the slumbering sword elder within Lin Feng's ring. Young Lin, this individual possesses unfathomable strength, one that you cannot challenge at your current level. Exercise caution. To this, Lin Feng remained unfazed. With master around, what is there to fear? This statement left the well-meaning sword elder momentarily speechless. Indeed, Lin Feng's master was an unparalleled powerhouse, capable of carrying the Tao Sutras of the Emperor in a sack. A being who could single-handedly defy fate and transform waste into unparalleled talent. With such a figure by his side, it was indeed difficult for any enemy to provoke alarm. How have I become this way? My temperament seems to be regressing. I should not be so easily startled by truths that even Lin Feng can comprehend, sword elder reflected, resolving to be more composed in the future. Otherwise, his anxious demeanor might lead others to underestimate him. Meanwhile, in the void, Song Yu scrutinized Zhong Qing. He had not anticipated that a dignified immortal emperor could exhibit such down-to-earth qualities. Zhong Qing inquired, Are you speaking to me? Surely, this individual had not mistaken him for someone else. This brief exchange sent the sword elder within Lin Feng's ring, who had just resolved to remain calm, into a frenzy. What is happening? Zhong Qing is an immortal emperor. Indeed, he should have perceived this earlier. What level of existence could so casually wield the Tao Sutras of the Emperor? What level of being could carelessly handle weapons of divine, saintly, or even imperial caliber? Apart from an immortal emperor, who else possessed such capabilities? In an instant, the sword elder was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly fainting from the sheer thrill of it all, akin to a fan encountering their idol. What an existence the immortal emperor was. A figure who could suppress an era and craft boundless legends. It could be said that even in his prime, he would have lacked the qualifications to meet an immortal emperor. Now, a living immortal emperor stood before him, which was enough to ignite his fervor beyond measure. Lin Feng observed the sword elder, who was convulsing with excitement within the ring, and expressed his concern. Sword elder, are you all right? No worries, esteemed elder. I have never felt better. Lin Xiaozi, I must admit, your luck drives me to envy and jealousy beyond reason. To have the opportunity to be mentored by a celestial emperor is a dream pursued by countless prodigies throughout their lives. The excitement caused sword elder's eyes to redden. This statement stirred Lin Feng's spirit, as he truly felt that being able to learn from Zhong Qing in this life was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. As if he had exhausted all his luck, Chapter 54. The Role of the Scarecrow. The long night loomed above. Song Yu resided in the void, looking down upon Zhong Qing. This feeling was peculiar, so much so that it ignited a long-forgotten surge of blood within him. What a formidable identity the Celestial Emperor holds. Even he had to concede that, during the peak of his power, Zhong Qing could have crushed him with a mere finger. Yet, heaven had not been unkind to him, allowing him to encounter the reincarnation of a Celestial Emperor. Though his current state was no longer at its pinnacle, should he unleash his secret techniques, even the three Yin realms would meet their demise at his hands. While the repercussions of such techniques were severe, they paled in comparison to the presence of the Celestial Emperor's reincarnation. With Song Yu's keen perception, he could discern Zhong Qing's mere 18 years of age. 18. A tender age just transitioning from innocence to youth. In comparison to the millennia-long lifespans of practitioners, 18 years felt fleeting. So brief that Song Yu was confident that even if the Celestial Emperor were to reincarnate and cultivate anew, he could never hope to reach Song Yu's current heights, let alone contend with him. Now, he had sealed off the surrounding void with his own aura, rendering any plea for assistance from the outside world utterly impossible. To Song Yu, Zhong Qing had already become a possession within his grasp. Thus, he observed with an unhurried, haughty demeanor. Celestial Emperor, savor this final feast of life. After today, this opportunity shall be lost to you. A smirk played upon his lips. As the saying goes, joy begets vitality. Song Yu felt the air around them filled with a joyous essence. If, in the final moments, he could witness Zhong Qing kneeling in supplication, it would be even more delightful. Such a display incited a surge of fury in those who beheld it, especially Lin Feng. How could he bear to witness his master being humiliated? He immediately shouted angrily, "What status do you have to speak to my master in such a manner?" Song Yu's eyes shifted, hands clasped behind his back. He took on a posture of authority, commenting, "A disciple of the Celestial Emperor? Not bad. You ought to have a brilliant life and future under such guidance. Alas, you have encountered me. Tormenting geniuses has always been my delight. Once I seize the Celestial Emperor's body, I shall teach you the meaning of a fate worse than death." As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to Zhong Qing and asked, "Celestial Emperor, do you have any final words to convey? In light of your contribution of such an exquisite body to me, I shall ensure that any cherished ones you leave behind are well taken care of, to ease their lonely hearts." Zhong Qing was taken aback. This fellow had prattled on endlessly from the onset. Did he not know the saying that villains perish from excessive talk? Moreover, he not only coveted his own body, but also sought to claim his women. This was utterly intolerable. Though he currently had no woman, he declared, "Enough. Since there is nothing further to discuss, allow me to bid you farewell." Noticing Zhong Qing's impassive demeanor, devoid of panic or pleas for mercy, Song Yu felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He was impatient to claim this body as his own. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a surge of spiritual power that transformed into an enormous hand, a manifestation of the might of a practitioner at the second level of the three Yin realms. A terrifying pressure reverberated through the air, akin to divine wrath. Zhong Qing frowned, contemplating whether to utilize some hidden cards or, for safety's sake, retreat into a small world to avoid a momentary clash. For this individual clearly possessed significant capabilities. Most importantly, his two disciples were present. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A cackling laugh seemed to transcend time and space, echoing from the void. Who was laughing? Song Yu's fury ignited as he searched for the source of the sound, only to feel a chill at his neck. A scythe now rested against his throat. In an instant, his expression froze, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The massive hand of condensed spiritual power dissipated instantaneously. Following the direction of the scythe, he beheld a scarecrow with a ghastly visage standing merely 3 feet away. With a single glance, Song Yu felt as though he had encountered the greatest horror in existence. The scarecrow exuded an aura of overwhelming malevolence, akin to an ancient demon or chaotic true devil. A thread of its essence seemed capable of crushing the heavens and the earth. How could such a terrifying being exist in this realm? In that moment, Song Yu was paralyzed with fear. Trembling, he inquired, "Who are you? I seem to have no enmity with you." Zhong Qing was astonished. He had not anticipated that the scarecrow would emerge. He had long been unaware of its purpose, only knowing it was no ordinary object. Now, it seemed genuinely formidable. This was the first time he had witnessed the scarecrow exhibit active strength. At this moment, he heard the scarecrow approach Song Yu, its voice dripping with malice as it laughed. "I am the demon god of hell." The shrill laughter resonated like a malevolent spirit from the underworld, sending chills down one's spine. Then, it turned to Zhong Qing and asked, "Hee, Master, how shall we deal with this fellow?" Upon hearing this, Song Yu's scalp crawled, completely unraveling. A being of such horror was actually Zhong Qing's servant. Indeed, as a celestial emperor reincarnated, how could he lack a guardian? It was said that a starving camel is larger than a horse. How could he entertain thoughts of targeting such an existence? A deep sense of regret welled up within him. In a flash, the instinct for survival took precedence. Celestial Emperor, I was blinded by greed. Can you grant me a chance to live? I am willing to serve you as a loyal servant. Zhong Qing scoffed, what do you think? You sought to usurp my body. You tormented my disciples. You even wished to claim my women? Though his words were light, they bore the weight of 1,000 mountains in Zhong Yu's ears. Each of these accusations was a path to death. Yet, he had committed all three. It truly confirmed the saying, madness leads to disaster. Kill him. Zhong Qing waved his hand toward the scarecrow, his tone light as he pronounced Zhong Yu's death sentence. Hee. Another soul to add to my lantern. The scarecrow licked its crimson tongue and swung the scythe. As Zhong Yu cried out for mercy, filled with profound terror of death, his head was severed. The scarecrow then illuminated the remnants of his soul with its lantern, capturing it within. After completing this, the scarecrow returned to its original position, once again becoming an unmoving scarecrow. Lin Feng was left in stunned silence. He had never imagined that a mere scarecrow could possess such terrifying power. His master, indeed, was the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. As for Sword Elder within his ring, despite the tremors, he understood. This was the dignity that a celestial emperor should possess. The celestial emperor must not be insulted. To insult him is to invite death. In that moment, his reverence for Zhong Qing elevated to a new height. Chapter 55. One person becoming an emperor is not enough. Brothers must also ascend to greatness together. A night passed. A ray of dawn pierced the horizon, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the world. A new day had arrived. In the small courtyard, Bai Ling lazily stretched. After a sleepless night of cultivation, her strength had finally begun to recover, and her complexion had improved significantly. Now, she possesses a certain degree of self-preservation. It is time to depart, Bai Ling murmured, casting a reluctant glance at the courtyard. Since childhood, she had lived in a place rife with deceit and intrigue, having witnessed the darker facets of human nature. Yet, within this realm, she experienced an unprecedented warmth and tranquility. Paradoxically, the more she felt this, the stronger her reasons to leave became. The people of Mufu Peak were exceptionally kind. How could she burden them? With this thought, she resolutely knocked on Zhong Qing's door. Please wait. After a brief rustling sound of clothing, Zhong Qing opened the door, yawning. Miss Bai Ling, is there something you need? Despite having long since surpassed the Rishian realm, capable of enduring years without rest, Zhong Qing maintained his habit of sleeping at night. Bai Ling bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Sir, I have come to bid farewell. Why not stay a while longer? Or is it that Miss Bai Ling feels uncomfortable here? The latter shook her head repeatedly. Sir, here I have felt an unprecedented sense of peace and security. However, I have important matters to attend to on this journey, and it is truly inappropriate to delay. Furthermore, I have regained some of my strength. As long as I do not encounter an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, I can ensure my own safety. Your kindness, sir, I will never forget. If there is a chance in the future, I shall repay this great favor. Zhong Qing was indifferent to the notion of repayment. Seeing her resolve, he refrained from insisting she stay longer. He understood that she had her own destiny to fulfill and needed to discover her unique constitution. Yet, he could not help but feel a tinge of worry at letting her leave so easily. After all, she was to be his future disciple. The key to unlocking new bonds with disciples. Lin Feng and Su Yi, his two current disciples, had already provided him with a tenfold increase in power. The potential effects of new disciple bonds filled him with anticipation. He feared regretting it if something unforeseen were to occur. Thus, Zhong Qing stated plainly, Miss Bai Ling, you may encounter dangers on your journey. Therefore, I shall have the scarecrow accompany you for your protection. As he spoke, he summoned the scarecrow. You must protect this young lady along the way. Do not allow her to suffer even the slightest harm. As you command, master. The scarecrow's hollow eyes glimmered with a red light, surprising Bai Ling. However, she did not take it to heart. In this vast world, talented individuals abound. Some artisans can craft puppets of various forms and styles. The scarecrow merely appeared somewhat peculiar to her. If she truly faced formidable foes, it would provide little substantial assistance. Nevertheless, she could not reject Zhong Qing's goodwill. In this era, the world is vast, and sometimes a parting may mean never seeing one another again. Even having a memento nearby is comforting. Thank you very much, sir. She solemnly bowed to Zhong Qing. Since ancient times, farewells have been fraught with melancholy. Deep within her heart, she felt an unspoken reluctance. However, this feeling was quickly suppressed. Bai Ling, you owe a great debt of gratitude to sir. How can you jeopardize his life for your own selfish desires? With this thought, she addressed Zhong Qing. Sir, I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell, she set off without hesitation, striding away. The scarecrow followed closely behind with its odd gait. Zhong Qing observed her retreating figure, feeling little turbulence within. In his eyes, the scarecrow's strength was substantial. Just last night, he had encountered a fool whose strength was considerable, yet to the scarecrow, he was no match. The scarecrow would surely suffice to protect Bai Ling life at Mufu Peak returned to its tranquil state. Lin Feng and little Su Yi, perhaps spurred by something, were practicing more diligently than ever. In a matter of days, each achieved new breakthroughs in strength. Ding! Host-disciple Lin Feng has broken through to the late stage of the Xianxian realm. Ding! Host-disciple Su Yi has broken through to the early stage of the Xianxian realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Di Xian realm. On this day, as Zhong Qing rested beneath a tree, the system's chimes jolted him from his slumber. Goodness! Has it only been a short time since their breakthroughs? If his memory served him correctly, little Su Yi was only 10 years old. What does it mean to be at the Xianxian realm at the age of 10? Even some unparalleled prodigies might pale in comparison. With both of their simultaneous breakthroughs and the subsequent tenfold return, he was propelled directly into the Di Xian realm. The sensation of gaining strength while reclining was truly delightful. Let me access my personal attributes. Host, Zhong Qing. Cultivation, Di Xian realm. Disciples, Lin Feng. Late stage of the Xianxian realm, 100-fold amplification active. Disciple, Su Yi. Early stage of the Xianxian realm, 100-fold amplification active. Activated bonds. Waste material bond 2-2. More bonds awaiting development. Acquired physique, none. Acquired special skills, old 6 halo, heavenly eye, same level suppression, personal miniature world. As Zhong Qing gazed at his personal data, he felt the gates of immortality beckoning him. At this rate, it would not be long before he could ascend. The thought of soon becoming an immortal stirred excitement even in Zhong Qing's heart, which was typically composed. The future is promising. Sharing in his excitement were Lin Feng and Su Yi. Speaking of Lin Feng, not long ago, he was a waste incapable of cultivation, subjected to countless humiliations by his fiancée. Yet, after meeting Zhong Qing, he embarked on a life akin to a cheat. The late stage of the Xianxian realm was merely the level of a second-rate sect elder. How long had it been since he joined the sect? He had already reached this tier. With each increment in his strength, his admiration for Zhong Qing deepened. Without Zhong Qing's guidance, he would not be where he is today. Yet he believed that the Xianxian realm was far from his zenith. One day, I shall follow in my master's footsteps and ascend to the imperial throne. On this day, within the tranquil mountains, a young boy declared his lofty ambition. Senior brother, I too shall become an emperor. Little Su Yi did not comprehend what being an emperor entailed. He only felt that whatever his senior brother desired was undoubtedly wonderful. This proclamation elicited hearty laughter from Lin Feng. Very well, let us both achieve the imperial throne together, crafting an eternal legend. Within the ring, Sword Elder observed the spirited youth, struggling to remind himself to remain composed, yet unable to refrain from a fit of sarcasm. Goodness, you truly dare to say that. Do you understand what it means to be an emperor? That is an existence of supreme authority. Throughout history, how many emperors have there been? To become one is not enough. You wish for us both to ascend as emperors? If such grand aspirations were to be overheard, one might burst into laughter. Yet, upon considering Zhong Qing's identity and the extraordinary speed of these two's advancements, the myth of 3 emperors emerging from one sect did not seem entirely impossible. Contemplating this possibility, the once sarcastic Sword Elder fell silent. Chapter 56. Danger Lurks. Xiaoxiao Valley. It is a renowned holy site in the eastern domain. The entire sect has been passed down for countless years. Such holy sects are akin to ancient histories in themselves, having weathered the vicissitudes of time. Observing the ebb and flow of worldly matters, they stand firm amidst the shifting tides, unyielding. This is the essence of a holy sect. To the world, they are exalted, revered entities. Countless individuals strive to enter their ranks. Yet, at this moment, a profound sense of sorrow pervades the entire Xiaoxiao Valley. Upon the Grand Hall, nearly half of the high-ranking members of Xianxiagu gathered. At the forefront sat the esteemed leader, Xianxia. Beneath her were numerous elders, each a formidable presence in their own right, and the masters of various peaks, alongside the prodigies of the sect. Fellow disciples, the 3 ancestors are trapped within a secret realm, their lives hanging by a thread. Do any of you possess a means to rescue them? As Xianxia spoke, the assembly below furrowed their brows in deep contemplation. The 3 ancestors mentioned by Xianxia, namely Zhong Qing, was the younger brother of the founding ancestor of Xiaoxiagu. He held an immensely significant status within the entire sacred land. Despite his advanced age, he was known for his adventurous spirit, relishing in travels across the world and the exploration of secret realms. Not long ago, Zhong Qing sent a distress signal, indicating that he was ensnared within a perilous abyss. Upon receiving this news, Xianxia wasted no time and personally led a rescue effort. However, the entrance to that abyss was protected by an ancient formation. Despite their combined efforts, they could not make the slightest dent in the array, thus convened this urgent assembly. Leader, the formation is indeed peculiar, spoke the sixth elder, a master immersed in the study of formations for many years. To dismantle this ancient array, brute force is required, and it must be a one-time destruction. Otherwise, if it is provoked again, the array will activate completely, unleashing a slaughter that would annihilate all living beings within. His words instilled a chill among the crowd. They questioned their martial prowess. However, none felt confident in the ability to dismantle the formation in a single blow. Xianxia had previously attempted to strike, but her aggressive onslaught had only awakened a portion of the ancient array, which began to drain the vitality within, further exacerbating Zhong Qing's already precarious situation. Should another misstep occur, resulting in the demise of the three ancestors due to her actions, she would bear the eternal shame of being branded a sinner throughout history. No one dared to shoulder such a heavy burden of guilt. Perhaps the founding ancestor could breach the formation, but that esteemed figure was elusive, impossible to reach. At that moment, a voice proposed, "Leader, perhaps we could seek external assistance." This suggestion elicited immediate rebuttals from others. Our xianxiagu is already a top power in the Eastern domain. Who could we possibly turn to for help? It was undeniable that there were sects beyond the Eastern domain with greater strength. Setting aside the challenge of persuading such entities to intervene, how much time would it take to journey to other regions and back? Could the three ancestors endure such a delay? This statement cast a heavy silence over the assembly. Each individual felt an oppressive weight upon them. Although the three ancestors were not of high cultivation, they were dearly cherished by the founding ancestor. Should anything happen to them, the ensuing wrath would be felt by everyone present. As despair settled in, a figure seated in the corner, Su Wenjiu, rose and spoke. "I know someone who might be able to rescue the three ancestors." This declaration instantly placed her at the center of attention. Who is this person? Xianxiao inquired, astonished. Could Su Wenjiu truly resolve the conundrum that had left them all at a loss? Doubt lingered in the hearts of the assembly. Su Wenjiu respectfully bowed to the leader and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, "Master, this individual is Zhong Qing, the peak master of Xianxiaaudiobooks." "What nonsense is this?" exclaimed an elder, eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded Su Wenjiu. The name Xianxiaaudiobooks held some local renown, yet in their eyes, it was merely a second-rate sect, entirely incomparable to xianxiagu. Indeed, many elders had never even heard of it. To suggest that a second-rate sect could resolve the dilemma that had left xianxiagu powerless was preposterous. "Wenjiu, I understand your desire to contribute to the sect and your wish to save the three ancestors, but this is not the time for folly. Please step down." Xianxia's expression turned dark as she reprimanded her with evident dissatisfaction. While it was understandable for a holy maiden to seek recognition within the sect, jesting with the lives of the three ancestors was utterly unacceptable. Seeing this, Su Wenjiu grew anxious. "Master, I assure you, I am not speaking recklessly. Zhong Qing possesses an extraordinary presence." She recounted her experiences on Mufu Peak. After concluding her tale, she added, "I suspect that pond is the legendary Ku Hai." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." An elder interjected vehemently. Ku Hai was an item of Buddhist lore, and it was well known that Buddhism held a formidable reputation across the continent. The significance of Ku Hai to Buddhism was self-evident. Its existence could not simply be a rumor. However, considering her words, it was evident that Zhong Qing was indeed exceptional. Unlike any ordinary individual, the name Ku Hai carried immense weight. In their view, what Zhong Qing possessed was merely a replica. Yet, even if it were a replica, to replicate the characteristics of Ku Hai was remarkable enough to warrant their attention, albeit only slightly. Nevertheless, they remained unconvinced that Zhong Qing could resolve the issue that had left them all feeling helpless. "Master, the three ancestors are in dire peril. We have no other options. Why not adopt a trial-and-error approach? The distance to Xianxiaaudiobooks is but a mere 10,000 miles, and with our pace, we could make the round trip in 2 or 3 days. Perhaps he truly can assist us?" Seeing her sincerity, Xianxia found herself somewhat swayed. After a long contemplation, she nodded in response to Su Wenjiu's hopeful gaze. "Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey." Chapter 57. The Black and White of the Earthly Profound Realm. Recently, Zhong Qing had been leading a rather indulgent life. Each day was filled with drinking, sleeping, and a leisurely rise in his cultivation. Yet, idleness could be detrimental, and he felt the need to engage in some pursuits. By fortunate coincidence, he had recently signed in to obtain the Wan Yuan Dan Jing. Thus, Zhong Qing began to delve into the art of alchemy. Wisps of smoke curled upwards, accompanied by the roaring flames. A large cauldron stood proudly in the courtyard. Zhong Qing, with a serious demeanor, meticulously arranged the spirit herbs. 1 blood spirit flower, half a Bodhi fruit, and 3 ounces of ancient spirit wood Following the instructions of the Wan Yuan Dan Jing, Zhong Qing sequentially added the various spirit herbs in precise amounts into the cauldron. These materials were generously provided by Xianjiang Zong. As a member of Mufu Peak, they received substantial cultivation resources annually. Unfortunately, they had previously languished in storage, gathering dust. However, they finally found their purpose. It seems I am missing a vital ingredient. Zhong Qing stroked his chin, attempting to search for a substitute among the pile of spirit herbs. Alas, after some time, he found nothing. He was concocting a beauty-enhancing pill. He considered himself quite handsome. But who could refuse the prospect of elevating their appearance even further? Thus, he placed great importance on this pill. Any reduction in its efficacy would be unacceptable to him. Where's the black and white? As Zhong Qing's voice faded, the black and white puppet emerged. Bowing respectfully to Zhong Qing, it stated, "Master, we are still missing the main ingredient, Shan Bao. Please fetch it for me." Zhong Qing promptly issued the command. The so-called Shan Bao referred to the rare treasures birthed by the mountains and rivers of the world, often considered the spirits of the mountains. They encapsulated the essence of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the sun and moon. Should a creature consume it, Shan Bao might even evolve into a divine being, earning the title of divine embryo. Zhong Qing meticulously conveyed to He by the characteristics of the coveted Shan Bao as recorded in the Wan Yuan Dan Jing, elucidating the locales most likely to nurture such treasures and the methods to identify and select them. Upon completing his counsel, he suddenly recalled that he had recently acquired a puppet cultivation upgrade card, a veritable boon from the system. This upgrade card, when applied to a puppet, could elevate its realm to match his own, thereby enhancing its efficiency in serving his needs. Initially, Zhong Qing had intended to wait until he ascended to a higher realm before utilizing it on Heibai. However, reflecting on his recent breakthrough into the Dixian realm, he recognized that striving for even loftier heights, despite the tenfold amplification, would require considerable time. After much contemplation, he resolved to bestow the upgrade on Heibai. After all, having a puppet endowed with autonomous intellect, indistinguishable from a living being, and one that obeyed orders without question, proved exceedingly advantageous, allowing him to delegate numerous tasks conveniently. If Heibai were to remain weak and fall victim to adversaries when venturing out, it would be a significant loss. Thus, hastening its advancement seemed prudent. Regarding future enhancements, since he could acquire an upgrade card through sign-in, he surmised that similar opportunities would arise again. In no time, with a gentle tap on Heibai's forehead, Zhong Qing initiated the upgrade. Instantly, Heibai's cultivation began to surge, progressing uninterruptedly from the Yuxian realm to the Rixian realm, ultimately culminating at the Dixian realm. Indeed, Heibai's realm had now equaled Zhong Qing's. Life with such a companion was remarkably mundane, yet filled with profound significance. Satisfied, Zhong Qing sent Heibai on a quest for Shan Bao, while he himself focused on regulating the furnace's temperature. In the realm of cultivation, the process of refining a batch of elixirs could often take 3 years and 6 months. However, Zhong Qing's current endeavor was rather straightforward, and he anticipated completion within a few days. Once Heibai procured the Shan Bao and integrated it into the concoction, success would be imminent. In the sprawling mountains, the roars of beasts echoed. This was Wanshou Shan, a veritable paradise for demonic creatures, home to many formidable beasts. For an ordinary individual to enter this domain was tantamount to courting death. The nearby villagers regarded this place as a perilous forbidden zone. Yet on this day, 2 unexpected visitors graced Wanshou Shan. These were 2 breathtaking women, exuding an ethereal charm. The younger one, clad in white, resembled a white lotus or a blooming lotus flower, standing elegantly and radiating an aura of otherworldliness. The elder, with hair like snow, was strikingly beautiful, akin to a blue lotus emerging in the world. These 2 were none other than Lu Xianxia, the leader of the Xiaoxia Valley, and Su Wenjiu, the valley's holy maiden. Having departed from Xiaoxia Valley, they traversed countless mountains and crossed rivers, stopping momentarily at Wanshou Shan. "Master, if we proceed westward from here for another 1,000 miles, we shall reach the Xinjiang sect." Su Wenjiu gestured respectfully towards the west. Lu Xianxia stood with her hands clasped behind her, gazing at the drifting white clouds, feeling her decision was rather hasty. If even she, as a leader of a holy sect, could not resolve certain issues, how could someone from a humble background possibly succeed? Rather than placing her hopes on Zhong Qing, she found it more plausible to encounter the ancestors of Xiaoxia Valley and beseech their intervention. However, having come this far, it would be futile to turn back now. In the midst of her contemplations, a sudden disturbance arose amidst the mountains. The void trembled, and a flash of divine light flickered. Radiant treasures burst forth, filling the skies. A shadow darted past her. What was that? Lu Xianxia squinted her eyes, and in a moment of alarm, she beheld the true form of the object, a fist-sized entity resembling a rugged stone or a fleshy orb, entirely red. Astonishing spiritual light radiated from it, and its aura, upon inhalation, invigorated the spirit, calming even the most agitated of hearts. Shanbao, Lu Qingxiao exclaimed in astonishment. The shanbao not only served as an ingredient for medicine, enhancing its efficacy manifold, but even a mere fragment could significantly elevate the quality of elixirs. Consuming it raw could fortify the body, augment cultivation, and strengthen the divine soul, a treasure seldom seen in a century. Even within the holy sects, such rare finds were exceedingly scarce. Lu Qingxia's heart raced with excitement. She had never anticipated that a simple outing would yield such fortune. Recognizing the opportunity, she wasted no time, extending her hand to seize the shanbao. Yet, another hand outpaced hers, capturing the treasure first. The owner of that hand was none other than Heibai. This treasure belongs to me. Heibai asserted dominion over the shanbao. In this world of treasures, the capable shall claim them. It will not be easy for you to take it from me. Lu Qingxia's eyes glimmered with intensity as she unleashed the formidable aura of a peak Xian realm cultivator, disrupting the void and causing the surrounding beasts to flee in panic. A peak Xian realm presence was among the most formidable in the entire eastern domain. Confident that the shanbao was as good as hers, Lu Qingxia advanced with her alabaster hand to claim it. However, in the next instant, a colossal hand descended like a mountain. The heavens reverberated with a thunderous sound. Heibai's hand waved, unleashing the overwhelming might of a Xian realm expert, sending Lu Qingxia hurtling back several dozen feet. A Xian realm expert. She gasped, her heart trembling. Had she not sensed a grave threat to her life at that critical moment and summoned the treasured artifact of Xiaoxia Valley to defend against that attack? The outcome would have been far worse than merely being thrown back. Such a clash could easily lead to severe injury or death. Lu Qingxia could hardly fathom encountering such a terrifying powerhouse in this place, for beings of this caliber were akin to ancestral figures even within her holy sect. In the entire eastern domain, they were unequivocally top-tier individuals. Senior, I beg your pardon. She quickly offered her apology to Heibai, suppressing her trepidation. Heibai cast a cold glance her way, remaining silent. He claimed the shanbao, transformed into a streak of light, and vanished into the distance. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Qingxiao felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. She was grateful he bore her no ill will. Had he been of a more volatile temperament, the outcome could have been dire. Today's encounter served as an unforgettable lesson, reminding her of the vastness of the world and the hidden prowess of its heroes. Chapter 58, The Extraordinary Senior. By the time Su Wenjiu and Lu Qingxiao arrived at the Xianjiang sect, a day had passed. They soared through the skies, the mountainous landscape sprawling beneath them. The scenery here was breathtaking, with verdant mountains and clear waters. Were it not for the calamity befalling the three ancestors, spending time here to appreciate the beauty would be delightful. Lu Qingxiao mused. Master, ahead lies the Mu Fu peak of Senior Zhong Qing. Su Wenjiu pointed enthusiastically. Throughout their journey, she was acutely aware of her master's sentiments, which clearly indicated a lack of hope regarding Zhong Qing's ability to rescue the three ancestors. However, others did not understand, nor did she. Zhong Qing exuded an aura of an otherworldly sage, a transcendent figure. She was confident that once her master witnessed the extraordinary nature of that senior, her perspective would undoubtedly shift. In a mere moment, the master and disciple arrived above Mu Fu Peak. Senior, Su Wenjiu has come to pay her respects, she called out, adopting a humble demeanor. This humility piqued Lu Qingxia's curiosity. Her disciple was known for her lofty ambitions. She had never witnessed such deference from her before. He was eager to witness the extraordinary qualities that had rendered his disciple so awestruck. Soon, the gates of Mu Fu Peak swung open, revealing a figure clad in a blue robe. With long hair cascading freely to his waist, he exuded an air of carefree charm rather than disarray. His features were strikingly handsome, with a resolute countenance that radiated an exceptional demeanor, calm and composed. The initial impression he left was undeniably appealing. However, in the realm of cultivation, appearance and charm are secondary. True strength is the foundation of one's existence. Lu Qingxia scrutinized Zhong Qing, sensing no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Her gaze turned inquisitive as she looked at her disciple, seemingly questioning. Is this the recluse you spoke of? Su Wenjiu grasped the unspoken meaning of her master's words and discreetly conveyed, Master, please remain patient. The essence of a true expert lies in their ability to remain inconspicuous. If one could be easily discerned, could they truly be considered a master? Lu Qingxia refrained from disputing this and resolved to observe further. At that moment, Zhong Qing cast his gaze towards Su Wenjiu hovering above in the sky. What brings you here? In his memory, she was somewhat thick-skinned and had a penchant for exaggeration, which did not bode well for their interaction. Her response left Su Wenjiu momentarily at a loss for words. Being a girl, she felt slightly embarrassed, especially after their previous misunderstandings. It was hardly appropriate to directly state that she sought his assistance. Noticing her disciple's awkward predicament, Lu Qingxia interjected. I have heard that you once saved my little disciple's life. Now, as we pass through this esteemed place, we wish to pay a visit to express our gratitude. Zhong Qing stroked his chin and, after a brief contemplation, replied, Guests are welcome here. Please, come down for a cup of tea. Thank you, Senior. Zhong Qing's invitation alleviated the heavy stone resting in Su Wenjiu's heart. She had been concerned that he might not welcome her presence. If the esteemed leader of a holy land and its saintess were to be rebuffed, it would indeed be a source of ridicule for her. Fortunately, such an outcome did not transpire. The two women descended gracefully to the ground, following Zhong Qing into a quaint courtyard. In the living room, Zhong Qing poured tea for both of them. Su Wenjiu solemnly introduced, Master, this is the esteemed Zhong Qing whom I have mentioned to you multiple times. Senior, allow me to present my master, the current leader of Chaoxiao Valley, Lu Qingxia. After the introductions, Lu Qingxia took a slow sip of the fragrant tea and remarked, This place is indeed picturesque, with its clear mountains and pristine waters. It is said that one's choice of environment reflects their character. It is evident that you are a person of refinement. Zhong Qing smiled and replied, I follow my own path. Whether I am refined or mundane matters not. In life, what one seeks is simply tranquility and freedom. These words caused Lu Qingxia to regard him with newfound respect, setting aside other considerations. Such an open-minded disposition is not something every individual possesses. The atmosphere grew cordial as they engaged in light-hearted banter. As noon approached, Lu Qingxia suggested, Sir, I find the scenery of Mufu Peak to be exquisite. Might we take a stroll around the mountain? Given her purpose for visiting, she needed to ascertain whether Zhong Qing was indeed the recluse she sought. If she mistakenly invited a false master back, it would be a source of embarrassment for her as a leader. Validating Zhong Qing's identity was straightforward. A visit to the so-called bitter sea that Su Wenjiu spoke of would suffice to determine its authenticity. Please, feel free. Mufu Peak is indeed a place of enchanting beauty, devoid of any hidden reservations. Zhong Qing had no objections. The two exited the quaint courtyard. Master, what do you think? Su Wenjiu asked eagerly. Have you noticed the senior's extraordinary nature? Please, allow me to show you this so-called bitter sea. I believe I can reach a conclusion. Her words aligned perfectly with Su Wenjiu's intent. In her eyes, that location was a manifestation of profound dread and the most compelling evidence to affirm Zhong Qing's extraordinary nature. With that, she led Lu Qingxia towards the back mountain. However, the bitter sea had long since been absorbed into Zhong Qing's small world. Upon arrival, what lay before them was merely an ordinary pond. Where could it possibly be? Su Wenjiu exclaimed in frustration. I distinctly remember it being right here. She searched the mountains in vain, but found no trace of the bitter sea. Enough, Wenjiu, let us abandon this matter. Lu Qingxia's expression darkened. She should not have harbored such expectations. After all, how could a second-rate sect possibly produce a master stronger than a holy land? This was nothing short of a fantastical notion. Let us return. The matter of saving the three ancestors requires careful deliberation. She internally dismissed the possibility of Zhong Qing being a hidden expert and prepared to return to the courtyard to take her leave. Just as they re-entered the courtyard, a figure suddenly soared across the sky. He was tall and robust, clad in a black robe, his aura as formidable as an abyss. How could it be him? Lu Qingxia's heart tightened. This man was none other than Heibai. Lu Qingxia keenly felt the weight of Heibai's power, even as the leader of a holy land. She would not stand a chance against him. What could his purpose be for coming here? Chapter 59, The Body Immune to a Race. Heibai moved swiftly, soon arriving at the courtyard on Mufu Peak. Lu Qingxia's confusion deepened. A strong figure at the earthly profound realm, equal to the ancestors of Chaoxiao Valley? What could a second-rate sect possibly offer him? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Qingxia entered the courtyard once more with Su Wenjiu. At that moment, Heibai stood tall in the courtyard, his posture straight as a peak, akin to an ancient pine, seemingly awaiting a summons. I must have made a grave error. An earthly profound expert is typically treated as an esteemed guest. How can one describe their presence as a summons? Lu Qingxia smacked her face, mocking herself. While cautiously observing this formidable being, her mind was a flurry of thoughts, the greatest curiosity being the reason for his visit. Could Zhong Qing and this man have a connection? Just then, Zhong Qing emerged from the inner courtyard. Heibai stepped forward and knelt on one knee, declaring, Master, I have retrieved the mountain treasure. This scene, encapsulated in a mere sentence, sent tidal waves crashing within Lu Qingxia's heart, igniting a tempest of astonishment. Her mind buzzed as if struck by 1,000 thunderclaps, her pupils dilating in disbelief. After a prolonged moment, She incredulously repeated, Master? An earthly profound expert, reduced to servitude? An earthly profound expert, addressing the leader of a second-rate sect as master? While she had suspected a connection between Zhong Qing and Heibai, she never dared to imagine their relationship as one of master and servant, especially that Zhong Qing was the master and Heibai the servant. In that instant, Lu Qingxia, the leader of Xiaoxia Valley, known for her composure amidst tempests, found herself utterly overwhelmed. In stark contrast, Su Wenjiu was flushed with excitement. Her fists clenched as if ready to leap into the air. Master, I told you. This senior Zhong Qing is indeed a hidden, unparalleled expert. His power must surpass anything I had imagined. To have an earthly profound expert as a servant means his strength must be above that realm. If we could enlist his aid, the three ancestors would surely be saved. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, atop a tree canopy, Lin Feng, who was absorbing the essence of the spirit, slowly opened his eyes. He scoffed. How could Master be merely at the lower realm? He is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, a being that reverberates through the ages. The so-called sacred land sects cannot even fathom a fraction of his prowess. How trivial. Once, the sacred land was a realm he could only dream of, a stature he revered. Yet at this moment, its standing in his heart has plummeted dramatically. In the ring, the sword elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, the eastern sacred land may appear to be a colossal entity in the eyes of many, an unassailable force. However, before your master, even at their peak, they would lack the privilege to even meet him. Within the courtyard, Zhong Qing received the mountain treasures presented by Heibai, generously praising, well done, that will be all for now. The latter, upon hearing this, respectfully withdrew. This manner of summoning and dismissing was akin to a tempest, stirring the hearts of Lu Qingxia and her disciple. Unbeknownst to them, they had just been held in disdain. Even if they were aware, they likely had no time to dwell on it, as their focus was entirely on Zhong Qing, their hearts racing in pure astonishment. Zhong Qing, having sent Heibai away, gazed at the duo, who were either excited or shocked, and a hint of puzzlement crossed his features. However, with the treasures in hand and the elixir nearing completion, he could not afford to linger on them. My apologies, esteemed ones. I have pressing matters to attend to. Shall I have my disciple attend to you? Please, esteemed one. Do not mind us. We can wait here while you handle your urgent affairs. Lu Qingxia quickly responded, her smile radiant. She even altered her address for Zhong Qing, now referring to him as an esteemed figure. To have a being of the lower realm as a servant warranted such a title. Thank you for your understanding. Zhong Qing smiled, nodded, and then turned to leave. Time passed unnoticed, and several hours later, the duo found themselves waiting until the sun had set and the moon hung high in the sky, finally awaiting the completion of Zhong Qing's alchemy. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Lu Qingxia and Su Wenjiu felt that Zhong Qing seemed to possess an even more refined aura than before, more ethereal and transcendent. Before they could express their admiration, Zhong Qing remarked, I apologize for the long wait. Lu Qingxia, beaming with a smile, replied, Esteemed one, it is no trouble at all. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are not merely passing by my Mufu Peak. Zhong Qing, curious, inquired, Might I ask why both of you have come? Seeing that Zhong Qing could see through her, Lu Qingxia did not dare to conceal the truth and quickly clasped her hands, explaining, Esteemed one, to speak candidly, we have indeed come to request your assistance. Our three ancestors of Xiaoxia Valley are trapped in a perilous abyssal secret realm, their lives hanging by a thread. We urgently need a powerful expert to save them. If you are willing to assist, we would be grateful to offer a royal-grade fragmentary technique as a reward. In her determination to persuade Zhong Qing, she was willing to go to great lengths. Even a fragment of a royal-grade technique was an immensely precious asset for Xiaoxia Valley, a treasure that could be passed down through generations. It could incite a fierce competition among many powerful beings. She believed that though Zhong Qing was formidable, those of greater strength often held an unusual craving and obsession for such high-level techniques. However, upon hearing this, Zhong Qing was prepared to decline, feeling somewhat speechless. This royal-grade technique, even as a fragment, was something he truly did not lack. Moreover, he had little connection with Xiaoxia Valley. His relationship with Su Wenjiu was hardly significant, and he had no particular interest in the trouble of saving someone. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. New mission initiated. Detection shows that the three ancestors of Xiaoxia Valley, Zhong Changfeng, is on the brink of death. If you save him, the host will receive immunity from formations. Zhong Qing was astonished to find that a mission had been triggered, with a reward of formation immunity. This ability was extraordinarily powerful. In this fantastical realm, formations were ubiquitous, and many powerful beings had met their demise within them. If he were to gain immunity, would he not be able to navigate formations with impunity in the future? With this thought, Zhong Qing, who was about to refuse, swiftly changed his mind. He addressed Lu Qingxia and Su Wenjiu, saying, I suppose we share a certain fate. I shall accompany you on this journey. As for the reward, let it be. Thank you, esteemed one. Lu Qingxia and Su Wenjiu exclaimed in unison, elated. They had never anticipated that Zhong Qing would so readily agree to their request. And even without compensation, the fact that he regarded the royal-grade technique with such indifference made it seem as if such a precious item held little value in his eyes. Amidst their profuse gratitude, Zhong Qing did not linger. They set off that very night. The system had indicated that the individual was in critical condition, and any delay could mean arriving only to find him gone, rendering their efforts moot. The trio traveled swiftly, reaching Xiaoxia Valley within a day's time. Esteemed one, thank you for your arduous journey. Please rest well today while we prepare. Tomorrow we shall rescue our 3 ancestors of Xiaoxia Valley. Lu Qingxia arranged for Zhong Qing to have a comfortable room, speaking earnestly. This was not to say she did not wish to rush immediately. The abyssal secret realm was not close to Xiaoxia Valley, and its terrain was complicated, shrouded in mist, making it easy to lose one's way. Taking a day to organize and prepare was indeed necessary. Zhong Qing had no objections. Thus, he settled in Xiaoxia Valley. One could not help but acknowledge that as a sacred land of the eastern region, it possessed a certain grandeur. The bed was sufficiently large, soft, and comfortable. And the cuisine was delightful, featuring delicacies from the skies, the land, and the waters, all rich in spiritual energy and exquisite in flavor. Having caught up on some sleep and enjoyed a meal, Zhong Qing began to explore Xiaoxia Valley, eager to witness the splendor of the sacred land sect. From a distance, the mountains loomed like a roaring white tiger, majestic and ancient. Up close, the waters surged and flowed like a furious dragon. The land bore orchards of spiritual fruits, with rare herbs flourishing everywhere. A glimpse revealed the profound depth and grandeur of the sacred land sect, far surpassing that of Xinjiang sect. After traversing a high mountain and leaping over several ridges, he arrived at a cascading waterfall. The water rushed with great force, creating a serene pool below, where the surface shimmered with ethereal mist, evoking a sense of tranquil beauty. Captivated by the scenery, Zhong Qing paused to observe, feeling an overwhelming urge to compose poetry. However, after considerable effort, he could only muster the words incredible. Years of compulsory education, 3 years of intense preparation for exams, and 4 years of university life had left him nearly devoid of the knowledge he once possessed. Was this what it meant to have learned in vain? Zhong Qing felt a pang of disappointment. He resolved not to dwell on poetry any longer, for he had never truly considered himself a cultured individual. Just then, through the ethereal mist, a woman approached. She was in her youthful prime, adorned in a splendid gown, with a jade pendant at her waist and a violet-green sword in hand. Her beauty was striking, and her aura was captivating, a true vision that commanded attention. The woman's name was Lin Yuexia, a true disciple of Xiaoxia Valley, within this esteemed sacred land sect. The disciples are categorized into several ranks: Wai Men, Ru Men, Nei Men, Zhenchuan, and Sheng Nu. Among them, Zhenchuan disciples are considered the elite, destined to become the backbone of the sect. When Lin Yuexia spotted Zhong Qing, her delicate brows furrowed. Who is your master? This face Yantan is a sacred ground of our sect. Only disciples of Zhenchuan, or those bearing the sect master's token, may enter. I have never seen you before, so I presume you are not a disciple of any peak Zhenchuan. Do you possess a token? Her demeanor was lofty, and her words conveyed a tone of inquiry. Along with the inherent pride of a Zhenchuan disciple, Zhong Qing was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that this place was not his territory. There were many rules and taboos. This young lady, I am not from Xiaoxiagu. I was unaware of such regulations here. I apologize for my rudeness and shall take my leave. It is said that when in a foreign land, one should adhere to local customs. It is not a matter of fear, but rather the decorum and upbringing one should possess. However, as he attempted to depart, the young woman refused to relent. Upon realizing that Zhong Qing was not a disciple of Xiaoxiagu, she bristled like a porcupine. You thief! Not only are you not from Xiaoxiagu, but you dare to intrude into this sacred ground without a token? You offend the dignity of our holy place. If you are wise, bind your own hands and seal your cultivation, and come with me to the law enforcement hall to confess your crimes. Otherwise, my sword does not have eyes. Although Lin Yuexia could not ascertain Zhong Qing's cultivation level, his youth suggested he could not possess great power. Having caught a trespasser today, she felt she had achieved a significant merit. In that moment, Zhong Qing appeared to her as a point of accomplishment. Observing her demeanor, Zhong Qing furrowed his brow. Miss, I am not a thief, but rather I was invited by your sect master. However, his words elicited a derisive laugh from Lin Yuexia. Who is my sect master? A figure of extraordinary prowess, revered by all. You should consider your own standing. With your thieving eyes, you are nothing but a nameless rogue. How dare you claim to be invited by my sect master? Truly laughable. Zhong Qing felt a surge of anger. It was undeniable that he was in the wrong initially. But the aggressive demeanor of the young woman, attacking him relentlessly, was indeed excessive. Miss, one should leave a line for future encounters. I advise you to speak with more decorum. A mere little thief dares to question me, she retorted, her voice sharp. With a swift movement, Lin Yuexia drew her sword and lunged. The dazzling sword light, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, seemed capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, showcasing her formidable might. Clearly, she had no intention of holding back. Zhong Qing's brow slightly furrowed as he aimed to teach her a lesson, delivering a palm strike. In an instant, the force of his palms surged like thunder, carrying terrifying power, and her sword was shattered. Lin Yuexia was sent flying over Tianzhong, crashing into 3 towering ancient trees before finally coming to a stop. With a spurt of blood, she appeared as a bloodied figure. Her ribs evidently broken in at least 3 places, presenting a pitiable sight. What is happening? The commotion soon attracted the attention of other disciples from Xiaoxiagu. In mere moments, over a dozen individuals soared over. Among them were both men and women. The men were handsome and the women exuded exceptional grace. All were disciples of Zhenchuan, each possessing notable strength. Junior sister, what transpired? A slightly older man stepped forward, hastily tending to Lin Yuexia's wounds while inquiring. It is evident that the holy place lived up to its reputation. Having consumed a healing elixir, Lin Yuexia quickly regained her strength. She pointed at Zhong Qing and exclaimed, "Senior brother, this thief is not one of our Xiaoxiagu disciples. He intruded upon our sacred ground and intended to kill me to silence me. You must seek justice for me." Her demeanor was pitiful, placing herself firmly in the role of the victim, conveniently omitting her initial aggression, arrogance, and disregard for others. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals erupted in fury. "Old thief, how dare you invade our Xiaoxiagu and harm our Zhenchuan disciple? Are you underestimating us?" A group of them pointed their swords at Zhong Qing, their expressions hostile. Zhong Qing, uninterested in further discussion, stated calmly, "Truth and justice are always in the hands of the strong. It is the weak who adopt a humble posture in pursuit of illusory fairness. Come at me together." With his hands clasped behind his back, he maintained a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Zhong Qing's words, the dozen disciples were infuriated. "You dare to be so arrogant in Xiaoxiagu? Do you truly believe we are powerless?" The atmosphere grew tense, as if a battle were imminent. "Stop!" At that moment, a voice rang out, clear as a bell, echoing through the valley. Following that, a streak of light descended from the sky. "Sect Master." The Zhenchuan disciples were overjoyed upon seeing the newcomer. Although Zhong Qing had not exhibited any fluctuations in cultivation, his unyielding aura exerted immense pressure upon them. Moreover, Lin Yuexia's strength was not to be underestimated. She ranked among the top in their group. Yet, she had been severely injured. From the onset of the conflict to its conclusion, although they had not witnessed it firsthand, those perceptive enough could deduce the severity of the situation. In just a few breaths, they realized that even if they joined forces, they would not be guaranteed victory against such a formidable opponent. Now that the sect master had arrived, they felt confident that under her overwhelming power, any malevolent beings would be swiftly dealt with, especially Lin Yuexia, whose gaze toward Zhong Qing was filled with hatred and delight, as if to say, "You are doomed." However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astonished. Lu Qingxiao approached Zhong Qing, her expression flustered, and said, "Predecessor, my disciple was disrespectful and has offended you. I apologize on her behalf." What was happening? Who was this person that warranted such an apology from the sect master? The Zhenchuan disciples were left speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief. Who was their sect master? She was one of the most powerful figures in the Eastern domain, revered by thousands and worshipped by the masses. Yet now, this esteemed individual was visibly anxious before a young man, exhibiting a humility never before seen. Even if the ancestors were to descend, it was unlikely that their sect master would display such a demeanor. If Lu Qingxiao were to grasp their thoughts, she might have chuckled ruefully. There truly is no comparison between the ancestors and this predecessor. After all, even Zhong Qing's servant possessed the cultivation of the Dixian realm, while their ancestor was merely at that level. At that moment, Lin Yuexia was completely dumbfounded. Zhong Qing had previously claimed he was invited by the sect master, but she had dismissed it. Now it seemed that he was indeed telling the truth. Moreover, judging by the sect master's demeanor, this was clearly a being even more powerful than her own sect master. Reflecting on her earlier actions, having been disrespectful to such a terrifying figure and almost harboring murderous intent, she felt a wave of fear and unease wash over her. What was happening? Lu Qingxia, visibly angry, turned to the group of disciples with a stern expression. The disciples exchanged apprehensive glances, trembling under Lu Qingxia's serious gaze. ultimately directing their attention towards Lin Yuexia. The latter's face instantly turned ashen. To her, these gazes felt like towering mountains, suffocating her breath. However, she understood that certain matters could not be resolved through evasion. As her thoughts whirled, she immediately knelt before Lu Qingxia, weeping profusely. "Sect Master, the fault lies entirely with me. I mistakenly took this esteemed elder for an intruder threatening the sanctity of our holy ground. In my desire to protect the sect, I attempted to subdue him first. All the blame rests on my shoulders. I implore you, Sect Master, to forgive me this once, considering my genuine concern for the sect." Her portrayal of vulnerability and helplessness was exquisite, enhanced by her innate beauty, evoking an overwhelming urge to comfort her. At this moment, Lin Yuexia realized that debating who was right or wrong was an undeniably foolish endeavor. In the realm of cultivation, power reigned supreme. Offending someone of significant stature was a grave sin. It was wiser to acknowledge her mistakes first, then feign pity and innocence. Leveraging her status as a true disciple, there was a strong possibility that the sect master would lower the punishment gently. This tactic had proven effective on numerous occasions. However, she underestimated Zhong Qing's standing in Lu Qingxia's heart. Upon hearing Lin Yuexia had dared to strike Zhong Qing, Lu Qingxia's expression darkened to a dismal extent. Zhong Qing was the one she had invited to rescue the three ancestors of Xiaoxiao Valley. Now, a mere true disciple had the audacity to stir trouble in her domain. The situation had not yet escalated, but she had nearly offended him grievously. Should Zhong Qing unleash his wrath, the very existence of Xiaoxiao Valley could be jeopardized. This thought fueled her fury further. She coldly addressed Lin Yuexia, effective immediately. "Your status as a true disciple is revoked, and you are sentenced to 100 years of reflection in the wall of regret." Typically, when the sect master disciplined a disciple, there was a protocol to follow, a justification grounded in sect regulations, aiming for a resolution that would leave the punished satisfied. Yet, Lu Qingxia, in her fury, abandoned all pretense and delivered a final verdict. The announcement caused the other true disciples to gasp in shock. Lin Yuexia felt as though her spine had been wrenched from her body, collapsing to the ground. Her identity as a true disciple had afforded her a lofty position and countless privileges, but it also garnered her numerous enemies. With this title stripped away, her former adversaries would undoubtedly swarm like sharks scenting blood. Despite her formidable cultivation, she had only offended those she deemed weaker than herself. Yet, the wall of regret was a place of punishment where many entered only to find their strength diminished by the malevolent energies within. The longer one remained there, the more severe the decline in power. 100 years of reflection could very well obliterate her entire cultivation. This dual punishment was far more cruel than a swift death. At this moment, Zhong Qing's earlier words echoed in her mind, "Leave a thread for future encounters." Regrettably, she had failed to heed his counsel. An overwhelming tide of remorse engulfed her, leaving her tormented by her choices. Had she heeded even a fraction of his advice, she might not have found herself in such dire straits. Chapter 62, The Abyssal Secret Realm. Lin Yuexia's predicament was but a minor interlude in Zhong Qing's life. Along the journey of existence, one inevitably encounters a myriad of individuals. Her arrival and departure resembled ripples on the surface of a lake, fleeting and ephemeral. Once the winds settled, nothing remained. Thus, Zhong Qing dismissed the matter from his thoughts. Time swiftly passed, and a day had elapsed. The rising sun heralded a new dawn filled with vitality. Lu Qingxia was in good spirits. Although a minor unpleasantness had transpired the previous day, she was relieved that Zhong Qing bore no grudge. In him, she saw hope for the rescue of the three ancestors. Early in the morning, she gathered a dozen high-ranking members to welcome Zhong Qing and embark on the mission to save the three ancestors of Xiaoxiao Valley. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group set off in an imposing procession. An elder led the way, with Zhong Qing standing amongst them, accompanied by Lu Qingxia and Su Wenjiu. Several high-ranking members of Xiaoxiao Valley, unaware of Zhong Qing's identity, exchanged glances and privately communicated, "Is this truly the external aide summoned by the sect master? He looks so young. Has he even reached 18? Can someone like him truly rescue the three ancestors?" One elder expressed doubt. "I heard that due to his involvement, the sect master imposed severe punishment on a true disciple yesterday. He must possess remarkable abilities to earn such favor from the sect master. Let us hope so." The stakes were high. If the three ancestors were imperiled, the wrath of their ancestors would be unbearable. The group traveled swiftly, covering thousands of miles each day. As dusk approached, they finally arrived at the abyssal secret realm. In this world dominated by cultivation, countless opportunities and encounters awaited. Secret realms were among them, born either from the creations of predecessors or through natural evolution. Within them lay numerous treasures, be it unique paradises, miraculous elixirs, secret techniques, or divine weapons. Each secret realm was a testament to fortune and transformation. Yet, fortune often concealed peril, and danger lurked alongside opportunity. The existence of a secret realm left by predecessors also implied the presence of corresponding traps and tests. Those who passed the trials could inherit the legacy, while those who failed would meet their demise, a common occurrence in the cultivation world. The abyssal secret realm was unique. Here, the term secret realm referred broadly rather than specifically. To understand the origins of this realm, one must delve into a lengthy tale. At the convergence of the eastern and southern domains lies a vast abyss. This abyss stretches endlessly, its depths unfathomable. The cause of its formation remains a mystery. Some claim it was a result of divine conflict, a gaping hole created in the continent. Others narrate a tale of an emperor who hurled a spear, piercing a deity from the heavens, leading to the deity's fall and a curse upon the land. Thus, this abyss has also been dubbed the Land of Curses. Countless versions of this narrative exist, all steeped in myth and legend. The true circumstances are lost to time. It is enigmatic, unpredictable, and profound, brimming with potential precisely because of its unknown nature. This allure has drawn countless adventurers to explore its depths. Among them are dreamers aspiring to ascend to greatness and formidable beings nearing the end of their lifespans. As a result, the abyss remains unchanged, while the secret realms within it proliferate. Many of these realms are naturally formed, while others are legacies left by powerful explorers. When the number of such realms reaches a critical mass, the abyss is transformed into the abyssal secret realm. On a desolate mountain range, thick fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering everything indistinct. At the mountain's end stood a smooth, sheer cliff, as if cleaved by some immense force. The edge was polished to perfection, extending into the abyss beyond. The abyss itself was a dark void, the entire expanse seemingly filled with the essence of night, evoking a sense of foreboding as if some terrifying creature lurked within. It resembled an eternal night. The mountain range was shrouded in white mist, creating a stark contrast between the black and white, leaving only a narrow strip of land illuminated by the sunset. This was truly a rare spectacle. At this moment, a secret realm loomed before them, perched atop the mountain range, adjacent to the abyss. The entire scene was ethereal, resembling a luminous sphere the size of a house, connected to the void. Surrounding it were flickering rays of light, remnants of ancient formations. Senior, this secret realm is the very place that confines our Sanzu of Xiaoxia Valley. Lu Qingxia cautiously spoke to the crowd. Do you think it is possible to break this formation? Zhong Qing offered no response, but paused to observe. He had no understanding of formations, feeling as though he had comprehended 6 out of 7 openings, yet remained utterly clueless about the 7th. Throughout the journey, he had discerned the uniqueness of this formation. It was said that one would need to exert immense personal strength to dismantle the entire construct. Although his cultivation had reached the Dixian realm, he remained uncertain if he possessed the power to break it. To be prudent, Zhong Qing decided to consult the system first. If he failed to breach the formation, it would be embarrassing, but worse. It could result in the demise of those trapped inside. Such a painstakingly acquired task would be in jeopardy. System, with my current strength, is it feasible to break this grand formation? The system swiftly replied. Detection indicates that only a Tianxian realm practitioner can forcefully dismantle this ancient formation. This response caused Zhong Qing to furrow his brow slightly. The Tianxian realm was a level above his own. He pondered whether, with the many hidden cards at his disposal, he could still breach this formation. This thought felt rather risky. If he failed, the individuals inside would undoubtedly face death. Just as Zhong Qing hesitated, a sudden realization struck him. The system had mentioned that the people within the secret realm were on the brink of death. Once he saved the target's life, he would be rewarded. It seemed he had devised a plan. At that moment, Lu Qingxia stepped forward and asked, Senior, what do you think of this formation? Do you have any insights? Zhong Qing snapped out of his thoughts and replied, This formation can only be broken forcefully by a practitioner of the Tianxian realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. For them, even a Dixian realm practitioner was akin to a forebear, while a Tianxian realm practitioner was a legendary figure. Senior, can you? Lu Qingxia's gaze shifted to Zhong Qing, uncertain of his capabilities. Zhong Qing did not respond, but instead approached the formation, prompting a flicker of hope among the crowd. They had initially believed he would use his strength to break the formation, only to realize he was stepping directly into it. What is he doing? This action left the elders confounded. They had studied the grand formation. Breaking it from the outside was relatively easier than attempting to dismantle it from within, which would multiply the difficulty tenfold. Sectmaster, I have a feeling this person may not be reliable. What if something goes wrong? If the formation is fully activated without rescuing the Sanzu, their fate could be dire. One elder lamented. Lu Qingxia was equally perplexed. However, she was aware of Zhong Qing's extraordinary nature. Since he dared to enter the grand formation alone, he must have some form of assurance. After all, no one would joke with their own life. She addressed the others. Let us wait patiently. The senior has his reasons for acting as such. Despite her words, each person harbored anxiety within, doubting Zhong Qing's ability to rescue the Sanzu. Yet, at that moment, all they could do was wait. As Zhong Qing stepped into the secret realm, he immediately sensed the overwhelming force of the formation. A dark aura enveloped the surroundings, slowly siphoning away all vitality and life force from the secret realm. Zhong Qing quickened his pace, searching for the figure of Zhong Changfeng. He had entered the secret realm because he lacked confidence in breaking the formation from the outside. The system had stated that if he saved Zhong Changfeng, he would gain immunity from the formation. This notion of saving did not imply extracting Zhong Changfeng from this place. It merely required him to escape the clutches of death. Thus, Zhong Qing contemplated placing him into his small world, allowing him to evade danger, and afterward, he could secure the reward and immunity to lead him out. The secret realm was vast, filled with mountains, deep valleys, and cold ponds, stretching endlessly. However, perhaps due to its ancient existence, the air was saturated with a sense of decay and ruin. The grandeur of what once was had crumbled into dust, with only a few remnants hinting at its former glory. What was termed a secret realm resembled more of a desolate ruin, under the erosion of time. Even if the secret realm had once held opportunities, they had likely turned to ash. Nonetheless, this grand formation was remarkable, still operational after countless years and wielding considerable power, requiring a practitioner of the Tianxian realm to dismantle it. Zhong Qing traversed the mountains until he spotted a figure beneath a high platform. Clad in a gray robe, with white hair and a pallid complexion, Zhong Changfeng's sunken eyes reflected a state of disarray, trembling uncontrollably. Upon noticing movement, Zhong Changfeng laboriously lifted his head, widening his eyes. When he recognized Zhong Qing, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. I never imagined that in my dying moments, I would have company. To descend into the Yellow Springs is not so lonely after all. You are Zhong Changfeng? Zhong Qing inquired, scrutinizing him. Indeed. Young friend, do you know me? Zhong Changfeng's surprise deepened. Not exactly. The people of Xiaoxia Valley have asked me to rescue you. Zhong Qing approached to assess his condition. He was gravely injured, his life force waning, and his lifespan significantly diminished, facing imminent danger. Upon hearing that Zhong Qing was sent by Xiaoxia Valley, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhong Changfeng's eyes, a yearning for life. Yet, this spark quickly dimmed. You have entered here yourself. How can you rescue me? Zhong Changfeng's apprehension regarding the formidable formation was palpable. In his mind, entering this place made it nearly impossible to exit. Zhong Qing did not attempt to explain, but directly opened the portal to his small world. The moment Zhong Changfeng laid eyes on the small world, which he had thought he would never see again, he gasped in astonishment. A small world. Although his cultivation talent was lacking, as a Sanzu of Xiaoxia Valley, he possessed considerable knowledge. He understood all too well the significance of a small world. Typically, only top-tier factions could possess one, such as hidden families or ancient clans. A small world could serve as the foundation for a faction, the cornerstone of an immortal force. Now, Zhong Qing carried a small world with him, which left Zhong Changfeng both astonished and moved. Who exactly is this person? As Zhong Changfeng's heart stirred, Zhong Qing had already brought him into the small world. Your condition is dire. Rest here for a while, and I will take you out shortly. Had Zhong Qing said this earlier, Zhong Changfeng would have never believed him, as the grand formation was far too terrifying, rendering the entire Xiaoxia Valley helpless against it. However, Zhong Qing had transcended his previous self in Zhong Changfeng's eyes. A person capable of carrying a small world could not be an ordinary individual. He felt a strong instinct that this person would indeed lead him out of this predicament. In that moment, Zhong Changfeng's emotions surged, nearly bringing him to tears. He had been trapped in this place for several years, each day akin to a prison sentence, enduring relentless torment. At last, there was a glimmer of hope on the horizon. Gratefulness welled up in Xianxiafans, who was momentarily rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the noble actions of Xianxiaaudiobooks. All right, let us hasten your recovery, Xianxiaaudiobooks reassured, genuinely concerned that the other might inadvertently succumb to emotion. After all, Xianxiafans was teetering on the brink of death, appearing as if he might perish at any moment. Upon hearing these words, the latter closed his eyes to meditate, while Xianxiaaudiobooks found a table and leisurely sipped his tea. Before long, a smile graced his lips, for his intuition proved correct. As long as he saved Xianxiafans, this mission would be deemed complete. And now, the system reward had arrived. Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing Xianxiafans. Reward: immunity to formations. Host: Xianxiaaudiobooks. Cultivation level: Disu N Disciple, LNF-ing. Late stage CH and SU in realm, hundredfold amplification activated. Disciple, SY, early stage CH and SU in realm, hundredfold amplification pending activation. Activated bonds, waste material bond 2-2. More bonds awaiting development. Acquired physique, none. Acquired special skills, old sixth halo, heavenly eye, same level crushing, immunity to formations. Chapter 64, the virtue of a reborn sage. Outside the secret realm, both LQNC and SWNJI, along with the senior members of CHOCG, waited with bated breath. Could something have gone awry? Why had there been no movement for such a long time? An elder, his face etched with anxiety, remarked. It appears that the individual you summoned lacks the ability to break this formation. He might even be trapped within it himself. Those lacking the capability should refrain from such responsibilities, another suggested. Now, not only has he failed, but he has also jeopardized our time to rescue the three ancestors. Which is running thin. Various voices of despair echoed around. Enough, LQNC exclaimed in anger. Every endeavor calls for a gradual approach. As the saying goes, it takes more than a day to freeze 3 feet of ice. This formation is profound and arcane. Does it not require time to dismantle? She continued. An elder has come to assist us, selflessly saving our 3 ancestors. Even in failure, it is a tremendous grace for CHOCG. You cannot endure mere weight. Your mockery is unbecoming of gentlemen. If you possess the ability, step forward yourselves. Seeing LQNC genuinely furious, the crowd fell silent. Some feeling shame for their earlier doubts. Yet, in their hearts, they believed that waiting was futile. Unless a miracle occurred, the outcome was destined. However, in the next moment, a figure emerged from the great formation. It was none other than Zhong. His appearance nearly blinded the senior members of CHOCG, evoking a sense of shock. After learning that the 3 ancestors were trapped in the secret realm, many had conducted thorough research on this formation, concluding that once activated, it allowed entry but not exit. To escape, one would need to dismantle the formation entirely. Yet now, Zhong's emergence was profoundly altering their perceptions. Predecessor, are you unharmed? LQNC inquired, already aware of the situation. What could be wrong with me? Zhong waved his hand dismissively. This immunity to formations is truly formidable. Countless formations and myriad obstructions, yet I tread as if on level ground. Did you manage to see our 3 ancestors? LQNC asked cautiously. Indeed, I did. With this declaration, all eyes converged on him. Rest assured, I have brought them back. Where are they? We cannot see anyone. The crowd searched around, but aside from Zhong, there was no one else in sight. Zhong had no intention of keeping them in suspense. With a flick of his wrist, the door to the small world opened. In the next moment, Xianxiafans stepped out. Truly, he has emerged. At that moment, the hearts of the senior members of CHOCG surged with excitement. To be honest, aside from the sect leader LQNC and SWNJI, the rest had little hope that Zhong could rescue the 3 ancestors, especially after he had boldly entered the Great Formation, which they deemed akin to courting death. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would emerge unscathed and even bring their ancestor back? What sorcery is this? If I am not mistaken, that appears to be a small world, exclaimed one. Heavens, where did our sect leader find such a formidable figure who possesses a small world? Did not the saintess mention that there was a hidden powerhouse within Zhong, also its peak master? It seems her words were not in vain. This indeed is an unfathomable being. How foolish they had been to question him earlier, oblivious to the greatness before them. The senior members of CHOCG exchanged glances, their expressions a delightful mixture of joy and embarrassment, while they reveled in the rescue of their ancestors. They were also awed by Zhong's depth, feeling a twinge of shame for their earlier skepticism, in stark contrast to the others' astonished expressions. SWNJI held her head high, resembling a proud swan. She had always believed in Zhong's extraordinary abilities, and the events unfolding were proof of his prowess. This was indeed an immense achievement. As for LQNC, though she endeavored to maintain her authoritative demeanor, the corners of her mouth betrayed her satisfaction. Initially, when she had invited Zhong, advocating for him as the key to rescuing the ancestors, she had faced considerable opposition. Yet, she had persevered, decisively affirming her choice. The outcome undoubtedly strengthened her authority as sect leader, elevating her voice to a new echelon. Amidst the gathered crowd, thoughts varied. Without a doubt, the most elated was Xianxiafans himself. He had prepared to embrace death, but had unexpectedly found life renewed through Zhong's intervention. At this moment, his complexion was significantly improved compared to when Zhong had first encountered him. Gratitude shone in his gaze as he looked at Zhong. Benefactor, please allow me to host you at Xianxiaaudiobooks for a few days, so I may express my gratitude. Upon hearing this, xianxia added earnestly, Esteemed elder, we are grateful for your efforts during this time. Today marks the day of our ancestors' liberation, and Xianxiaaudiobooks wishes to hold a grand banquet to celebrate. Might you grace us with your presence? The senior members looked on with eager anticipation, hoping for a favorable response from Zhong. Having previously underestimated his strength, they now sought to forge a positive connection with him. Yet, Zhong declined. I appreciate your kindness, but I shall not attend the banquet. My worldly matters are settled, and it is time for me to depart. Until we meet again. As he spoke, Zhong transformed into a streak of light, gracefully soaring into the sky. Truly, he was a venerable figure, free-spirited and unencumbered. Xianxia sighed, a hint of admiration glimmering in her eyes. She had intended to present him with an imperial-level technique, but despite his earlier refusal, she could not withhold it. To her surprise, he seemed genuinely indifferent to such treasures, never once seeking any form of reward. Such a disposition was deserving of the virtue of a reborn sage. Chapter 65, The Specialty of the Sacred Land. The crowd watched as Zhong Qing departed, and after a considerable time, someone finally reacted. Senzu, are you all right? A person cautiously supported Zhong Qing, their expression filled with concern. I am fine. Had it not been for your invitation of such an extraordinary expert, I would likely have perished here, Zhong Qing lamented, his words laden with trepidation. By the way, who is this remarkable individual? Such a prodigy exists in the Eastern Domain. Though he was saved, he still felt as though he were in a dream. This was an ancient great formation. The other party moved about with ease and even carried a small world with them. The methods displayed in a fleeting moment of panic left him in awe. It was hard to fathom the true strength and depth of such an individual. Senzu, this person is the peak master of Mu Fu Feng from Xianxiaaudiobooks, Lu Qingxia replied, retracting her gaze. Xianxiaaudiobooks? What kind of transcendent force is that? It was evident that Zhong Qing was not well acquainted with the powers of the Eastern Domain, having never even heard of the name Xianxiaaudiobooks. Senzu, Xianxiaaudiobooks is not a transcendent force. At best, it is a second-rate sect, an elder remarked with a peculiar expression. Second-rate? Are you certain? A second-rate sect can produce such an extraordinary being? Senzu, there is absolutely no mistake. This elder indeed hails from Xianxiaaudiobooks. Su Wenjiu, who had the most authority to speak on this matter, affirmed, as she was the first to know Zhong Qing and had engaged with him the longest. If that is the case, Zhong Qing pondered, stroking his chin, we must engage more with Xianxiaaudiobooks in the future. By the way, did you offer sufficient rewards to our benefactor for this intervention? One cannot afford to delay the gratitude owed to such a being. Lu Qingxia smiled wryly. I had previously offered a royal-grade incomplete scroll of techniques, but this elder refused to accept it. Is that so? Zhong Qing contemplated for a moment. To us, even an incomplete royal-grade technique is indeed a treasure. However, for someone of his caliber, it likely holds little appeal. A being of such stature has surely encountered treasures beyond count. Even if we emptied our sacred land's treasury, it may not catch his eye. You might consider selecting some everyday provisions or even some specialties from our sect to present. Do we not have the treasured tea of Zhenbao? You could prepare several pounds to send over. Additionally, did we not bury a batch of Taohua wine? It should have aged for a millennium by now. Once we return to the sect, I will unearth them all for you to take. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the sect couldn't help but twitch their lips. The treasured tea was the ultimate product of Xiaoxia Valley, a top-tier spiritual root, maturing only once every 100 years. A single harvest amounted to merely 3 to 5 taels. Its extraordinary effects included enhancing one's aptitude and cleansing the physical body, elevating root bone capabilities. It was truly a treasure hard to find in the world. Even some of the sect's outstanding disciples would receive only a small portion as a reward for significant contributions. The preciousness of it is evident. However, now it seemed to be sent in pounds. It must be said that the elders felt quite pained by this. Furthermore, that Taohua wine. It was an extraordinary concoction meticulously brewed by the ancestor of Xiaoxia Valley over several hundred years, also known as Zui Xianjiao. Some higher-ups who had the fortune to taste it described its flavor as unparalleled. For wine enthusiasts, it was a treasure akin to life itself. One could only wonder how heartbroken the ancestor would be to know that his wine was given away. Some elders felt a pang of sympathy for their ancestor. However, no one dared to voice their concerns. The debt of life-saving grace could never be repaid too much, and moreover, befriending such powerful beings would undoubtedly benefit them as well. Upon returning to the sect, after several days of grand feasts in Xiaoxia Valley, Zhong Qing urged sect master Lu Qingxia to promptly deliver the gifts. The act of gift-giving is also a matter of etiquette. It is better to be early than late. Were it not for Zhong Qing's need to recuperate from his injuries, he would have insisted on personally expressing his gratitude. Lu Qingxia did not hesitate. For ordinary individuals, sending any disciple would suffice for gift-giving. Yet, could Zhong Qing be considered ordinary? For someone of his stature, it would be disrespectful for anyone beneath the sect master to go. Shortly after Zhong Qing returned to Mufu Feng, sect master Lu Qingxia personally arrived with a plethora of gifts. Sect master Lu, what brings you here? Zhong Qing inquired as he observed the items being drawn from her storage bag, nearly forming a small mountain. Elder, I am aware of your noble character and would not dare to present anything that might tarnish your eyes, such as the royal grade techniques. However, these items are some specialties from my sect, a token of our respect for you. I hope you will not decline. With such words spoken, Zhong Qing recognized that further refusal would be akin to slapping her face. Are you certain this is but a small token and not a vast sum? Very well, I shall accept it. By the way, Elder, this is my sect master's token. The bearer of this token is akin to seeing the sect master in person and possesses the authority to command all disciples of Xianxia Valley. Though you are transcendent and unperturbed by lowly individuals, one cannot be free from the eyes of some ignorant, small-minded people in the mortal realm. My Xianxia Valley possesses sufficient influence in the entire eastern domain. Holding this token should suffice to deter some petty individuals from disturbing your peace. At this moment, Lu Qingxia presented another token, palm-sized and radiant in a spectrum of colors. The backside bore the 3 characters of Xianxia Valley, along with a sacred map of the valley. The front was inscribed with the words Sect Master. It resembled neither gold nor wood, yet shimmered with ethereal light, appearing exceedingly remarkable. Since Zhong Qing had accepted the aforementioned specialties, he did not mind receiving this token. Furthermore, her demeanor instilled in him a favorable impression of Xianxia Valley. She was indeed a person of principle. She truly offered gifts. I have accepted these items. Should Xianxia Valley encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I will assist as much as I can. Zhong Qing did not make grand promises, but this commitment brought great joy to Lu Qingxia. In her eyes, Zhong Qing's strength was formidable, likely ranking among the elite across the continent. With such a powerful figure's assurance, Xianxia Valley nearly held a golden ticket to immunity. The value of this gift was truly immeasurable. Thank you, Elder. Her face beamed with joy as she respectfully bowed to Zhong Qing. No need for formality. Zhong Qing waved his hand and then invited, it is getting late, and the time for dinner has arrived. Sect Master Lu, why not stay for a meal? I must attend to many matters in Xianxia Valley, so I shall not trouble you any longer. However, should you find leisure in the future, you are welcome to visit Xianxia Valley, and we shall certainly extend a warm welcome. After exchanging polite words, Lu Qingxia took her leave as swiftly as she arrived, though she departed with a smile. She could hardly wait to see the expressions on her fellow sect leaders' faces when they learned of her promise from Zhong Qing. How they would praise her wisdom and leadership. Chapter 66. Sect Master, are you perhaps feeling a bit lofty? Lu Qingxia's arrival did not stir any significant waves at Mufu Feng. However, an elder from Xianxiaaudiobooks, noticing the frequent visits of this sacred land sect master to Mufu Feng, expressed surprise. When he conveyed this news to Xian Yuanhong, the latter remained unfazed. Isn't she just a sect master? What is there to make such a fuss about? In his heart, Zhong Qing was a reincarnation of the immortal emperor. What does it mean to be an immortal emperor? That, however, represents an unparalleled dominance, suppressing all under heaven and earth. The Xiandi signifies invincibility itself. He firmly believes that under Zhong Qing's leadership, the Xianxiaaudiobooks is destined to soar to great heights. It is not far-fetched to assert that his name may one day echo through the annals of history alongside the rise of Xianxiaaudiobooks. With such a mindset, the presence of a Holy Land sect leader from the eastern region no longer stirs any turmoil within him. The third elder observes his sect leader's demeanor, hesitating several times to speak. He senses that his leader has become somewhat arrogant, excessively so. After all, he is a sect leader of a holy land. It is no exaggeration to declare that a second-rate sect like Xianxiaaudiobooks is merely a younger sibling in comparison to such a holy land. Sect leader, have you noticed that you seem rather overly confident of late? After a prolonged silence, the third elder could no longer restrain himself. As the helm of the entire Xianxiaaudiobooks, any misstep in the leader's demeanor could have repercussions for the entire sect. The third elder felt it his duty to offer a warning. When one becomes too complacent, trouble often follows. Should such arrogance lead to disaster, it would indeed spell great trouble. Really? Xian Yuanhong was taken aback. The third elder nodded firmly. Sect leader. The leader of the eastern region's holy land is an extraordinary figure. In the past, upon learning of his arrival, your temperament would have led to grand preparations and a warm welcome from the entire sect. But now, you seem to disregard him entirely. Although that individual is a reincarnation of a Xiandi, he still requires time to grow. It was only then that Xian Yuanhong began to reflect on whether he had been excessively ostentatious recently. Yet, such a shift in attitude is hardly surprising. Who would not want to boast about a disciple who is a reincarnation of a Xiandi? The mere act of keeping Zhong Qing's identity concealed was already quite modest. However, he now recognized that his demeanor had become a significant issue. The more one approaches such a moment, the more one must exercise caution. If he were to inadvertently reveal Zhong Qing's identity, leading to misfortunes that could jeopardize his life, he would indeed have no face to meet his ancestors. Particularly since Zhong Qing's master is a Taoist. Little did Xian Yuanhong know that due to their connection, a formidable adversary named Zhong Yu was already seeking trouble with Zhong Qing. Simultaneously, if Zhong Yu were to discover that Xian Yuanhong's misjudgment had provoked such a formidable enemy, leading to his own demise, what feelings would arise? Would he be enraged enough to emerge from the scarecrow lantern to confront Xian Yuanhong? Of course, he is destined never to escape. No soul, whether demonic or divine, has ever managed to break free once ensnared by a scarecrow. At this moment, Zhong Qing was in the rear courtyard, engrossed in alchemy. Ever since he concocted the beauty pill, his appearance has improved day by day. If previously he excelled in physical beauty, he now stands shoulder to shoulder with the pinnacle of his past life, Nanjiao and Beigu. It seems that surpassing these two is merely a matter of time. This has sparked a profound interest in alchemy within him. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, and the journey of immortality is often solitary. For Zhong Qing, the trials of cultivation in this life are not to be experienced, as he is bound by the system of a waste material. His cultivation relies entirely on the accumulation from his disciples. However, the loneliness on the path to immortality is beginning to manifest. To enrich his life, he resolved to cultivate various hobbies. Alchemy has now become one of his passions. Yet, he wonders if it is due to his inherently poor aptitude or lack of talent for alchemy that he experiences failure in nearly every batch. With 9 out of 10 pots exploding, Zhong Qing has begun to question whether the success of his first beauty pill was merely due to a beginner's luck. A mysterious protective period. Nevertheless, even in the face of failure, he remains undeterred. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Lacking talent can be compensated for by sheer quantity. He refuses to believe that by embodying the spirit of a research fanatic and meticulously documenting data, he cannot enhance his success rate in alchemy. Through his diligent study, he has achieved a remarkable increase in his success rate from 10% to 20%. Just as he rolled up his sleeves to further enhance this rate to 30%, Su Yi arrived in the rear courtyard. Master, he respectfully bowed to Zhong Qing, his face somewhat dimmed, as though burdened by thoughts. Sensing this, Zhong Qing gently inquired, "Is there something you require my assistance with?" Su Yi stood rooted in place, attempting several times to speak, but unsure of how to begin. Zhong Qing did not rush him, patiently waiting for him to articulate his intentions. This child, after all, has endured a life of hardship. Orphaned at a young age, he had hoped to rewrite his destiny through the legacy of the Flying Dagger Order, thereby stepping onto the path of cultivation and leaving behind a life of toil. Who would have thought that the winds of fate would turn cruel, leading him almost to the depths of despair? Had it not been for Zhong Qing, Su Yi's life would have undoubtedly culminated in tragedy. A full quarter of an hour passed before Su Yi finally gathered his courage and spoke. "Master, I implore you to assist me in slaying the Grand Elder of the Flying Dagger Order." Upon mentioning the Grand Elder, a fierce glint of hatred flashed in Su Yi's eyes. After all, his parents had perished while trying to save the Grand Elder, killed by the latter's enemies who pursued them, unwilling to divulge the Elder's whereabouts. Who could have anticipated that this individual, devoid of gratitude, would turn his back on Su Yi when he sought to join the order with the token given to him? Such actions, such disposition, have become a thorn in Su Yi's heart. In a certain sense, the Grand Elder of the Flying Dagger Order is far more despicable than the murderer of his parents, especially when he reflects on the senseless deaths of his father and mother, fueling his silent rage. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qing let out a hearty laugh. "I am delighted by your proposition. After all, if I can help you avenge your grievances today, why wait until tomorrow? I previously thought you wished to handle matters on your own to resolve your inner conflict, which is why I refrained from suggesting my assistance. Now that you have spoken, I shall accompany you." Chapter 67. What a coincidence. Zhong Qing is a man of action, having promised to assist his young disciple in seeking vengeance. He set out with him early the next morning. In the vast expanse above, the master and disciple transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the Flying Dagger Order. They traversed high mountains and crossed rivers, and it was evident that little Su Yi was both anxious and anticipatory, his mind taut with focus. Zhong Qing understood his feelings and sought to divert his attention with conversation. "You have made some progress in your cultivation, but I wonder how your practical combat skills measure up. Reporting to Master, my senior brother often ventures into the mountains to practice against demon beasts. I frequently accompany him to hunt these beasts. Would you like me to demonstrate my skills against one? Su Yi eagerly proposed. Zhong Qing smiled. Very well. Once we reach the mountain ahead, I shall find you a suitable target. Shortly thereafter, the two descended into a mountain range, surrounded by lush ancient trees and rugged rocks. Here, Zhong Qing sensed the presence of a demon beast. Meanwhile, not far away, a man and a woman were wandering through the mountains, both drenched in sweat. The man, somewhat rotund and dressed in vibrant attire with red and green embellishments, appeared to be in his 40s. The woman, in her prime at 28, possessed delicate features. Though her beautiful face was now marred by a look of grave concern. They were a father and daughter. The man was named Gu Wan, and the woman was named Gu Linger. Linger, it was for your father that you suffered. Gu Wan despaired as he scanned their surroundings. A profound sense of defeat was etched upon his face. It was rumored that the ancestors of the family had dropped the treasured heirloom of the Gu family in this very place. I had believed that recovering this ancestral treasure would aid you in advancing your cultivation. Who could have anticipated the terrifying nature of the formations here? They had been trapped for half a year, a full 6 months. Not only were they unable to escape this realm, but they also had to endure daily harassment from demonic beasts, constantly teetering on the brink of life and death. Throughout this time, the father and daughter had not dared to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep, tirelessly seeking a way out. Yet, despite countless attempts, all ended in futility, leaving them to wander aimlessly in the mountains. Father, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Such occurrences are beyond anyone's desire. You need not blame yourself. Perhaps this is simply fate. Gu Linger comforted Gu Wan, but the despondency in her eyes pierced Gu Wan's heart like a dagger. She was once a prodigy of the family, destined for a broader horizon and future. Yet, how cruel fate was to confine her in this small forest. Just as Gu Wan and his daughter were sinking into despair about the future, they suddenly heard cheerful laughter and conversation not far away. The voices were light-hearted and jovial, reminiscent of a spring outing. They raised their heads to see Zhong Qing and Su Yi strolling towards them. Gu Wan, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Have you two also stumbled into this place?" Zhong Qing paused momentarily, confused. "Stumbled in?" Gu Linger added, "We mean, into this maze." Only then did Zhong Qing realize that he had inadvertently entered a formation, one designed to ensnare individuals. However, he paid it no mind, for he possessed immunity to formations. To him, no formation posed any threat. "I did not stumble, I merely passed through," he declared. This left Gu Wan and Gu Linger utterly dumbfounded, their minds in disarray. Just passing through? Yet, Zhong Qing appeared unperturbed, seemingly confident in his ability to exit this place. For a moment, Gu Wan and Gu Linger, who had been trapped here for half a year and were on the verge of despair, glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The former immediately inquired, "Friend, could you take us with you?" The complexity of human emotions was vividly reflected in the realm of cultivation. Generally, when two unfamiliar cultivators meet for the first time, they are wary, defensive, and distrustful of one another. However, Gu Wan and Gu Linger were now beyond such concerns. Their singular desire was to escape. After a brief hesitation, Zhong Qing agreed to their request. One reason was their relatively low cultivation levels, and the other was that it posed no inconvenience to him. "Then follow me." Su Yi accompanied him, undeterred by the formation, indicating that he not only possessed immunity, but could also guide others safely through. This suggested that even when Zhong Changfeng had been trapped, he could have led others out without resorting to his small world. Whether this was a minor reward from the system, or simply a manifestation of its extraordinary capabilities remained unclear. Zhong Qing, indifferent to puzzling matters, focused on the favorable outcome for himself. "Thank you, Senior." Upon receiving Zhong Qing's consent, Gu Wan and Gu Linger expressed their gratitude and followed closely behind. "No need for thanks, it is but a small effort." Zhong Qing waved his hand dismissively. "I will be lingering here for a while. You may need to wait a bit. Please take your time." Gu Wan responded repeatedly. After waiting for half a year, a little more time was of no consequence. However, he was curious about what Zhong Qing intended to do. Soon, his curiosity was addressed. After walking a short distance, Zhong Qing scanned the surroundings, a smile playing on his lips. "Found you." As his words fell, a roar erupted, resonating like thunder and shaking the forest. The expressions of the father and daughter shifted dramatically. A two-headed demon ape. The two-headed demon ape was a mid-stage beast of the Chunxian realm, immensely powerful, capable of overwhelming 99% of human cultivators of the same rank. Since their entrapment, this beast had been a source of dread for them. They had encountered it several times, each meeting plunging them into life and death situations. After exhausting numerous hidden cards and depleting their resources, they barely managed to escape with their lives. This beast had become synonymous with their nightmares. "Disciple, I leave it to you." Zhong Qing entrusted the battle to Su Yi. "Got it, master. Watch me." Stepping forward, Su Yi gazed intently at the two-headed demon ape. Friend, this beast is exceptionally formidable, a mid-stage of the Xianxian realm. They say strength in numbers is advantageous. Why don't we join forces? Gu Wan said, a sheen of sweat on his forehead. To him, Su Yi appeared too small, no larger than a grasshopper. How could he possibly defeat such a terrifying beast, even if he had been cultivating since birth? Zhong Qing dismissed his concerns. No worries. We shall merely observe from the sidelines. The two-headed demon ape towered at a height of about 10 feet, its massive form resembling a creature forged from steel, with heads the size of grinding wheels and a coat of thick black fur. Its formidable presence was truly intimidating. In contrast, Su Yi, having grown up in poverty, was malnourished and still appeared slight, barely reaching 4 feet in height. The stark difference in their physiques led Gu Wan and Gu Linger to feel as if Su Yi would be swallowed whole by the two-headed demon ape. Yet Zhong Qing had allowed this diminutive child to face such a fearsome beast alone. For a moment, both father and daughter were filled with anxiety for Su Yi. With a roar, the two-headed demon ape sensed Su Yi's provocation and charged forward, its colossal body exuding overwhelming strength capable of shattering mountains. The terrifying demonic energy surged forth, shaking the very air around it. In the face of the charging two-headed demon ape, Su Yi bent low, launching himself forward like a cheetah. In an instant, the two were engaged in combat. The ground trembled, and ancient trees toppled. Gu Wan and Gu Linger were utterly astonished. They had prepared to intervene at any moment. Yet this seemingly youthful Su Yi was a formidable cultivator of the Xianxian realm. The Xianxian realm. This was a level many would never reach in their lifetimes. Take Gu Wan, for instance. After decades of cultivation, he had barely attained the Xianxian level. Gu Linger, at the tender age of 18, had reached the innate stage, earning her the title of a rare talent in the family for a century. Yet here was Su Yi, who, based on his apparent age, was merely 10. What did it mean for a 10-year-old to possess the Xianxian realm? It was nothing short of a prodigy among mortals. Even more astonishing was that Su Yi, being at the initial stage of Xianxian, was up against the two-headed demon ape, which was at the mid-stage. Typically, demonic beasts had physical strengths far exceeding those of human cultivators of the same rank. Yet the outcome was that Su Yi was overpowering the two-headed demon ape. This was a clash of pure physical might. As Su Yi's blood surged, he emitted a sound akin to roaring rivers, akin to a blood sun bursting forth. He resembled an ancient ferocious beast, exhibiting an astonishing degree of strength. Initially, the two-headed demon ape could hold its own, but after sustaining several blows, parts of its body burst open like flowers in bloom. Its energy rapidly waned, and ultimately, it was vanquished. How brutal, how savage. This was the truest reflection of the thoughts racing through the minds of the father and daughter. In Su Yi, they saw limitless potential. Master, how did I perform? Su Yi retracted his fist, once again presenting an appearance that seemed harmless and even a tad bashful, much like a child awaiting the teacher's evaluation after submitting an exam paper. Indeed, Zhong Qing remarked, expressing little surprise at the outcome. After all, Su Yi practiced the techniques of the great emperor. Although these techniques held little prestige in his possession, often relegated to dusty bags in the warehouse, it did not imply their inherent weakness. If the emergence of a royal-level technique could incite envy among countless individuals and provoke fierce competition among various factions, then the revelation of a great emperor's scripture could stir the very winds and clouds across the continent. It could be said that such a scripture epitomized the path forged by a great emperor, to cultivate while standing upon the shoulders of giants, to battle against adversity, and to crush opponents of the same tier were fundamental skills. On the other hand, Su Yi's performance left Gu Wan and Gu Linger in utter awe. Zhong Qing's commentary rendered them completely speechless. To defeat a mid-stage Xianxian realm beast, while being merely in the early stage was merely deemed not bad. What, then, did that make them? Useless? In that moment, the father and daughter duo felt profoundly belittled, especially Gu Linger. At merely 20 years of age, she had reached the innate realm and was lauded as a rare prodigy in her family for a century. Yet, in comparison to Su Yi, she felt entirely unworthy. Ironically, Su Yi, in response to Zhong Qing's appraisal, wore an expression of agreement, appearing to believe that he had ample room for improvement, which struck Gu Linger like a series of crushing blows. However, amidst their frustration, the father and daughter harbored a flicker of hope. With Su Yi exhibiting such extraordinary capabilities, could Zhong Qing, as his mentor, be any less formidable? The ability to guide such a disciple surely indicated his status as a terrifying powerhouse. As their thoughts swirled, Zhong Qing beckoned the three to proceed. Gu Wan and Gu Linger had traversed this area numerous times, attempting countless paths, yet had never succeeded in escaping. This time, under Zhong Qing's guidance, they advanced a mere 100 or so zhang before emerging from the maze. They were out, gazing at a small stream flowing in the distance. The The father and daughter were overwhelmed with excitement, their eyes reflecting sheer incredulity. This stream was all too familiar. It was precisely where they had entered the Grand Formation. They had considered that following Zhong Qing might lead them out. But never did they anticipate that the formation which had ensnared them for half a year could be so effortlessly traversed. It was as if the formation had simply malfunctioned before Zhong Qing. What kind of skill was this? Gu Wan and Gu Linger looked at Zhong Qing with awe. Thank you for saving our lives. They both hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Initially unaware of Zhong Qing's true level, addressing him as a fellow cultivator was understandable. Now, knowing of his extraordinary nature, they felt compelled to use a more respectful title. Zhong Qing, however, was indifferent to such formalities. It was merely a trivial act on his part, no need for excessive politeness. What may seem a trifling effort to a senior is a matter of life and death for us, Gu Wan stated solemnly. I have a heavenly spirit herb and hope you will accept it. The heavenly spirit herb was a treasured item passed down through their family. Said to be a crucial ingredient in alchemy, thus invaluable to them. It was the most precious possession they had. Yet, no matter how valuable, it paled in comparison to the debt of gratitude they owed. Zhong Qing had recently developed an interest in alchemy, and this rare herb could serve as a primary ingredient for a particular elixir. Seeing Gu Wan's insistence, he did not refuse. In that case, I shall accept it. After exchanging pleasantries, they bid farewell. For Zhong Qing, this matter was merely a minor episode in his journey, quickly cast aside from his mind. His true purpose for this venture was to exact vengeance. Chapter 69. I have come to your domain to kill someone. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst a tapestry of stars. The silvery moonlight mingled with the warm glow of candlelight, illuminating the entirety of Fei Dao Men. As a premier force in the eastern region, the strength and foundation of Fei Dao Men were not to be underestimated. One could observe the elders from the law enforcement hall patrolling the area, while peak masters instructed their disciples in the secluded forest. In the inner chambers, powerful cultivators were in seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle of their abilities. The entire Fei Dao Men exuded an atmosphere of prosperity and vigor. Yet, in the next moment, whether it was the patrolling elders, the instructing peak masters, or the high-ranking members in seclusion, it seemed as if they sensed something. They all turned their gazes toward the main hall of Fei Dao Men, where two figures, one large and one small, had appeared unbeknownst to anyone. The larger figure, merely 18, donned a robe of azure, with long black hair cascading casually down to his waist, emanating an aura of relaxed indifference. His demeanor was breathtakingly ethereal, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The smaller figure, in contrast, contained a repressed yet potent energy within, akin to an ancient beastling, extraordinarily remarkable. These two were none other than Zhong Qing and Su Yi. With a whoosh, the sound of the air being cut echoed as numerous high-ranking elders and peak masters from Fei Dao Men arrived. You two dare to intrude upon my Fei Dao Men at night. What is your purpose? One elder bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. If they had been ordinary individuals, they would have been seized immediately. However, Fei Dao Men was no ordinary sect. It possessed a protective grand formation that recorded the information of all its members. Should an outsider breach their defenses, the formation would either eliminate them or trigger an alarm. Yet, these two had managed to appear silently and brazenly in the main hall of Fei Dao Men, remaining calm and composed even as they were surrounded by the high-ranking members. Their extraordinary aura made it evident to all that they were no ordinary individuals, which is why they refrained from attacking immediately, opting instead to ascertain the purpose of the intruders. Under the moonlit night, Zhong Qing stood with his hands clasped behind him, remaining steadfast amidst the scrutinizing and solemn gazes of the Fei Dao Men elites. He spoke calmly. The moonlight is exquisite tonight. I have come to kill someone. What audacity! Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of Fei Dao Men were incensed. Do you think you can trample upon my Fei Dao Men as if we were nothing? One individual, his face darkened, retorted. Fei Dao Men was a formidable entity within the eastern region, and now, someone dared to declare their intent to kill within their premises. Such arrogance was intolerable. If word of this spread, how could they maintain their standing in the eastern region? At that critical moment, the current sect leader, Du Gufeng, suddenly appeared and intervened. Striding forward, he approached Zhong Qing with a grave expression and inquired, I assure you, my disciples are not the type to instigate trouble. Please recount the events as they transpired, so we may discern any misunderstandings. If it is indeed a fault of my disciples, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. However, if you have come seeking trouble, know that Fei Dao Men is not to be trifled with. Zhong Qing gazed at him in surprise, not expecting to encounter someone so reasonable in this day and age. This was a rarity indeed. He had anticipated a straightforward confrontation. Very well, since you wish to reason, I shall indulge in discourse. Is the Grand Elder of Fei Dao Men present? His gaze swept across the entire assembly. Finally, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward, proudly declaring, "I am the Grand Elder of Feidao Men. What counsel do you seek? Do you still remember this child?" Zhong Qing said, pulling Su Yi to the forefront, casting a disdainful glance at the Grand Elder. Upon first seeing Su Yi, the Grand Elder felt a vague familiarity. After a moment's contemplation, he recognized the youth's identity. "You are the offspring of those commoners?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Zhong Qing, his countenance darkening as if it could drip with malice. "So, you have come here to seek justice for this insignificant ant?" Hearing the repeated insults of commoner and ant, Zhong Qing's murderous intent surged to a peak. However, he refrained from acting immediately and instead laughed in anger, saying, "What a Grand Elder you are! You were gravely injured and near death. Yet it was Su Ye's parents who saved you, providing you refuge and a chance to breathe. Afterward, when your enemies came seeking you, they chose to remain silent to protect your whereabouts, only to be brutally murdered. The only surviving heir, carrying the flying dagger token you bestowed, intended to seek refuge in Feidao Men, yet you treated him as refuse and handed him over to Shui Kuang, endangering his life. Is this how you repay your benefactors?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder sneered. "Those commoners were under the jurisdiction of Feidao Men. They were under our protection and should have been prepared to sacrifice themselves for the sect at any time. Their 2 worthless lives in exchange for my safety is their fortune accrued over 3 lifetimes." Zhong Qing was infuriated. The extent of one's shamelessness is limited. Yet the Grand Elder's ignorance shattered his worldview and lowered his expectations. Zhong Qing could hardly comprehend how such brazen individuals existed in the world. At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly smacked his forehead, as if struck by a revelation. "I remember now. You are the one who disrupted my disciple recruitment ceremony at Feidao Men. The one who spoiled my sect's good fortune." Instantly, the Grand Elder, who had previously held some caution toward Zhong Qing, became arrogant, declaring, "I hadn't sought you out yet. And yet you come knocking at my door. Truly, you are walking a path to heaven while deliberately straying into hell. I am aware of the formidable power of that red-haired old ghost. The youth of today are indeed remarkable. You dare to intrude upon Feidao Men, believing we lack a Yuxian realm expert? Unfortunately for you, I am precisely that Yuxian, and even more powerful than that red-haired old ghost." As he spoke, his aura surged forth, the unique might of a Yuxian realm expert immediately erupting. A terrifying pressure enveloped the heavens, shaking the very air. Yet in the next moment, a colossal hand moved, seizing the Grand Elder's throat, abruptly halting his rising momentum. Chapter 70. What? Do you have any objections? In an instant, the previously arrogant Grand Elder's expression changed dramatically, turning a deep shade of red. In utter shock, he exclaimed, "Your strength?" He had never anticipated that Zhong Qing's power could reach such terrifying heights. The moment his aura peaked, Zhong Qing struck, and before he could even react, he found himself subdued. "You audacious thief! How dare you act against the Grand Elder? You seek death." The sudden turn of events was so abrupt that they hardly had time to comprehend it before the Grand Elder was captured by Zhong Qing. The higher-ups immediately sprang into action. Zhong Qing's gaze fell upon the sect master of Feidao Men, who appeared displeased yet refrained from intervening. A cold smile crept onto Zhong Qing's face as he began to grasp the true nature of Feidao Men. At first, they spoke so eloquently, promising him a satisfactory resolution if the fault lay with Feidao Men. But now, faced with the Grand Elder, they feigned ignorance, as though their prior words were mere nonsense. Indeed, strength is the foundation of all. The hearts of these powerful figures are corrupt. Expecting them to keep their promises is far less realistic than hoping a sow could climb a tree. Fortunately, Zhong Qing never relied on others for hope. He preferred to seek justice in his own way. Thunder rumbled through the void, and an overwhelming murderous intent descended. At least a dozen high-ranking members of Feidao Men struck simultaneously, unleashing their full strength without holding back. The terrifying power shook the void. With so many experts joining forces, they were confident they could shatter a mountain. However, with a single press of his hand, Zhong Qing, like a divine entity, instantly nullified their countless attacks, sending dozens of figures flying. Blood sprayed forth, staining the heavens crimson, a shocking and eye-catching sight. How is this possible? In that moment, countless individuals felt their scalps tingle, gaining a renewed understanding of Zhong Qing's might. They knew he was extraordinary, capable of disregarding the grand formation of Feidao Men and invading their main hall. Yet they never imagined his power was of such magnitude. With just one move, he defeated over a dozen high-ranking members of Feidao Men. These individuals were not mere elders, but peak masters, each capable of instilling fear in their respective territories. Yet before Zhong Qing, they fell utterly, without a chance to retaliate. The Grand Elder's brow twitched, his heart feeling as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him completely motionless. Zhong Qing grasped the Grand Elder's neck with one hand, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Now, I seek justice for my disciple. Who is in favor? Who is against? His voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in the hearts of those present. The high-ranking officials were filled with a mix of anger and extreme frustration. Despite the Grand Elder's myriad faults, he was still a face of Fei Dao Min, their representative. Yet Zhong Qing's demeanor was undoubtedly a resounding slap to the entire sect. When had Fei Dao Min endured such a disgrace? Despite this, no one dared to voice dissent. The strength Zhong Qing displayed was sufficient to silence all objections. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. At that moment, Zhong Qing's gaze fell upon a particular spot in the void. Have you been hiding long enough? Are you not going to show yourself? In the next moment, the void trembled, and a figure stepped forth. This person was none other than the founding ancestor of Fei Dao Min, Bai Li Changkong. Speaking of Bai Li Changkong, he is undoubtedly a legendary figure. Rising from humble beginnings, he established a powerful faction. Under his leadership, Fei Dao Min rapidly grew from a minor sect to a first-rate power. He had created numerous legends and left behind many tales. Several hundred years ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Yuxian realm. Shortly thereafter, he closed himself off from the world, claiming he would not emerge until he attained the Rishian realm. Now that he appeared, did it not indicate that he had indeed succeeded in becoming a Rishian expert? The Rishian realm, within the entirety of the Eastern domain, was considered a top-tier expert. Even the revered leader of the top sect in the Eastern domain was merely at the pinnacle of the Rishian realm. If the ancestor had become a Rishian expert, did that not imply that the Grand Elder was saved? The humiliation Fei Dao Min had endured could be washed away. Ancestor. The high-ranking officials of Fei Dao Min bowed deeply to Bai Li Changkong, their heavy hearts lifting somewhat. Particularly the Grand Elder, who was overjoyed. The ancestor had arrived. He was saved. Ancestor, this child is arrogant and unruly, having intruded upon Fei Dao Min at night and severely injuring many of our high-ranking members, even threatening the Grand Elder. We implore you to take action and subdue this villain, restoring the majesty of Fei Dao Min. As one elder spoke, the other high-ranking members of Fei Dao Min echoed the plea for Bai Li Changkong to intervene. Silence. However, the demeanor of Bilchngk was beyond everyone's expectations. He respectfully addressed Xianxiaaudiobooks, saying, Senior, it is often said that one should spare those who can be spared. May I ask you to let this matter rest for the sake of the old man's face, and forgive the Grand Elder this once? Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled. What are you? Do you think you deserve my consideration? This remark caused Bilchngk's expression to darken immediately. What was his identity? The ancestor of the Flying Dagger sect, a figure of high status, revered and praised by all. Yet now, he was humiliated in such a manner. At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks unleashed his oppressive aura, a terrifying pressure akin to heavenly wrath. It caused Bilchngk's face to change dramatically, his scalp prickling with fear. What? Do you have objections? Xianxiaaudiobooks inquired. The ancestor of the Flying Dagger sect was rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. This scene left the high-ranking members of the Flying Dagger sect in shock. Bilchngk was their pillar of support, their protector. Yet now, this esteemed figure dared not confront Xianxiaaudiobooks, nor even make a move. To what extraordinary level had this man's power ascended? The Grand Elder, being directly involved, naturally grasped this realization. The attitude of the ancestor plunged him into despair, instilling within him an overwhelming fear. Chapter 71. What it means to kill the heart. The Grand Elder never imagined that mere offspring of commoners could possess such extraordinary fate, capable of summoning a powerful figure to stand up for him. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze fell upon the Grand Elder, who felt the weight of that emotionless stare. He trembled like a quail, gripped by fear. In the face of impending doom, the instinct for survival compelled him to plead. Senior, please do not kill me. I was wrong. I never wished for the death of SY's parents. Had I accepted SY back then, how could he have had this opportunity to study under you? In truth, I have done him a favor. Xianxiaaudiobooks was disgusted by his demeanor. For someone like him, living another second was an affront to existence itself. Without hesitation, he struck with his palm, shattering the Grand Elder's dantian, rendering him powerless, and cast him aside like a dead dog. Disciple, handle this person as you see fit. Thank you, Master. SY stepped forward, approaching the Grand Elder. His eyes glinted with ferocity. Even with his dantian shattered and cultivation ruined, the Grand Elder still clung to the desire to live. He wriggled like a maggot, clinging to SY's feet, pleading, SY, I know I was wrong. The death of your parents has nothing to do with me. You cannot kill me. I have done you a favor. Without me, you would never have had the chance to learn from such a strong master. I have done you a favor. At this moment, his mind was unraveling. He appeared nearly insane, repeatedly proclaiming his favors towards SY. The ground beneath him was soaked, as he had literally wet himself in terror. It is said that in the face of death, no one can remain calm. Yet such a desperate fear of death is indeed rare. Despite the Grand Elder's pleas for mercy, SY felt no compassion. The images of his parents kept replaying in his mind. Had he known that the Grand Elder was such a treacherous person, how could his parents have met their demise? The murderous intent within him surged. With a thunderous stomp, he crushed the Grand Elder's skull beneath his foot, killing him outright. "Father, mother, today I have avenged you," he assured them. "Rest assured, I will not spare those who have wronged you." After accomplishing this, SY bowed 3 times towards the west, finally releasing the pent-up hatred within him. With the vengeance fulfilled, he felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, and he seemed on the verge of a breakthrough. Zhong observed this and addressed the high-ranking members of the Flying Dagger sect, stating, "Did you not see my disciple on the cusp of a breakthrough? Hurry and prepare a room rich in spiritual energy for him to achieve this." The others were taken aback, thinking, "Is this really happening? Just a moment ago, he executed our Grand Elder before our eyes, and now he expects us to prepare a breakthrough room? Does he treat this place as his own home?" Zhong raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you have objections?" Under his piercing gaze, everyone shivered in unison. No, I'll arrange it right away." The sect master, DGF felt utterly frustrated. This was the true meaning of killing the heart. Yet circumstances were beyond their control. In the face of absolute power, despite countless grievances and unwillingness, all they could do was submit. "Oh, and arrange a place for me to stay." Zhong added, "I traveled thousands of miles to kill your Grand Elder. Now that I am tired, it is only fitting that I rest here for the night until my disciple breaks through." Upon hearing this, their eyes turned red. Did he truly consider this place his home? Yet, in light of the situation, DGF could only grit his teeth and comply. It should be noted that Zhong acted this way partly due to his disgust with the Flying Dagger sect, and he had no qualms about returning the favor. Moreover, SY indeed required a place abundant in spiritual energy for his breakthrough. Although Zhong could have placed him in his own small world for training, the world, a reward from the system, was still in its primitive and nascent stages, despite its various wonders. The total amount of spiritual energy within was insufficient to support SY's breakthrough. That night was destined to be an unsettled one for the Flying Dagger sect. Numerous high-ranking members stood guard outside the breakthrough room, protecting SY. Since the establishment of the Flying Dagger sect, who had ever achieved a breakthrough worthy of such attention? Yet now, an enemy had accomplished it. Moreover, the high-ranking members were deeply invested, fearing any accident might provoke the wrath of Zhong. The tension was unbearable. The next morning, Zhong awoke, stretching leisurely as he rose from the sect master's chamber. He had slept exceptionally well. Young SY had been waiting outside. Now, he had successfully utilized the resources of the Flying Dagger sect to break through a small realm, advancing from the early stage of Xianxiaaudiobooks to the mid-stage. With SY's breakthrough, Zhong's cultivation naturally surged as well. It is worth mentioning that the breakthrough room SY used originally belonged to the Grand Elder. The sensation of augmenting one's strength with resources that once belonged to an enemy was exhilarating. When the master and disciple met, a group of high-ranking members of the Flying Dagger sect followed behind. The sect master, DGF appeared displeased and said, "Senior, you have killed the man and your disciple has successfully broken through. You said you would stay here for one night, and we have made arrangements. Now, may we take our leave?" He might as well have had "not welcome" inscribed on his forehead. Zhong, however, remained unhurried and replied, "What is the rush? Does your esteemed sect not provide meals for guests? It is rather inconsiderate to neglect such hospitality." This remark, though not overtly harmful, was deeply insulting. The high-ranking members' faces flushed with anger. "How dare you? You think you can call yourself a guest?" They were seething with uncontainable rage, yet dared not express it. "Someone, prepare a feast for our esteemed guest." DGF closed his eyes in resignation, hoping to expedite the departure of this calamity. Soon, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them. Zhong, not in a hurry, treated it as if he were in his own abode, leisurely washing up before inviting SY to sit, and they began their breakfast, exclusive to the master and disciple. Amidst the tense anticipation of the Flying Dagger sect, the two savored their meal for quite some time. Just when they thought Zhong would leave immediately, who would have thought that after finishing breakfast, Zhong Qing would once again bring out the tea set, boiling a pot of tea to savor. As the greasy taste in his mouth dissipated, he felt rejuvenated and leisurely rose to depart with Su Yi. Observing the leisurely figures of the two as they sauntered away, an elder clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. This was an intolerable affront. How could one so brazenly insult our sect and expect us to let it pass. The humiliation weighed heavily on his heart. Such frustration, even if one were to drain the waters of the 3 rivers and 4 seas, could not be cleansed. What then? Another elder spoke in a low voice. If we do not let it pass, what do you intend to do? A peak master's calm inquiry silenced the previously furious elder. Ultimately, he sighed deeply, shedding tears in the grand hall, lamenting, "Our strength is inferior. What can we do?" As these words echoed, a wave of sorrow enveloped the hall. Chapter 72, Daring to Steal My Spiritual Medicine. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its brilliance upon a clear day. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains, bending the grass and trees. Amidst the vast mountain range, a grand hall rose majestically, built against the mountainside, exuding an ancient grandeur. This was Wuji Zone, in the eastern region, where the strong are numerous and powers abound. Only 5 sacred sects could truly be deemed top-tier. Chaoxiang Valley was one, and Wuji Zone was another. Within a courtyard, 2 elders, one clad in black and the other in white, were enjoying tea and engaging in discourse. These 2 men were quite distinctive. The elder in black, Xiaoxiaaudiobooks, had black hair and a white beard. The elder in white, Wu Yu, had white hair and a black beard. They were known as the 8th and 7th elders of Wuji Zone, respectively, and were revered as the black and white elders. Old Bai. Both of us are among the foremost in alchemy in the entire eastern region. I plan to concoct a batch of Butian Dan to break through my limits and achieve the title of Dan Wang. Would you be willing to lend me your assistance? Xiaoxiaaudiobooks' eyes sparkled with ambition. In the realm of alchemy, the title of Dan Wang is bestowed upon alchemists who have reached a certain level of mastery. It is an honor pursued by countless alchemists throughout their lives. In the entire eastern region, a Dan Wang had not emerged for a millennium. The most significant hallmark of achieving Dan Wang status is the successful creation of a Butian Dan. How can I assist you? Wu Yu inquired, his eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. He understood that his old friend was proud and unwilling to be left behind. But Xiaotian's ambition to concoct the Butian Dan still astonished him. To brew the Dan, one must gather the necessary herbs. I have already procured most of the ingredients for the Butian Dan, yet the primary ingredient, Tian Ling Chao, remains elusive. You have broad connections. Could you perhaps keep an eye out for it? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's expression turned peculiar. After taking a slow sip of tea, he replied, "If you were speaking of other rare herbs, I might be powerless. However, I do know some information regarding the Tian Ling Chao. Quickly tell me." Xiao exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Wu Yu, appearing contemplative, recalled, 300 years ago, I traveled to a place called Gujia Town. There, a family named Gu was said to possess a Tian Ling Chao, an heirloom passed down by their ancestors. Unfortunately, I was preoccupied with other matters at the time and did not have the opportunity to verify its existence. I forgot about it afterward. Xiao eagerly pressed. Where is Gujia Town located? Old He, you must understand that the sands of time shift. The existence of the Tian Ling Chao has yet to be verified. Even if the Gu family truly possessed such a legendary herb, hundreds of years have passed. Whether it still exists is uncertain, so do not harbor too much hope. Wu Yu cautioned. Xiao waved dismissively. Matters concerning my pursuit of the Dan Wang title are at stake. Regardless of its authenticity, I must journey there. Old Bai. Enough with the pleasantries. As a friend, please tell me the exact location. Seeing his friend's impatience, Wu Yu sighed and ultimately provided him with the coordinates. With the address in hand, Xiao could no longer remain. Old Bai, enjoy your tea at your leisure. I must depart. With those words, he transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for Gujia Town. The Gujia Town Wu Yu mentioned had transformed over 3 centuries into a bustling city, now home to over 1 million inhabitants. Within this ancient city, there was a powerful faction known as the Gu family. The Gu family held a prominent position within the city, boasting formidable influence. The family head was a master of the Qinxian realm, often hailed as the strongest in the ancient city. This esteemed master, Gu Wan, was the very individual saved by Zhong Qing. At that moment, the Gu family's grand residence was hosting a lavish banquet lasting 3 days. Gu Wan and his daughter had narrowly escaped death, a cause for celebration. As they enjoyed drinks and laughter, the atmosphere was filled with warmth. Suddenly, a streak of light soared through the sky, transforming into a figure that abruptly halted above the grand hall of the Gu family. This person was none other than Xiaotian, who had arrived from Wuji Zone. In the eyes of those from the sect, individuals from mortal cities held a status beyond reach, let alone an elder from a sacred sect. The aura emanating from Xiaotian was profoundly deep and imposing, instantly quieting the previously lively atmosphere. Xiaotian, standing tall in midair with his arms crossed, surveyed the crowd below with a penetrating gaze. I am Xiaotian, the 8th elder of Wuji Zone. I have heard that the Gu family possesses a legendary herb, Tian Ling Chao. Is this true or false? His voice boomed, echoing throughout the hall, sending a shockwave through the hearts of all present. Gu Wan, the family head, suppressed his astonishment and cautiously replied, Senior, you have traveled a great distance. Would you care to descend and enjoy a drink, allowing us to extend our hospitality? To them, Wu Jizong was a colossal entity, and the reputation of the eighth elder was formidable. It was said that he was exceedingly domineering and unpredictable, prone to violence at the slightest displeasure. In response to Gu Wan's invitation, Shi Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for drinks. I merely wish to ascertain whether your Gu family possesses the Tian Ling Chao. Seeing Shi Xiao Tian's unwavering determination for the Tian Ling Chao, Gu Wan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Struggling to contain his unease, he replied, Senior, not long ago, I found myself in a dire situation. And thanks to the rescue of a remarkable individual, I gifted the Tian Ling Chao to him as a token of gratitude. What? This revelation sent Shi Xiao Tian into a furious rage. He swiftly descended from the air, his iron-like grip seizing Gu Wan by the throat. How could you give away such a precious item? Who did you give it to? His eyes blazed with fury, as if Gu Wan had personally taken something of his. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to tense up. Gu Wan's face turned pale, his eyes rolling back. Gu Linger, filled with both anger and urgency, helplessly shouted, Senior, the Tian Ling Chao was given by someone named Zhong Qing. Who is Zhong Qing? Where does he reside? What is his status? How dare he intercept my medicinal herbs? Shi Xiaoyan's gaze bore into Gu Linger, making her feel as though she faced not a venerable elder, but a fearsome beast. Terrified and worried for her father's safety, she gritted her teeth and replied, I do not know the identity of Zhong Qing, only that he has a disciple named Su Yi. I have revealed everything I know. I hope you can spare my father's life. With a cold snort, Shi Xiaotian disdainfully tossed Gu Wan aside, as if discarding refuse. Having obtained the information he sought, he wasted no time and transformed into a streak of light, departing swiftly. To him, the Gu family was no more significant than ants. Apart from the Tian Ling Chao, they were not even worth a second glance. What was once a lively banquet was rendered untenable by Shi Xiaoyan's disruption. As the guests dispersed, Gu Wan's condition improved somewhat. He looked at Gu Linger with sorrow etched on his face and said, Linger, that Senior Zhong Qing is our savior. How could you so recklessly disclose his identity? We would be betraying our benefactor. Father, that elder from Wuji sect is menacing, relentless in his pursuit. If we do not divert his attention, our family's annihilation could be a mere thought away. How could I stand by and watch you be in peril? Gu Wan's expression was conflicted. While your reasoning is sound, if we attract calamity to that elder because of this, we would be utterly culpable. Gu Linger's face turned pale. She was acutely aware that her actions might invite disaster upon Zhong Qing, yet she could not bear to witness her father being crushed before her eyes. All she could do was pray for Zhong Qing's protection. Should he come to settle accounts, she would be prepared to sacrifice herself to quell his wrath. Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Given Zhong Qing's extraordinary capabilities, perhaps victory was still within reach. Chapter 73. Where did this old stubbornness come from? The power of Wuji sect is formidable. Its influence spans the seas, encompassing much of the eastern region. As the eighth elder of Wuji sect, Shi Xiaotian held a remarkably elevated status as an alchemist, granting him considerable authority within the sect. Under his command, information regarding Zhong Qing quickly surfaced before him. In the world, many bore the name Zhong Qing, but only one was affiliated with a disciple named Su Yi, and that could only be from Xianxiang sect. Inside the Grand Hall, Shi Xiaotian examined the information about Zhong Qing's origins from Xianxiang sect, sneering, a mere second-tier sect's peak master dares to intercept my opportunity. Such ignorance. Due to time constraints, the available data on Zhong Qing merely outlined his background, including his disciple Su Yi and his renowned feat of crushing blood-mad eighth elder. According to our investigation, this individual is somewhat exceptional. Many of his deeds remain unverified. Shall we continue our inquiries? Asked a man cloaked in black, the leader of Wuji sect's covert operatives responsible for intelligence gathering. No need. Shi Xiaotian waved dismissively. A mere peak master from Xianxiang sect. We only need to ascertain his identity. Even if he possesses some exceptional traits, how extraordinary could he truly be? You may withdraw. Understood, eighth elder. The leader of the covert operatives sensed that Zhong Qing was not ordinary and wished to offer a warning. However, seeing Shi Xiaotian's indifference, he swallowed his words and withdrew. With the leader gone, Shi Xiaotian set forth once more from Wuji sect. This time with a clear target, the Mufu peak of Xianxiang sect. He believed that a peak master from a second-tier sect was merely clay in his hands, easily molded to his will. At Mufu peak, a deafening roar echoed as thick black smoke billowed into the sky, Coughing, Zhong Qing waved his hand to dispel the acrid smoke, feeling frustrated. I followed the process precisely. Why did the furnace explode? In the corner, a heap of discarded alchemical furnaces lay in ruins. The furnace in the courtyard was shattered in half, while others squandered spiritual materials in alchemy. Zhong Qing lost both materials and furnaces. Could it be that the quality of the furnace was inadequate? Lost in thought, Zhong Qing called out to Lin Feng outside, "Disciple, go to the alchemy peak and retrieve a higher quality furnace for me." He diligently documented the reasons for his failure and continued to analyze them. Outside, Lin Feng, who had been training, reluctantly stood up upon hearing this. "Please wait, master," he responded before heading directly to Xinjiang sect's alchemy peak. Moments later, he arrived at the residence of Zhong Qing, the peak master of alchemy peak. "Lin Feng has arrived. Come in." Zhong Qing greeted him with enthusiasm. A smile plastered across his face. "I recently procured a new batch of tea leaves. Do try them and let me know how they taste. If you find them delightful, take some back for your master." "Peak Master Gu." Lin Feng bowed respectfully. "Today, I did not come for tea but to request a higher quality alchemical furnace on behalf of my master. Would you be so kind?" "Of course. What inconvenience could there be? We are all fellow disciples. Helping one another is akin to helping oneself," Zhong Qing replied, summoning a disciple to fetch the Ziqing Ling Lu for Lin Feng to take back. The disciple appeared startled. "Master, that Ziqing Ling Lu is your prized possession, the treasure of Alchemy Peak. Are you truly willing to part with it?" "Enough with the nonsense, just fetch it," Zhong Qing insisted. "No matter how precious or heavy a treasure may be, it is still an inanimate object. It cannot compare to the bond of kinship and friendship with the Peak Master of Mufu Peak." Turning to Lin Feng, he added, "We are all family here. No need for formality. If your master desires a furnace, just let me know." Shortly thereafter, two disciples appeared, carrying a furnace that stood half a person tall, weighing over 10,000 pounds, and radiant in purple and blue hues. Zhong Qing gestured towards the furnace. "Consider this my congratulatory gift to you and Su Yi, my two esteemed disciples." This display of affection left the disciples of Alchemy Peak dumbfounded. The Peak Master's generosity was something Lin Feng found difficult to process, especially as it hinted at matchmaking. Clearly, he had been elevated to a status unparalleled by any. Yet Lin Feng understood the reason behind it. By becoming Zhong Qing's disciple, he had genuinely stepped onto the pinnacle of his life. After Lin Feng departed, the remaining disciples looked at Zhong Qing, equally perplexed. "Master, that was our treasure of Alchemy Peak. Is it not too hasty to give it away?" "Do I need your guidance on how to conduct my affairs?" Zhong Qing replied. "We dare not." The disciples bowed their heads, feeling awkward. Zhong Qing paid no mind to their thoughts. His spirits lifted. The ordinary disciples were unaware of Zhong Qing's true identity, but as the Peak Master, he certainly was not. Zhong Qing was a reincarnation of an immortal emperor, a figure standing high above the clouds. Now, while his reputation was not yet established, gifting him a peak treasure would surely leave a favorable impression. In the future, when he ascended to greatness, any favor returned would yield rewards 100-fold. When that time arrives, it is likely that many individuals will wish to present rare and precious treasures, but will find themselves at a loss for means. Zhong Qing felt a sense of pride. With this series of maneuvers, his disciples remained at the very base level, while he positioned himself at least on the third tier, thus surpassing them by 2 levels. His ascension to the position of Peak Master was not without justification. His vision was broader, his strategic insight unparalleled, and the depth of his contemplations distinctly different. Meanwhile, upon Lin Feng's arrival at Mufu Peak with the Ziqing Ling Ding, Zhong Qing was filled with delight. He immediately set his sights on this cauldron. It exuded an air of opulence, elegance, and profound beauty. "Very well, you may now engage in your cultivation. I shall commence alchemy." Zhong Qing could hardly contain his eagerness to begin a fresh journey in alchemy with his new equipment. "Yes, master," Lin Feng replied respectfully before taking his leave. Zhong Qing placed the Ziqing alchemy cauldron over the campfire, skillfully igniting it, increasing the temperature, and sorting through the spiritual herbs. Perhaps it was fortune or perhaps the efficacy of the new equipment, but this time, the cauldron did not explode. The elixir was successfully refined. However, as Zhong Qing extracted the finished product from the Ziqing Ling Ding, he found himself questioning the very essence of existence. Was this truly an elixir? He had never witnessed a pig run, yet he had never consumed pork. He had heard that many alchemists produced elixirs that were fragrant, smooth, and vibrant, evoking a strong desire to consume them. Yet, what he had created was marred with spots, clumpy and dull yellow in color. It lacked any fragrance, instead emanating a burnt scent. Zhong Qing scrutinized the concoction for a considerable time, contemplating tossing it into the refuse as waste. Yet, he hesitated, unwilling to part with something he had labored to create. Not even knowing its efficacy, discarding it would indeed be a great shame and waste. Perhaps his approach to alchemy was fundamentally different from the mainstream practices. He might very well be pioneering a novel path in the art of alchemy. With this thought, Zhong Qing decided to cherish his creation, bestowing upon it a uniquely unconventional name, Tuadan. Yet, the uncertainty surrounding the elixir's effects gnawed at him. At that moment, high above in the clouds, a streak of light descended with tremendous force, exuding an aura exclusive to the powerful. The luminescent figure swiftly arrived above the small courtyard, materializing into a solid form. This individual was none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks. He cast a sweeping gaze around the courtyard before fixing his attention on Zhong Qing. "You are the peak master of Mu Fu, Zhong Qing," he declared, standing with arms crossed, his posture regal, as though a deity gazing down upon mere mortals. Zhong Qing felt a wave of discomfort wash over him under that scrutinizing gaze. "Who are you?" he asked, meeting Xianxia's gaze with a slight frown. "I am inquiring whether you are Zhong Qing, the peak master of Mu Fu." Xianxia's tone grew more insistent, his voice booming like thunder that reverberated within the small courtyard. Zhong Qing's expression darkened. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner?" "Foolish one," Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted, "I am an elder of the sacred land. You dare address me so? Are you seeking death? Surrender the Tianling grass, and I may choose to overlook your insolence. Otherwise, you shall learn the true meaning of the sacred land's power and the wrath of the strong." As he spoke, his aura surged dramatically, clearly intending to overwhelm Zhong Qing and force him into submission. This display, however, only served to infuriate Zhong Qing. Without further ado, he struck out with a palm. Before Xianxiaaudiobooks could react, he was rendered unconscious. Just before his consciousness faded, he faintly heard a mutter, "I was just lamenting my inability to find a test subject for my elixir's properties, and here you are, delivered right to my doorstep." Upon awakening, Xianxiaaudiobooks was beset with a splitting headache, as if his head had been struck by a meteor. After some time, he posed a rather philosophical query. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do?" After a brief while longer, he finally regained clarity. "I am the 8th elder of the sacred land. I have come to the Xianxiang sect in search of Tianling grass. Yet, it seems I have fallen victim to a nefarious plot." It was evident that Zhong Qing's swift action had caught Xianxiaaudiobooks off guard. He surveyed his surroundings. It was a quaint courtyard, rather exquisite in detail. In the center stood an alchemy cauldron, and in front of it, a well. To the right of the well were 2 trees, both jujube trees. Next to the courtyard was a fence enclosing a pig, lending an earthy charm reminiscent of a rustic homestead. "Ah, you are awake." At that moment, Zhong Qing emerged from the inner courtyard, clutching a bundle of spiritual herbs. Upon seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was bound to a tree, he smiled. Despite being a captive, Xianxia's inherent pride shone through. "Release me at once. I am an elder of the sacred land. The wrath of the Wuzhizong is not something a mere Xianxiang sect can withstand. Do not bring calamity upon your sect." Zhong Qing maintained his smile. "Come now, have a taste of this elixir." He produced his Tuadan and without further ado, forced it into Xianxia's mouth. The latter's pupils constricted as he felt a tumult within his stomach. "You dare call this an elixir?" As a seasoned alchemist, Xianxiaaudiobooks had encountered numerous recipes and elixirs. Some pure and flawless, others coarse and subpar. However, he had never seen one that resembled an irregular lump. Its peculiar form, mottled with spots and a sickly yellow hue, was reminiscent of refuse. To say that one crafted an elixir that looked like waste was merely a metaphor, yet Zhong Qing had seemingly manifested an actual lump of refuse. "One may be killed, but not humiliated. You dare insult me." Xianxiaaudiobooks protested vehemently, refusing to yield. However, when Zhong Qing delivered a punch to his stomach, he immediately collapsed, rendered utterly submissive. "Why must you resist? Simply cooperate, and all will be well." Zhong Qing swiftly forced the elixir into Xianxia's mouth. The effects of the elixir were explosive. Almost instantly, Xianxiaaudiobooks began to convulse, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back, his stomach in turmoil, and a series of red rashes erupting across his face. "This cannot be." Zhong Qing furrowed his brow. All the ingredients were beneficial to the human body. Combined, they should have produced a positive effect, yet the outcome was decidedly adverse. "Do you have an allergy to elixirs?" In Zhong Qing's understanding, this seemed the only explanation for such symptoms. "You must be joking." At that moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks was seething with rage. As a distinguished alchemist, his skills were renowned throughout the eastern region. Being asked if he had an allergy to elixirs was as absurd as asking a fish if it could swim. Seeing Xianxia's lack of cooperation, Zhong Qing could not help but insist, "You had best describe your reactions to me in detail so I may refine the formulation. Otherwise, I shall be forced to experiment step by step." The only response was Xianxia's desperate, hoarse cries. "You had best not allow me to escape. Otherwise, I shall ensure that your entire household meets a tragic end, leaving no peace for man or beast." His eyes glowed red with fury. and a fierce determination surged within him. The murderous intent erupted like a small volcano, intensifying with each passing moment. For Shi Xiaotian, as an elder of the Holy Land, he possessed extraordinary means, formidable strength, and a profound background, with his alchemical skills acclaimed as unparalleled. Such a man, wherever he went, was revered and held in high esteem. Never had he endured such a humiliating disgrace or suffered such a substantial loss. Each increment of discomfort he felt only fueled his hatred towards Zhong Qing. However, Zhong Qing paid no heed to Shi Xiaotian's threats. The Holy Land was not as formidable as it appeared to others, and to him, it was merely mediocre. The display of the other party was merely a manifestation of impotent rage. He resumed his alchemical pursuits, conducting experiments while meticulously recording data. He noted the quantities of spiritual herbs used during each refinement, exploring variations in proportions and their respective effects. He examined the temperature's impact on the elixirs and the differences in outcomes when employing various alchemical techniques to produce the same potion. He documented the clinical responses post-consumption, identifying areas for improvement and critical points of caution. His notebook was filled with dense data, including his insights on alchemy. With the aid of the Ziqing Linglu, Zhong Qing's success rate in alchemy had significantly increased. Previously, his yield rate had been a mere 20%, but now it approached 30%. Admittedly, a considerable portion of his creations turned out lumpy, with shapes that were decidedly unconventional and colors far from pleasing, either resembling black sesame or presenting a dull yellow hue, with aromas that were either burnt or overwhelmingly pungent. Ultimately, all these concoctions found their way into Shi Xiaotian's stomach, eliciting consistently intense reactions. His stomach churned violently, and he was beset with flatulence, or his entire body became numb, with parts exhibiting localized paralysis. In the end, he was covered in pus-filled sores, resembling a toad. At this moment, Shi Xiaotian had lost all semblance of his previous arrogance, collapsing to the ground like a defeated dog. His bravado had vanished, and his spirit, energy, and demeanor were utterly depleted, as if he had traversed through the depths of hell. Zhong Qing stroked his chin, deep in thought, contemplating where the issues lay. Logically, he was refining an elixir designed to enhance physical constitution, heal injuries, and cultivate tranquility, a panacea of multifaceted benefits. Yet the results were a far cry from his expectations. He scrutinized the recorded data, analyzing and identifying gaps. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. The principle of excess leading to decline, of extremes resulting in reversals, came to mind. In his pursuit of absolute perfection, he had unwittingly created a stark contrast to what he desired. Therefore, he resolved to introduce a toxic herb to counterbalance the properties of the spiritual herbs. Convinced he had pinpointed the crux of the problem, Zhong Qing dove headfirst into his alchemical endeavors. "Please, don't refine anymore," Shi Xiaotian interjected, his face instantly paling upon hearing Zhong Qing's intention to incorporate poison. Chapter 75. Brother, I beg you, cease your alchemical pursuits. You truly lack the talent for it. The spiritual herbs had already produced such dismal results. Who knew what calamity would ensue if poison were added? Shi Xiaotian never anticipated that the first time he would plead for assistance in his life would be to ask someone to refrain from concocting elixirs. Nevertheless, Zhong Qing remained unmoved by his pleas, methodically preparing the materials and measuring the doses, adhering to high standards. His concentrated expression and focused gaze, coupled with a seamless flow of actions, left Shi Xiaotian trembling with fear. Past experiences indicated that the more engrossed Zhong Qing became, the more potent the toxicity of the elixirs he created. You possess no talent for alchemy whatsoever. Not to mention the fact that your method of extracting the essence from the spiritual herbs contains 37 errors. He was nearly at his breaking point, his voice hoarse and urgent, eyes bloodshot. Ultimately, he transformed into a guiding master, instructing Zhong Qing in the art of alchemy. The blood spirit flower was notoriously domineering, imbued with the scorching power of the sun, while the winter grass possessed a soft, frigid essence, exuding extreme cold. Each herb was effective in refining both body and soul individually, but their conflicting properties, when combined, would yield a lethal toxin. You must incorporate the 5 elemental herbs: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Achieving balance among the 5 elements will activate the properties of these spiritual herbs. Indeed, Shi Xiaotian, as an elder of the Holy Land and a renowned alchemist of the Eastern Domain, spoke with authority, pinpointing the very essence of the issues at hand. This revelation illuminated Zhong Qing's understanding, leading him to embrace Shi Xiaotian's guidance with humility. He proceeded to refine his unique panacea methodically. However, the final product still fell short of expectations. At least its appearance bore little difference from previous attempts. Nonetheless, it was crafted under the tutelage of a master alchemist, and its efficacy remained worthy of anticipation. After all, appearances can be deceiving, and one must not judge a potion solely by its exterior. Here, take it. I trust you don't require me to feed you. Zhong Qing placed the elixir before Xianxiatian. The latter's expression fluctuated with uncertainty. Although he had guided the refinement process entirely, he could not overlook Zhong Qing's abysmal talent. Even with his comprehensive oversight, Zhong Qing had committed hundreds of egregious errors in the alchemical process. It was not an exaggeration to claim that even a dog could perform better than him in this regard. In alchemy, even the slightest misstep could drastically undermine the potion's properties, potentially leading to opposite effects. The elixir Zhong Qing had produced was something he could scarcely bring himself to consume. As he faced imminent forced consumption, Xianxiautian could no longer maintain his composure. I was wrong. I shouldn't have troubled you. Just tell me what elixir you desire, and I shall provide it for you. I can assist in refining 100, 1,000, even 10,000 elixirs if need be. Clearly, the potency of Zhong Qing's concoctions was terrifying, instilling in Xianxiautian a profound sense of dread. Zhong Qing shook his head. You do not understand. I am not refining elixirs. I am cultivating my passion for alchemy. An unholy enthusiasm. Alchemy is alchemy. What purpose does this discussion serve? Xianxiautian silently lamented. Yet the next moment, his pupils constricted in terror as Zhong Qing once again forcefully administered the elixir. This time, he felt a tumultuous churning within, accompanied by waves of dizziness and visual disturbances. It felt as though countless ants were gnawing at him from the inside, while his soul was ablaze as if engulfed in flames. The potency of this elixir was nothing short of terrifying. Xianxiautian felt as if he were enduring the most excruciating torment imaginable. The dual assault on his body and spirit left him convulsing, veins bulging. Meanwhile, Zhong Qing meticulously recorded the changes he observed. The elixir's failure to meet expectations caused him some discomfort, but he firmly believed that perseverance would yield success. A couple of failures were inconsequential. With determination, he would eventually prevail. Zhong Qing's passion for alchemy was undeniable. The mesmerizing sparks generated from the collision of various herb properties enchanted him deeply. The moment an elixir took shape in his hands, he experienced an inexplicable sense of achievement. Although the outcomes may not have been satisfactory, he believed that labor would yield rewards. With persistence, he would eventually achieve a product that pleased him, wouldn't he? With this conviction, Zhong Qing embarked on yet another round of alchemical refinement. As Xianxiautian writhed in agony, tears of regret welled in his eyes. How foolish I am. Truly foolish. Why provoke this calamity for no reason? In this moment, the proud strength he once boasted has utterly lost its efficacy. His formidable status and background mean nothing to others. He feels like a pitiful little bride, being ruthlessly trampled upon. It is not just a fleeting torment. It is a lifetime of imprisonment and humiliation. A wave of despair engulfs his heart, and Xianxiautian perceives his future as shrouded in darkness. No, I cannot simply surrender. Just as the pain threatens to tear apart his sanity and despair begins to erode his very being, a glimmer of light flashes through Xianxiautian's mind. He suddenly recalls that many years ago, while playing chess with an old friend, he had won a precious artifact from him, the Jiechuan Sun Fu. This communication talisman is unlike ordinary ones. It can penetrate all barriers and transmit messages silently. If I can relay my current predicament to my friend, with the bond we share, he will undoubtedly devise a way to rescue me. It is even likely that he would bring the higher-ups from our sect to assist in my rescue. Once the sect's leaders arrive, I will not only be saved, but will also have the chance to redeem myself from this disgrace. The mere thought of such a scenario causes Xianxiautian's eyes to redden. The seeds of revenge sprout within him, growing wildly like weeds. Under the bright moon, with stars embedded in the sky like jewels, Xianxiautian, who has endured a day of poisoning, finally finds a moment to breathe. Utilizing the moonlight, he retrieves the communication talisman from his storage bag and inscribes a plea for help upon it. Observing that no one is around, he channels the faint spiritual energy within him to activate the talisman. A streak of light pierces the heavens, and as he watches the message vanish into the sky, a manic smile spreads across Xianxiautian's face. You shall wait for me. The humiliation and torment you have inflicted upon me today will be repaid 1,000-fold in the future. He murmurs to himself, his expression twisted, and his laughter resembles that of a malevolent spirit. What good fortune has befallen him to laugh so joyously? Come, first consume this pill. However, the emergence of a voice abruptly halts Xianxiautian's laughter. There stands Zhong Qing, approaching him step by step with the medicine in hand. Though the other appears ethereal and detached, in Xianxiautian's eyes, he is terrifying. His face turns a sickly green. Is this person a devil? Tormenting him by day is not enough. They continue to haunt him at night. No. Soon, a heart-wrenching scream pierces the night. Chapter 76. I Shall Pacify Mu Fu Peak. Wuji Sect. By Chang Hall. This is the abode of the seventh elder, Wu Yu. In the Grand Hall, Wu Yu examines the letter in his hand. This is the message Xianxiaaudiobooks transmitted via the communication talisman. It consists of a single urgent plea. Xinjiang Sect, Mu Fu Peak, save me. Signed, Lao He. Wu Yu's brows furrowed deeply. With Lao Ba's strength, he could easily dominate the entire eastern region, barring a few sacred places. Yet now, a distress signal has been sent. Written in crimson ink, evidently pinned with blood, indicating a grave crisis. What is this Xinjiang Sect? While it may hold some reputation locally, it truly lacks any standing beyond its sphere of influence. Many have little impression or understanding of this sect. Wu Yu immediately summons the leader of the Shadow Guards. Are you familiar with Xinjiang Sect? The Shadow Guard leader is somewhat astonished. After all, not long ago, the 8th Elder had requested information about Xinjiang Sect from him. Now, the 7th Elder inquires about this sect as well. How could a mere second-rate sect prompt the interest of 2 esteemed elders from the sacred lands? While pondering this, he does not dare to delay and promptly responds. In answer to the 7th Elder, Xinjiang Sect is a second-rate sect in the eastern region. A second-rate sect? Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's frown deepens. With Lao Ba's prowess, a mere second-rate sect could be easily crushed. How could it have fallen to the point of sending a plea for help? Observing Wu Yu's reaction, the Shadow Guard leader quietly inquires, 7th Elder. Has this sect offended you and the 8th Elder? Should I summon people to annihilate it? No need. Wu Yu waves his hand. Lao Ba has always been a proud individual. If word spreads that he has faltered against a second-rate sect, even if he is rescued, he will undoubtedly become a laughingstock within Wuji Sect, a fate far worse than death. Bring me a map of Xinjiang Sect's precise location. You may leave. After pondering for a moment, Wu Yu resolves to venture forth alone to effect a rescue. The Shadow Guard leader, seeing this, says nothing further and respectfully hands the map to Wu Yu before bowing and exiting. For the leader of the Sacred Lands Intelligence Organization, carrying a map of the Eastern region's power dynamics is quite reasonable. Upon obtaining the map, Wu Yu contemplates how to execute the rescue. Unlike the 8th Elder, who flaunts the Sacred Land's name with a brash and domineering demeanor, Wu Yu's approach is far more cautious. Though Xinjiang Sect is a second-rate sect, the fact that it has elicited a distress signal from the 8th Elder indicates that it possesses extraordinary qualities. He must prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, if both elders from the sacred land were to fall in the same place, it would become a monumental joke. In the Grand Hall, Wu Yu paces back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Finally, his gaze settles upon his private treasury. Within the treasury reside 2 guardian puppets, each possessing strength at the Sun Profound realm, his treasured trump cards that he rarely reveals. However, in order to rescue the 8th Elder, he decides to bring these 2 puppets along, just in case. Soon, 3 figures set forth from Wuji Sect, exuding an imposing presence. As the 7th Elder, a formidable Sun Profound realm expert, accompanied by 2 Sun Profound puppets, he believes that no matter how extraordinary Xinjiang Sect may be, the combined strength of 3 Sun Profound experts is sufficient to subdue anything. Xinjiang Sect, Mu Fu Peak. For Shi Xiaotian, it is yet another day of inhumane trials. He gazes numbly at the sky, on the verge of tears. No one knows the torment he has endured or the extent of his suffering. He can no longer find words to criticize Zhong Qing's alchemical skills. Were it not for his belief that the sect would come to his rescue, he might have long since lost the will to live. Considering the time it takes for the message to reach the sect and for them to dispatch a group of powerful experts to rescue him, it should be imminent. Lao Bai, you must come quickly. If you don't hurry, I fear I will not be able to endure much longer. Shi Xiaotian prays in his heart. At the same time, the thought of Zhong Qing's pills sends shivers through his body and soul. Just as he contemplates this, several figures soar through the sky. Is that? Shi Xiaotian pauses for a moment, then is overcome with joy. Lao Bai has arrived. In this instant, he is so excited that he nearly bursts into tears. What is brotherhood? This is brotherhood, the kind that feels like family. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, accompanied by the 2 puppets, traverses mountains and rivers, hastening for miles until he finally reaches Mu Fu Peak. As a Sun Profound realm expert, Wu Yu's vision is incredibly sharp. He can even discern ants from 1,000 meters away. Even from a distance, he immediately spots Shi Xiaotian. However, at this moment, Shi Xiaotian appears particularly wretched, his body covered in sores, hair disheveled, and looking as though he has withered significantly, reduced to little more than skin and bones. Were it not for their long acquaintance, Wu Yu might not have recognized him. Lao He, what has befallen you? Why do you look like this? He rushes into the courtyard, freeing Shi Xiaotian from his restraints and inquiring about the situation. Lao Bai, my brother, you have finally come. Xiaotian felt a surge of emotions upon reuniting with his old comrade, as if they had been separated for an eternity. His heart was heavy with sorrow. He promptly recounted the tribulations he had endured recently to Wu. Upon learning that his dear brother had been treated as a mere pawn and had suffered torturous indignities, Wu was consumed with fury. What a disgrace to you, Xianxiaaudiobooks, the master of MF Peak. How dare they insult you so, brother? Today I shall aid you in settling the score with MF Peak and annihilate Xianxiaaudiobooks, avenging your grievances. His heart brimmed with murderous intent, and his eyes blazed with wrath. The disciples of Zhong had never before endured such humiliation. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks strode out of the inner courtyard with his hands behind his back, directly confronting Wu. In a tone of indifference, he inquired, "You wish to annihilate MF Peak and eliminate my Xianxiaaudiobooks?" "Indeed," came Wu's resounding reply. "Today, I shall cleanse this place with blood, so the world knows that the sacred ground must not be insulted. Young man, should there be a next life, be more discerning. Some individuals are not to be trifled with." With a low growl, Wu sprang into action. "Old Bi, be cautious. This lad is exceedingly peculiar." Xianxiaaudiobooks warned from behind. "A mere clown is nothing to fear. Watch how I subdue him." Wu maintained a lofty demeanor, embodying the essence of a grandmaster in every gesture. Wu took the rescue of Xianxiaaudiobooks seriously, deploying 2 powerful puppets of the in realm. However, upon witnessing the youthfulness of Xianxiaaudiobooks, he felt he had been overly cautious. Old Hi had been too careless, falling victim to the machinations of such a young rascal and ending up in this predicament. Given Xianxiaaudiobooks merely 18 years of age, he doubted that a direct confrontation would favor old Hi. Crushing him would be as effortless as a flick of a finger. Thus, he extended a finger, preparing to exert his dominance over Xianxiaaudiobooks. A single finger from a in-realm expert could pierce mountains and rend rivers. The sheer terror of such an attack was palpable. In response to this formidable strike, Xianxiaaudiobooks merely lifted a palm. Instantly, the once mighty Wu was sent crashing to the ground. This scene stirred immense waves within Xianxiaaudiobooks. How could he be so powerful? The last time he faced Xianxiaaudiobooks, he had barely grasped what was happening before being knocked unconscious. This time, however, he observed with clarity. Old Bi, of the same in realm and possessing greater overall strength, had been utterly powerless against Xianxiaaudiobooks. In a single move, Xianxiaaudiobooks had dispatched old Bi with ease. In the courtyard, Wu spat blood, his gaze towards Xianxiaaudiobooks filled with dread. He was a in-realm expert, one of the most formidable in the eastern region. Yet, in Xianxiaaudiobooks' presence, he could not withstand even one blow. At this moment, Wu's heart was heavy with indignation, stemming from the failures of the shadowy leaders of Zhong. What were these shadowy operatives doing? How could a sect with such a terrifying powerhouse be classified merely as a second-rate sect? The absurdity of it all was staggering. Simultaneously, the leader of the shadow operatives of Zhong felt an inexplicable chill. "Who is speaking of me?" he murmured, a look of confusion crossing his face. As the leader of the shadow operatives, his position necessitated a life hidden from the light, and given his low profile, few truly knew him. Recently, he had only interacted with the 7th and 8th elders. Could it be that the 7th elder had successfully infiltrated Xianxiaaudiobooks, completed his mission, and returned to reward him for his contributions? His intuition was remarkably astute, though the reality was far from his expectations. The 7th elder did not intend to reward him. Rather, he sought to eliminate him. At MF Peak, Xianxiaaudiobooks' single strike rendered Wu utterly incapacitated, obliterating his pride and arrogance. Though startled, Wu had not entirely relinquished hope for resistance. He still possessed hidden cards and 2 in-realm puppets. By this point, he had abandoned the notion of annihilating Xianxiaaudiobooks and settling the score with MF Peak. Instead, he merely hoped that the 2 puppets could stall Xianxiaaudiobooks long enough to create an opportunity for escape. With a mental command, he ordered the puppets to attack Xianxiaaudiobooks, and they sprang into action. However, before they could unleash their in-realm might, Xianxiaaudiobooks casually waved his hand, and the puppets were reduced to mere fragments. This turn of events left Wu in a state of shock. These were 2 in-realm puppets. Surely, eliminating them would require some effort. His understanding of Xianxiaaudiobooks' prowess had escalated to new heights. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Xianxiaaudiobooks approached Wu, lifting him as one would a chick. "Just when I was lamenting my inability to find another test subject, you have arrived at the perfect moment." He turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks and remarked, "Xianxiaaudiobooks, well done. If you have any other friends or family, feel free to summon them." Upon hearing this, Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. This statement strongly suggested that Xianxiaaudiobooks had conspired with Xianxiaaudiobooks to lure him into a trap. As for Xianxiaaudiobooks, he felt as if he might shatter. The savior he had summoned was merely regarded by Zhong Qing as another test subject, akin to a laboratory mouse. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. Thus, Wu became the second experimental subject for Zhong Qing's pharmacological trials. To determine whether the fault lay with the elixirs he had concocted or if xianxiaaudiobooks had an allergic reaction. Zhong Qing even worked late into the night, concocting a new batch of pills. Unsurprisingly, the latest batch retained its original form. Reality, however, often diverges from expectations. The elixirs proved effective not only for xianxiaaudiobooks but also for Wu, exhibiting remarkable potency. That night was destined to be anything but tranquil. What had once been a single wail of agony morphed into two, their shrieks echoing like the anguished cries of tormented souls from the depths of hell. In that moment, Wu finally comprehended why xianxiaaudiobooks had withered away to a mere shadow of his former self. The toxicity of the elixirs was so potent that he could scarcely endure a single dose. The fact that his friend had survived thus far was nothing short of miraculous. As dawn approached and the effects of the drugs began to wane, the two lay on the ground, breathless and exhausted. Xianxiaaudiobooks cast a resentful glance at Wu. "Old B.I., I am already in this predicament. Could you not have brought along a few more experts?" Wu retorted, "My good fellow, I did not seek an explanation from you, yet you are quick to lay blame at my feet. You never mentioned how formidable he was in your letter." He mused that he had been sufficiently cautious, sending aid from a mere second-rate sect, while bringing along two Arsu in-realm puppets. Yet, the plea for assistance had contained no details regarding the enemy's strength. Had it not been for the inhumane tortures they endured together, he would have suspected he had been led into a trap. Had he known how formidable Zhong Qing truly was, he would never have acted so rashly in his rescue attempt. At this, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a touch of embarrassment. It was not that he had failed to warn Wu, but rather that he had been entirely unaware of Zhong Qing's true strength, having fainted before he could comprehend the situation. Furthermore, when he penned the plea for help, time had been of the essence, and he had simplified everything without considering the implications. Only Wu believed that after encountering danger, he would undoubtedly take it seriously. Little did he expect that it would be his downfall, forcing him to endure this inhumane punishment alongside himself. Observing the haggard visage of his friend, slightly pallid in hue, a wave of profound regret surged within Xianxiaaudiobooks. How he lamented his past decisions. Why could he not be content as an elder in the Wuji sect? Why did he have to vie for the title of Dan Wang Zunjia? If he had not been blinded by fame and fortune, how could he have sought after the Tian Ling Chao, leading him to this dire predicament? Chapter 78, Seeking External Assistance. Time swiftly passes, and the days slip away like a flowing shuttle. In the blink of an eye, half a month has already elapsed. This period has been the darkest time in the lives of Wu and Xianxiaaudiobooks. Heaven has shown no mercy. Two esteemed Dan masters have been tormented to the brink of despair by a few pills, suffering immensely. The pills concocted by Zhong Qing were all derived from the same materials, yet each time they were produced with varying properties. One day they would induce vomiting and diarrhea, while the next would lead to festering wounds. Yet, each time, Zhong Qing earnestly attempted to refine a truly exceptional pill. If one were to claim he lacked talent, he still managed to shape the pills, albeit with side effects akin to lethal poison, capable of incapacitating a Xian realm expert. On the other hand, if one were to assert he possessed talent, the peculiarities of each pill he created were strikingly unique. What bizarre concoction would this scourge attempt to create today? Under the sweltering sun, in the tranquil courtyard, Wu, with a face marked by trepidation, declared his hope that it would not be a pill causing gastrointestinal distress. Xianxiaaudiobooks, in agony, lamented the absurdity of a revered elder of the Holy Land and a Xian realm expert being reduced to carrying such items in his pocket. At their advanced age, should word get out, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. Just as the two were filled with unease, they awaited Zhong Qing's arrival. Yet he was nowhere to be seen. Wu and Xianxiaaudiobooks exchanged glances. Since their arrival at Mufu Peak, he had relentlessly forced them to consume several inferior toxic pills daily. Was today the day that the sun rose from the west? Or had he experienced a change of heart? Meanwhile, Zhong Qing was engrossed in reading within the inner courtyard. He was perusing the Wan Yuan Danjing, a reward from the system. This text, a grand scripture of the emperor, encompasses a vast array of knowledge, delving deeply into the essence of alchemy. It documented numerous secret formulas for divine pills and various methods of pill crafting, outlining the path to pill creation. It was evident that his attempts to refine the Wan Ling Dan had little chance of success in the short term. Rather than pursuing this path to the bitter end, it would be wiser to adopt a new approach. In the course of this study, he stumbled upon a miraculous formula, utilizing the 5 elements of fire. Harnessing the power of the sun, moon, and stars as fuel, and gathering the essence of mountains and rivers. He could create a perfect foundation-building pill through the secret technique of supplementing heaven and earth. Anyone under the age of 16 who ingests this pill could forge a flawless Tao foundation. Once established, their cultivation speed would be like a bolt of lightning, rivaling the sacred bodies of ancient beings. This formula ignited a fervor within Zhong Qing. His 2 disciples had undergone 100-fold enhancement in their training, returning 1,000-fold to him. Their cultivation speed was undeniably rapid. However, if their speed were to increase significantly on this foundation, it would be akin to transcending dimensions from a stationary position. In matters of cultivation speed, the faster, the better. No one would ever complain about their progress being too swift. Yet, it seemed that time was not on his side. Zhong Qing's gaze darkened as he murmured to himself. The formula indicated that only those under 16 could achieve the perfect foundation. Otherwise, the effects would be greatly diminished. If memory served him correctly, Lin Feng was nearing his 16th birthday. Time was of the essence. Zhong Qing carelessly tossed the Benyuan Dan Jing aside as his mind raced, contemplating how to refine the pill before Lin Feng turned 16. He soon realized that relying solely on his own strength, he lacked the capability to produce the pill in this time frame. Not to mention, the secret technique of supplementing heaven and earth required a vast reservoir of alchemical knowledge. Without a solid foundation in alchemy, mastering this technique in a short period was utterly impossible. Although Zhong Qing had demonstrated a considerable passion for alchemy during this time, he remained a novice in the field. Given the stakes regarding his disciples' future, Zhong Qing could not afford to waste time experimenting with alchemy. It appeared he would need to seek external assistance. His gaze shifted to the window, and upon spotting Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian, he was momentarily taken aback. Were they not the perfect candidates? He immediately rose and made his way outside. In the inner courtyard, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian found themselves bound under a jujube tree. Upon seeing Zhong Qing's silhouette, their expressions darkened. Today, it seemed, they could not escape a grim fate. They resigned themselves to their predicament, realizing that whether they faced the blade with heads held high or bowed, it would be the same outcome. They instinctively straightened their backs, resembling warriors bracing for battle, ready for the impending harsh reality. At that moment, Zhong Qing approached them and cut to the chase. I recall that you both are alchemists? The two were momentarily taken aback, unsure of what schemes Zhong Qing had in mind. Were they to witness alchemists struggling under the weight of his toxic pills, thus deriving a sense of accomplishment? Their faces reflected a hint of terror as they conjured up some disturbing imagery. Unaware of their thoughts, Zhong Qing continued. Could you assist me in refining a couple of pills? If successful, I shall release you, and we will not dwell on past grievances. Take your time to consider it, and respond when you are ready. As soon as Zhong Qing's words fell, the two exclaimed in unison, no need to think it over. We agree. Heaven above, earth below. They were finally receiving the treatment befitting alchemists. With their status, they were accustomed to being the center of attention and the subject of countless solicitations for their assistance in refining pills. Yet here, Zhong Qing had captured them, not affording them any special treatment due to their identity, instead treating them like mere tools. At last, the moment had come for them to showcase their true abilities. They were eager to demonstrate to Zhong Qing what a true alchemist was capable of. Seeing their swift agreement, Zhong Qing felt a twinge of concern. After all, this was a matter of great significance regarding his disciples' future path. Are you certain you can refine them? Would you like to see the formula first? If this question had come from anyone else, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian would have been inclined to retaliate with a swift rebuttal. It would have been a laughable notion. Across the entirety of the eastern region, the two stood among the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. If they could not produce the pills together, no one in the eastern region would dare claim they could. Such was their confidence and pride as top alchemists. However, in the presence of Zhong Qing, the dynamic was entirely different. Their lives were currently at his mercy. Thus, despite their dissatisfaction, Wu Yu gritted his teeth and replied, rest assured. Allow us a glance at the formula. We shall show you what it means to be the finest alchemists in the eastern region. In that moment, they felt as though they had returned to their own domain, reclaiming the honor that belonged solely to alchemists. They resolved to teach Zhong Qing a lesson, to enlighten him on the true essence of alchemy, and to show him the inferior quality of his previous creations. Chapter 79. What a terrifying formula is this? In the courtyard, observing the confidence radiating from the two, Zhong Qing refrained from further commentary and released their restraints. With a sudden turn, he handed the Dan Yuan Dao Jing, which was in the room, to the two individuals. You may first examine the formula for this exquisite perfect foundation pill. Once you have finished, come to me. After speaking, he leisurely returned to his chamber and brewed himself a cup of tea. The tea leaves were sent from Xiaoxiagu. Indeed, the flavor was remarkable, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was both refreshing and invigorating. A daily cup revitalized the mind. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian initially remained indifferent. In their eyes, Zhong Qing's alchemical techniques were far too rudimentary. Any disciple under their tutelage could surpass him by leaps and bounds in the art of alchemy. Undeniably, Zhong Qing was powerful, but in the realm of alchemy. They were the reigning champions while he was merely a novice, existing on an entirely different level. To label him a rookie in the alchemical world felt like an insult to true novices. How valuable could a formula presented so casually by such a person be? Yet, with just a glance, both were utterly captivated by the contents of the formula. Utilizing the 5 elements as fire, harnessing the powers of the sun, moon, and stars as fuel, and gathering the essence of mountains and rivers as the furnace, employing the secret technique of gathering heaven and replenishing earth to seize the divine essence. One could create the perfect foundation pill. What an extraordinary formula. Merely the introductory outline sent shockwaves through their hearts. This formula was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Its innovative approach and grand vision far surpassing any circulating in the world. A current of excitement surged through them. Given their expertise in alchemy, they could discern the extraordinary nature of this formula, as if it had opened a gateway to a new world. The deeper they delved, the more their excitement became uncontrollable. The brilliance of this formula lay not only in its unprecedented potency, but also in its unique alchemical methods and pathways. Many alchemists preferred to extract the essence of spiritual herbs using earthly flames, which was the most common and widely practiced method. Mastery over the temperature of the fire was crucial in the alchemical process. Beyond the fire method, only seasoned alchemists were aware of the existence of a water-based alchemical technique. As elders of the sacred land, they considered themselves to be among the most formidable alchemists in the eastern region. In addition to mastering the fire and water methods, they could also integrate both, which was the source of their pride and the foundation of their dominance. Now, however, this formula detailed not only the fire and water methods, but also the alchemical techniques of metal, wood, and earth, collectively known as the 5-element alchemy. Each method was invaluable, serving as a foundation for alchemists to reach greater heights and distances. It was a treasure worthy of inheritance. Regarding the 5-element alchemy, they had only heard of it in ancient texts, rumored to have been lost to the annals of history. They never expected to witness its true form now. It could be said that the mere existence of the 5-element alchemy, should it be disseminated, would undoubtedly drive countless alchemists to madness. Yet, this was not even the most precious aspect of the formula. The techniques of gathering heaven and replenishing earth recorded within were the true treasures of this formula. Should they thoroughly comprehend and digest the contents of this formula, their achievements in the art of alchemy would surely ascend to unprecedented heights. They had originally thought that being imprisoned by Zhong Qing and enduring daily tortures was the darkest period of their lives. Yet now they understood the meaning of the saying that before great responsibilities are bestowed upon a person, they must first endure hardship, exercise their bodies, and face adversity, ultimately strengthening their resolve and abilities. After the storm, a rainbow always follows. This was clearly a fortuitous turn of events. Oh, this book is so thick. The later sections, they can't all be formulas, right? Shi Xiaotian trembled with excitement, his hands shaking so much that even his beard quivered. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu also felt a jolt of surprise. If this book was nearly a foot thick, how substantial could its value be if the later sections were entirely filled with formulas? A wave of curiosity clawed at his heart. He glanced around, noting that Zhong Qing was leisurely enjoying his tea in the courtyard, seemingly oblivious to their activities. He then whispered, "Shall we take a peek at the later sections? Just a quick look?" This suggestion resonated with Shi Xiaotian. The two eagerly began to leaf through the subsequent chapters. Rejuvenation Pill, Vitality Creation Pill, Ascension Pill. After only 3 entries, their eyes turned red with excitement. Their hearts raced, and their blood surged with fervor. Each of the 3 entries contained a long-lost ancient formula, each possessing unique and miraculous effects. The value of each was certainly on par with, if not exceeding, that of the perfect foundation pill. They dared not continue flipping through the pages. Each formula was a priceless existence, and having glanced at a few, they had already breached a taboo. If they were to read through all of them, they might risk dire consequences. Reluctantly, they tore their gaze away from the Dan Yuan Dao Jing. They exchanged a knowing glance, resolving to approach Zhong Qing. Soon, they stood before him. Zhong Qing took a gentle sip of his fragrant tea and inquired, "How is it? Can you refine it?" Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian inhaled deeply. At this moment, when they looked at Zhong Qing, they were utterly awestruck. Not only was his power beyond their reach, but the formulas he possessed were so exquisite that it left them in admiration. Such formulas, not only in the eastern region but across the world, would surely incite envy among countless top alchemists, compelling them to act. Initially, they had intended to showcase their skills before Zhong Qing, demonstrating the prowess of the eastern region's top alchemists. Yet now they realized that the true fool had been themselves. Senior, this formula is profound and presents a significant challenge for us. However, we humbly request your permission to attempt it. Wu Yu earnestly implored. For alchemists, encountering such an extraordinary formula without the opportunity to attempt its refinement was an agonizing ordeal. Their prior confidence had vanished, replaced by an exceptionally respectful demeanor. They now addressed him as senior, humbling themselves. Zhong Qing naturally recognized this reversal in attitude. Be honest with me, within 10 days. How confident are you in refining this pill? The 10-day deadline imposed immense pressure on Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks. Nevertheless, they gritted their teeth and provided an answer, 70%. This was the result of their repeated calculations. 70%? Zhong Qing's brow furrowed slightly, his dissatisfaction apparent. What he desired was a 100% guarantee. However, he understood that the more precious the pill, the more it relied on the right timing, location, and conditions. Moreover, he did not know many alchemists. There were a few in the Xianxiang sect. But he had to admit that there was a significant disparity in skill between those from second-rate sects and those from sacred lands. With time short and the task demanding, he truly struggled to find suitable candidates aside from these two. 70% it is. If the refinement fails, I can always seek other methods to enhance Lin Feng's talents later. With that thought, Zhong Qing addressed the two. I shall entrust you with the task of refining the perfect foundation pill. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks did not hold back, directly requesting an abundance of resources. Although the formula for the perfect foundation pill did not specify any rare spiritual materials, most of its ingredients were sourced from the natural world. Ryu, Tiandi, Shanchuan, Xingchen. However, to harness such powers is not something achievable through ordinary means. It requires extensive preparation. Of course, although the resources consumed are plentiful, they are commonplace items. Given the stature of Xianjiang Zong, it can fully supply them. Zhong Qing dispatched a junior disciple to visit the sect leader, Xian Yuanhong. He sought a supply of materials, and the latter, without hesitation, readily complied with a wave of his hand. Once the materials were prepared, Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks embarked on an enthusiastic journey of alchemy. Chapter 80. Breaking Through Boundaries Again. From this day forth, Mufu Peak was alive with activity. Each night brought either a cascade of starlight or tremors that shook the earth. In the ethereal realm, one could perceive radiant flashes and divine light, with spiritual energy surging forth from the depths of the earth. To concoct the perfect foundational elixir, Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks exerted every ounce of their strength, leaving no effort spared. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of the disciples of Xianjiang Zong. However, the sect leader Xian Yuanhong issued an unusual decree. Disciples were forbidden from approaching Mufu Peak. Suddenly, the peak took on an air of mystery and transcendence. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had gone by. In the void, 4 elixirs slowly coalesced into form. These 4 elixirs, the size of yellow beans, were round and lustrous, radiating brilliant spiritual light. The aroma of the elixirs wafted through the air, showcasing their extraordinary quality. After a considerable time, as all phenomena subsided, Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks carefully placed the 4 elixirs into pre-prepared jade boxes. They felt a mixture of nostalgia and excitement, realizing these were undoubtedly the highest quality elixirs they had ever crafted, marking a pinnacle in their lives. Without further delay, they sought out Zhong Qing. Senior, we have fulfilled our promise. The elixirs have been successfully refined. In the small courtyard, the two held the jade boxes with utmost respect and presented the elixirs. Zhong Qing, who was resting in the courtyard, felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Excellent. He took one of the jade boxes and scrutinized the 2 elixirs within. It must be said, the duo displayed considerable skill. The radiance and quality of these elixirs surpassed countless others he had produced. However, to ensure safety, he instructed the 2 to consume the remaining elixirs to test their properties. Without hesitation, they swallowed the elixirs whole. In contrast to the terrifying side effects of the toxic elixirs Zhong Qing had concocted, they held unwavering confidence in their own creations. The elixirs dissolved upon entry, merging a surge of energy into every fiber of their being. Although the effects would significantly diminish for those over 16 at that moment, both felt their bodies undergoing a peculiar transformation. What a terrifying elixir. I feel my cultivation speed has increased by more than double, Wu Yu murmured, savoring the wonders brought forth by the elixir. Xianxiaaudiobooks shared this sentiment, while the enhancement of their cultivation speed thrilled them. The sense of accomplishment from crafting the elixir themselves was even more exhilarating. After a lengthy period of absorbing the medicinal power, they rose together to express their gratitude to Zhong Qing. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing these elixirs upon us. Regardless of Zhong Qing's intentions, they truly experienced immense fortune and blessings. Their thanks were sincere. Why thank me? I merely wanted you to test the elixirs and confirm they are not toxic. Observing that the two showed no signs of adverse reactions after consuming the elixirs, Zhong Qing waved his hand and said, "You may leave now. Remember, do not provoke me again in the future." Leaving Mufu Peak had been a dream for Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian. Yet when Zhong Qing finally permitted their departure, they hesitated. "Senior, can we not leave?" they asked in unison, reluctant to part. Zhong Qing chuckled. "What is this? Have you become addicted to being my test subjects? You are not disciples of Mufu Peak. You should leave." Thus, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian were scolded and driven away by Zhong Qing. Before departing, they glanced back multiple times, their eyes filled with profound reluctance, as if bidding farewell to cherished loved ones. This display left Zhong Qing speechless. He paid it no mind and summoned his two disciples. "Master, how may we serve you?" Lin Feng and Xiao Suyi respectfully bowed to Zhong Qing. "Nothing too serious. I had someone refine an elixir for each of you." Zhong Qing flicked his fingers, sending a perfect foundational elixir into each of their hands. "This elixir can enhance your aptitude. Hurry and refine it." Lin Feng and Xiao Suyi gazed at the perfect foundational elixir in their hands, the rich aroma causing them to swallow involuntarily. It was evidently a top-tier elixir. "Thank you, Master, for your generosity." They felt deeply moved, realizing that apart from their parents, only their master was constantly thinking of their well-being. "All right, find a place to refine it." Noticing his master yawning, Lin Feng and Xiao Suyi understood he was tired and chose not to linger. After bowing, they exited the courtyard and each sought a tranquil spot to begin refining the perfect foundational elixir. This elixir was particularly effective for those under 16. Yet even the older Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian experienced a significant increase in their cultivation speed. Upon consuming the elixir, Lin Feng and Xiao Suyi exhibited its true miraculous effects. Their cultivation speed surged by at least tenfold. Lin Feng, who had already reached the late stage of the Chunxian realm, advanced directly to the peak of the Chunxian realm after just a few days of cultivation, being only a step away from breaking through to the Xianxian realm. Clearly, it would not be long before he became a Xianxian powerhouse. Xiao Suyi similarly made remarkable progress, breaking through from the early stage of the Chunxian realm to the mid-stage. If news of their cultivation speeds were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many. Naturally, the greatest beneficiary of their accelerated growth was Zhong Qing. Originally, the effects of their cultivation, magnified 1,000-fold, were already extraordinary, but now, with an additional 10-fold increase, Zhong Qing's own cultivation surged dramatically. He who was initially expected to take some time to break through, achieved a breakthrough to the Tianxian realm on the spot. Open the attribute panel. Host, Zhong Qing, cultivation, Tianxian realm. Disciples, Lin Feng, peak Chunxian realm. 100-fold enhancement activated. Disciples, Suyi, mid Chunxian realm. 100-fold enhancement activated. Activated bonds. Waste material bond 2-2. More bonds await development. Acquired physique, none. Acquired special skills, old 6 aura. Heavenly eye, same level suppression. Personal miniature world. The Tianxian realm is regarded as legendary within the Eastern domain. Even the ancestors of the Sacred Land sects possess only the Di Xian realm cultivation. At this moment, Zhong Qing possessed the qualifications to rise above and gaze disdainfully upon the entire domain. The breakthrough in cultivation stirred Zhong Qing's spirit. Indeed, a life with a boost requires no explanation. Once the correct methods of utilizing his advantages were unveiled, his cultivation soared rapidly. At this pace, in a few years, even he could not predict the heights of his achievements. Chapter 81. The two elders resigned simultaneously. As Zhong Qing felt invigorated, far away, someone was in distress. It is said that Wu Yu, the seventh elder of Wuji Zone, upon returning to the sect, it was a day when nothing seemed to taste good, and every endeavor felt utterly devoid of vigor. The individual felt utterly lost, resembling a mere shell of a human being. His mind was consumed by thoughts of those few coveted alchemical formulas. For an alchemist, a precious formula undoubtedly possesses an irresistible allure. The thick tome, a foot deep, contained an unknown multitude of formulas, creating an unbearable sensation of yearning without the ability to grasp them tightly. On this particular day, within the Baichang Dian, he realized he could no longer endure this state. Wu Yu sprang from his bed, tousling his disheveled white hair. With reddened eyes, he gazed out the window. As if having made a profound resolution, he strode purposefully through the door, heading towards the palace of the Wu Ji Zong's leader, Wu Ji Dian. The leader of Wu Ji Dian, named Ouyang Hao, was a robust and imposing middle-aged man. At that moment, he was engaged in the affairs of the sect from his grand throne. In such sacred sects, while the leader holds immense power, he must also bear corresponding responsibilities and obligations. Ouyang Hao was undoubtedly a paragon of diligence. Having ruled for over 500 years, the sect flourished under his guidance. The disciples, elders, and guest scholars alike were abundant in talent, thriving in prosperity. Just then, a guard approached to report, "Master, the seventh elder has arrived." Xianxiao paused in his busy tasks, pondering the reason for the visit. Despite his curiosity, he swiftly responded, "Please, let him in." The seventh elder held considerable status, and his profound cultivation at the Dacian realm made him a cornerstone of the sacred sect. His alchemical skills had reached an extraordinary level, unmatched across the entire eastern region. Even as the leader of Wuji Zone, Xianxiao felt the need to show due respect to such a talent. As the guard departed, it wasn't long before Wu Yu's figure appeared in the grand hall. "Seventh elder, what has transpired?" Xianxiao inquired, observing Wu Yu, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose disheveled appearance spoke of his poor mental state. Wu Yu paused for a moment, for he had come to tender his resignation. The mere thought of the soul-stirring ancient formula atop Mufu Peak made it unbearable for him to linger any longer. Yet, when it came time to resign, he hesitated. Within Wuji Zone, his status was undoubtedly exalted. If it were merely due to his elevated status, he would not have faltered. The more critical reason lay in the fact that the sect leader had shown him great favor and kindness. Would it not seem excessively ungrateful to depart in such a manner? However, this hesitation swiftly transformed into determination. The eternal truth remains. Individuals strive for higher ground, while water flows downward. The allure of the Dan Yuan Dao Jing in Zhong Qing's possession was irresistibly compelling, and it was tied to his future path. The path of Dao was devoid of personal sentiments, and many forsook their humanity in pursuit of enlightenment. He merely sought to pursue his own Dao. With this resolve, he stated solemnly, "Master, I wish to resign." Upon hearing this, Xianxiao was taken aback. "Seventh elder, what prompts this decision?" Wu Yu stammered for a moment. He could not reveal that his resignation stemmed from a desire to join a second-rate sect, Xianxiaaudiobooks. Such a reason would likely be met with disbelief, and the leader might think he was insulting his intelligence. Therefore, he crafted a vague excuse. "It is nothing specific. I simply feel fatigued and wish to retreat into the mountains. I hope the master can grant me this wish." Xianxiao was puzzled. The eighth elder recently came to resign for similar reasons. Is it truly so exhausting to remain in Wuji Zone? His eyes reflected deep confusion, and he began to question whether his established sect policies were at fault. The resignation of two elders in succession was a significant loss for Wuji Zone, particularly since both were alchemists. Upon hearing Xianxiao's words, Wu Yu was instantly enraged. "What? The eighth elder has already left?" "Indeed. You two shared a close bond, akin to brothers. Did he not inform you?" Wu Yu secretly resented. This scoundrel, whom I considered a brother and dear friend, had secretly sought the favor of that elder behind my back. At that moment, Wu Yu's guilt about leaving Wuji Zone vanished entirely. Such is the nature of opportunity. When it arises, one must seize it swiftly. Linger too long, and one may miss the chance entirely. "Master, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Here is the elder's token, which I now return to you. Rest assured, I shall visit whenever I can." With that, he placed the token representing his status as an elder upon the table and hurriedly departed, leaving Xianxiao in a state of bewilderment. When did it become so casual for a sacred sect to enter and exit at will? Even resignations were taken so lightly. Xianxiao contemplated sending someone to stop him, but ultimately refrained. After all, both the seventh and eighth elders were rare talents, deserving of a different treatment than ordinary individuals. It was better to graciously let them leave, preserving goodwill and the potential for future assistance. Reflecting on this, Xianxiao felt his mood lighten considerably. He began to ponder whether it was time to improve the treatment of the high-ranking members within the sect. If two elders were to depart in one day, even a sect with the foundation of Wuji Zone could not withstand such a talent drain. Setting aside the implications and changes brought about by the resignations of Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian from Wuji Zone, it is worth noting that both individuals hastily made their way to Xianxiang Zone after their departure. As they approached Xianxiang Zone, both prepared to present themselves well, as this time they came with sincerity, wishing to succeed in their endeavor to join the sect. By a clear river, Shi Xiaotian adjusted his attire while gazing at his reflection, exuding an air of ethereal grace, when suddenly he spotted the descending figure of Wu Yu. "You?" he exclaimed, astonished. He had not expected to encounter his old friend in this place. "You scoundrel, here I thought of you as a brother. Yet you leave Wuji Zone to join Xianxiang Zone without even a word. How insidious!" Wu Yu retorted with a smirk. Shi Xiaotian's face flushed with shame. He knew his actions were indeed unseemly. However, he quickly regained his composure. Upon leaving the sect, he had rushed to Xianxiang Zone, and Wu Yu's timely arrival indicated that they were on the same wavelength. In an instant, his embarrassment dissipated, and he snapped back, "Aren't you the same? I doubt you thought to call me when you left." Thus began a playful exchange of barbs between the two once inseparable brothers. Eventually, Wu Yu suggested a truce. Enough. It's not as if we both don't wish to join the Elder-S ranks. One more or one less matters not. Why don't we travel together and look out for one another? This proposal was met with approval. The two resumed their brotherly camaraderie, but secretly, each thought to themselves that having the other around could prove advantageous should the elder accept only one of them and set challenges. After all, revealing each other's shortcomings could serve to highlight one's own merits. As for brotherhood, the utmost significance of brotherhood lies in moments like these, does it not? Chapter 82. The Outer Sect Disciples over 700 years old. Thus, the seemingly amicable duo, after meticulous preparation, set forth on their journey, each harboring ulterior motives. They arrived once more at Mu Fu Peak and encountered Zhong Qing. Senior. The two respectfully bowed deeply. What brings you here again? Zhong Qing, reclining on a swing beneath the jujube tree in the courtyard, responded with a look of surprise. At this moment, Wu Yu took the initiative and spoke. Senior. Upon my return, I found myself yearning for the life at Mu Fu Peak. I was so consumed by nostalgia that I could neither think of tea nor food. Thus, I severed ties with Wu Ji's sect, wishing to join you at Mu Fu Peak. I implore you to accept me. I am willing to be your test subject for alchemical experiments, contributing my humble efforts to your path of pill refinement. For the sake of the alchemical formulas in the Dan Yuan Dao Jing, Wu Yu was indeed resolute, even willing to endure a life reminiscent of his past nightmares, akin to a purgatory. Upon hearing this, Zhong Qing felt a stir of interest. It was true that he needed assistance in alchemy, someone to test the pills. At the same time, Xianxiautian, witnessing this, felt a sense of urgency. At this juncture, Lao Bai had already seized the initiative. If he failed to make a mark, he might end up with nothing. Thus, he declared, Senior, I was ignorant before and offended you. Yet, you not only forgave me, but also allowed me to leave, granting me the chance to amend my ways. Such magnanimity commands respect and leaves me feeling ashamed. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing rivers and as unstoppable as the surging Yellow River. I wish to follow you, to learn your selfless virtues. Henceforth, Xiaotian shall undoubtedly look to you for guidance. If you direct me east, I shall not venture west. If you command me to chase dogs, I shall not pursue chickens. I will test the pills that Lao Bai dares not attempt, and for those he does attempt, I humbly request to be the subject for both. In short, I would dedicate my life and soul to you, without regrets or reservations. I implore you to accept me. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yu's pupils widened in shock as he pointed at Xiaotian, utterly speechless. After years of association, he had never realized the extent of Xiaotian's flattery, which had reached such an extraordinary level. In comparison, his own rhetoric appeared rather juvenile. How weak. Faced with the displays of the two, Zhong Qing could hardly suppress a smile. He had not anticipated that Xiaotian was indeed a talent. Such a person, remaining at Mu Fu Peak, would undoubtedly bring much joy. Contemplating this, Zhong Qing remarked, It is not impossible for you to stay at Mu Fu Peak. However, in comparison to your previous esteemed positions as elders in the Holy Land, the only thing I can offer you is the status of Outer Sect disciples. I suggest you consider it. For two powerful beings in the Dacian realm to become mere Outer Sect disciples seemed somewhat beneath their talents to Zhong Qing. Nevertheless, Inner Sect disciples were his direct disciples, which would be inappropriate. Moreover, a peak could only establish elder positions when the number of disciples reached a certain threshold, a tradition upheld by the sect. Thus, the only status Zhong Qing could genuinely offer was that of Outer Sect disciples. There was no need for further deliberation. Yet, Wu Yu and Xiaotian spoke in unison, promptly affirming their stance. If they were truly so concerned about status, they would not have resigned from their positions as elders in Wu Ji's sect. To remain at Mu Fu Peak, they would gladly accept any role, even that of a servant or slave. In comparison, becoming Outer Sect disciples at Mu Fu Peak was already far more favorable than they had anticipated. In that case, you may proceed to the Disciple Registration Pavilion to enroll. Zhong Qing was well aware of their true intentions. However, he was indifferent. It was merely a volume of the Dan Yuan Dao Jing at the level of an emperor. He had a warehouse full of such texts. If they performed to his satisfaction in the future, he would have no qualms about allowing them access to a worn-out book. Xianxiaozong, the Registration Pavilion. This was the place where disciples of the sect were recorded. This location could be deemed the most leisurely position within the entire sect. Aside from the busy periods when disciples were recruited every 5 years, the rest of the time was exceedingly idle. It was also a favored position for many within the sect. The head of the registration pavilion was not fixed, but rotated among the elders of various peaks, with a tenure of 10 years. The current head was Elder Tong Yue from the Pill Refining Peak. In the serene pavilion, Tong Yue was napping with his head resting on the counter. The entrance of the two figures startled him. These two were none other than Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had come seeking directions. Tong Yue yawned widely, forcing his weary body upright. His eyes still bleary as he asked names, ages. Which peak did you join? What type of disciples? While speaking, he swiftly flipped through the registration scroll. Clearly well-versed in this procedure. Wu Yu, 743 years old. Join Mufu Peak. Outer Sect Disciple. Xianxiaaudiobooks, 721 years old. Join Mufu Peak. Outer Sect Disciple. The two reported their basic information. Tong Yue, still drowsy, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Initially, he was not particularly attentive. After all, Outer Sect disciples were not uncommon. He had registered nearly 800 of them through his hands. However, these two were remarkably peculiar. Outer Sect disciples over 700 years old were unprecedented in Xinjiang. It was common knowledge that the older one was. The more limited one's achievements would be after joining the sect. Wait, suddenly, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Tong Yue's mind. A normal person could not live past 700 years. Even their sect leader could not reach that age without breaking through to a higher realm. He abruptly opened his somewhat clouded eyes, eager to see what sort of young rascals dared to come here seeking amusement. Yet, that one glance sent a jolt through Tong Yue's heart, stirring up a tempest within. 50 years ago, a grand pill refining event was held across the eastern region, and Mufu Peak was fortunate enough to be invited to participate. At that time, he had followed the peak master of the pill refining peak as a pill refiner to that event. It was then that he had caught a distant glimpse of Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks. That fleeting moment became eternal. At that time, Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks were the titans of the pill refining world, the brightest stars of the grand event. Their mere presence incited cheers and adoration from the thousands gathered, a scene forever etched in Tong Yue's memory. He had even once taken pursuing Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks as his lifelong goal. Yet now, these two towering figures stood before him, expressing their desire to join Xinjiang as outer sect disciples. What a joke. Chapter 83. The Gentle Breeze and Light Clouds, Leading by Example. Tong Yue's expression grew rigid, his gaze filled with an indescribable mix of emotions, joy and shock at seeing his idols, as well as profound confusion over their actions. At this moment, he even doubted whether he had misheard or misseen. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, ultimately confirming that he had not been mistaken. These were indeed his former idols, elders of the Holy Land, figures standing atop the pyramid of the Eastern region's pill refining community. After a long moment, he suppressed the shock within him and, with an incredulous demeanor, inquired, "Esteemed seniors, what did you just say? I did not hear clearly. Could you please repeat that?" He had expected the two to erupt in anger. After all, what were their statuses compared to his? In addition to Xianxiaaudiobooks, known for his notoriously irritable temperament and unpredictable moods, Tong Yue had already braced himself for an impending storm. However, both Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks displayed a remarkably amiable demeanor. "Elder, I am Wu Yu, 743 years old. We have formally joined Mufu Peak as outer disciples, and I kindly request you to register us," he stated. "Elder, I am Xianxiaaudiobooks, aged 721. We have officially become outer disciples of Mufu Peak, and I hope you will kindly record our names," they echoed in unison. Tong Yue, upon receiving this confirmation, felt as if he had been struck dumb. He had not misheard. Their appearances matched, their names were correct. Yet, here were two esteemed elders from the sacred land, paragons of the alchemy world, deigning to join the ranks of outer disciples at Xinjiang sect. Why was this so? His mind buzzed with countless questions while their demeanor was far from the tempestuousness he had heard about. They were surprisingly affable. "Please wait a moment, esteemed elders. This is utterly preposterous, reminiscent of an outlandish tale," Tong Yue thought, realizing that such illustrious figures were beyond his capacity to receive. He felt it imperative to report this matter immediately to the sect leader. "Elders, please make yourselves comfortable," he said with utmost courtesy, though Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks were even more polite. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and Xianxiaaudiobooks patiently awaited their registration at the name-recording pavilion, while Tong Yue rushed towards the Xinjiang Grand Hall with unparalleled speed, as if propelled by lightning. The previously stooped and limping man now stood upright, his gait no longer faltering. Within the sect, disciples who were practicing suddenly sensed something swift dart past them. What was that? The speed was so astonishing that it left behind an afterimage, accompanied by sparks, a result of the intense friction with the void. The sight left many disciples in a state of bewilderment. Was that a person? Which master of the sect could possess such extraordinary speed? What kind of celestial technique was this? Disciples murmured among themselves. "If I am not mistaken, that appears to be Elder Tong Yue from the Alchemy Peak." One exclaimed in astonishment. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." This declaration sparked a wave of denials. They knew that Elder Tong had a chronic ailment in his legs. rendering him incapable of such swiftness. How could someone with a leg ailment achieve such extraordinary speed? The reactions of the disciples caused those who recognized Tong to doubt their own observations. Perhaps I was mistaken. What do you mean, perhaps you were mistaken? You definitely were mistaken. As they refuted one another, they speculated about which master of the sect it might be, but no consensus emerged. They could only suppress their curiosity and resolve to inquire with their own masters later. Shortly thereafter, an astonishing scene unfolded at Xianxiang sect. Master, does our sect possess a technique so swift that it generates sparks? This left their masters utterly perplexed. How could I be unaware of such an impressive technique within our sect? This was merely a trivial episode in the daily practice of the disciples of Xianxiang sect. At this moment, within the grand hall, sect leader Xianyuan Hong and the senior officials of Xianxiang sect were engaged in discussion regarding the upcoming grand competition among the Seven Peaks disciples. Just as the conversation reached a fervent pitch, Tong Yue burst into the grand hall. Sect leader, Elder Tong, why are you in such a rush? Is there something amiss? I must say, as an elder of a peak, you hold a position of great importance. Even when the sky falls, one must maintain composure and set an example. Such recklessness is unbecoming, Xianyuan Hong admonished with a furrowed brow. Sect leader, two esteemed elders from Wuji sect, the renowned paragons of the East region's alchemy world, Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian, have come to join Mufu Peak as outer disciples and are currently waiting at the name recording pavilion. I implore you to attend to them personally. Xianyuan Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he sprang from his seat. The once bustling hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A collective gasp followed as everyone questioned their own hearing. What did you say? Could you repeat that? Someone trembled, raising a quivering hand. Tong Yue understood their astonishment, for he had reacted similarly upon first hearing the news. He reiterated the statement, prompting a chorus of gasps from the assembly. At that moment, Xianyuan Hong recognized his own lapse in composure. After straightening his attire, he scolded the gathered officials. Look at your lack of ambition. What if they are two elders from the sacred land? Their choosing to join Mufu Peak only attests to their discernment. What is there to be astonished about? This remark elicited a collective eye roll from the crowd. Who was the first to exclaim in shock? So, after you have expressed your surprise, we are not allowed to be astonished? The high-ranking officials silently condemned Xianyuan Hong's behavior. At that moment, Xianyuan Hong turned to Tong Yue and said, You mean they are currently waiting at the name-recording pavilion? Tong Yue nodded, as if in a daze. What are we waiting for? Let us go greet them immediately, Xianyuan Hong exclaimed, already hastening away, followed closely by the senior officials. Tong Yue, however, remained rooted to the spot. Appearing somewhat dazed for a man of over 100 years, he found himself reflecting on Xianyuan Hong's earlier admonition regarding the need for high-ranking officials to maintain their image. What kind of example was this? He felt little distinction between himself and the sect leader at that moment. Chapter 84. I shall casually allow two outer disciples to participate. This day proved to be extraordinarily eventful for Xianxiang sect. Many disciples observed sect leader Xianyuan Hong accompanied by senior officials heading toward the name-recording pavilion. Lingering inside for some time, and speculated on the nature of the event. Had Xianxiang sect recruited disciples of extraordinary potential, warranting such a grand display? Some voiced their confusion. Then, an informed individual, with an air of mystery, remarked, It is merely two outer disciples, but these two are rather exceptional. This only intensified the curiosity among the disciples. What was so special about them? These two disciples are somewhat older, with considerable experience. Someone fell silent at this revelation. Since when did age and experience become criteria for recruitment within the sect? And why did it provoke such a stir among the higher-ups? Amidst the mix of confusion and curiosity among the onlookers, the informed individual divulged a shocking piece of news. These two are elders from the sacred land, renowned figures in the East region's alchemy realm. The impact was akin to a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the disciples, leaving them stunned and frazzled. You must be mistaken. Esteemed elders from the sacred land joining our Xianxiang sect as outer disciples? When did our sect become this impressive? Someone stammered, their face reflecting disbelief. Others began to wonder which peak the two would join. After the initial shock, some disciples instantly felt invigorated. If they were to stand atop the same peak, would they not henceforth be able to address each other as brothers? With this connection, they felt as though their spines could stand a little straighter on their journey of cultivation. Mu Fu Feng. This revelation once again left everyone astounded. Most disciples still held a rather desolate and bleak impression of Mu Fu Feng, a peak that seemed perpetually on the verge of being supplanted or merged. How could they possibly have entered Mu Fu Feng? Many were left puzzled, their faces adorned with question marks. They felt that the events of today were exceedingly bizarre, profoundly challenging their worldviews. It could be said that the news of Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian joining the sect ignited a wildfire within the entire Xianxiang sect. setting numerous records. They were the oldest outer disciples in the history of Xianxiang sect, the strongest outer disciples since its inception, and the most distinguished outer disciples throughout the ages. These facts had undoubtedly become trending topics in an alternate universe, subjects of fervent discussion. The excitement was theirs. Yet for Mu Fu Feng, it bore little impact. Zhong Qing continued to eat, drink, occasionally practice alchemy, and enjoy a carefree existence. As for Lin Feng and Su Yi, ever since they consumed the perfect foundation establishment pill, they had become immersed in their rapidly advancing cultivation, spending their time either practicing or on the path of practice. The fervor surrounding Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian persisted for several days. Soon enough, the focus of the entire sect shifted to another matter: the commencement of the Seven Peaks Grand Competition. Such competitions were not uncommon among various sections. Those who excelled in the contest would receive preferential cultivation and resources from the sect. Many legendary figures began their paths to fame through these competitions. This gathering was a grand event for the entire sect. Moreover, this particular competition was extraordinary. Those who achieved commendable results would represent the sect at the forthcoming Dao Conference held throughout the eastern region. The Dao Conference was truly a stage for the mighty, a paradise for the extraordinary, a place where countless heroes convened, and a grand feast for the entire eastern region. On this day, a disciple came to invite Zhong Qing to the Xianxiang Great Hall for a high-level meeting. Zhong Qing had little interest in such meetings. However, as Mu Fu Feng was indeed a part of Xianxiang sect, he felt it inappropriate to stand out too much or act in a peculiar manner. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, he responded to the call and attended. At that moment, the Xianxiang Great Hall was quite lively. The sect leader, Xianyuan Hong, occupied the highest position. A multitude of elders and peak masters gathered below. The arrival of peak master Zhong Qing elevated the already bustling atmosphere to a new climax. Everyone greeted him warmly, their enthusiasm making Zhong Qing feel somewhat uncomfortable. At this moment, sect leader Xianyuan Hong turned his gaze toward Zhong Qing and cheerfully inquired, "The Seven Peaks Grand Competition is about to commence. May I ask who Mu Fu Feng intends to send into battle?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhong Qing replied, "Sect leader, you are aware that Mu Fu Feng has few disciples. There is hardly anyone to send forth, so I shall simply have 2 outer disciples participate. After all, it's about participation." Upon hearing this, numerous senior members of Xianxiang sect rolled their eyes and twitched their lips in disbelief. Casually sending 2 outer disciples? Are those even normal outer disciples? And participation is what matters? Surely, that sentiment applies to the other peaks. Some turned to Xianyuan Hong, hoping he would reject such an absurd proposal. To their astonishment, Xianyuan Hong, without a moment's hesitation, agreed wholeheartedly. "If Mu Fu Feng can send people, that would be splendid. I plan to hold the competition in 3 days. Please remember to attend punctually." Following this, Zhong Qing lost interest in the rest of the meeting. Whether in this life or the last, meetings had always been his least favorite activity. Therefore, he sought a corner, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber until the meeting concluded. By the time he returned to Mu Fu Feng from the Xianxiang Great Hall, dusk had already fallen. Zhong Qing was indifferent about the upcoming competition. It was merely a formality. After a considerable time, he summoned Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian to him. "Peak Master." In the small courtyard, the two bowed respectfully to Zhong Qing. No need for excessive courtesy. Zhong Qing waved his hand and said, "Now, you both are disciples of Mu Fu Feng. In 3 days, the sect will hold the Seven Peaks Grand Competition. Will you represent Mu Fu Feng in the contest?" This statement thrilled the two of them. They were eager to find something to do to win Zhong Qing's favor, and unexpectedly, an opportunity had presented itself. This was precisely their chance to shine. "Peak Master, we will undoubtedly give it our all." The two rubbed their fists together, brimming with anticipation. This would be Zhong Qing's first task entrusted to them, and they were already eager to showcase their abilities. They were determined to display the splendor of Mu Fu Feng. Chapter 85. The word fate, ineffable in its essence. This competition held no suspense. Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian, with an unstoppable momentum, crushed their opponents and emerged victorious amidst the astonished, horrified, and admiring gazes of the Xianxiang sect members. Zhong Qing was not surprised by this outcome. It would have been a miracle had 2 Xian realm disciples lost midway. The following moments were filled with a lengthy and tedious closing ceremony. Zhong Qing found no interest in such matters. Once the final results were revealed, he took his leave. He deemed it far more enjoyable to descend the mountain and indulge in some wine rather than sit idly at the venue. The wind swept through, scattering dust across the horizon. Zhong Qing descended the mountain, traversed an ancient path, and arrived in a bustling human city. The streets were alive with the comings and goings of numerous pedestrians, a continuous flow of carriages and horses. Among them were wanderers, merchants, and various others. A diverse mix of people from all walks of life. Although this was a world where the strong were revered and cultivation was paramount, those with the talent for cultivation were ultimately a minority. The majority still toiled for their daily sustenance. A modest tavern, the small establishment, thrived with business, nearly filled to capacity with patrons. "Sir, please come inside." As Zhong Qing approached the entrance, the waiter greeted him with a professional smile. 2 jin of zui huadiao, 3 jin of marinated beef, a plate of peanuts, and 2 jin of braised pig's trotters. This tavern was an old establishment. Zhong Qing could be considered a regular customer. Before long, his requested food and drink were all served. Sipping wine, savoring meat, and listening to merchants from afar share tales of wondrous events from various lands was a life full of flavor. Just then, an old beggar appeared at the entrance. "Go away. A beggar should not dirty our esteemed proprietor's place or offend our guest's eyes." The old beggar was met with the swift dismissal of the errand boy before he could even step inside. The old beggar bared his teeth, a look of indignation on his face, and retorted, "Why can others enter, but I cannot?" The errand boy stood with hands on his hips, glaring back coldly. "Do you have any money?" This question seemed to pierce the very soul, leaving the old beggar momentarily stunned. In this world, many heart-wrenching truths often emerge from such unadorned settings. After a brief moment of shock, the old beggar rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Young man, I have no money, but I possess some treasures that money cannot buy." As he spoke, he produced several books of secrets from his bosom. "I see that your bones are quite extraordinary, and a divine light emanates from your crown. You are a promising candidate for the path of cultivation. Meeting you is a stroke of fate. Choose any one of these secrets. I assure you, it will set you on the path of cultivation. Xianxia, how about 2 jugs of wine?" Inside the tavern, Zhong Qing chuckled. This old beggar is truly a fascinating character. The routine and the scene evoke a sense of familiarity within him. At the entrance, however, the young servant's expression darkened instantly. Any tome of cultivation methods holds immeasurable value in the mundane world, akin to treasures beyond price. It can be said that each scripture is a closely guarded secret of the major sects and noble families. Even if some fragments happen to circulate, they are tightly held by many affluent and powerful individuals. Such things are not meant for common folk like them. Now, this old beggar speaks of cultivation techniques and clutches a pile of them. Is this a wholesale outlet for cultivation methods? It is needless to think. It must be a ruse. The old beggar is clearly brandishing a bundle of worthless books to insult his intelligence. "Old man, I advise you one last time, leave quickly. If you do not depart, I shall not hold back." His tone grew unfriendly. Everything can be negotiated. Why are you so impatient? These are all genuine articles. You must think clearly. Once you leave this village, there will be no such shop." The old beggar stated with profound meaning. A sharp and roaring voice pierced through the din of the tavern. "Go Saner, do you not see so many guests? Why are you wasting your breath with a beggar? If you do not wish to work, then be gone." Gu Saner lamented greatly. "Shopkeeper, I am not being lazy. This old beggar insists on trading cultivation methods for wine." As these words left his mouth, a chorus of laughter erupted in the room. Truly, strange occurrences abound each year, and this year seems particularly rife. I have heard of exchanging antiques and items for wine, but using cultivation techniques as currency is a first for me. Today, I have indeed had my eyes opened. The shopkeeper, clearly losing patience, waved his hand dismissively. A filthy beggar should be dealt with swiftly. Do not let him disturb the guest's enjoyment. As his words fell, 4 or 5 fierce ruffians charged out. "Stop." Zhong Qing could no longer bear it. "I shall cover his wine bill." As Zhong Qing's words rang out, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted instantly. "Very well, esteemed guest, please come in." Hearing this, the old beggar stood tall and entered the tavern. He then approached Zhong Qing with familiarity. With a beaming smile, he said, "Thank you, young brother. Seeing your kind-heartedness, I shall not take advantage of you. I possess 9 volumes of techniques, all of which are top-tier cultivation methods. Why not choose one, and consider it payment for the 2 jugs of wine?" Zhong Qing could discern at a glance that the old man's techniques were genuine. Moreover, each was a fine piece, ranking among the 9-tier techniques. This surprised him slightly. 9-tier techniques could serve as the foundational laws of a second-rate sect. To casually offer such techniques is not something an ordinary person can do. He immediately utilized his heavenly eye to assess the old beggar, uncovering the latter's information and secrets in an instant. This revelation left him somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the old man possessed such an identity. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. After a brief contemplation, he said, "Our meeting is fortuitous. There is no need for techniques. I shall cover your wine bill today, to your heart's content." The old beggar, upon hearing this, did not show joy. Instead, he appeared anxious, scratching his head. "Oh dear, young brother, do not be like those ignorant fools who think the techniques are false." I assure you before he could finish, Zhong Qing interjected, "Drinking is about the mood. If one cannot even enjoy the mood, What is the point of discussing anything else? Come, let us drink to this. His demeanor momentarily stunned the old beggar. He smacked his lips. This sentiment carries some weight. Young brother, based on your words, you are worthy of my friendship. Come, allow me to toast to you. The interactions between people are often wondrous. Some may know each other for decades, yet remain strangers, while others can forge a friendship over a single cup of wine. The concept of fate is truly ineffable. Chapter 86. I thought we were playing 5 in a row. Inside the tavern, the old beggar and Zhong Qing engaged in conversation. As the saying goes, 1,000 cups shared with a confidant are too few, while a single sentence shared with a stranger can be too many. Despite being strangers, the two conversed effortlessly. Young brother, do you know how to play chess? Where there is wine, how can there be no chess? Would you care to join me in a game? The old beggar, clearly in high spirits from the drink, was eager to continue. Zhong Qing had heard of fine wine paired with exquisite dishes, and of beautiful women accompanying fine wine, but he had yet to hear of fine wine paired with chess. However, seeing the old man's enthusiasm, he did not wish to dampen his spirits. Since he had fortuitously found a kindred drinking companion and had nothing pressing to attend to, he readily agreed. The two exited the tavern and navigated through several alleys, finally arriving at the banks of a willow-lined river. The water flowed swiftly, and the willows swayed gently on both banks. A light breeze brought a refreshing coolness to the warm day. Come, come, the old beggar said. I have something to show you. He led Zhong Qing to a willow tree with a trunk about a yard in diameter and began to dig in the soil beneath it. Before long, he unearthed a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. Unwrapping it revealed an exquisite chessboard and pieces. The old beggar reverently placed the chessboard on a smooth boulder beside the willow tree. He then invited Zhong Qing to sit atop the boulder. Young brother, how skilled are you at chess? He held the white pieces and made the first move. After 5 moves, when Zhong Qing aligned 5 pieces in a row, the old beggar exclaimed, I win. The old beggar began to question his life choices. How did you win? Where do you see your victory? Zhong Qing replied, I thought we were playing 5 in a row. It seems you were playing Go. As for the game of Go, he truly had no understanding. An idea struck Zhong Qing. How about I teach you a new game? A new game? The old beggar's interest was clearly piqued. Come, I will first take you to gather some materials. Zhong Qing recalled the game of xianxia from his past life. In terms of playability, xianxia is far simpler and more accessible than Go. Moreover, its unique rules often captivate players more easily. The two arrived at the city gate, where Zhong Qing selected several stones of varying shapes and decent quality. He then took out a carving knife and began to craft the stones. The knife was a reward from the system for signing in. Its quality was remarkable, capable of cutting through gold and jade, and with his cultivation, shaping the stones was a trivial matter. Soon, the irregular stones transformed under his skilled hands into uniformly shaped, smooth pieces. Zhong Qing glanced around and spotted a large rock beneath an old locust tree, perfect for crafting a chessboard. He set to work on the large stone, and in no time, a complete xianxia board was fashioned. Zhong Qing explained the rules to the old beggar, and they played a couple of rounds. The old beggar quickly became enchanted by the allure of xianxia. Young brother, this game is quite interesting, he exclaimed as if he had discovered a new world, his eyes shining with excitement as they focused on the chessboard. Xianxia is a manifestation of the wisdom of ancient sages from his past life. In terms of influence, it is not inferior to Go in the slightest. In his past life, one could often see elderly men playing chess in parks and by riversides. In terms of audience reach, it far surpasses Go. The old beggar's reaction did not surprise Zhong Qing. The two played several games, each ending in Zhong Qing's victory. Yet the old beggar remained undeterred, his spirit only growing stronger, embodying a tenacity that refused to yield. Beneath the locust tree, the silhouettes of an old man and a young boy appeared in perfect harmony, as if they were seamlessly integrated into the natural world around them, creating a striking tableau. Time, as it often does, slipped away unnoticed, and before long, dusk had arrived. All right, let's call it a day. Zhong Qing glanced at the sky, realizing it was time to return. The old beggar's face displayed a deep sense of reluctance, yet he understood the wisdom of knowing when to stop. Meeting a young friend today has been a great fortune in my life. I reside nearby. Should you have some leisure next time, do come to find me, and let us engage in a friendly contest. Absolutely, Zhong Qing replied with a smile. Then I shall take my leave for now, until we meet again. Upon returning to Xianjiang, Zhong Qing found an unexpected guest atop Mufu Peak. It was none other than the sect leader, Xianyuan. Sect leader, what brings you here? Zhong Qing inquired, somewhat astonished. Oh, you, Xianyuan said with a resigned smile. The 7 Peaks competition is a grand event for our Xianjiang zone. With Mufu Peak achieving first place, it is high time for you to make an appearance. Yet, when it matters most, you seem to have vanished. You know I have never been fond of such occasions. Zhong Qing shrugged, raising his hands in surrender. Xian Yuanhong sighed. You truly perplex me. I came to inform you that Mu Fu Peak has claimed the title in the 7 Peaks competition. In 7 days, you will represent our Xianjiang Zone at the Eastern Domain's Immortal Path Conference. Use this time wisely to prepare. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. In response to Xian Yuanhong's heartfelt concern, Zhong Qing smiled. Thank you for your consideration, sect leader. But it is merely a brief outing. There is nothing much to prepare. This remark caused Xian Yuanhong's brow to furrow in disbelief. He mused. Is this what it means to be an immortal emperor? Always possessing boundless confidence in oneself. Indeed, what grand scenes has he not witnessed? In comparison, the Immortal Path Conference seemed a mere trifling affair, hardly warranting his attention. Xian Yuanhong's unwavering belief in Zhong Qing's identity as an immortal emperor was further solidified by Zhong Qing's recent performances and his acceptance of 2 elders from Wuji Zone. No one within Xianjiang Zone's upper echelons harbored any doubt about Zhong Qing's status. Even the 2 esteemed elders of the sacred land were completely devoted to him. Such feats could not be attributed to anything other than the unique abilities of an immortal emperor. Otherwise, they would find it difficult to believe. Yet, Zhong Qing remained blissfully unaware of all this. Well then, I shan't linger any longer. When traveling afar, it is always wise to exercise caution. After imparting a few more words of advice, Xian Yuanhong departed into the night. As for Zhong Qing, he never truly considered the Immortal Path Conference as a significant event. To him, this journey was merely an opportunity to broaden the horizons of his 2 disciples and relieve some stress. It was akin to a leisurely excursion. In the following days, Zhong Qing's life resumed its usual rhythm. His focus returned to alchemy. It is often said that those with ambition shall achieve their goals. After considerable time, he finally made groundbreaking progress in his alchemical skills. Chapter 87. The Wealth God Descends. Previously, apart from the first batch of pills that came out somewhat decently, the rest of his concoctions were nothing short of disastrous. They either took on a lumpy shape or exhibited various bizarre side effects. However, he had finally managed to produce normal pills. Although their quality was not particularly high, according to Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian, his consistent performance was sufficient to qualify him as a first-tier alchemist. This was no small feat. The true beneficiaries of Zhong Qing's improvement were not him, but Wu Yu and Shi Xiaotian. They recalled their days as novice alchemists on Mu Fu Peak with a shiver, although they later willingly took on the role of assistants. The psychological pressure they endured was immense. Now, with Zhong Qing's enhanced skills, the days of trepidation were finally behind them. The advancement in alchemical techniques filled Zhong Qing with exhilaration. Indeed, those who toiled diligently will eventually reap rewards. The ancients do not deceive me. Before the Ziqingdan furnace, Zhong Qing concocted dozens of batches of pills in one go. The success rate was not exceedingly high, still hovering around 30%. Yet, at least the products he produced were usable, igniting hope within him for crafting higher-grade pills. Soon, his gaze fell upon a recipe for a divine refinement pill. This pill could refine the soul and heal spiritual injuries, boasting extraordinary capabilities and quality. Zhong Qing deemed it worthwhile to master the craft, even if it meant exhausting himself. He was determined to grasp it thoroughly. However, just as he prepared to devote his time to mastering it, he suddenly realized he lacked the necessary spiritual materials. Every potent pill requires exceptional raw materials. Unfortunately, Mu Fu Peak did not possess the primary ingredient for the divine refinement pill, and when he sent disciples to inquire with Xianjiang Zone, he learned they too were lacking. This realization was rather disheartening. Peakmaster. The Danding Pavilion has an auction house branch in Ling City. Their inventory of spiritual materials is unmatched throughout the Eastern Domain. A visit to the auction house may yield fruitful results, Wu Yu suggested quietly, noting Zhong Qing's melancholy demeanor. In the Eastern Domain, there are 5 major sacred lands, with Danding Pavilion being one of them. However, unlike the other 4, Danding Pavilion is truly composed of top-tier alchemists, effectively forming an alchemist's alliance. A seasoned alchemist consumes materials at a terrifying rate, and with an entire sacred land populated by alchemists, the volume of materials they expend annually is staggering. Thus, Danding Pavilion's reserves of spiritual materials are unparalleled in the Eastern Domain. An auction house, you say? Zhong Qing noted the name carefully. Peakmaster, would you like us to make the journey on your behalf? Shi Xiaotian inquired eagerly. No need. Zhong Qing waved his hand dismissively. With the Immortal Path Conference approaching, I had initially planned to have Mu Fu Peak's members accompany me. Now, you two shall represent Mu Fu Peak at the conference. Also, please take Lin Feng and Xiao Suyi with you. They are relatively inexperienced, so I trust you will look after them. This request left Shi Xiaotian and Wu Yu astonished. You honor us too highly, Shi Xiaotian promptly asserted. As junior disciples and external disciples, it is our duty to care for our senior brother. Wu Yu added, indeed. Whoever dares to harm them must first step over our corpses. With their assurances, Zhong Qing felt reassured. With two powerful Sun profound experts as guardians, as long as they did not court death, their safety in the Eastern domain should be guaranteed. All right, prepare yourselves. There is no time like the present. Let us depart today. Following Zhong Qing's command, the two disciples, who had been in seclusion, were called forth. The four of them set off with great momentum, leaving the already tranquil Mu Fu Peak even quieter. Zhong Qing did not mind. Shortly after his disciples departed, he too set off, aiming directly for Ling City. Ling City falls within the jurisdiction of Xinjiang Zone. The outer city is a realm for ordinary people, while the inner city is frequented by cultivators. Just a wall apart, yet it separates two vastly different worlds. The auction house is situated within the inner city, a magnificent pavilion adorned with gold and jade. Its interior is exquisitely designed, exuding elegance and sophistication, with intricately carved pillars and a variety of exquisite goods on display. Predominantly rare spiritual herbs. Every single plant is a priceless treasure. While Zhong Qing was assessing the numerous spiritual materials, a woman clad in a crimson robe, possessing exquisite features, approached him and inquired, "Esteemed guest, is there anything I can assist you with? Our auction house is well stocked with a diverse array of spiritual herbs, ranging from the most basic to the most elite. If these do not fulfill your desires, we will be hosting an auction tonight, which will feature even the esteemed Yao Wang. Surely, you will find something to your liking here." Her words left Zhong Qing somewhat astonished. Top-tier spiritual herbs are indeed rare treasures in the world. The existence of Yao Wang is almost legendary, with value beyond measure. In her few words, the opulence of this auction house became evident. "Do you have Binghua Chao, Leitinghua, Yuguegua?" Zhong Qing inquired, listing 3 kinds of top-tier spiritual herbs in one breath. These were the primary materials for refining the Cui Shindan. The young woman in the crimson robe was taken aback. A single top-tier spiritual material holds considerable value, and even some third-rate sects may struggle to acquire one. The sale of a single top-tier material constitutes a significant transaction for the entire auction house. Moreover, it seemed Zhong Qing intended to purchase all 3 simultaneously. In an instant, her smile grew even more radiant. These 3 materials are of incredibly high value, and it would be challenging to gather them in most places. However, our auction house possesses ample stock. Would you like one of them, or all 3? Zhong Qing responded, "Whatever quantity you have, I shall take." Upon hearing this, the young woman's pupils visibly contracted. "Are you jesting, esteemed guest? We have a batch of stock collected from various regions, destined for our headquarters. Each spiritual material you mentioned amounts to no fewer than 10. Are you truly certain you want them all?" Her astonishment was understandable. This was akin to a developer announcing a housing project, only for someone to rush in and claim the entire building. This transcends mere business. It is akin to the arrival of a fortune deity. Of course, this hinges on whether the individual can indeed afford it. Can Zhong Qing truly bear such an expense? Given the financial capacity of the Xinjiang Zone, purchasing such a quantity of top-tier spiritual materials would likely be a considerable strain. Even a sect leader might find it a Herculean task to amass enough funds after centuries of effort. However, one must not forget that Zhong Qing is a transmigrator gifted with a system. During the initial years of his arrival in this world, aside from his stagnant cultivation, he had signed for an array of miscellaneous items. The items exchanged through the system were numerous, many of which possessed extraordinary value. In the cultivation world, transactions are not solely based on currency, spiritual stones, resources, and rare mineral veins. Anything of value can serve as a medium of exchange. Naturally, Zhong Qing discerned the young woman's skepticism regarding his ability to pay for the spiritual herbs. He offered no explanation, but merely produced a long sword. Would this sword suffice for those herbs? As the sword was drawn, the young woman's eyes narrowed slightly. She immediately sensed an astonishing chill and a bone-chilling aura emanating from the blade. Those who work in auction houses must be astute in both social etiquette and discerning value. She recognized at a glance that this sword was no ordinary item. Could it possibly be a king-level divine weapon? Her heart raced, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. If this truly were a king-level divine weapon, then this transaction would be anything but trivial, and Zhong Qing's identity would surely be extraordinary. It was unexpected to encounter such a transaction in this small spiritual city, for the circulation of a king-level divine weapon would provoke fierce competition among first-rate forces, even making the heads of sacred sects envious. Yet, king-level divine weapons are exceedingly rare. The young woman, at her level, would hardly come into contact with such high-end items. However, those above the 9th grade exhibit very distinct characteristics when reaching the king level. They possess a spirit, also known as a sword spirit. She could distinctly feel emotional fluctuations emanating from the sword. "Senior, may I have the honor of examining this sword?" The thought of potentially facilitating a transaction involving a king-level divine weapon nearly caused her to faint with excitement. "Here you go," Zhong Qing said, casually extending the sword. The woman felt her heart nearly leap from her chest. She reverently accepted it, carefully wiping the blade. A flash of cold radiance glimmered along its surface, invoking a sense of dread akin to that from the depths of hell. Considering the sword's terrifying attributes, it indeed seemed to be king-level. The young woman quickly reached a conclusion in her mind. "Senior, are you truly willing to exchange this divine weapon for those top-tier spiritual herbs? Please forgive my ignorance. I cannot ascertain the exact value of this divine weapon. However, trading it for those materials, even at the lowest valuation, would be a loss for you. Perhaps you should consider other items that may catch your interest. There's no need to look further. Just deliver all 3 of those top-tier spiritual herbs from your inventory to me, and convert the surplus into other alchemical materials at your discretion," Zhong Qing instructed. To him, alchemical materials would always be useful in the future, and keeping them on hand would be prudent. "By the way, what about the discount?" Zhong Qing turned his gaze back to the young woman in crimson. "Rest assured, we will finalize the transaction at the lowest price," the young woman quickly assured. She understood that someone capable of producing a king-level divine weapon was not an ordinary individual. For such a person, profit was no longer the primary concern. Establishing a good rapport was of utmost importance. "Please wait a moment. I will retrieve the spiritual herbs." In less than half a quarter hour, dozens of top-tier spiritual herbs were presented to Zhong Qing. The swiftness of her actions and the efficiency were remarkable. With the herbs in hand, Zhong Qing did not linger and promptly departed. It was not until he had walked some distance and vanished from view that the young woman hurriedly ordered the divine weapon to be sent to headquarters for appraisal of its specific quality. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner of the building, 2 figures observed Zhong Qing's retreating silhouette, their hearts brimming with greed. They had witnessed Zhong Qing possessing a plethora of top-tier spiritual herbs. Should they seize him, it would be a substantial windfall. It is often said that treasures stir the heart, and wealth entices the soul. Today seemed to present an opportunity for the duo to strike it rich. Having encountered such a plump target, as Zhong Qing exited the auction house, he initially intended to return directly to the sect. However, he suddenly recalled his prior agreement with the old beggar to visit him. Consequently, he altered his course and headed straight to the eastern part of the city. Upon arriving beneath the old locust tree, the old beggar had already been waiting for quite some time. "Little brother, the old beggar has finally awaited your arrival." The old beggar grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth that exuded an inexplicable charm. Come. After longing for you like the stars and moon, I can finally play a game of chess with you. In recent days, I have meticulously studied the various strategies and patterns of this game, and I dare say my skill is no less than yours, so be wary." The old beggar appeared brimming with confidence as he set up the chessboard. However, the reality proved that the gap between them could not be bridged merely by self-assuredness. They played chess for an entire day, and the old beggar lost the entire time. Enough. The old beggar waved his hand beneath the locust tree, looking quite dejected. This supposed leisure activity has turned into a source of frustration. Zhong Qing took a sip of wine and teased, "If the roles were reversed and you lost for a day, would you not feel the same?" The old beggar retorted indignantly, "In life, whether winning or losing, if one only focuses on the outcome, they will undoubtedly miss out on much enjoyment. Your youthful insight is indeed remarkable." The old beggar, with a slight curl of his lips, remarked, "You clearly possess quite the tale." To chat with the old beggar? Zhong Qing chuckled. Certain stories are destined to be cherished solely by oneself. Some tales can only be told when the emotions are ripe. When the day arrives that emotions stir, I shall share. With that, he glanced at the vast expanse of stars and the luminous moon, bidding farewell to the old beggar. "Very well, should the opportunity arise, I would be intrigued to hear the captivating incidents you speak of." The 2 parted ways, with Zhong Qing gradually retreating into the distance. The old beggar observed his disappearing figure, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally squinted and smiled. "Interesting. Truly interesting. It has been ages since I encountered such an intriguing young brother. However, the audacity of others to scheme against my young brother is a clear sign of recklessness." He turned to regard the 2 figures trailing Zhong Qing, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the 2 silhouettes approached, directly confronting the old beggar. "Elder, you have been absent for several years. Please return with us to the sect to oversee matters." The 2 were robustly built, their muscular frames resembling iron towers. Their profound aura revealed them to be formidable warriors of the Rishian realm. "Matters of the sect are for your leader to handle. What is your purpose in seeking me?" The old beggar's focus remained on Zhong Qing, unwilling to abandon the possibility of danger befalling him. It would be impossible for him to intervene without revealing his own strength. The essence of their exchange was rooted in equality. Should the other party discover any of his secrets, would they lose the purity of their budding friendship? In the next moment, the old beggar's gaze swiftly turned to the two men beside him. Iron Tower, Hushan. Elder, do you wish to accompany us back to the sect? The two's eyes gleamed with excitement as they bowed deeply to the old beggar. Return to what sect? Do you think my actions require your guidance? The old beggar replied, his tone firm. We dare not. They responded in earnest trepidation. Do not mention returning to the sect again. I have an urgent task for you. Did you see the young brother who departed from me earlier? I require you to escort him back discreetly. Eliminate any threats behind him while ensuring your own identities remain concealed. Should any harm befall my young brother, I will make you pay dearly. Upon seeing the old beggar's serious expression, the two men did not dare to hesitate, though they had a multitude of words to express. They could only utter a single word, yes. As they spoke, their figures transformed into streaks of light, darting ahead. Under the radiant moon, countless stars twinkled, embedded in the sky like diamonds. In the mountains, Zhong Qing traversed the peaks, his gaze flickering. They display commendable patience. Ever since leaving the auction house, he had been aware of someone tailing him. He had initially intended to wait for them to reveal themselves before striking. Yet these two appeared far more patient than he had anticipated. Zhong Qing maintained his pace, curious to see how long they could endure. Meanwhile, less than a mile behind him, He Feng and Xianxia were engaged in clandestine conversation. He Feng, the elder brother, and Xianxia, the younger, were renowned rogue cultivators who had chanced upon a fortuitous opportunity in their youth, mastering demonic arts. They had reached the pinnacle of the Yuxian realm, earning a notable reputation throughout the eastern region. Elder brother, this place is deserted. Shall we make our move? Xianxia inquired, his eyes glinting. Patience, He Feng replied leisurely. Let us observe where this person ultimately lands. I find it hard to believe that someone who can purchase numerous top-tier spirit herbs without batting an eye possesses only this meager fortune. Once we ascertain his background and wealth, we can act. Indeed, your foresight is commendable. He Feng smiled confidently. The path of cultivation is fraught with trials. Ultimately, success hinges on wit, courage, and steadiness. If we master these three elements, we shall secure a place among the top powerhouses in the eastern region. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from behind. You no longer have that opportunity. Who? The sudden voice sent a jolt through He Feng and Xianxia. In the next instant, Iron Tower and Hushan landed before them. Gazing at the two unexpected figures, He Feng and Xianxia's expressions changed dramatically, and they exclaimed, Guardians of the Fu Yun Holy Land. Having risen to their current status, they were well aware of whom they could provoke and whom they could not. As formidable demonic cultivators, He Feng and Xianxia adhered to their own principles. They could kill members of third-rate sects indiscriminately, target second-rate sects with caution, and should avoid engaging with first-rate sects altogether. As for the Holy Land sects, they were to be evaded at all costs. For even a mere elder or peak master from such a sect was beyond their reckoning. Esteemed sirs, it seems my brother and I have not offended you, nor have we transgressed against your esteemed Holy Land. May I inquire as to your intentions in blocking our path? Is there perhaps a misunderstanding? He Feng inquired, bowing respectfully. There is no misunderstanding. You dare to scheme against my elder's cherished young friend. Thus, you shall be punished. In an instant, Iron Tower and Hushan moved simultaneously. No, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. He Feng and Xianxia were engulfed in terror. At that moment, regret washed over them. They had believed they had stumbled upon a lucrative target. Who could have anticipated such a terrifying background? The two fought desperately, but all was in vain. With a resounding crash, He Feng and Xianxia plummeted from the sky like kites with severed strings. Their eyes rolled back, breath extinguished, lifeless. Had they encountered an ordinary Rishian cultivator, they might not have perished so swiftly. However, the guardians of the Fu Yun Holy Land ranked among the top 10 in strength within the entire sect. Their demise had been sealed the moment they attracted the attention of the two great guardians. The commotion naturally caught Zhong Qing's attention ahead. Without needing to look, he sensed the deaths of He Feng and Xianxia through his innate perception. The assailants bore an aura akin to that of the old beggar. Zhong Qing swiftly grasped the situation. Clearly, the old beggar had discerned someone trailing him and had sent reinforcements to protect him. While Zhong Qing felt this intervention was unnecessary, he appreciated the sentiment and resolved to reciprocate this kindness in due time. With a quiet murmur, he maintained his speed and direction. His destination still set on Mufu Peak. Iron Tower and Hushan followed closely behind, only retreating once they witnessed Zhong Qing enter the Xianjiang sect, arrive at Mufu Peak, and step into the courtyard. Along the way, Iron Tower expressed his confusion. Hushan, what merit does a person from a second-rate sect possess to warrant such attention from the elder, even to the point of dispatching us for protection? The elder's actions are dictated by his whims. If I could discern his thoughts, I would have advised him to return to the sect long ago. The two conversed idly as they made their way back, arriving at the northern part of Ling City. They reported to their elder, "We have successfully escorted the target to the Xianxiang sect." The Xianxiang sect? The old beggar's spirit stirred. Casually, he remarked, "You have performed admirably this time. Upon your return to the sect, the ancestors will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. For now, you may return. I require some rest." "Grandmaster, will you not accompany us back?" Taita inquired urgently. Yet, when he raised his head, the old beggar had vanished without a trace. Chapter 90. A courtesy unreturned is unseemly. Time flies swiftly, and the years weave by. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. During this period, Zhong Qing's life had been remarkably tranquil. He practiced alchemy, occasionally descended the mountain for a drink, and sometimes played chess with the old beggar, engaging in light-hearted conversation. It was a time of serene existence, reminiscent of a picturesque world. However, if life were to consist solely of such trivialities, it would indeed be rather insipid. On this day, the Xianxiang sect was resplendent with decorations, vibrant colors adorning every corner, and the sounds of flutes and drums echoed through the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Simultaneously, a figure approached from afar and made its way to Mufu Peak. This sight momentarily startled Zhong Qing, who was refining medicine in the courtyard. He stepped out to greet the visitor. Observing the sect master's radiant complexion and beaming smile, he wondered what joyous occasion had transpired. Xianxiaaudiobooks was clad in a grand red robe, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Care to guess the source of my joy?" As they conversed, Zhong Qing led Xianxiaaudiobooks into the guest hall of the small courtyard. After serving him a cup of tea, Zhong Qing leisurely remarked, "The joyous news you speak of must surely pertain to the results of the Xiandao conference." Upon mentioning the Xiandao conference, a smile broke forth uncontrollably on Xianxiaaudiobooks' face. Since Xianxiang sect's participation in the conference, they had always been relegated to the lower tier. Each event, they were derisively labeled as the tail end, merely along for the ride. Yet this time, the two prominent disciples from Mufu Peak had undoubtedly brought great honor to Xianxiang sect. They had effortlessly defeated disciples from various sects, overwhelming all challengers, even prompting some high-ranking members of other sects to join the fray, only to be soundly crushed. You cannot imagine the expressions on their faces when they learned that our two disciples were once esteemed elders of the Wuji sect. They turned green with envy, hurling insults at us for our audacity. Xianxiaaudiobooks continued. The thrill of witnessing their frustration, unable to retaliate against us, was indeed delightful. This statement elicited a chuckle from Zhong Qing, who could vividly envision the despair and frantic complaints of those individuals. The Xiandao conference was not merely a platform for ordinary exchanges among disciples. It was a grand stage for the rising stars of various sects, a competition of youthful brilliance. Suddenly, two ancient figures had intruded, beings of such formidable power that others could only look up in awe. The emotions stirred by such a spectacle must have been exceedingly complex. "You have nurtured remarkable talents for the sect," Xianxiaaudiobooks reflected. At the Xiandao conference, not only did the two prominent disciples from Mufu Peak shine brightly, but Lin Feng and Su Yi also showcased the unparalleled prowess of our young generation. At such a tender age, they vanquished 38 formidable challengers, battling across boundaries with the ease of a casual meal. This feat will surely elevate Xianxiang sect from a second-rate to a first-rate sect. "All of this is thanks to your contributions," Xianxiaaudiobooks declared. The Xiandao conference was not merely a contest among disciples. It entailed intricate dynamics and entangled interests. This time, Xianxiang sect triumphed with overwhelming force, earning immense renown and validating their strength. Ascending from a second-rate sect to a first-rate one was an inevitable outcome. Xianxiaaudiobooks understood that Zhong Qing would lead the sect to new heights, yet he had not anticipated such rapid and dramatic progress. "On behalf of the entire sect, I express my gratitude for your contributions." At this point, Xianxiaaudiobooks rose to bow to Zhong Qing. However, Zhong Qing immediately stopped him. "Sectmaster, such formalities are unnecessary," he said earnestly. "Since my entry into the sect, I have received profound kindness and support from the sect. In comparison to the aid I have received, my modest accomplishments are truly insignificant." Zhong Qing held deep respect for Xianxiaaudiobooks. After the passing of his master, had it not been for the sect master's unwavering support, the existence of Mufu Peak would have been in jeopardy. In his initial state of lacking cultivation, if he had departed from Mufu Peak, despite possessing numerous hidden cards, survival would have proven exceedingly arduous. The so-called mountains of gold and silver would have instead become burdensome obstacles. For this reason alone, Xianxiaaudiobooks earned his utmost respect. On this day, the elderly and the young conversed at length. Xianxiaaudiobooks departed in a buoyant mood, for Zhong Qing's attitude indicated a profound sense of belonging and recognition towards Xianxiang sect. Whether it was the addition of 2 esteemed elders or the rise of 2 gifted disciples from Mufa Peak, all pointed to the imminent ascendance of Xinjiang sect. Previously, Xian Yuanhong had toiled tirelessly for the sect's development, but now he was reaping the rewards of effortless success. The winds of fortune had begun to blow. How should he position himself to soar? This was indeed a question worthy of contemplation. Atop Mufa Peak, as Xian Yuanhong departed, Zhong Qing disregarded the clamor of the outside world and immersed himself once more in the pursuit of alchemy. It was uncertain whether it was his lack of talent in alchemy or his ambitious endeavors that led to his failures. After consuming several batches of materials for the refining of the Cui Shindan, he ultimately produced nothing of value. In the past, he had managed to create tangible substances. Yet now he found himself producing mere dregs. However, Zhong Qing remained undeterred. It seemed implausible that he, despite his meager cultivation talent, would be thwarted by a simple Cui Shindan. The result, however, was 2 explosions during the refining process, which left him feeling quite vexed. Perhaps today was not suitable for alchemy. When one is disheartened, they often seek a means of respite. Zhong Qing promptly thought of finding the old beggar for a drink. Without hesitation, he descended the mountain under the moonlight. The nighttime spirit city was even more vibrant, with countless lights illuminating the streets and the sounds of revelry resounding. In contrast, the northern wall of the city was relatively tranquil. Upon arriving beneath the old locust tree, Zhong Qing discovered the old beggar indulging in solitary drinking. His eyes glazed with the onset of intoxication. "Something on your mind?" Zhong Qing inquired as he took a seat nearby. The old beggar turned, recognizing Zhong Qing, and let out a hearty laugh, saying, "As fate would have it, I am leaving tonight, yet I did not expect to see you once more. Come, join me for a drink." The old beggar tossed his wine gourd, which Zhong Qing caught deftly, and they began to drink in turns. As the jug of wine neared its end, the old beggar sighed deeply. "I must depart. There are matters at home that require my attention." Zhong Qing paused in his drinking. "Do you need assistance?" The old beggar chuckled. "This is not a matter others can aid with. In my lifetime of wandering, few have caught my eye. You are one of them." Thinking of his impending departure from this region, which would likely be prolonged, the old beggar felt a surge of emotion. He unfastened his waist token and, before parting, offered it as a token of remembrance. "This is a talisman I crafted. In times of danger, it will protect its owner, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Xian realm expert. In this perilous world teeming with cultivators, one can never predict what may happen next." This talisman was the old beggar's gift to Zhong Qing, a means of preserving his life. He refrained from elaborating on its capabilities, believing that a gentleman's friendship should be as light as water, and ideally, Zhong Qing would never need to utilize it. Yet, Zhong Qing, with his keen insight, could undoubtedly discern the talisman's true worth. He scrutinized the jade pendant in his hand, his thoughts swirling with complexity. The old beggar had indeed left him speechless. Not long ago, upon learning that someone was tracking him, the beggar discreetly sent someone to resolve the trouble. Now, just before parting, he gifted him a precious protective item. This jade pendant, even for the old beggar himself, was of immense value. Yet now, he simply offered it without hesitation. This gesture conveyed a sentiment that far surpassed the intrinsic worth of the gift itself. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Qing similarly produced an item from his possession. It was a wooden carving, obtained through his recent signing in, capable of unleashing the might of a Xian realm expert. He had also discerned certain patterns of the signing in mechanism through this carving. Items of this supportive nature would elevate alongside his cultivation. It is said that one should reciprocate gifts. "Here, take this item." Upon receiving the wooden carving from Zhong Qing, the old beggar smiled and remarked, "This piece is truly exquisite. You should keep it for yourself. In my hands, it would be wasted." Clearly, he regarded the carving as a work of art, a quality he himself lacked. "Accept it. This item may be of assistance at a crucial moment." Zhong Qing insisted, unceremoniously pressing it into the old beggar's embrace. Seeing this, the beggar could not refuse and reluctantly accepted it, though he inwardly chuckled at the irony. In the vast expanse of the eastern domain, those who could assist him were few and far between. What could a mere art piece truly do? "All right, the old beggar must take his leave. Once I have settled my affairs at home, I shall return to share a drink with my young friend." The old beggar departed, devoid of any poignant farewell. His expression remained grave, a visage laden with unspoken burdens. Chapter 91. How could a mere wooden carving impede? Beneath the moonlit sky, shortly after the old beggar's departure, 2 shadowy figures swiftly followed, transforming into 2 burly men. They were indeed the guardians of the Fuyun sect, Tai Ta and Hushan. "Ancestor, that jade pendant is a symbol of your status, an extraordinary treasure capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Xian realm expert. Even if you have become acquainted with him, There was no need to bestow such a valuable item, Hushan remarked, his face etched with confusion. You do not understand. The old beggar replied, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze distant. Let us depart. If we delay any longer, releasing that wretched beast would lead to utter catastrophe. His words instantly escalated the tension within Tai Ta and Hushan. The Fuyun sect was one of the 5 great sacred lands of the Eastern Domain, and its guardians were among the most formidable experts. What could provoke such gravity in their ancestor? The answer lay in the fact that the Fuyun sect was suppressing a terrifying demon beast. Due to the weakening of the sealing array, a faint sign of rupture was beginning to manifest, and no one within the sect possessed the capability to mend it, compelling the old beggar to return. The 3 soared through the air, moving with the speed of lightning. They reached the Fuyun sect just as dawn approached. A roar echoed through the mountains, reverberating through the heavens. The sound waves crashed like a tsunami, shaking the very earth beneath them. The 3 men's expressions shifted dramatically. Without pausing, they made their way directly to the rear mountain, where the beast was sealed. This was a valley, radiant with golden light, inscribed with runes. And an energy shield enveloping the entire valley exhibited a myriad of cracks like fragile porcelain. This was the great array designed to suppress the demon beast. Outside the array, sect leader Meng Xiao and a group of elders were exerting every effort to repair the cracks. But their pace was woefully inadequate to match the speed of the array's deterioration. As the array neared total collapse, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped the crowd. Suddenly, the old beggar made his move. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the forefront. Channeling his vast spiritual power, he infused the array with fresh energy, mending the shattered runes. Ancestor, you have finally returned. The old beggar's emergence felt like a stabilizing anchor amidst chaos, causing the crowd to rejoice while simultaneously alleviating their heavy hearts. Do not slacken your efforts. Join me in suppressing this vile creature. The old beggar commanded, his voice grave. His heart was weighed down with urgency, for within the array, he sensed the taint of the demon's essence permeating the foundations. A swarm of ants. Do you think this will confine me? A thunderous voice boomed, echoing like a demon from the abyss. In the next moment, a terrifying aura surged from the valley's fissures, sweeping through the skies and shaking the earth. A colossal hand emerged from the depths, striking the array with the force of a mountain. An earth-shattering crash resounded in all directions, and the already strained array shattered into countless pieces. Those within the array, engaged in repairs, were flung back, some collapsing to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. The demon has escaped. Sect leader Meng Xiao gasped, clutching his cracked chest. His expression one of horror as he beheld the figure that emerged from the dissipating dust. A massive black demon ape stood proudly, towering at nearly 10 feet tall. Its fur long and as dark as ink, billowing in the wind. Its overwhelming ferocity pressed heavily upon the hearts of all present. It surveyed the surroundings before fixing its gaze upon the old beggar. Old fool, you took advantage of my injuries, colluding with others to imprison me for a millennium. Today, the time has come to settle this score. Its eyes glowed with a murderous intent, and in the next breath, it lunged forward with lethal speed. The ensuing clash was nothing short of cataclysmic. The sheer velocity of its assault was astounding, threatening to tear the very fabric of space itself. Faced with this horrifying strike, the old beggar dared not underestimate the threat, exerting all his strength to resist. However, the disparity between them was glaringly evident. With a single blow, he was sent hurtling through the air. How is this possible? The sight left the Fuyun sect's members in utter disbelief. Their ancestor was a paragon of strength, a figure of legend within the Eastern Domain, yet now he had been struck down with such ease. They recognized the demon ape's might, but its ferocity exceeded their wildest imaginations. The old beggar staggered to his feet, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Half-stepped Tianxian. At this revelation, the hearts of those present plummeted, nearly reaching despair. A Tianxian realm expert was akin to a myth in their eyes. Even a half-step Tianxian was beyond their capacity to confront. Could it be that our Fuyun sect is destined for oblivion today? An elder exclaimed, his face pale with hopelessness. When you imprisoned me, you should have foreseen this moment. Today, I shall cleanse the Fuyun sect with blood, avenging the humiliation of 1,000 years. The demon ape's voice thundered like a storm, its overwhelming presence suffocating those around it. The old beggar gritted his teeth, standing resolutely before the crowd. You all must flee. I will hold him off. In the face of such overwhelming power, numbers mattered little. Clearly, he was prepared to sacrifice himself to buy time for others to escape. Ancestor, many cried out in despair. Flee now. The old beggar bellowed, his voice filled with desperation. As long as you all remain, the Fuyun sect I founded shall not be extinguished. Do you wish to witness my sacrifice in vain? Go. Sect leader Meng Xiao shouted decisively, leading the others in retreat. Do you truly believe you can escape before me? The demon ape sneered, its aura, unique to a half-step Tianxian expert, surged forth in its entirety. This esteemed one has proclaimed the intent to obliterate the Fuyun sect. In order to extinguish the hatred that resides within my heart, the interest shall begin to be exacted from you. With an air of arrogance, he waved his hand, unleashing a power that was several times more terrifying than before. Is death imminent? The old beggar felt a bitter pang within. This strike completely sealed off his escape, leaving him no choice but to confront the danger head-on. Yet he understood that he would not withstand the full power of a half-step Tianxian realm expert. At that moment, a warmth surged from within his embrace. Suddenly, a radiant beam shot forth. The old beggar was taken aback. He never expected that the wooden sculpture gifted to him by Zhong Qing would reveal such extraordinary properties at this critical juncture. However, no matter how remarkable this wooden sculpture may be, what could it possibly achieve? In the old beggar's mind, a half-step Tianxian realm expert was not something that a mere wooden sculpture could thwart. Chapter 92. Ancestor, if you possess such a trump card, why not reveal it sooner? The emergence of the wooden sculpture naturally attracted the attention of the demon ape. However, like the old beggar, he did not regard it as a threat. Old fool, do you intend to bring out a mere toy to amuse me? The demon ape laughed menacingly. The deadly attack was relentless, and in an instant, it closed the distance. Yet the next moment, the wooden sculpture erupted with a dazzling brilliance. It appeared as if it had gained life, transforming into a real human figure, and struck the demon ape with a punch. Boom. This punch shattered the void itself. The terrifying fist resembled a cataclysmic disaster. With a single strike, it demonstrated the might of a Tianxian expert. How is this possible? The demon ape's eyes nearly bulged out. A mere wooden sculpture could unleash the battle prowess of a Tianxian realm expert. If a half-step Tianxian expert could effortlessly crush a Xian realm expert, then the Tianxian realm could only be described as a force beyond compare. The difference of half a step was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Bang! With a tremendous explosion, the once invincible and unruly demon ape, who sought to annihilate the entire Fuyun sect, was obliterated in an instant. After delivering a lethal blow, the wooden sculpture reverted to its original form, falling to the ground as if nothing had transpired. Silence enveloped the world, leaving everyone astounded by the spectacle before them. Especially the old beggar, who never imagined that the item he had deemed an artwork could unleash such terrifying power. That was a half-step Tianxian demon, vanquished in a single strike. He swallowed hard, recalling moments shared with Zhong Qing. It was at this moment he realized that the individual he had regarded as a little brother was, in fact, a true master concealed within the mundane world. In other words, all along, the true fool had been himself. The thought of having gifted the jade pendant, believing it would protect Zhong Qing and serve as a trump card, made his face flush with embarrassment. Could one truly need protection from someone capable of wielding a wooden sculpture that could unleash the power of a Tianxian realm expert? The old beggar picked up the wooden sculpture, shaking his head with a wry smile, and said, "Little brother, I thought I was well concealed. Little did I know. You are even more so." Initially, he had been reluctant to accept the sculpture, but Zhong Qing had insisted on forcing it upon him. He was uncertain whether this was a result of the latter's unintentional kindness or a deliberate act. If it was intentional, having foreseen the peril he would soon face, then the strength of Zhong Qing was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, as the old beggar was lost in his complicated thoughts, the others stood wide-eyed, their bodies seemingly frozen in place as if paralyzed. Meng Xiao and the others were particularly stunned. They had all assumed their ancestor was doomed. While they felt an inexplicable sorrow, an overwhelming sense of despair also set in. Especially among the senior elders, tears were welling in their eyes. Yet, the ancestor emerged unscathed. While the demon ape was utterly destroyed, the expressions on the faces of the elders were a mix of astonishment, joy, and lingering fear. After confirming that the crisis had been averted, one elder lamented, "Ancestor, if you possess such a trump card, why not reveal it sooner? You had us believing in a tragic farewell, and the eldest elder's tears were all for naught." The eldest elder immediately denied, "I did not. Do not speak recklessly." His flustered demeanor sparked a wave of laughter, transforming the previously somber atmosphere into one of lightheartedness. The elders who had shed tears moments ago became the subjects of playful banter, which led to more resentful glances directed toward the old beggar. The old beggar opened his mouth, awkwardly stating, "In truth, I too was unaware of the power contained within this wooden sculpture." His words left the already disgruntled elders speechless. Though they said nothing, their expressions conveyed a multitude of sentiments. The underlying meaning was clear. "Ancestor, do you not feel a pang of conscience when you say such things?" They were all too familiar with the ancestor's style of conduct. Despite his advanced age, seniority, and formidable strength, his approach to matters was utterly incongruous with his years. He was, in essence, an old prankster, and everyone in the sect had fallen victim to his tricks at some point. Clearly, they perceived this as yet another instance of the ancestors' antics, albeit this time taken to an extreme, having thoroughly pranked the entire senior leadership of the sect. The old beggar, with his vast experience, was not oblivious to their thoughts. However, seeing that explanations were futile, he grew weary of defending himself and shifted his focus back to the wooden sculpture. This time, Zhong Qing had effectively saved the entire Fuyan sect. Such a debt of gratitude would not easily be repaid. The old beggar found himself in a state of unease. He feared nothing in life except for the burden of owing a favor. Meanwhile, the attention of the Fuyan sect's leadership had successfully shifted to the wooden sculpture. Each of them examined it with fervor, speculating about its origins, though they refrained from questioning their ancestors' inscrutable expression. However, they were unaware that the loyal guardians, Tieta and Hushan, were privy to the truth. They had witnessed firsthand that the wooden sculpture was a gift from the master of Mufu Peak of the Xianxiang sect to their ancestor. Initially, the two believed that the ancestor had gifted his personal jade pendant to Zhong Qing, deeming it an immense stroke of fortune. Now, they realized that the true beneficiary of fortune was their ancestor. This situation was nothing short of fantastical, a tale that legends would hesitate to fabricate. This day would be etched in the annals of the Fuyan sect as a sleepless night. The emergence of the demon ape had instilled terror among the higher-ups, who believed the sect was on the brink of catastrophe, only to be effortlessly resolved by a wooden sculpture. Such an event warranted no less than a grand celebration lasting 3 days. While the Fuyan sect rejoiced in jubilant festivities, another sacred sect, the Wujizong, found itself shrouded in a thick veil of gloom. The name of the Wujizong's ancestor was Yuan Jun. He had vanished from sight for a century, said to be wandering the world. However, during this recent period, he returned to the sect. The return of an ancestor should have been a cause for celebration and a source of inspiration for the entire sect, for such a figure was like a pillar of strength. Yet, upon his return, Yuan Jun had merely delivered a few brief remarks before collapsing, unconscious and gravely injured. This left the elders of the Wujizong in a state of deep concern. Chapter 93. What happened to the outer sect disciples? In the Wuji Palace, the sect leader Ouyang Hao and several elders anxiously awaited outside the hall. Sect leader, what is the situation? High-ranking members of the sect gathered from all directions. Clearly, they had heard the news of the ancestors' severe injuries upon return, yet the specifics remained unclear. Ouyang Hao's expression darkened, a cloud of frustration etched on his face. However, he patiently explained, our ancestor entered an ancient secret realm, where he suffered unimaginable injuries. Currently, the sixth elder is attending to him. The exact situation will only be revealed once the sixth elder emerges. As he spoke, a figure stepped out from a side room and made his way directly into the main hall. This individual was none other than the sixth elder, tasked with diagnosing the injuries of the Wuji sect's ancestor. Sixth elder, how severe are the injuries? Ouyang Hao inquired earnestly. This question tugged at the hearts of all present. The sixth elder furrowed his brow in contemplation, pacing restlessly within the hall. This demeanor tightened the hearts of the onlookers. Eventually, he spoke slowly. The situation of the ancestor is quite grim. Not only are multiple meridians severed, but his internal organs have also sustained severe damage. If it were only these injuries, with the right elixirs and my guidance, recovery would not pose a significant challenge. However, the crucial issue lies in the fact that the ancestor's soul has also suffered extremely serious trauma. This is rather troublesome, and I am powerless to assist. Upon hearing this, the already heavy hearts of the crowd sank further. The sixth elder, a highly esteemed physician renowned throughout the Wuji sect, now declared his inability to help. Were they to merely watch as their ancestor faded away? Sixth elder, is there truly no way at all? Ouyang Hao pressed, unwilling to lose hope. The sixth elder pondered for a moment before responding. There is a glimmer of hope. I am aware of a divine elixir known as the Tsuran Dan, specifically designed to heal the soul. If we could procure the Tsuran Dan, I am confident I could save our ancestor. However, it is said that the recipe has been lost for many years. Searching for the Tsuran Dan would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, an endeavor of monumental difficulty. Ouyang Hao inquired anxiously, can we use alternative elixirs? The sixth elder replied solemnly, there are lesser alternatives, such as the Shenhun Dan. However, even these substitutes are exceedingly rare and unavailable in the market. Only top-tier alchemists can produce them. If we could enlist the help of 2 master alchemists, there might be a faint chance for our ancestor. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately thought of the Danding Pavilion. As one of the 5 sacred places in the eastern region, it housed over 70% of the finest alchemists in the area. Ouyang Hao spoke gravely. How much longer can our ancestor hold on? I can sustain him for 3 days. Beyond that, Even divine beings would be unable to assist. This statement caused the brows of the group to furrow deeply. Among the 5 sacred places, Danding Pavilion is located in the southern part of the eastern region, while Wuji Palace lies in the north, separated by hundreds of thousands of miles. Not to mention, the cost of summoning top alchemists from Danding Pavilion would be exorbitant, requiring a significant sacrifice. Given the distance, even a powerful individual in the Dixian realm could not possibly make such a journey back and forth within 3 days. Just as the weight of despair settled in, the 6th elder added, "Sect leader, if we gather all the alchemists from our Wuji sect, there may still be a slight chance of producing the elixir." Upon hearing this, Ouyanghao's eyes brightened. "Then let us hasten to assemble the alchemy peak," he exclaimed urgently. However, with the 7th and 8th elders having already left, we may be short of hands. Though they have departed, it should not be an issue to summon them back to assist. Ouyanghao continued, "After all, their ties to the sect remain. If I reach out, Wu Yu and Shi Shaodian should be willing to lend their aid." With this thought, Ouyanghao immediately commanded the leader of the shadow guards to be summoned. Upon the leader's arrival, Ouyanghao promptly inquired, "Do you know where the 7th and 8th elders have gone since leaving the sect?" The shadow guard leader's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. The Wuji sect's shadow guard organization was entrenched throughout half of the eastern region, possessing profound insights into every movement within it. As the leader, he was well aware of their whereabouts. He had even been contemplating whether or not to report this matter to the sect leader. Now, with the leader's inquiry, he promptly relayed the information he had gathered. Returning to the sect leader, the 7th and 8th elders, since departing from Wuji sect, have joined a second-rate sect known as Xianxiang sect, becoming outer disciples of its Mufa peak. Not long ago, at the Xiandao conference, the 2 elders represented Xianxiang sect as outer disciples and swept through the competition, securing first place. What? Upon hearing this news, Ouyanghao's pupils constricted, his eyes widening in disbelief. The other elders were equally stunned, questioning their own hearing. Elders of a sacred place held positions of great power and respect, drawing attention wherever they went. Yet, what had they just heard? Someone had forsaken such a high status to join a second-rate sect and become an outer disciple. Was this a reasonable action for any person? Ouyanghao, as the sect leader, felt utterly betrayed. When the 7th and 8th elders had requested to resign, they had spoken of retreating to the mountains. But now, in the blink of an eye, they had embraced another sect. If they had chosen a sect superior to Wuji or found a platform more suitable for their development, Ouyanghao could have understood. Perhaps something like Danding Pavilion. That force could provide what Wuji could not. Yet now, they had merely joined a second-rate sect. A second-rate sect? What could Wuji possibly lack compared to such an insignificant establishment? This left Ouyanghao feeling deceived, with an unexplainable rage igniting within him. Anger, confusion, and skepticism intertwined in his eyes. He believed he had treated the 2 well, yet their actions had deeply wounded him, leaving him with more questions than answers. However, this was not the time for anger. The ancestors' life hung in the balance. The 7th and 8th elders were the only lifeline they could grasp. Where is Xianxiang sect? I must make my way there. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the torrent of negative emotions. He turned to the shadow guard leader for information. The leader respectfully provided a map, highlighting the specific coordinates. Meanwhile, he silently lamented the ominous nature of Xianxiang sect. Previously, the 8th elder had aggressively demanded a map to Xianxiang sect, only to vanish shortly thereafter. The 7th elder had met a similar fate. After returning to the sect, news of them had surfaced again, marking them as outer disciples of this sect. Now, the sect leader sought a map from him. He gasped, suppressing the impractical thoughts swirling in his mind.